This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Search. I think there is a bug in the background of the Alliance official website. How can there be 3 top rankings on a post-war planet at the same time? Along the way, Sun-Che has said similar things a lot. Some time ago, the official website of the Alliance announced the results of the holographic simulation exam for high school students. In the score rankings, the top 3 rankings of main attackers, auxiliary and snipers were occupied by the residents of planets other than Rocalo for a long time. F-2077 star. An economically backward, silent and decadent post-war planet. This planet is full of traces left by the war. The collapsed walls gather together, sobbing and conveying the fear and sorrow of the post-war planet. I heard that only our school came to inquire about the information. Sun-Che muttered. No matter how good the students who took the holographic simulation exam are, they are only at the middle level in the whole galaxy. Alas, I don't know what teacher Ji Xia is thinking. She insisted that we come to find someone. Our trip is definitely in vain. Wang Xinshu remained silent. Sun-Che stepped on the broken bricks and looked back at her. Xian sister, please pay attention to me. The captain and brother Feng are the same. They went to the local school to find the principal. But there has been no news for 4 hours. At this moment, Wang Xinshu stopped and listened carefully. It seemed that he heard something. Sun-Che stopped. What? What happened? Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out on the ground, shrouded in silence, startling the insects and ants under the ruins. They were densely packed and very scary. A second before that, Wang Xinshu suddenly reached out and pulled Sun-Che to him. Sun-Che widened his eyes and watched in amazement as a bullet passed by his eyes. Damn it! The deathly breath brought by the metal instantly soaked Sun-Che's whole body with cold sweat. What's going on? Who is it? Come out! He touched his chest, still in shock. Luckily Sister Xian reacted quickly. Otherwise I would be dead. Wang Xinshu ignored him, recalled for 2 seconds, and judged the source by the direction and approximate speed of the bullet. Wang Xinshu ran towards a collapsed wall. During this process, she took out a pistol from her waist, slid her fingers through the gun body to load the bullet. She jumped onto the collapsed wall, rolled to the corner, and pointed the gun at the person hiding behind the thick wall. It was a young man, dressed in tattered but neat clothes, with a faded t-shirt and trousers that were spotless. He was sitting in a wheelchair. Ha! It was fast. The young man put down the sniper rifle and praised sincerely. Wang Xinshu stared at him for 5 seconds. Then she put away her gun. Thank you. She got straight to the point. I am Wang Xinshu, a junior student in the sniper department of Aurora College. May I ask if you are Feng Yuebai? Feng Yuebai, the first on the sniper list. Bei Yanbo, the first on the auxiliary list. And Xu Xieying, the first on the main attacker list. These 3 names, Wang Xinshu remembered clearly before setting off. The man in front of him can make Sun-Che lose face, and his strength is pretty good. However, although he can, Wang Xinshu does not think Feng Yuebai has the strength to take the first place. She is not a person who underestimates the enemy. So when Sun-Che nagging for so long, she still remains cautious. But after meeting Feng Yuebai, Wang Xinshu wavered. However, a new problem arises again. If Feng Yuebai is really as ordinary as they think, how did he take the first place? Huh? You found me so quickly? Feng Yuebai muttered and admitted. Yes, I am. Wang Xinshu was about to speak when Sun-Che rushed over. Damn it, brother. Guns are not for playing. Sun-Che protested strongly against the situation just now. We don't look like bad guys. Why do you want to trick us? Another voice answered him. How can the behavior of good people be called tricky? My brother is just testing your strength. Wang Xinshu and Sun-Che turned their heads. The girl with twin ponytails walked over with her hands behind her back, blowing bubble gum in her mouth, and covering her left eye with a black eye mask. Oh my god! Little sister, I almost died. Sun-Che wailed. That means you have no strength and are not worthy of our attention. The girl crossed her arms, bit one leg, and leaned against the broken wall. Huh? Sun-Che tilted his head. Yanbo, don't speak too directly. It's easy to hurt people. Feng Yuebai reminded her. Bei Yanbo shrugged indifferently. But Sun-Che felt that he was indirectly scolded. He wanted to explain something, but he held it all back. Wang Xinshu was slightly surprised when he heard the key words. Are you Bei Yanbo? Bei Yanbo. The first on the auxiliary list. Ha ha ha. My sister is right. My reputation has indeed spread to the Rocala star. Bei Yanbo covered her left eye with her right hand, bent down and smiled calmly. Ah, what a pleasant question. Sun Che looked at Huang Xinshu with a question mark on his face. Huang Xinshu asked the key question again. Excuse me. The sister you mentioned. Is it Xu Xiang? They are looking for 3 people this time. At present, they have found the sniper Feng Yuebai and the auxiliary Bei Yanbo. As long as they find Xu Xiang, this mission will basically be over. Bei Yanbo said, yes. Ha ha ha. Did you get scared by the list this time? Huang Xinshu and Sun Che looked at each other. They know. My sister said that if you want to find her, go to Showdown. Bei Yanbo said. Okay. Thank you. Huang Xinshu was surprised that the other party revealed the information so readily, and then asked, I want to ask, is it your sister's purpose to attract people from Rocala Star with good grades? Huang Xinshu always felt that Bei Yanbo's words were full of meaning, as if this matter was planned by Xu Xiang. I suggest you go and ask my sister in person. Bei Yanbo put down his hand and smiled with narrowed eyes. Okay. Thank you. Huang Xinshu thanked again and was about to say goodbye to the two when the light brain rang. The caller note was Renzizai, the commander of their team. Huang Xinshu answered the call, and after listening to the captain's words, he replied, Received. Sun Che, who had been holding back for a long time, finally had a chance to speak. What's wrong? What did the captain say? Go to 10 islands. Renzizai squatted on the garbage-filled beach, poking the khaki sand with a branch. He has a good appearance, with smooth facial lines and beautiful 3-dimensional features. He is the type that can be remembered at a glance. A young man with a short haircut was leaning on the abandoned boat next to Renzizai. The ends of his eyebrows and eyes were upward, looking fierce and serious. They are coming. Feng Jia looked down at Renzizai and resisted the urge to kick him. Captain! Sun Che wiped his non-existent tears and ran to Renzizai. I tell you, I almost died. What happened? Renzizai pushed Sun Che away and asked Huang Xinshu. Huang Xinshu simply stated his experience when he came here, without any embellishment. Renzizai stood up and laughed. I said Sun Che would fail sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. In the past few days, Sun Che has complained about this mission a lot, and no matter how others persuade him, it's useless. Renzizai told him not to look down on anyone, but Sun Che didn't believe him. Now he had to believe him. Captain, Huang Xinshu interrupted the chatterbox Sun Che and asked, Did you find anything? Renzizai didn't tell the details in the communication. Old Feng. You tell me. Renzizai deliberately named the quiet Feng Jia. Feng Jia looked at him coldly. Well, okay. I tell you. Renzizai turned on the optical computer and sent a file to the team group. I asked the principal for the college exam video of the 3 people. It can be seen that Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo playing style is very exquisite. But compared with the group of candidates in the mock exam, they can only be regarded as mid-level. Huang Xinshu and Sun Che watched the video at double speed. This Xu Xiang. Huang Xinshu frowned slightly. You can see it, right? Renzizai put his hands in his pockets, kicked the sand, and said nonchalantly, From the perspective of the main attacker, Xu Xiang can be in the top 500. But she is the first. You can't tell just by watching the video. After all, her opponent's strength is limited. An excellent opponent can inspire a person's true level. Most of Xu Xiang's opponents were defeated in a short period of time, and her battle videos are not of much reference value. Huang Xinshu tacitly agreed with Renzizai's words and added, Feng Yuebai hit rate is very high, but he has a leg disease and is not easy to move. From the perspective of the entire high school group, he is not a leader. And Bei Yanbo. Assistant Sun Che continued, she has a problem with her eyes. In a competition with many masters, this disadvantage is very fatal. The group fell into deep thought. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo both have obvious flaws, but they somehow won the top spot on the high school student list. How did they do it? Let's put them aside for now. Let's go find Xu Xiang first, Renzizai said, and jumped on the boat first. Maybe if we find her, all problems can be solved. The location of Xu Xiang was given by the principal, and the boat was also borrowed by the principal. The other 3 got on the boat one after another. Feng Jia and Huang Xinshu stood back silently, and at the same time dragged away Sun Che, who was excited but prone to accidents. In the end, the responsibility of driving the boat fell on their reliable captain. F-2077 was greatly affected by the insect plague, and its backwardness was comparable to thousands of years ago. Even the boats were very primitive, made of wood, and had to be driven by sails and wooden oars. The boat carried 4 people, and was very crowded. The white blue sea was very calm. Most of the creatures on the seabed died due to the insect plague. The floating corpses were cleaned up by the locals only half a year ago. The fishy sea breeze blew, as if sweeping people into the kitchen of a seafood restaurant. A small black dot appeared on the sea level. As the boat kept moving forward, the small black dot enlarged and became an island with clear outlines. We arrived. Rinzai tied up the boat and followed the other 3 people to the 10 islands. The beach of the 10 islands was much cleaner than the shore on land. The sun shone, and the fine gravel on the beach reflected small spots of light, jumping with the sparkling waves. Everyone stepped on the soft sand, breathing the relatively fresh air, and looking out at the emerald green forest. Finally found a little feeling of the beach and the island. The principal said Xu Xiang likes to come to this island to hunt. Is that true? I don't think there's anything to hunt here. Sun Che looked around. And this island is not small. How can we find her? No need to look for her. Huang Xinchu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Sun Che turned around. A red laser spot appeared on Huang Xinchu's forehead. Damn it! Sun Che screamed in fear. Xu Xiang? Stalking us again. Hey, Xu Xiang. Are you there? We are not bad people. Don't snipe us. His mind was full of Feng Yue by hidden hiding and excellent accuracy. Rinzai said. Wow! Attacking the sniper first in a team fight. Did she see that Huang Xinchu is a sniper? Huang Xinchu stood still, calmer than Sun Che. Sun Che shouted, We are students of Aurora College, and we are here to find you. We have met your family, and they can testify that we are not bad people. Sun Che and Feng Jie stared at the dense forest in front, trying to determine where Xu Xiang was hiding. Huang Xinchu was concentrating, ready to dodge at any time. Rinzai kicked the fine sand, seemingly careless, but in fact his ears were perked up. What's the matter? A clear voice like a summer mountain spring sounded behind him, making people feel cold all over. The 4 turned around and finally saw the person they were looking for. Her hairstyle was very simple, with bangs and a few strands of hair hanging lightly in front of her forehead, and a low ponytail tied loosely behind her head. The tail of her eyes naturally turned down, and her eyelids drooped, almost covering a quarter of her eyeballs. Xu Xiang in the video was like this, but her mental state was more decadent. Her eyes were more indifferent and dull, and even her dark circles were thicker, as if she had not woken up. Are you Xu Xiang? Rinzai was the first to react. Yes. She didn't open her mouth, but made a sound in her throat. Chapter 2 Probing. We are students of Aurora College, and want to know something from you. Rinzai said, as he looked at Xu Xiang. To be honest, she looks like a big boss with a world-weary and decadent style. Say, in this high school holographic simulation exam, you are the first on the list of main attackers. Rinzai stepped back and gave Feng Jie a signal at the same time. Feng Jie understood, and without saying a word, he threw out a sharp dagger and rushed toward Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang did not hide, but lowered his body to meet Feng Jie. His left arm tilted, and a long and thick needle fell from his sleeve into his hand, scratching Feng Jie's combat uniform when he passed by him. Feng Jie was distracted by his vision, and could not see Xu Xiang's small movements, so he took the blow. Fortunately, his combat uniform was thick, and he was not injured. At the moment when Xu Xiang was about to leave his control range, Feng Jie grabbed her left wrist with his backhand and pulled it back with force. Xu Xiang couldn't break free, so she kicked the ground and turned over. She adjusted the position of her left hand, letting the needle fall vertically towards Feng Jie's neck. A needle that was a quarter of the length of her arm, and as thick as her little finger would definitely cause trouble if it really pierced her neck. Feng Jie certainly understood, but he couldn't let go of Xu Xiang. Otherwise she would definitely take advantage of the gap to retreat and distance herself from him. Feng Jie was good at close combat, and he didn't allow his opponent to leave his control range, although they only exchanged 2 moves. It was not difficult to find that Xu Xiang's fighting style was very strange. If she was trained a little, she would be very restrained by Feng Jie. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So Feng Jie had to give up part of his vision, raise his head, and lay flat to avoid the needle. At the same time, Feng Jie didn't forget to grab Xu Xiang, making it difficult for her to move. Then, Feng Jie stretched out his other hand and punched Xu Xiang in the face. Damn. Brother Feng is serious. Even the instructor can't resist his punches. Sun Che covered his eyes. It's over. It's over. Something's going to happen. Don't hit Brother Feng. This was just a test. Feng Jie would not hurt innocent people. So he deliberately slowed down and reduced his strength. The fist blew toward Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't even raise her eyelids and took it face to face. Boom. You need me to call the hospital. Huh? Sun Che was originally sympathizing with Xu Xiang. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Feng Jie lying on the ground. Fuck. What happened? He missed the good show. But Ren's eye saw it clearly. Xu Xiang gave up struggling at the critical moment, stabilized her lower body with her right foot, and swept Feng Jie with her left foot. Feng Jie had to change his posture to ensure that he could attack continuously while dodging. But his movements seemed to be calculated by Xu Xiang. As soon as he moved, she seized the opportunity and threw him over her shoulder. The only thing to be thankful for is that Feng Jie adjusted his posture in time and did not get hurt after landing. Swish. Xu Xiang squatted down, pulled out a thicker and longer needle from the side of his boots, leaned over, and stabbed Feng Jie's neck. Hey wait. We are wrong. Sun Che shouted hurriedly. Xu Xiang stopped moving. Feng Jie looked at her, met her cold and lifeless eyes, and said, Sorry. We just want to test your strength. You are very powerful. More than powerful. Sun Che was dumbfounded. His brother Feng is one of the most recognized main attackers in Aurora College. How could he be defeated in 3 moves? This is too fake. Is he dreaming? You let him win. Xu Xiang threw away the needle, stood up, and reached out to Feng Jie. Thank you. Feng Jie grabbed her hand and stood up. You didn't give it your all either. How could Feng Jie not see this when he was in the middle of it? If he lost, he lost. He didn't need to make excuses for himself. What he had to do was to review and train, and strive not to lose again when he fought again. No need. Xu Xiang said. Does she mean that there is no need to give it your all? Feng Jie guessed. Ren's eye took the lead in applauding. With a happy face, great. It seems that our trip was not in vain. Xu Xiang's deep eyes moved to him. In broad daylight, Ren's eye felt like he was being stared at by a ghost. Ask you a few questions. Ren's eye coughed lightly and emphasized. This time I will only ask. Not fight. Ask. Who did you learn these moves from? Ren's eye claimed that he knew the fighting style of attackers of every school. But he had never seen someone like Xu Xiang. I learned it by myself. I understand. After all, Xu Xiang lives on this small, shabby planet, where she can't find any great teachers or excellent books. Second question. Why did you choose Huang Xinshu as the first target to be eliminated? Afraid that she didn't know him. Ren's eye specifically pointed to Huang Xinshu. Hit the sniper first. Yes. Basic tactics. But how do you know she is a sniper? Ren's eye checked. There is no internet here, and her family can't pass on information to her. Xu Xiang stared at Ren's eye, sighed for a long time, and was silent for 5 or 6 seconds, and finally spoke, after entering the island. Only her first reaction was to observe the hidden point. If I'm not mistaken, she found my 3 squatting sniper points. After she finished speaking, her eyelids drooped a little, as if she was exhausted after fighting all day. Ren's eyes smiled secretly. He seemed to have found her weakness, pulling her to talk more. It will definitely work. Ren's eyes stopped thinking and looked back at Huang Xinshu. Is that so? Huang Xinshu nodded. Yes. 3. Excellent snipers are always worried about not finding a suitable sniping point and being secretly sniped by the enemy. So they will subconsciously give priority to observing details. But how did you appear from behind us? Huang Xinshu thought Xu Xiang was hiding in the forest. The laser was emitted by the instrument I controlled. I see. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. Huang Xinshu nodded. In other words, Xu Xiang had been hiding somewhere behind them. Old Feng, you are under a lot of pressure. Ren's eye patted Feng Jie's shoulder sympathetically. It's hard to have such a main attacker as your opponent. Xu Xiang's eyes were still on Ren's eye. Not Feng Jie. Don't look at me. I'm just a commander. And Old Feng is the one you should pay special attention to. Ren's eye said. Xu Xiang actually responded with an unnecessary "oh." Feng Jie saw that Ren's eye was slow to talk about business. So he said to Xu Xiang, "Our teacher hopes that you will join Aurora College. Are you willing? This year's enrollment period is past. But teacher Ji Xiao will handle the follow-up. This teacher never misses any good seedlings." Ren Zizai raised his chin toward Xu Xiang and asked, "How about it? Are you coming? Where are my brother and sister?" Speaking of the two of them, Ren Zizai couldn't help but wonder, did they really get their grades by themselves? Xu Xiang asked back, "You have seen them. Don't you recognize their strength?" Ren Zizai said, "To be honest, I don't think they are at the level of the top of the list yet. But they will still ask for the opinions of the two." Sun Che added excitedly, "You are definitely the number one." Feng Jia was the number one main attacker in their high school league, regardless of whether he let the opponent win or not. It was already amazing that Xu Xiang did not lose, considering that Xu Xiang did not know these rankings. Sun Che explained, "By the way, you know, the high school league is used for college entrance exams, and the matches are all participated in person. You also took the holographic mock exam, which uses instruments to simulate the competition, and the cost is much lower, since the results are taken from the latest one. Generally speaking, only candidates who are not satisfied with their league results will take the mock exam. For this reason, the holographic mock exam is also called the second high school league, which is an opportunity for students who lost in the league but are unwilling to fall behind." "Oh," Xu Xiang said, "I know." And Sun Che was about to say more details, but when he heard the three words, "I know," he stopped immediately. "Ah? You know? Otherwise, what exam should I take?" She could actually say the most weird words at the moment in the calmest tone. "Ah, that's right. Haha." Sun Che scratched the back of his head. Ren Zizai stopped the topic in time. "Let's get back to the point. Are you willing? Will you go to Rocalo Star with them and become a student of Aurora College?" "Yes," she responded. So straightforward? Residents of the post-war star usually hesitate because they are afraid of the new environment. Ren Zizai was ready to persuade them to study, but he didn't expect Xu Xiang to agree without thinking. "Great." Sun Che was the most excited. "With you here, maybe our school will be more stable in this year's tier league." Xu Xiang didn't doubt the new term tier league, and it seemed that she had heard of it. Ren Zizai said, "Very good. Then let's go back. You go home and pack up, and we will leave for Rocalo Star tomorrow morning." "Yes." Ren Zizai really wanted to know how Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbao got their grades, but it was a pity that Xu Xiang always played Tai Chi, and the two didn't respond directly. "Forget it. Let teacher Ji Xia ask it herself." "Sorry. We won't go." Feng Yuebai heard Ren Zizai's invitation and declined. "Yanbao and I have already gotten used to the life here, so we won't join in the fun." Ren Zizai said, "The medical level of Rocalo Star is very good. After going there, your leg and eye diseases may be cured." "Who told you that I'm blind?" Bei Yanbo's voice suddenly jumped out. "What do you know? This is the mark of a hero." Ren Zizai, ? Feng Yuebai explained, "That's just an eye patch." Ren Zizai, ? Yanbao said that if she took off the blindfold, her divine eye would burst out with huge energy, thus attracting enemies to chase her. So she only took off the blindfold at critical moments. Ren Zizai, ? "No. Wait. What's the connection?" Sun Che covered his mouth and laughed, "Puchichi. It turns out to be a middle school girl. Anyway, Yanbao and I will stay here for the time being. As for Xiang, please take care of her." Feng Yuebai held down Bei Yanbao, who was about to run away, and said to Ren Zizai calmly, "I will." Ren Zizai came back to his senses from the shock of the divine eye and promised solemnly, "Rest early tonight. After all, you will be very tired starting tomorrow." Feng Yuebai seemed to understand the fatigue and hardship of the interstellar journey. The next morning, Ren Zizai checked the parts and fuel of the spacecraft, and after confirming that they were all correct, he organized people to board the spacecraft. Xu Xiang stood at the entrance of the spaceship and looked back, waving goodbye to her brother and sister. They were about to go to the most prosperous planet in the entire galaxy, Rocalo Planet. Chapter 3 First Time. 5 days later, everyone arrived at Rocalo Star smoothly. This is the berth of the spaceship for students of Aurora College. It is located on a vast plain, with an area comparable to dozens of football fields. The environment here is excellent, with mountains in the distance and clear water nearby, comparable to a resort. Finally back. Sun Che jumped off the spaceship and was about to say that the air on Rokalo Star was still good. But when he turned around and saw Xu Xiang, he shut up immediately. Well, don't say that the planet they live on is not good in front of others. Renzizai asked Feng Jie to find someone to dock the spaceship, and then said to Xu Xiang, I take you to find teacher Ji Xia. Yes. Renzizai had his own flying car, and he asked Xu Xiang to sit in the co-pilot and take her into the air. Xu Xiang turned her head and looked at Rokalo Star. The elegant cirrus cloud slowly floated in the blue sky, and in the steel forest, the cool flying cars were as beautiful and brilliant as meteors, leaving a dreamy light and shadow trail. This was only daytime. If it was night, the whole city would be more lively. Renzizai noticed Xu Xiang gaze. Don't worry. You will adapt. You can come to me if you have any questions. The prosperous Rokalo Star formed a sharp contrast with the lifeless post-war star. I hope this prospective schoolmate can get used to life here as soon as possible. Yeah. The expected response. Forget it. The schoolmate has just arrived and is facing strangers alone. It is normal for her to be embarrassed to speak. Thinking of this, Renzizai planned to simply do his duty as a host. When passing by some famous buildings, Renzizai introduced them. Seeing that Xu Xiang was not impatient, he finally couldn't stop talking and opened his mouth. Renzizai took Xu Xiang to buy local specialties. After more than 3 hours, Xu Xiang still had no annoyance. It must be said that the schoolgirl was really patient and good-tempered. If Lao Feng was here, he would scold me for not doing my job. Renzizai said. Oh! Renzizai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was so polite that she was too lazy to say a word. Renzizai wanted to take her shopping again, but the computer rang. It was the teacher calling. Where is she? Ji Xia asked. I'm in heaven. Renzizai quickly added. I be back soon. Hurry up. Got it. Renzizai waited for the other party to hang up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. I tell you, it's a good thing you are the main attacker. Otherwise you would be tortured like me if you fell into the hands of teacher Ji Xia. Is she a teacher in the command department? Xu Xiang asked. She asked the question on her own initiative. Renzizai. Wow. Said yes. Teacher Ji Xia is very good. She won the MVP in the 2-tier league games she played in her student days. And her team also ranked first in points. She has brought out many excellent commanders. And the youngest deputy commander-in-chief of the Alliance Army is her student. Good. Not good. She is very strict. For example, we are obviously commanders. But her physical requirements for us are higher than those for the main attackers. Renzizai wanted to cry when he thought of fainting on the playground. There is no need for this. Renzizai looked at Xu Xiang, waiting for her to agree. Who knew, she said. Isn't this the basics? Renzizai, ? Forget it. Junior sister. You should. Oh, okay. Renzizai was afraid of being scolded. So he accelerated the car and rushed back to school. Ji Xia greeted the guard in advance, and Xu Xiang could follow Renzizai into the college without swiping the card. You can take your time to walk around when you have time. Let's go see teacher Ji Xia first. Renzizai took Xu Xiang to the school bus. Yes. The school bus passed by several buildings, and Renzizai did not forget to introduce. This is a canteen. The largest canteen in our college. The 6th floor is currently being renovated, and other buildings are open to you. I recommend the stewed meat and rice on the 2nd floor, which is very delicious. This is the training ground, which is usually used by students from the attacking department. Every time they eat after class, they are the ones who run the fastest. This is... The school bus stopped. Teacher's office building. Renzizai looked up at the white and blue building that was more than 10 stories high, and his head hurt. Let's go. Teacher Ji Xia is on the 12th floor. Renzizai pressed the elevator button. My head hurts. It really hurts. Teacher Ji Xia hates being late without a valid reason the most. How can he explain why he was so late? Traffic jam? How can there be a traffic jam on Rokalo Star? Car broken down? This excuse was used only the day before yesterday. The junior asked to take her shopping? This is a good idea. Renzizai's eyes lit up. School. Xu Xiang heard the noise and turned to look at him, meeting her sleepy and lifeless eyes. Renzizai surrendered. No. Nothing. Forget it. The junior doesn't look like someone who likes to go shopping. Ding. We arrived at the 12th floor. Renzizai withdrew his mental preparation for being scolded and came to the office door and knocked. "Come in." A calm voice came out. Ren Zizai pushed the door open and let Xu Xiang in first. "This is an independent office." Ji Xiao was sitting at her desk typing code. When she saw someone coming in, she stood up and walked to Xu Xiang. She was a beautiful lady with an elegant temperament like orchid and a kind and gentle smile. "You have come from afar. Thank you for your hard work. Please sit down." Ji Xiao asked Xu Xiang to sit opposite her. Ren Zizai walked to Xu Xiang and sat down with her. "Remember to make up for the missed classes." Ji Xiao looked at Ren Zizai with an unchanged smile. "Give me the practical report for F2077 tonight. Also, explain why you came back so late." Ren Zizai really wanted to kneel down to her. "I didn't say I had to write a practical report before. Go ask Feng Jie to see if I said so. I was wrong." "Explain." "I took my junior sister to visit Rocalo Star and go shopping." Ren Zizai told the truth. "Okay." Ji Xiao nodded. "You go to class." "Huh?" Ren Zizai's voice became louder. "Why didn't they punish him for delaying the trip? Do you want to increase physical training?" Ji Xiao saw what he was thinking. "I'm leaving." Ren Zizai ran away like his butt was on fire. After he left, Ji Xiao's eyes returned to Xu Xiang. Ji Xiao said, "Xiang, I watched all your combat videos in high school. You are very good. I want to ask, how long have you been playing the main attacker?" "I don't know." Ji Xiao didn't expect her to say that. After thinking for a moment, he asked from another angle. "The main attacker is a position that focuses on strong attacks and is also the strongest combat power of a team. When did you have such thoughts and experiences?" This is basic knowledge that should be learned in elementary school. But Xu Xiang came from the post-war star and received very limited education. Perhaps he didn't understand these at all. So Ji Xiao explained it briefly. Xu Xiang said, "It's been a long time." Ji Xiao thought, "Xiang, do you like the main attacker position?" "Not bad." "Then, have you considered playing the command position?" Ji Xiao said, "I personally think that you are more suitable for command than the main attacker. The higher the grade, the fewer people choose to change majors. Not only because of the inertia and sunk costs of the previous major, but also because of the risks and uncertainties in the future. Many teachers never interfere with students' choices in order to protect themselves, so as to avoid the students' future suffering, and they have to take responsibility. Ji Xiao doesn't care about these. She wants to give students more choices. Although F2077 school sent her few videos, Ji Xiao believes that Xu Xiang can be even more powerful after watching the results of dozens of games. Xu Xiang has strong attack power, and almost all the students who played against her were defeated in a short time. Xu Xiang has strong observation ability, and she sees the details of the battle, the timing of support, the opponent's mentality and physical strength. Xu Xiang has a high level of analysis and can always make the best response plan according to the actual situation. If Xu Xiang continues to play the main attacker position, she will definitely be very good. But command can make her go further on the basis of excellence. Of course, the premise is that Xu Xiang herself is willing. "Okay." Xu Xiang answered without hesitation. "Don't you think about it again?" Ji Xiao was surprised. Ji Xiao had told Xu Xiang more than this kind of advice. But Xu Xiang was the only student who was not shocked, did not ask for details, and readily agreed. Does she think it doesn't matter what she learns? Or does she have a clear understanding of her own strength? "No," Xu Xiang said. She was so determined that Ji Xiao felt that she was worrying too much. "I'm very happy." Ji Xiao's smile spread across her face. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Ji Xiao, a teacher in the command department of Aurora College. I'm currently teaching freshman and junior classes. You're welcome to join our command department. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." "Yes. The freshmen have been in class for a week. But you don't have to rush. Take a week to adapt to the environment of Rocalo Star and Aurora College. We take our time with learning," Ji Xiao said. This week is for Xu Xiang and for herself. Even though she is a big shot in the command department, she has to follow the rules and procedures of the college. To open this kind of back door, she is under a lot of pressure and has more work to do. In fact, when the results of the mock exam came out, teachers from various schools had exchanges. But top universities such as Aurora and West Building had high-quality students and didn't want to waste time on the residents of the post-war star. Ordinary universities sent people from the admissions office to F2077 star to inquire about the situation. But unfortunately, They were one step behind Jixia. The most important thing is that many people would rather suspect that there is a bug in the backend of the Alliance official website than believe that there are talents in the post-war star. And they even dare not believe it. After all, the unknown post-war star students can actually take the first place in the holographic simulation exam. And there are 3 of them. Jixia doesn't consider these. She likes good seedlings, and likes to cultivate good seedlings even more. So she asked her trusted students to go to F2077 star and find each other. As for Fengyuebai and Bei Yanbo, although there are regrets, they don't want to come. Jixia will not force them. Listening to Sun Che, a student of the auxiliary department, said that the strength of the 2 people could not take the first place on the list. Jixia didn't care about this, because Jixia looked at Xu Xiang, carefully observing the combat style and habits of Fengyuebai and Bei Yanbo. There are shadows of Xu Xiang everywhere. One thing worth Jixia attention is that the holographic simulation exam does not require the person to be present like the high school league. Could it be? Jixia had a guess in her heart, and was faintly excited. No, don't rush, or observe for a while. Jixia suppressed her emotions, and said to Xu Xiang, go for a physical examination first. Yeah. Wait a minute. I call Ren Zizai and ask him to accompany you. Xu Xiang has just arrived, and with a relatively familiar person around her, she may feel more at ease. Okay. Jixia took the document and came to the principal's office. Approved. The principal was typing on the keyboard to write a report, and said without raising his head, so straightforward? Jixia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then wait until you finish teaching me before I approve it? The principal yelled. You'd better open a good blind box. Otherwise, I will be scolded by students. People often hate people who use backdoors. One person using backdoors is equivalent to robbing another person's resources and quota. In fact, this time is different. On the one hand, Xu Xiang's score is still on the list of mock exams, and she is indeed qualified. On the other hand, Xu Xiang's quota is an extra quota that Jixia has fought for, and it doesn't bother anyone. Besides, all Jixia has to do is lead Xu Xiang into the gate of the school, and how to develop in the future depends on the students themselves. I understand. Thank you very much. Jixia stood at the door and said confidently, believe me, Xiang will make Aurora College more brilliant. She left the office and went through the next procedure. Xu Xiang completed all the physical examination items accompanied by Ren Zizai. The 2 left the hospital building and sat on a bench beside the lawn on the first floor. Next, we wait for the report. Ren Zizai helped her hold the project list and said, yes. Xu Xiang stared at the endless Aurora College in a daze. What a big school. It would take a long time to walk from the dormitory to the college building to attend classes in a school of this size. Alas, I feel tired just thinking about it. Chapter 4 Preparation. Before Xu Xiang could sigh, the person next to her spoke again. By the way, Teacher Jixia asked me to tell you something. Ren Zizai put down the laptop and said, have you heard of the Tier League? Yes. F2077's network was just bad, and the information was delayed. But she could still find something like the Tier League that had existed for thousands of years. The Tier League was established in the year 2580 of the star calendar, and is held every 2 years, from December of that year to May of the following year, for a total of half a year. The university is a 4-year system, which means that under normal circumstances, a college student can participate in the Tier League at most twice. And Ren Zizai said that Jixia had won the Tier League's command MVP twice, and led the team to win the first place twice. This shows the strength of this teacher at the time. That's right, Ren Zizai said. To participate in the Tier League, you must first gather basic teammates and form a team with a main attacker, a secondary attacker, an assistant, a commander, a mecha division and a sniper. Xu Xiang also knew this. There are 6 initiators of the Tier League, which just covers the above 6 basic positions. So at least 6 people are in the 6 basic positions, which is the first requirement for participating in the Tier League. The easiest way to gather teammates is to participate in the freshman preliminaries. You are lucky. The preliminaries will start in 3 days, and you still have time to prepare. Ren Zizai said. Oh, Xu Xiang asked. What do I need to prepare? The preliminaries of different schools are different, and they change every year. So it is difficult for Xu Xiang to find the specific content on the Star Network. I suggest you take a look at the rankings of this year's High League first, so that it will be convenient to choose the right teammates at that time. Renz's opened his light brain, found the page of the school's official website, pointed and said, "You are the main attacker. With your strength, if you can find a commander with the top 300 scores, the preliminaries are basically stable. If you are lucky, you may get a good ranking in the tier league." Xu Xiang approached him and looked at his light brain. Renz's chin was brushed by her upturned hair, which made him feel a little itchy, so he had to retreat. "Don't you have a light computer? If you don't mind, I'll lend you my spare light computer first. It has good functions, but it's a bit old." Xu Xiang browsed the list and remembered some important people. She sat down again and said, "Okay, thank you." Renz's took out an old light computer from his pocket and handed it to Xu Xiang. He also patiently taught her how to use the basic functions and lent her a card so that she could contact him. What a good person. If I lived in the post-war planet, I would definitely be cheated to the point of having nothing left. Xu Xiang couldn't help thinking. The preliminaries are different every year, but our college always changes the same ones. I introduced them to you so that you won't feel unfamiliar when the time comes. Renz's projected the light computer and found the competition videos of the college preliminaries over the years. Xu Xiang listened carefully. Renz's thoughts were rather divergent. He would think of past experiences while talking, and then start to complain. Fortunately, he knew this and could get back to the point in time. Xu Xiang didn't mind this. Anyway, she wasn't the one talking. She only needed to say okay at the critical moment. That's about it. Renz's said an hour later, and lay back. "I'm thirsty. I go buy some water. Let's go together. What do you want to drink? I treat you." "Okay." Before buying water, the two went to the hospital to get the physical examination report. Xu Xiang's body was very healthy, even healthier than some commanders and mecha masters who only use their brains but not their bodies. Renz's praised, "If you weren't 2 years younger than me, I would have wanted to dig you to my team. For the glory of the team." Lao Feng would definitely be willing to quit the team himself. He thought she was the main attacker. Xu Xiang thought he needed to explain to this kind commander. "I'm not a main attacker," Xu Xiang said. "Huh?" Renz's was surprised. "Teacher Jixia asked you to switch to secondary attacker? It's a bit of a waste of talent." Xu Xiang shook her head. "I'm a commander." "Commander? Command is good. I'm also a commander." Renz's finally reacted to what Xu Xiang was saying. "No. Wait a minute. What? You said you are a commander?" "Yeah. In fact, Xu Xiang has always trained herself as a commander. Whether it is a main attacker, or a sniper and assisted played with Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo accounts. They are just the basis to help her complete the command task better." So when Jixia asked her if she was willing to switch to a commander, she agreed without hesitation. I have to say that this teacher is really amazing. He can actually see the most suitable position for her through a few videos. Moreover, observing Jixia's expression, the other party seemed to guess that Xu Xiang was helping others to play the game, in order to successfully get the College of the Developed Star to notice F2077 star. Xu Xiang deliberately added 2 more accounts, and the result was Aurora. Teacher Jixia still has good vision. "It's over." Renzi sat on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. "With you here, the people in the command department will have a harder time in the future." Ha. Ha ha. Jixia requirements for command are already high. And now there is a command like Xu Xiang whose main attack level is comparable to Feng Jie. Renzi lay down, flat. It was tiring to stand, so Xu Xiang simply squatted down and listened to his wailing expressionlessly. It should be comfortable to lie down, but there were too many people around, and Xu Xiang was afraid. Sure enough, the students passing by saw this scene and took out their mobile phones to secretly take pictures. Jixia is efficient. She said it would take a week. But in fact, she got Xu Xiang admission process done in 2 days. In the past 2 days, there have been many posts about Xu Xiang on the official website of the college. I heard that teacher Jixia from the command department has recommended a student from the post-war star to come in. No way. Can the people from the post-war star keep up with our learning progress and adapt to our environment? I heard that she ranked first in the list of main attackers in the full mock exam. Come on. That list is only of interest to second-rate schools. She will definitely show up in the preliminaries tomorrow. Let's wait and see. The preliminaries of the Olympic Academy are recognized as difficult to play by all interstellar academies, and we will know her level by then. The people in the next building have started betting on whether she can successfully form a team. I have no living expenses, so I go and bet. When she loses, I have money. Xu Xiang glanced at the balance of the 4 great emptiness and decided to join in the fun. Win. Xu Xiang can successfully form a team. Lose. Xu Xiang cannot successfully form a team. Currently, more than 3,000 people have participated in the betting, with the ratio of the former to the latter being 97-3. Obviously, most people don't believe that Xu Xiang can win. It's so funny. I thought everyone would choose to lose. I thought, what's the point of betting in this case? But someone actually chose to win. Because I'm here to cheer everyone up. I chose to win. No need to thank me. I'm just a legend. You're so generous, brother. Thank you for the living expenses. Another person has been added. It was Xu Xiang who chose win. I don't quite understand why those people rushed to give her money. It's good this way. I can make money even when I'm lying down. When I get the money, she will give it to Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo. Well, it would be great if such a wonderful activity could be held every day. People should be free. Don't worry about the comments on the forum. People should be free. Have a good sleep to have the energy to participate in the preliminaries. SXY, yes. People should be free. Although I feel sad that you came to the command department, people should be free. But I believe in your ability. People should be free. So I bet on win. People should be free. Come on. Xu Xiang, Don't believe me. SXY, you said I made you sad. People should be free. Ah? I was just kidding. Xu Xiang didn't listen. He must have made that bet and robbed her of money because she broke his heart. People should be free. Where is the person? People should be free. I was wrong. I'm not sad. People should be free. The command department has one more talent. People should be free. I'm happy. SXY, oh? Xu Xiang eyelids drooped. And she was sleepy. People should be free. Then you should rest early. People should be free. I don't have classes tomorrow morning. People should be free. I take you to the preliminaries then. SXY, yes. Xu Xiang turned off the light computer and prepared to go to bed. Xu Xiang was a bit picky about her bed, so she often had trouble sleeping. In the first month of settling on F2077, she suffered from insomnia almost every day. It was the same when she first arrived at Rocalo. She didn't sleep well these days, and her dark circles spread again. Renzizai said that after the preliminaries, teammates of the same team will live together. I hope her teammates won't be too noisy. Otherwise, she will be even more unable to sleep. Tomorrow is the preliminaries. Xu Xiang went to bed an hour earlier and slept for 3 or 4 hours intermittently. The next morning, the doorbell rang, and Renzizai, who stayed up late and got up early, appeared outside the door. Alas! Renzizai, who was listless, saw Xu Xiang and suddenly woke up. Why do you look more tired than me? The preliminaries will be in a while. Can you hold on? Yeah. Okay. Renzizai said. I take you there. Okay. Thank you. Xu Xiang closed the door and followed Renzizai. There was a live broadcast at the preliminaries, and the whole StarCraft could watch it. But this kind of school-level small competition is usually only watched by students. Xu Xiang stopped in front of the gymnasium. It's so big. The gymnasium is like a hamburger, thick and stacked up several floors. There are so many people. The students who haven't received their school uniforms yet are wearing all kinds of clothes, like mushrooms after rain, crowded everywhere. You can go in after you get your number. Renzizai pointed to a workbench not far away. Let's go! Xu Xiang took the number plate from the person in charge and pinned it on her left sleeve. Renzizai said Xu Xiang to the entrance, go ahead. Come on. I have a battle class later, so I may not be able to pick you up. If you really can't find the way, please contact me and I will try my best to come. Or ask a friend to pick you up. Xu Xiang nodded, okay. Thank you. Renzizai laughed. Are these the only words in your vocabulary? He is a good person. So she indulges him once. Xu Xiang said, okay. Thank you very much. Renzizai, go in. He bent down and pushed her shoulders with both hands to walk in. Saying goodbye to Renzizai, Xu Xiang entered the gymnasium. She walked through the long corridor and pushed open the heavy door. The moment the door opened, the bright lights above illuminated the entire venue, and the noise exploded like water splashing hot oil. In this huge venue, nearly 10,000 students were discussing in twos and threes. Xu Xiang stood at the edge, looking at the whole place expressionlessly, without even lifting her eyelids. She had watched the test videos and results of the high school league and the holographic mock exam at high speed these days. And those faces appeared in this place again. So happy. She came to the best school in the galaxy as she wished. And she would be able to compete with so many masters on the same stage in the future. Beep. 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 After 3 long whistles, the whole place was quiet. Chapter 5 Preliminary. Everyone. This year's preliminaries are about to begin. I am Nia Jones, the teacher in charge of this preliminaries. Next, I will announce the preliminaries format and rules. The teacher wearing glasses stood on the high platform on the 2nd floor, overlooking the 1st floor. Nia Jones's already serious face was broadcast live on the big screen on the 1st floor, doubling his temperament. And he was intimidating without anger. This preliminaries adopts Plan C. That is, the points priority system. All students randomly obtain initial teammates and form initial teams. They will fight in the big arena of the same channel. After the game, teammates can be replaced according to points. Nia said. 2 years ago. This was also the competition system. Students who value the preliminary should know it. I don't need to say more. Right? Xu Xiang couldn't help but give Rinzai a thumbs up. Fortunately, he told her the preliminaries are all non-mech battles. And Plan C is the same. As for the specific content, the school system randomly generates teams according to the requirements of the tier league and plays in the same arena. Points are divided into team points and individual points. Teams with high team points can be given priority to improve the team. And the decision lies with the team with the highest individual points. After the team is formed, the subsequent team can no longer choose members of the team. The preliminaries last for 7 days. Every day, the teams with 2% of the points ranking will be selected to perform the above steps. Those who fail to form a team will recompete on the next day. Those who have not successfully formed a team after the preliminaries are almost out of the tier league. This is a very personal way of competition, because weakness will lead to points being offset, and low points mean being eliminated. This is also a very cruel way of competition. Every time you lose a game, you have to experience 24 hours of negative emotions and continue to fight the next day. The later it is, the easier it is to break the defense and collapse. According to the statistics on the official website of Aurora College, Plan C has the highest elimination rate, but it also has the highest probability of achieving good results in the tier league. As the person in charge of this preliminaries, Nia has her reasons for choosing this plan. Damn. No way. I was praying yesterday that I wouldn't encounter Plan C. And now you're telling me to do this? I'm dying of laughter. I just participated in the forum betting yesterday, betting that Xu Xiang would lose. So it seems that I have a better chance of winning. This kind of competition system. We are all choking. Not to mention that she is from the post-war star. I've seen the data from previous years. The probability of forming a team on the first day is 5%. What a terrifying data. There are more than 30,000 students in this year. How chaotic the competition venue will be. And how difficult it will be to find suitable teammates. Quiet. Nia shouted in a deep voice. Candidates, please read your number plates clearly and enter the holographic cabin in an orderly manner. The preliminaries will start at 10 o'clock and end at 12:30. Each game will be recorded. I hope everyone will remember the rules and regulations of the competition. Finally, I wish you all good results and form the team you want. After Nia finished speaking, the recording on the big screen was turned off, and the live broadcast focused on the students on the scene. Xu Xiang glanced at her number plate. 3670. In seat 25. Row 10. Area D. Xu Xiang found the location, entered the holographic cabin, and adjusted the pain, sensitivity, and other settings to 100% as required. The holographic cabin of Rocalo Star is more advanced than that of F2077 Star. Whether it is comfort or performance, it is far ahead of the latter. Xu Xiang put on the equipment, lay down, and closed his eyes. Welcome student number 3670 to the Aurora College competition venue. Your initial teammates are Main Attacker Jack, Deputy Attacker Wanzhua, Auxiliary Yanosu, Sniper Ulrich Mesberg, and Mecha Master Dong Dan. Please meet up with your teammates according to the map instructions. I wish you good results. After the mechanical sound of the system ended, Xu Xiang officially entered the stadium, an abandoned city after the war. Looking around, the streets are lined with broken walls and burning broken cars. Broken glass and bricks are scattered all over the ground. And the dust raised by the wind mixed with the smoke and drifted into the nose, which is choking and smelly. The map only shows the general scope of the city, and students can only model specific buildings by themselves. In addition, the map will also display red and green dots. Red dots represent enemies, and green dots represent teammates. Xu Xiang carefully shuttled between the ruins, observing the surroundings, accurately improving the map, and thinking about the next plan. So I met that Xu Xiang? What bad luck. The tall blonde and blue-eyed man took out the mirror and comb he carried with him, and combed his hair elegantly. Forget it. When I lead the team to victory, I will kick her out first. He is Ulrich Mesberg, the first in the high school league sniper list, with very strong speed, accuracy, physical strength, observation and battlefield analysis, and is a typical polygonal warrior. The round-eyed cat-lipped girl on the side persuaded awkwardly, not that. What if she is also very powerful? Yunosu, third in the high school league auxiliary list, has a variety of playing styles and is unexpected. He was once called the most aggressive auxiliary by alumni of the high school. The two of them were closest to each other, so they were the first to meet. TSK, the main attacker turned commander. Half-hearted. How powerful can he be? And he's from the post-war planet. Ulrich was disdainful. Yunosu didn't know what to respond. He touched his head and didn't say anything. Ulrich chattered, who else is left? Jack? Wangzhou? Dong Dan? Who are they? 3 teammates are approaching. Yunosu couldn't catch up, so he had to look at the map and change the subject. Ulrich, the terrain here is high, suitable for squatting and sniping. We will go down to help you explore the way and attract the enemy. You sit by the tree. Okay? When Ulrich heard that he was the central role of the operation, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Humph. You are the only one in this team who is somewhat useful. Get ready to act. Don't let others get there first. The total points of the team are related to the number of kills, supplies and other factors, and the contestants can call up the panel at any time to view their team points and personal points. The competition lasted 2.5 hours. It had only been 5 or 6 minutes, and dozens of people had been killed. Ulrich liked to play in a favorable situation and didn't like others to overshadow him. Of course, he had to join the battle as soon as possible and show his skills. Not long after, 3 teammates arrived one after another. What is this Xu Xiang doing? Ulrich saw the green dot on the map. Why doesn't she come over to join us? He said while sending a message in the team channel. Soul of Meseberg at SXY, where are you? He sent more than 10 messages in a row, but no one responded. Yunosu frowned slightly, looking worried. Nothing will happen. Right? Should we go find her first? Ulrich rejected decisively. Come on. Even if we find her, she may not be useful. You 4. Go to different locations. Give me all the sniper rifles. I will win the game gorgeously. Mechanist Dong Dan was not convinced. You got all the kills. How can we score? This is the debuff of random team plus personal points. On the one hand, the players are not familiar with each other and don't want to be taken advantage of. On the other hand, they want to win more points for themselves, thus despising the team's strength. Every time Plan C is used, similar contradictions will occur. You don't need to score. Just cooperate with me well, and I can keep you. Ulrich looked up. You? Dong Dan was not calm anymore. Hey, stop arguing. Yunosu tried to stop the fight in time. Let's not consider individual points first. If the team points are too low, no matter how high the individual points are, it's useless. The order of reorganizing the team is based on the team points list. The top 2% of the team will be selected every day. If they can't reach this level, they can either pray to be selected or wait for the next few days of the game. Ulrich is the number 1 sniper in the high league. No matter how he plays, he will be selected. But Dong Dan may not be. Dong Dan understood this truth, and his arrogance disappeared. But he still refused to accept it. Okay. I listened to you once. I want to see what you can brag about. Ulrich. Humph. Do your job. This is irritating. Yunosu was afraid that his teammates would make a fuss. So he quickly said, if you don't mind, can I divide the direction? She opened the map and pointed to the general direction to talk about her battle ideas. 40 minutes into the game, Xu Xiang 3670 team achieved 36 kills. and with the combat level score and supplies, they got a total of 1,848 points, ranking 65th, within the 2% range. But, didn't you tell Xu Xiang about the seat plan? Nia frowned as she watched the live broadcast. Xu Xiang has been fighting on a single line. Or more precisely, wandering on a single line. Neither killing nearby enemies nor joining up with teammates, but wandering around the edge of the arena like nothing happened. Doing nothing. Except for getting a lot of supplies. Yes, the points for the supplies Xu Xiang got accounted for half of the team points of the 3,670 team. But this is not a reason for her not to join up with her teammates. How could one person defend and use so many supplies? Why not share with teammates to further promote the growth of points? Next to Nia is Ji Xia, one of the invigilators of this preliminary round. Nia said to Ji Xia, I don't know Xu Xiang's true strength, but if she is in team 3670, we can get more points. One more person means more strength, especially when Xu Xiang has so many supplies. In short, Nia couldn't understand Xu Xiang's behavior. Doesn't this kid know that it is dangerous to be alone in a team battle? Moreover, as time goes by, almost all students have completed the reunion. Only she, and some people have not. Any random team can eliminate her. Besides, she was forced to be unable to reunite, and she chose to give up directly from the beginning. Don't worry. Look, Ji Xia has been observing Xu Xiang's actions, and understands Xu Xiang's actions better than Nia, who only looks at the overall situation. What? Nia's eyes finally focused on Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang almost went around the entire eastern area of the map. Now, she returned to the original position, hiding behind the ruins on a higher ground, and aimed the sniper rifle at the bottom of the building. Nia was even more confused. She is the commander. Why is she playing the sniper position? Nia had a lot of things to do this year, so she didn't have time to go online. Nor did she pay attention to the full mock exam, so she didn't know Xu Xiang's score on the main attacker list. So Ji Xia smiled and told her, I forgot to tell you that Xiang was a main attacker before entering Aurora. Although the main attacker is not as professional as the sniper, his shooting skills are not bad. Chapter 16 Formation. There is still more than an hour before the end of the game. Xu Xiang has obtained enough supplies in the early stage. What she needs to do now is to kill as many enemies as possible. Of course, the movements must be clean, neat and beautiful, so that more points can be added. The high-power scope automatically calculates and displays information such as wind speed and direction, and provides Xu Xiang with the latest data at all times. More and more teams have successfully assembled, and there are very few people left alone. It is not easy for Xu Xiang to find a suitable sniper target. A 6-person team is not good. There are too many people. Even if she is fast, she can't kill a few people before being discovered. At that time, she will be attacked and eliminated by the group. Passing by a 4-person team is not good either. This team doesn't seem to have much supplies, and it's not worth her risk. One team after another passed by here, but Xu Xiang didn't find a suitable target to attack and still didn't make a move. Xu Xiang held the sniper rifle and lay on the ground quietly waiting. Even after the two teams finished a fight here, she didn't change her movements. A few minutes later, Xu Xiang finally found a suitable target to attack. They were two people who were alone. Each of them was carrying a very bulging bag of supplies. It seemed that there were still a lot of supplies left. They were the ones. Xu Xiang adjusted the direction and waited quietly. Wind direction: southeast. Wind speed: 3 meters per second. Distance: Xu Xiang's finger gently rested on the trigger, slowly moving the crosshairs of the scope, and adjusting the aiming angle in time according to the data. Bang! The moment the gunshot sounded, Xu Xiang immediately fled the scene with the gun, using the nearby buildings to slide to the bottom of the building, and rolled to a corner. One person was killed by one shot and was eliminated on the spot. The other person immediately became alert, slid to a corner of the wall, and hid behind with a gun. Xu Xiang had the initiative, so she had the man's vision. She leaned over and hid in a hidden place, noticing that the man did not point the gun at her original position, but was vigilantly observing the surroundings. She was a smart person, and guessed that she could not stop at the previous position. Not only that, the man hid in a place with many obstructions to escape Xu Xiang's surveillance. Hey! The man suddenly shouted. Do you want to make a deal? Xu Xiang retracted her previous guess. Idiot! You finally hid. Wouldn't you expose your position if you opened your mouth? She moved silently, slowly approached the man, ready to take action. I know you are also alone. Otherwise your teammates would have rushed out to attack me. I'm serious. Let's cooperate for the time being. The man was still talking. But from the sound, he was not in the original place. TSK. He moved quite fast. Xu Xiang stopped, leaned against the collapsed low wall, holding a pistol, ready to attack or counterattack at any time. Wow. Brother. Or sister. Don't be silent. Pay attention to me. The position changed again. Xu Xiang wanted to scold him. This man was like a mouse. He could move so flexibly in such a place. And it didn't even take much time. That being said, the man's proposal is not unworthy of consideration. Xu Xiang gave up on joining up with her teammates from the beginning. It was always inconvenient to be alone. So it was better to find a temporary ally to brush up points together. In fact, it was not that she did not look for teammates on purpose. But the situation was too complicated at the time. The dense red dots blocked her way. She could not leave, and could only act alone. But turning on Do Not Disturb was intentional. Who made that auric too noisy and kept tagging her. She did not know how to turn off the channel sound. And the communication kept ringing. Once she crawled past the enemy, she was almost discovered because of the ringing. Xu Xiang originally planned to contact her teammates later. But someone proposed to her for temporary cooperation. It seems, it's not impossible. 55 minutes have passed in the game. I don't know how many rounds have been fought in this place. And how many people have been eliminated. But observing the red dots, there is almost no reduction. In other words, people are still rushing here. This is good. At least for Xu Xiang. She has learned all the information about this area. And no one knows the construction situation here better than her. And now, she was going to fight back. Oh, please, just squeak. The man pretended to be sad. If you don't say anything, I take it as a rejection of me. The implication was that he would take action. Xu Xiang still had teammates. But that man seemed to have almost been wiped out. If he wanted to win today's game, he could only take a different approach and cooperate with others. Squeak. Xu Xiang spoke. I thought the other party would respond soon. Or show up to give a hug to the new teammate. But the other party was silent. Squeak. Xu Xiang changed her position. No. Sister. You. The man finally spoke. And there was an indescribable tone in his voice. You really squeak. Xu Xiang, didn't he say squeak? Man, it's really troublesome. The man walked out and said, I'm here. Xu Xiang looked out. A young man stood in the middle of the mine, spread his hands, put down his weapons, and showed his sincerity. This area had been explored by Xu Xiang. She was not afraid of him cheating. So she walked out of the low wall. The young man was only a little over 1.6 meters tall. His black hair was sprayed with hairspray and stood up high, in order to hide the elusive hairline. He also wore a black headband. In the days when Xu Xiang was not in class, she watched the battle videos of the top 300 candidates in each list of the high school league at double speed. So she knew this person. Zhuan, a deputy attacker, ranked 58th in the deputy attacker list of the high school league. He is a typical high attack and low defense player, and one of the best offensive players among the deputy attackers. You can't tell from the video. In reality, he is only 1.6 meters tall. I'm 1.7 meters tall. Zhuan always says this to everyone he meets for the first time. Hey, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. 1.6 meters? How is that possible? I'm 1.61 meters tall. But my hair is 6 centimeters. And my shoes are 2 centimeters. So can't I round it up to 1.7 meters? Xu Xiang. Okay. It turns out that he put so much hairspray on his hair to increase his height. Zhuan said, let's hide for a while and discuss the next countermeasures. Zhuan is quite honest. And he doesn't make any small moves. Which makes Xu Xiang, who is holding a gun all the time, look very unethical. Oh, by the way, I'm Zhuan, playing as a secondary attacker. What about you? Xu Xiang. Command? Okay. I remember. Zhuan picked up a stone and drew a simple map on the ground. There are thousands of people fighting near this building. My 4 teammates were killed there. Our team's supplies are also scattered near the building. If you don't have supplies, we need to pick them up and then rush into the building to pick up the leaks. This method is fine for Xu Xiang, but it is useless for Zhuan. The team points are only counted for the surviving players. Zhu En's teammates are out, and he can't reverse the decline of their team by picking up the leaks alone. In fact, Xu Xiang didn't intend to play the trick of picking up the leaks at all. She wasted dozens of minutes roaming around not to pick up the leaks. Your supplies. Xu Xiang pointed to his bulging backpack. Zhuan, oh, this is used to lure people hiding in the dark. Trick them out and kill them. But it's actually full of stones. Xu Xiang, So who should she thank? Thank herself for being so awesome that she not only didn't get killed but also found a teammate temporarily. Or thank the other party for offering a head and a handyman? My supplies are here. Xu Xiang decided not to dwell on these issues anymore. She extended her index finger and pointed to an area near the building. It doesn't matter if the temporary teammate doesn't have supplies. She has plenty. Okay. Your place looks safer than ours. So go get yours. Zhuan asked. Are there a lot? Are they enough? The building is very dangerous. And you are a commander. So you need more weapons for self-defense. Perhaps because Mang Duo suffered a loss. Zhuan at this time was not as aggressive as in the Galleon video. A lot. Enough. Xu Xiang stood up and led the way. Xu Xiang's supplies were in a hidden basement, and no one could find them unless they specifically explored the terrain. The basement was very dark, and the only way to go was by the natural light outside and the dim light inside. Zhuan followed Xu Xiang downstairs, frightened by the whistling wind, and rubbed his arms. Sister, you are not going to kidnap me. This dark basement had no other light source except the flickering incandescent lamp. It was scary. No. She was a good person who abided by the contract. No. Why would you put your supplies here? It's not so hidden. As for, how long will it take? We're there. Xu Xiang stopped after going down the stairs, pressed the switch next to her, and turned on the small light in the room. Zhuan was blocked by Xu Xiang, leaned over to look, and his mouth twitched. His expression became more complicated. From now on, you are my boss. The bulging backpacks were piled up. Guns and bullet boxes were neatly stacked on the table, stacked high. In addition to these, there were also many small and medium-sized hot weapons and gasoline dropped by air. Although the lights are dim, the supplies are shining. But, where did she get so many supplies? Chapter 7 points. Zhuan reached out and lifted his stunned chin. How did you do it? Zhuan couldn't believe it. And how did you know there was a basement here? I picked it up. I found it. Xu Xiang cut to the chase. She picked up a lot of leaks when she was investigating the situation in the East District. They were all supply packages that several teams had no time to take care of during the melee. In addition, when other teams were busy fighting, she set her sights on the airdrop packages. Half an hour after the start of the game, there were many students, and it was easy to bump into and fight. In addition, there were sufficient supplies at that time, and many people temporarily ignored the airdrop packages. So Xu Xiang's actions were not difficult. To put it bluntly, others fought first and then picked up supplies. But she picked up supplies first and then fought, perfectly missing the peak period. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, she could have picked up more. The basement was discovered when she was detecting the environment. It was very small, more than 10 square meters, and it seemed that it should have been a warehouse at first. Picked it up. Find it. These 4 short words contain too much information. Zhuan, he has seen the power of silence. She didn't say anything extra. Xu Xiang said, take the supplies and follow me. Zhuan was no longer speechless. He looked at the full supply bags and weapon boxes on the table and the floor, and was immediately excited. In high school, he played in big competitions several times, but none of them was as rich as now. Look at the shining bullets, the neatly arranged guns, and the barrels of fuel. He found the secret of the big competition. I will also collect supplies first in the future. Zhuan trotted over excitedly. With these weapons, who can beat us? This is definitely the secret to victory. He stuffed the bullet box into his trouser pocket and didn't forget to tie the equipment on his body. Xu Xiang only took 2 pistols and a machine gun, plus a set of bullet boxes, and nothing else. Zhuan stuffed the equipment into his body and asked, you only take so little? There are still a lot here. It's shameful to waste. You take it, Xu Xiang said. Anyway, he can use it if he takes it. It also saves some energy. Zhuan took too much equipment, and his body seemed to have expanded. Xu Xiang wanted to beat him up. How come this man is even shabby than her? As if he hasn't eaten for hundreds of years. Xun smiled happily. Okay. Okay. I take it. By the way, do you have any plans? What are we going to do next? Xu Xiang said calmly. Blow up the building. The bullets in Zhu An's hand slid like quicksand. Ding ding dang dang. Rolling all over the ground. Blow up. Blow up what? Blow up the building? He immediately widened his eyes. Incredible and unbelievable. Bang! With a gunshot, Ulrich took another head. With the help of Yanosu, the main attacker Jack and the secondary attacker Wang's surrounded the remaining 5 members of the team and wiped them out. Among them, the last head was harvested remotely by Ulrich. Jack returned to Ulrich and couldn't help but sigh. 100% explosion. The head rate is amazing. Ulrich always enjoys bragging. Do you need to tell me? Yanosu looked at the panel and said, I calculated the points and it increased by 20. It should be that Xiang grabbed supplies again. Ulrich said, huh? Come on. How can it be grabbing? At most picking up. She didn't have a single head. She must be picking up leaks. Yanosu said, but it's strange. Her material bonus ratio is not low. What is Xu Xiang doing? Why did she get such a high supply airdrop score without harvesting heads? Has she been collecting supplies all the time? That's also amazing. She can survive the melee of so many students and get so many supplies. A few minutes or more of material acquisition may be considered luck. But more than an hour is definitely not. Don't worry about her. It doesn't matter whether she is in the team or not. Ulrich was very upset with the teammate who didn't reply to the message. These guys are so poor. 6 people can't even get a sniper rifle. Haven't they been robbed once? They looted the enemy's supplies and got a lot. After all, everyone is starting to run out of money in the middle and late stages of the game. Jack said, since Xu Xiang has so many supplies, why don't we go and meet her? In that case, Xu Xiang is still a bit useful. Wang's teased. She shouldn't be a commander. She should be a logistics. The team is short of supplies. And the supplies she picked up just came in handy. Yanoki was looking at the team's points on the panel. And suddenly received a message. He clicked it and was surprised and happy. It's Xiang. She sent us a message. SXY, coordinates. SXY, come to get supplies. The coordinates are in the East District. It doesn't look like it's on the ground. It's probably 1 floor underground. Yanosu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when his teammate, who had been out of contact for more than an hour, finally sent a message. This means that the other party is still safe. Wang's laughed. Logistics is still reliable. As soon as I mentioned her, she sent us coordinates to get supplies. Yanosu was dissatisfied with his repeated teasing and yin and yang. She is the commander. Wang's raised his eyebrows. Does the commander deliberately not reply to our messages and only pick up leaks in the back row? She got no fewer points than us. So what? If the number of heads is not enough and the coefficient of supplies cannot be raised, it will be in vain for her to pick up more. I think we can only rely on Ulrich in this big competition. This is also the detailed rule of the big competition. The higher the coefficient, the higher the calculated points. The importance of the coefficient is ranked by the number of surviving team members, the number of team kills, the kill level, and then the supplies. If the number of kills is not enough, the kill level and the parameters behind it cannot get a higher coefficient, and the points will naturally be low. Okay. Seeing that the two were about to have a conflict, Jack hurriedly tried to reconcile them. Let's discuss the next plan first. Ulrich, what do you mean? Do you need to find Xu Xiang? Ulrich is now the center of the team. In order to avoid disputes, it is most convenient to ask him directly. Ulrich was very satisfied with this. He stretched out his hand to tidy up his blonde hair and said, find it. Those were supplies. He was not a fool. How could he not go and find it? Everyone packed up and prepared to leave. But unexpectedly Xu Xiang sent 3 more messages. SXY, coordinates SXY, pictures SXY, you can pick up leaks outside the building. This coordinate is in the center of the East District. But the green dot representing Xu Xiang is not there. She should want them to meet up with her. As for the picture, it is a modeled map of the competition venue. It is very detailed, and even has the underground floor in some places. Where did she get it from? Let's not talk about this for now. What does her last sentence mean? Pick up leaks? She actually asked them to pick up leaks? Obviously she is the one who picks up leaks. Chapter 8 Second. Since Xu Xiang wanted to blow up the building, the heads inside the building would naturally be hers. She didn't intend to let go of the heads outside the building, so she contacted her teammates to harvest them. Anyway, it wouldn't affect her points. Cheap labor would be useless if not used. However, she said that blowing up the building was not a real blow, but just an abbreviation of firepower to flatten the building. As a result, Juan actually believed it. Xu Xiang had no choice but to explain again. It seems that I can't talk nonsense in the future, especially against this kind of little cutie. Then let's go! Juan jumped twice. Impatient. Every time he played in a big game, he was short of supplies and had never successfully written the 4 words firepower to flatten. This time he had a chance. Follow me. Xu Xiang took Juan upstairs. Xu Xiang took Juan to an inconspicuous corner and pushed out a tattered motorcycle from it. Juan even saw so many supplies, and a mere old motorcycle could not stir up the waves in his heart. Boss, you can get this too. Juan sighed. Only one? Yeah. Hiss. No. You drive? I run behind. For some reason, Juan always felt that Xu Xiang would do such a thing. Xu Xiang stared at him for 3 seconds. Juan got goosebumps all over his body. There was no emotion in her eyes, but it made him feel cold. Xu Xiang saw herself clearly from the eyes of others. Was she that kind of person? It's not impossible to develop a little. No, Juan protested. I still can't outrun this car. If I can't catch up, who will cover you? He always felt that if he didn't say these words, the boss would really let him run all the way. Sit in the back. Cover me. Xu Xiang put on a helmet, took a step with his long legs, and bent over to sit on the motorcycle. There are still about half of the people who entered the stadium at present, so it's always better to be careful. Juan immediately stood at attention. Got it. Xu Xiang, Juan got on the motorcycle and loaded his gun, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. The roar of the motorcycle was deafening, and every roar was the hysterical roar of broken metal. After a few roars, the motorcycle left behind a few clouds of black exhaust and dust, and boom, ran out, leaving behind a dusty dust. Xu Xiang didn't drive many times, and they were all those small broken cars on the F-2077 Star. At first, the motorcycle was crooked and sluggish, which made Juan, who was sitting in the back seat, terrified, fearing that Xu Xiang would accidentally hit something and die before achieving success. But soon, Xu Xiang became familiar with the car, increased the horsepower to the maximum, and the speed was great. The small motorcycle, which looked shabby, was actually so useful. Xu Xiang was very satisfied with the car she found. They encountered many ambushing enemies along the way. Xu Xiang drove the car at full speed, while Juan was responsible for counterattack. The line of fire crossed back and forth on both sides, which was dazzling. It must be said that Juan was very stable, even with the S-shaped movement and such a fast-moving speed. His hit rate could still reach 9 out of 10. The closer the two got to the building, the more attacks they encountered. It seemed that many students were gathered here. Gunshot. Sound. Explosion. The explosion and shouting did not stop, and the smoke and fire mixed together, enveloping the students fighting in it. Are we going to rush in? Juan asked while filling the gap of bullets. Yes. Xu Xiang no longer fired diagonally, but rushed straight to the building. The terrain they were on was higher, almost flush with the middle of the 100-story building. After Xu Xiang estimated the weight, speed, wind resistance and other parameters, he said, hold on tight. Juan leaned forward and looked at the cliff in front of him. His heart almost jumped out. No. Boss. Don't mess around. The wind blew Juan's cheeks and hair out of shape, and his exclamation dissipated in the air. Xu Xiang turned the handlebars and increased the speed to the maximum. It is worthy of being a motorcycle in the simulated battlefield of Rocala Star, and its speed is comparable to that of a sports car near the ground. As the distance closed, Xu Xiang kept lowering the center of gravity of his body to better control the motorcycle. Juan in the back seat clenched his pistol, his heart in his throat. Huh? The motorcycle suddenly hung in the air, soaring like an eagle, drawing an arc in the air, and then rushed towards the glass of the building. Crash! The motorcycle smashed the glass window, and the debris was scattered all over the floor. Xu Xiang turned sideways in time to avoid the glass shards from hurting his eyes. ZZ. The motorcycle brake gear was pulled to the maximum, and the friction between the tire and the ground generated sparks and a sharp sound. The students hiding in this room were startled by the sudden collision and turned their heads to look. Xu Xiang took out 2 guns from behind and fired at the same time, hitting the target with every shot. Zhu En's head was still a little confused. But now was not the time to waste time. He forced himself to recover from the shock. Xu En was responsible for finishing off the enemy, and he would attack wherever someone stood up. Xu Xiang and Zhu En had sufficient firepower, and they decisively used bombs to greet the enemy without any hesitation. The two rode their motorcycles all the way down, leaving no trace of armor wherever they went. Zhu En was still scared at first. After all, Xu Xiang driving was too wild, and he had never encountered such a thing before. But after safely going down a few floors, Zhu En was relieved. He is worthy of being his boss. Wow, ha ha ha. Zhu En, who was covered in dust, laughed wildly. Is this the way to play when there are sufficient supplies? Cool. Xu Xiang playing style gave him inspiration. And reverse thinking and action are sometimes really useful. Xu Xiang had not received formal teaching, and she didn't know how her previous students played. She just followed her own ideas. Other students followed the process of converging in the early stage, fighting in the middle stage, and finding supplies for the decisive battle in the late stage. But Xu Xiang did the exact opposite. First make sure there are enough supplies, then start fighting, and call teammates to help at the same time. The premise of this method is that she has the ability to survive for more than an hour. Prepare to retreat. Xu Xiang glanced at the floor. The 25th floor. They were killing from the 50th floor, and in more than half an hour, they had already killed more than 100 people. Xu Xiang had less than half of her ammunition left, and Zhu En should have the same amount. They originally relied on equipment to launch surprise attacks, and now they were running low on ammunition. It was time to retreat. There was no way, because the people they killed were too poor, and they didn't have much supplies left. Otherwise they could pick up while fighting and fight again. Zhu En was obviously too excited, and still felt that he hadn't fought enough. I feel like I'm just getting into the state. Hee hee. Boss, I calculated that we killed a total of 122 people. And if you count the points for supplies and actions, you should be able to get about 3,000 points. So happy. Oh! Xu Xiang picked up the bag on the ground, threw it on the car, and reminded him, we are not in the same group. Zhu En's smile froze on his face. What's going on? Our points suddenly soared by more than 2,000. Yunosa paid attention to the panel information regularly, mainly waiting for Xu Xiang to have more detailed information. But after more than 40 minutes, there was no news. But the points soared. Excitement and happiness are inevitable, but more shock. How did Xu Xiang do it? Wang Zui didn't believe it. Opened the panel and looked. His eyes widened unconsciously. 87 kills? This is impossible. She is obviously only one person, and she is a commander. How can a commander have so many actual kills? Don't worry about whether it is possible or not. She just did it, Yunosa said. Go over and see the situation first. Auric clicked on the details, and Xu Xiang's personal points had already surpassed him. Damn it! Go faster. Don't delay, Auric urged. Are you really going to pick up the leaks? Wang Zui didn't want to listen to Xu Xiang, but since Auric wanted to go, he followed. Now Xu Xiang's points far exceeded Auric's. Auric should be angry. Why is he still thinking about looking for her? Auric didn't look back and ignored him, just hurried on. There must be many people over there in the building. He is not going to pick up the leaks. This is a strategy. Helplessly, everyone had to speed up and rush towards the building. At this time, many people in the building were running out, because the movement upstairs made the people downstairs suspect that some teams had grabbed rich supplies and airdrops. At this time, they must not go head-on, but have to go around. There is still half an hour before the end of the game. Many teams that scored high points in the early and middle stages have become invisible to ensure that they will not be killed and lose their bonus coefficients. There is not much time left for the teams ranked lower. There is not much time left for people like Auric who want to get more personal points. This is the first time I've seen a counterattack like this. Naya sighed as she watched the points on the panel change constantly. Students in the arena can only see their team's points on the panel, but people outside the arena can see everything. The 36-70 team's points ranking jumped directly from the upper middle to the top 10, and rose to second place after Xu Xiang and Zhu En attacked the building. It was only 300 points away from the first place. The first place was the team numbered 1058. The main attacker Yanli in the team was the first in the high league. with strong strength and a personal kill number of 258. The game was about to end, and Xu Xiang would probably not be able to catch up with this point difference. But she was able to take second place in such a strange start, which showed her strength. Nia said, in fact, compared to Xu Xiang's sudden outbreak, I still appreciate Yanli's steady play more. She is a teacher in the attacker department, and Yanli is her student. Ji Xia smiled and shook her head. When teacher Nia is protecting her shortcomings, it is best not to argue with her. The two watched the live broadcast carefully, and gradually, their faces changed. What a coincidence. They really met. Ji Xia looked at the two girls on the screen and chuckled. Xu Xiang drove a motorcycle and jumped down from the 24th floor with Xuan. Before the car landed, a girl with platinum hair aimed at them and completed the aiming and shooting in an instant. Bang! The muzzle of the gun smoked, and there was a sharp sound. The bullet was like a golden lightning, crossing the space and shooting at Xu Xiang. Chapter 9 Fight. Xu Xiang noticed the girl when she landed from the exit. Her platinum-colored wavy hair was tied behind her, and her tall figure showed health and beauty. Yanli, the top attacker in the Galleon League, the kind with a gap. Xu Xiang knew her. Bang! Yanli's reaction was very fast. As soon as Xu Xiang was in the air, her bullet was fired. And the timing was very good. It's not easy to hide. Go! Xu Xiang reminded Xuan in the back seat. Then, she decisively abandoned her beloved car, jumped out of the car, and rolled behind a metal box when she landed. Xuan was a step slower and was hit by a bullet in his left arm, and blood gushed out. He endured the pain, wiped the blood and sweat from his face, and did not forget to stand up his hair that was almost wilted. Xu Xiang suddenly rushed out and shot in the direction of Yanli. But the opponent dodged quickly and was unharmed. This is a difficult opponent to deal with, but Xu Xiang is very happy to be able to fight with her. Xu Xiang twisted her neck and prepared for a big fight. The game will end in 15 minutes. She doesn't plan to play conservatively. She just wants to get as many points as possible. Xuan is in the east, Xu Xiang is in the west, and Yanli is near the French window in the north. The French window has been broken, and one step back is the abyss. Xu Xiang looked at Xuan and gave him a look. Xuan, why did the boss stare at him all the time? Not only did he not speak, but he also had a blank expression. He couldn't read her mind. So how could he know what she was thinking? The boss didn't think that her emotionless eyes could convey any information. Did he? Xu Xiang gave up. That kid was really a little stupid and couldn't understand what she meant. Cover. Xu Xiang spoke directly, and rushed out of the iron box in an instant and headed towards the motorcycle. Bang bang bang. Yanli fired 3 shots in a row, hitting Xu Xiang's position accurately. If Xu Xiang hadn't been fast enough to hide in time, she would have been eliminated with thousands of points. Xuan didn't hear clearly and uttered an inexplicable awe. When he saw Xu Xiang rushing out, he reacted. Xuan endured the pain in his left arm and continued to attack Yanli. He had little ammunition left, so he used all of it here. The dense bullets blocked Yanli like a net. Items were scattered everywhere, and the diffused smoke covered the entire space. Xu Xiang took the opportunity to get close to the motorcycle, lifted the car, and successfully climbed onto the car with his long legs. Boom! With a roar, the motorcycle started again. Xu Xiang rushed straight towards Yanli, and the opponent was controlled by Zhu An's bullets, and it was difficult to dodge. Yanli frowned slightly, but she was not panicked at all. She took a grenade from her waist calmly, unbolted it, and threw it at Xu Xiang. And she was also hit by a bullet because of this action, leaving a bloody mark on her right arm. Xu Xiang couldn't dodge, and had to give up her car again. Fortunately, the distance between her and Yanli had been reduced to a controllable range. Xu Xiang jumped onto the table on the left and took out a dagger. She jumped over several obstacles and came to Yanli. Xu Xiang's ammunition had been used up, and she could only win by getting close. Dang! The metal weapons collided, making a crisp sound. Xu Xiang dagger. She stabbed down, and Yanli just dodged Xuan's net, and took out the knife behind her waist in a very short time, blocking Xu Xiang's attack in time. So fast! Xu Xiang pressed down hard and looked at Yanli on the opposite side. Yanli raised the knife to fight, without dodging, and looked back. Yanli looked solemn and sharp, but Xu Xiang was expressionless and dull. If it weren't for the tense movements and atmosphere, it would be hard to tell that they were fighting. Boss, Let me help you. Juan also ran out of bullets and rushed over to hit Yinli. Yinli had no choice but to let go and retreat step by step. Xu Xiang didn't know if Yinli still had ammunition, so she couldn't distance herself from Yinli and chase forward without hesitation. Yinli teammates had all retreated and were not around, so she was immediately in a dilemma of 1 against 2. Yinli turned her head and looked at the broken glass window. Xu Xiang noticed Yinli gaze, and just as a guess came to her mind, she found that Yinli, who was retreating, suddenly rushed up to hug her and dragged her towards the window. Xu Xiang's strength was not as strong as Yinli, even if the opponent's right arm was injured. She was dragged several meters away. In a desperate situation, Xu Xiang decided to increase physical training. Before Juan could catch Xu Xiang was pulled down by Yinli. Boss! Juan chased after them, but the two started a second round of fighting in midair. Oh my god! This is the 24th floor. Also, boss, are you really the commander and not the main attacker? Xu Xiang held the dagger in his backhand and tried to cut Yinli's arm. Yinli had to let go to avoid it, and Xu Xiang took the opportunity to break free from Yinli's restraints. Xu Xiang grabbed the abandoned pipe on the 23rd floor with one hand and attacked Yinli with the other, trying to force Yinli away. Yinli's reaction speed, adaptability and physical fitness were simply amazing. She immediately stretched out her left hand to grab the pipe and turned over, not only blocking Xu Xiang's attack, but also taking the dominant position again. Dang. The dagger, the head and the knife collided again, and the two weapons broke into two halves. Juan upstairs was stunned. How much strength did it take? Xu Xiang dropped the weapon without any reluctance, grabbed Yinli's hands, and led her to pounce directly down. Didn't Yinli want to pull her down? Okay. She will satisfy you. Xu Xiang took the initiative to attack. She was on top, and Yinli was on the bottom. Finally, she took the initiative. Yinli saw that Xu Xiang wanted to pull her to death together. No, that's not right. She was on the bottom. Xu Xiang could push her away at any time and grab the protruding pipe between the floors to survive. She didn't allow it, to prevent Xu Xiang from escaping. Yinli held her with her legs, making it difficult for her to move. The two fell from more than 20 floors together, and the speed was getting faster and faster. And below, there were broken and tilted stone slabs. The game was about to end, and Yinli did not want to die with others at this time. She shifted her center of gravity and wanted to flip Xu Xiang to the bottom. Unfortunately, her right arm was injured, and she had no position advantage, so it was difficult to succeed. Yinli? It's Yinli! She is fighting with someone. A voice suddenly sounded. It was the students on the 18th floor who found teammate Yinli. Yinli had no time to pay attention to him and concentrated on fighting. Yinli, hold on. The teammate broke the glass with a fire hydrant, half knelt on the ground, and raised his gun to shoot at Xu Xiang's head. Xu Xiang's expression did not change, and she didn't even frown. It was only a dozen seconds, but she and Yinli seemed to have been fighting for half a lifetime. Xu Xiang pulled Yinli to the left, trying to avoid the bullet. Yinli saw her thoughts and pulled to the right. Xu Xiang had to let go and punched Yinli in the jaw. Yinli felt pain and her limbs loosened, watching Xu Xiang break free and escape. 16th floor. The two of them struggled fiercely in the air, their bodies dragged by gravity, and quickly fell to the ground. The concrete slabs on the ground were like the fangs of a wolf's long mouth, waiting to eat at any time. The feeling of being overweight was like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, making people feel difficult to breathe. The dizziness was like a surging flood, impacting the consciousness of the two, making their minds chaotic and almost comatose. 11th floor. Xu Xiang remained calm, dodging the bullets as much as possible, but did not forget to grab Yinli and push her down. But unfortunately failed. Sweat blurred their vision, and the sound of wind in their ears disturbed their hearing. At this moment, skills became a decoration, and they could only fight to the end with their will. 5th floor. Yinli adjusted her posture and prepared to fall. Xu Xiang couldn't hold Yinli down, so she had to look for something to use. The ground was getting closer and closer, and the body's instinctive reaction made adrenaline soar. Boom, boom, two loud noises in succession, and dust filled the sky. Your student. Naya stood up from her seat at some point, and seeing that everything was about to be settled, she breathed a sigh of relief, and the slight irritation in her throat slowly faded away. Very bold, The holographic simulation battle would not cause physical harm to students. But looking at the thrilling scenes on the screen, it would be a lie to say that Naya was not nervous at all. These two children are too bold. Even if it is a simulated battle, they don't have to fight so hard. They are completely kidding their own lives. Naya felt that it was necessary to educate these two children and let them understand the preciousness of life. Your students are the same? Jixiao laughed. Naya shook her head and sat back down. Keep watching. In the picture, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the two figures gradually became clear. Chapter 10 end. The two figures on the left and right were looming in the dust and fog. Xu Xiang found a large piece of rags in time and pulled them down to increase the friction with the air as much as possible. Unfortunately, time was too tight, and this was just a drop in the bucket. She felt that several of her ribs were broken, and many parts of her body were bleeding. The most serious was that her left calf was rubbed by the steel bar and punctured, and the bleeding continued. Yinli's situation was not better than Xu Xiang. When she fell, she used the long steel bar to slow down her speed and used the left half of her body to cushion, resulting in fractures of her left arm and left leg, and her internal organs were squeezed together, causing endless pain. Yinli left eye closed uncontrollably and lost part of her vision. Yinli slowly stood up with the help of the steel bar, found a rusty steel bar, stretched out her bloody hand due to friction with the steel bar, and tried her best to hold it tightly, and walked toward Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang leaned against the wall. Her head was bleeding, and blood was flowing down her eyes. It hurts a little. Well, to be precise, it hurts a lot. Xu Xiang wanted to stretch her muscles, but unfortunately, she was unconscious and couldn't move. She was covered with falling dust, which flowed down the edge of her clothes, like her fighting power and vitality that was constantly fading. It's been a long time since I've been so embarrassed. She watched Yinli approach her step by step with heavy steps, but she could do nothing. No hurry. Take it slow. Xu Xiang closed her eyes. Yinli saw the enemy closed his eyes and became more cautious. Nothing happened. Yinli raised the rusty steel bar and thrust it in with force. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, like thunder, resounding through the sky. Yinli's attack was stopped. She was hit by a sudden bullet, although she tried to dodge as much as possible after hearing the sound. Her body was too tired to dodge completely, and she could only avoid fatal injuries. Xu Xiang noticed this and opened his eyes instantly. Like a ghost with a last breath, he quickly stood up, snatched the rusty steel bar from Yinli's hand, and stabbed the opponent's vital point with his backhand without hesitation. The kill was completed, and Xu Xiang himself fell straight to the ground as his strength ran out. Is that person really Xu Xiang? Wang Zue, who was running over, suddenly stopped and looked at the two people lying on the ground in disbelief. She tied with Yinli? Auric blew the smoke from the muzzle of the sniper rifle and said, it was almost. If it weren't for him, a sharpshooter, Xu Xiang would have been gone. Humph. He is indeed a kind person. Otherwise, he would not have rescued his teammates. But let Xu Xiang be killed by Yinli. How long will it take to end the game? Auric asked. 3 minutes. Yanosa looked at the time. Everyone disperse and start harvesting. Auric gave an order. Understood. Received. Jack and Wang Zue responded one after another, and pulled Dong Dan to attack together. The abundant supplies they had on them all came from Xu Xiang's basement. Auric said, go and see her. Don't let her be eliminated at the critical moment. There are only a few minutes left. Xu Xiang must not die. Otherwise, the team will not only lose her thousands of points, but also the coefficient will be greatly reduced due to the death of a teammate, resulting in a further reduction in the team's points. Yanoki walked over to check Xu Xiang's injuries and gave her a simple hemostatic bandage. Xu Xiang still had a breath. You are so awesome. Yanoki glanced at Yinli, who fell to the side and praised sincerely. Yeah. Xu Xiang closed her eyes and made a sound in her throat. Alas, you don't have to respond to me. Have a good rest, Yanoki said hurriedly. She is so polite. Xu Xiang really kept silent after hearing this. At this time, almost all students had no ammunition. Wang Zue and others with weapons in hand simply killed people indiscriminately, sniping at anyone they saw. In just a few minutes, they actually took down more than 20 heads. There are 30 seconds left in the game. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 second. Time is up. The game is over. Xu Xiang's consciousness gradually returned. The results should be good, right? The holographic cabin opened a little bit, and the light was projected in. Xu Xiang stretched his muscles and bones. Physically, he felt no pain, but psychologically, he felt pain everywhere, especially the lower half of his body that he used when he landed at the end. The holographic cabin on the Localo star is much more advanced than the one on the F-2077 star. Xu Xiang used it for the first time and was a little uncomfortable. His head was still dizzy. All the holographic cabins were opened, and Xu Xiang walked out of it, touching his butt. Notice. Notice. All candidates, please gather in the hall. Notice again. All candidates, please gather in the hall. A mechanical sound came from the radio. Xu Xiang felt very tired. Her eyelids drooped a little, and she put her clothes in her pockets and followed the other students silently. Walking towards the hall, Xu Xiang leaned against the corner, waiting for the teacher to come out and announce the test results and explain the team formation. Naya had not arrived yet, and the gymnasium was noisy. Everyone was discussing the battle situation in the big game. Damn. I'm really convinced. I was killed inexplicably in the last 3 minutes. And the opponent actually had so many bullets that the outline of the human body could kill me. Fuck. Me too. I was originally in the building, and I heard that there were 2 crazy guys with strong firepower. So I quickly evacuated. I finally left the building, but I was trapped outside. Brothers, I want to tell you something. What? Do you know who those 2 people with strong firepower are? It's Xu Xiang and Zhuan. Xu Xiang yawned. His eyelids were fighting, and he almost fell asleep when he heard his own name. His mind was briefly clear. I know Zhuan. He's in the top 100 of the Gallian deputy attackers. Who is Xu Xiang? Zhuan's teammate? Come on. Zhuan's teammates have already been sent. You don't even know Xu Xiang. The one from F-2077. Ah? I haven't heard of her. The name sounds like post-war star. Isn't it true that she, a post-war star person, can enter Aurora and follow another person to blow up half a building? Brother, you should go back and check the forum. If these people turn their heads, they will see the real owner. I give up. Xu Xiang blew up half a building. Her points must be high. I've placed my bets. Are you doing well in the big competition? Oh, I won the game, but lost the money. The surrounding discussions were as noisy as dozens of mosquitoes, buzzing in Xu Xiang's ears. Xu Xiang wanted to sleep but couldn't. Beep, beep, beep. 3 whistles sounded, and the students gradually quieted down. Naya walked out, and her face was projected onto the big screen again. Everyone, the competition has ended. The results are now being sent to your campus network backend. Please check. Naya said. The team points ranking is as follows. Please enter the top 100 teams to the registration room on the 2nd floor for the second team selection. Xu Xiang entered the backstage and checked her results. Team points 5285. Ranked first in the overall ranking. Personal points 3672. Ranked first in the overall ranking. Now we have left the arena and can see the situation of other teams. The second place in the team points ranking has 4,533 points. And the individual has 2,214 points. No way. Why didn't I see Yanli's name? I always thought she was the first. Damn. Xu Xiang? Stop it. I bet all my living expenses this month on her, and she can't form a team. It's over. Is there a bug in the background? Isn't she from the post-war star? How could she have this strength? I advise you not to say that. I was killed by her fire suppression. Fire suppression? That's fine. Even if it's Yanli, she will still lose if she encounters fire suppression. Wait. Yanli points are reset to 0. She's out? Xu Xiang checked the points of everyone in the team. Ulrich is second. The 2 attackers are second. And finally Yanosu and the Mecha Master. Looking at the details, Ulrich and Yanosu action bonus points are very high, obviously relying on their own strength to get the points. As for the others, basically the points increase faster in the last 3 minutes. After looking at the team members, Xu Xiang looked at the outsiders. She was more interested in Yanli, so she searched for Yanli's name directly. Xu Xiang checked Yanli's score review. The system directly displayed Yanli's score changes in chronological order, which was dynamic and clear at a glance. Yanli was very stable. Her score had been steadily increasing from the beginning of the game to the last few minutes. Her score before being eliminated was 2,296. which was more than 70 points higher than Xu Xiang. However, 11 minutes later, Yanli's score was directly reset to 0, and the data line dropped directly to the bottom. This meant that she was killed and eliminated by Xu Xiang. The discussion is over. Naya pushed her glasses and pressed down the noisy students. Please ask the top 100 students in the team to go to the registration room on the second floor, and let the students with the highest individual points in the team prepare to reorganize the team. The team is random, and the students' levels are uneven, unless you feel that someone is really good after playing, and you have a tacit understanding with yourself. Otherwise you will generally make changes to try to form your favorite team. Xu Xiang didn't know the way, and followed behind a group of moving students. After arriving on the second floor, Xu Xiang felt that the whole world was much quieter. Nearly 700 people were in the registration room on the second floor, and 100 of them went to the next registration room number 2 to wait for their teammates to be chosen. Naya came in from outside, walked to the front long table, and said, "Congratulations to everyone for completing the team formation on the first day. Next, I will preside over the team reorganization process." The students stood and waited quietly for Naya to continue. According to the order of the individual points ranking, Xu Xiang is the first choice. Naya sat down and took out the light board used to register team information. Xu Xiang heard Naya calling her and moved over from the corner. Most people have only heard of Xu Xiang's name, but have never seen her photo, so they don't know what Xu Xiang looks like. Everyone looked around, looking for someone walking around at this time. It was a girl who was just over 1.7 meters tall. She seemed to be a little anemic. Her face was pale and tired. Her eyelids drooped, and she looked very listless. Everyone, this is a little different from the imagined Xu Xiang. They thought she was a girl who was 1.56 meters tall and underdeveloped. After all, the survival resources of the post-war star were limited, and the residents' nutrition could not keep up, so their physical fitness was naturally poor. It turned out that her physical fitness was stronger than most commanders. Your current teammates are Ulrich, Yanosu, Dong Dan, Wang Zui and Jack. Naya looked up when she saw Xu Xiang coming over and asked, "Do you need to change them?" This registration room is also within the live broadcast range. In addition to the official platform, other registration rooms can also be watched. Ulrich next door stared at Xu Xiang's face on the big screen. Damn it. It should have been him who made the choice. But she got it. Yanosu also stared at Xu Xiang, regretfully guessing that the other party would change all his teammates. After all, Xu Xiang was unable to join them from the beginning, and they only met in the last few minutes. Although Ulrich gave Yanli a crucial blow, judging from Xu Xiang's condition at the time, she probably still had some strength left. This was the first time that Yanosu felt that she was useless, even though she always provided the fastest and best support to her teammates before. "Keep 2 for 3, Xu Xiang said on the screen. Yanosu was surprised. Keep 2? She wanted to keep 2 teammates? Which 2? Chapter 11 Gathering. Yanli is a popular player in this competition. When the competition started, many people thought she could win the first place in the individual points list. Unexpectedly, she not only failed to win, but was directly eliminated. Xu Xiang has been ridiculed since she entered school, even among thousands of people who participated in the betting. Only a single-digit number of people supported her. However, she became the biggest dark horse in this year's preliminaries and won the highest points. Many students felt bad and were unwilling to be surpassed by a person from the post-war star. But no matter how the process was, the result now was that they watched the live broadcast with complexity, waiting for Xu Xiang to make a choice. She said she wanted to keep 2 for 3. Isn't it obvious? It must be Ulrich and Yanosu. The people in the registration room began to discuss. That's right. What is the first in the sniper list? What is the third in the auxiliary list? And the other 3 have never been heard of. But it's not necessarily true. Ulrich is self-righteous. I guess no one is willing to compete with him. Hearing this, Ulrich turned back suddenly. Who is saying bad things about him? The people behind him all looked up at the screen. Damn it. Ulrich snorted, and turned back. He wanted to see who Xu Xiang would choose. But it didn't matter who she chose. Someone would always choose him. Xu Xiang should choose him. His first place in the sniper list was not exaggerated. She got the first place in the individual score list. Her vision was not bad. Right? Forget it. If she doesn't want him to choose, he can just play another game tomorrow. Speaking of which, she was almost killed by Yinli in the end. And it was he who helped her. Xu Xiang couldn't turn his face and recognize her. Right? Ah, don't think about it. He doesn't want to be chosen by Xu Xiang. Auric, Yanosu. In the video, Xu Xiang read out the names of 2 people to Naya. Although Xu Xiang has never played formal cooperation with the 3670 team, the habits of the two can be seen from the last few minutes. Auric asked Wang Zue and others to harvest, while he stayed at a suitable location to observe the surroundings, and was vigilant until the last moment. And in connection with the Galleon video that Xu Xiang had watched before, Auric was not as arrogant as he seemed. He had a lot of details. As for Yanosu, Xu Xiang wanted to team up with her after watching the Galleon video. Yanosu was called the most aggressive support, and it happened that Xu Xiang needed this style the most. So Xu Xiang chose these 2. The remaining 3 were neither in the top 300 of the Galleon nor left a deep impression on Xu Xiang in this competition. So there was no need to choose them. Xu Xiang's choice was within Naya's expectations. She entered the name and asked, "Who do you want to replace the remaining 3 people with?" "Yanli and Juan," Xu Xiang said. Naya raised her eyebrows. Well, it was also within her expectations. It goes without saying that Yanli is the top attacker in the Galleon League. The pressure she puts on Xu Xiang in the big game is enough to attract Xu Xiang's attention. Juan and Xu Xiang have cooperated well, so it is reasonable to choose him. What about the other one? After Naya finished registering, she asked again. Oh yeah. I knew the boss would choose me. In the lobby on the first floor, a 1.6 meter tall young man with hairspray jumped up with amazing jumping ability. People around heard the noise and looked at him. TSK. Look how excited this guy is. A student sighed. Xu Xiang must be blessed by the goddess of luck. She was the first to select people. She has selected 2 first places and 1 third place. If she has another Mecha Master in the top 3, won't she be able to win the tier league? You're overthinking. The tier league is a Mecha battle. I heard that Xu Xiang has never learned Mecha. Do you think she can master it in more than 2 months? It's not impossible. She won the first place in the big competition. You really don't want to praise her at all. Hee hee. What's the big competition? It's just that she's lucky. Her real strength depends on the tier league. Xu had heard people in the back row slandering Xu Xiang, and immediately rushed over to argue with them. As a result, before he could say a few words, he was stopped by a tall girl with white hair. Juan had played against her before and recognized her at first sight. Yinli. Ha ha ha. We will be teammates from now on. Yinli smiled gently. Hello? Juan said. No one gets first place by luck. These people are just jealous of the boss. The fight between you and the boss was so exciting. She must think you are good, so she wants to team up with you. Yinli nodded. It is my honor to team up with her. This is not just a polite remark. No matter what impression she left on Xu Xiang, at least in her heart, Xu Xiang is worthy of her attention and learning. Yinli and Juan met up, and the people around them didn't want to attract hatred at this time, so they rolled their eyes and left. There is another one. Who should I choose? Xu Xiang's mind popped up many names. One more Mecha Master is missing, Naya reminded. Oh! Xu Xiang was still thinking. Naya was not in a hurry, waiting slowly. But the others were too anxious to calm down and think about their future plans. They all wanted to see what the first team would look like. Xu Xiang didn't care about the gazes of the outside world. Just thinking about it, she had thought it through. Mecha. She read out a relatively unfamiliar name. After the voice fell, the people behind her talked a lot. Who is it? I haven't heard of him. Is there anyone like him in the top 3 Mecha Masters? Sisters and brothers. I checked and Mecha is ranked 300th in the High League Mecha Master list. I heard that his family is a very powerful attacker family. Hey, that's strange. Xu Xiang actually chose someone who ranks so low. Did she pick a novice to fill the bottom of the list so that she wouldn't have a place to blame if she lost the game? Naya is a teacher in the attacker department. She doesn't know much about the mecha department. This is the first time she has heard of this name. But she still enters the name according to Xu Xiang's request. Can I know why you chose him? Xu Xiang's answer was simple. I want to choose him. Naya, so perfunctory. Xu Xiang was not perfunctory. She just said it briefly. Mecha High League video was the last one she watched. Generally speaking, his mecha design concept and style aroused her interest the most. Do I need to choose signal soldiers? Naya asked. No need. Okay. Nia entered all the information. Congratulations on forming a team. You can meet your teammates in the number 3 registration room. After choosing the captain, you can register in the backstage. Xu Xiang nodded. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. Xu Xiang left the number 2 registration room under everyone's gaze. Next, it was not until Nia called that people came back to their senses. Xu Xiang was closest to the number 3 registration room. When she arrived, no one else came. She chose a corner to sit. A few dozen seconds later, a boy she had never met entered the registration room. The boy, like Yanli, was a mixed race. He had a head of golden curly hair, black eyes, and a smiling lip, but his face was indifferent. Without a smile, the curly-haired boy sat in another corner. Xu Xiang stared at Mengqian, and Mengqian looked at her in the same direction, but quickly shifted his gaze. Although it was only for a second, Xu Xiang still saw his cold eyes clearly. Xu Xiang knew what her eyes looked like. They were tired and listless, gloomy and world-weary, making her look like an anemic person who hadn't slept well. But she assured me that the reason why her eyes were drooping was because of the mysterious force of gravity, not because of emotions. Mengqian was different. He was handsome and delicate, with facial features like a work of art carefully carved by the creator, but unfortunately covered by an indescribable sorrow, which made his face gray and seemed to be full of troubles. He must have wondered why she chose him, and didn't even ask. It was good that way, so she didn't have to explain. The two sat on both sides, not saying a word, completely different from the commotion outside. During this time, Mengqian secretly glanced at Xu Xiang. In fact, he didn't understand why Xu Xiang chose him at all. Obviously, the two had no intersection, and his grades were not impressive. Far worse than the top 100 Mecha masters. Ask her? Forget it. She doesn't look like someone who likes to communicate. Let's talk about it later. Mengqian leaned towards the wall again. After a while, a quarrel was heard outside. Ah, why did the boss choose you? Ulrich, I should be the one asking this question. Why can you be in the same team with me? Damn it. You actually squeezed me. Then don't squeeze me. Ulrich and Juan squeezed into the registration room, followed by Yanli and Yanoki. Xu Xiang looked in the direction of the sound. When they met Xu Xiang's eyes, Ulrich and Juan immediately fell silent. Ulrich assured that he was not frightened by Xu Xiang's eyes. He was simply tired from playing the game and needed a good rest. Juan waved his hand. Boss! The 4 people at the door walked towards Xu Xiang, and Juan also called Mengqian in the corner. From now on, we are in the same team. Juan jumped up. Very excited? Yeah. Xu Xiang didn't have much to say, so she thought of the main business and said, choose the captain. Ulrich combed his hair, waiting for his teammates to recommend him, then declined a little, and agreed reluctantly after careful consideration. Yanosa waved his hand. Forget it. I'm not really suitable. Ulrich coughed lightly. Xuan scratched his head. I can't do it either. How about you do it? Boss? Ulrich coughed again. Xu Xiang looked at him. What was he coughing for? Did he mean he didn't want to be chosen? Actually, there was no need. Anyway, she didn't plan to choose him, so he didn't need to fake cough. It sounded tiring. Ulrich raised his head, waiting for Xu Xiang's request. Then let's choose Yanli. Xu Xiang's eyes moved to Yanli. Yanoso and Juan both refused, and Mengqian didn't look like someone who wanted to be the captain, so Yanli could only be chosen. Ulrich? Yanli was stunned for a moment. Me? Ulrich protested. I want to be. Xuan shouted. Do you have some sense in your mind? Don't make trouble. Ulrich continued to protest, and Juan continued to confront him. Yanli ignored the 2 elementary school students and asked Xu Xiang, don't you plan to be the captain? Xu Xiang shook her head. Being a captain requires too many things to manage and say a lot, which is not suitable for her. The most important thing is that the captain needs to be responsible, and Xu Xiang knows that she doesn't have it. Mengqian took a few steps back to express his attitude. Yanli said, then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Thank you for your trust. I will take the responsibility of the captain. Ulrich, he hates this group of people. After the captain was decided, Xu Xiang went to the backstage to register, and then said, get the school uniform and find the dormitory. This is the prompt that popped up in the backstage. Yanli said, I have read the process before. The school uniform must be collected after the competition. The dormitory number can be collected now. Let's go down first. I will check while walking. Reliable. With a reliable sister like Yinli, Xu Xiang felt that she could be lazy in the future and not look at those miscellaneous rules and requirements. She really knows how to choose a captain. Hee. Happy. The 6 people went downstairs and left the gymnasium under the envious eyes of the students. Chapter 12 Teammates. After passing through the corridor they came from, everyone saw a completely different world. It was raining heavily. The gymnasium soundproofing was so good that not a single sound of rain could be heard inside. The rain was like a pouring Milky Way, falling from the gloomy sky, covering every open-air corner of Aurora College. The sound of rain, swish, swish, was heard, drowning out all the noise. Wait a minute. I go borrow a few umbrellas. Yinli went to the service hall, and 5 minutes later, she came out with 3 umbrellas. The quantity is limited, and the staff asked us to share one. Yinli originally wanted Yanoki and Mengichan to hold an umbrella, while she and Xu Xiang would each control a primary school student. But primary school students are primary school students, and they would fight over everything. I want to hold an umbrella with Juan. Ulrich stretched out his hand. Xu Xiang didn't want to be in the same group with the primary school students, so she asked for an umbrella and held it with the taciturn Mengichan. Ulrich and Juan walked in the front, striding forward like a race walker. Ulrich is 1.95 meters tall, more than 30 centimeters taller than Juan, not counting the length of his hair. He has long legs and big steps, so Juan has to jog. This is not over yet, because the rain is too heavy. The rain flies diagonally, crackling, hitting Juan's face, and his perfect high hair is wilted. Ulrich, I'm not done with you. Ugh. The rain is getting on me. Give me the umbrella. Juan jumped up to grab the umbrella. No. If you have the ability, grow taller. The people behind him saw that Ulrich took the initiative to hold an umbrella with Juan in order to let the other get wet in the rain. How dare you mock my height? I hit you. Juan jumped up and punched Ulrich on the back without any face. I am a man taller than the average height of Montiel. If you dare to hit me, you wait. I don't know what's wrong with these 2 people. They started quarreling as soon as they disagreed. It was impossible to persuade them to fight. So Yinli simply gave up, and just held her umbrella to avoid getting herself and Yanosa wet. Xu Xiang handed the umbrella to Mengichan under his dim gaze, motioning him to hold it. The rain was pouring down, and thunder sounded from time to time, showing the enthusiasm of late summer. What was more enthusiastic than nature was the laughter of the 6 freshmen in the rain. Well, to be precise, it was the quarrel of 2 elementary school students. Everyone decided to visit the new dormitory first, but they met another team at the gate. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but the light was very bad. The surroundings were misty, and the sky was blocked by dark clouds. It looked like 9 o'clock in winter. The 6-man team appeared in this environment. They wore dark combat uniforms. None of them held umbrellas, and their tall and straight pine-like figures seemed to be outlined by the soft rain. Every step they took was full of wind and rain, and they were full of aura. They were like wolves looking for prey in the wilderness. Their eyes seemed to be glowing in the rain with insufficient light. Xu Xiang did not stop and looked ahead. She remembered 4 of them: Commander Renzizai, main attacker Feng Jie, Assistant Sun Che, and Sniper Huang Xinshu. It seemed that they had just finished the battle class. I didn't expect Renzizai to look so decent in combat uniform, and his momentum was rising. So cool! Juan suddenly shouted, rushed out from under the umbrella, and took the initiative to get wet in the rain. Ah! Handsome and elegant. Ulrich waved his left hand, and the umbrella was blown away by the strong wind. Everyone. Feng Jie walked out of the team and came to Xu Xiang. I watched your game. You played the game from the perspective of the main attacker. Right? Everyone's eyes were focused on Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't have any surprises for them, and still responded indifferently. Yeah. Very strong. Very powerful. Feng Jiedao. I am looking forward to the official match with you. No probing. No letting up. But a real competition in a regular arena. For example, the arena of the tier league. Xu Xiang wanted to say that she was just a commander and didn't need to rush to the front line. But that would require too much explanation. So she changed her words. Okay. Feng Jie entered the dormitory building, and the others followed. Renzizai walked at the end, with his hands on his waist, and said with a smile, You are very good at choosing teammates. Junior sister, I didn't expect you to make new friends so quickly and get along with them. Remember to sign up for the tier league on time. At the end, he added, we will definitely be the first in this session. So I wish you all the best to win the second place. Ulrich and Juan were originally impressed by the handsomeness of the seniors. But when they heard this, they were unhappy and rarely fought in unison. A team with me will never be second. Ulrich combed his hair with both hands and pointed his fingers into a gun shape at Renz's eye. Senior, don't be too arrogant. Juan made the same move. Renz's eye laughed. Then I look forward to your performance. At this time, you can't say too much. Otherwise it will affect the image of the senior who is cool, reliable and wise. Renz's eye finally said hello to Xu Xiang, followed his teammates, and disappeared at the door of the dormitory. Let's go too. Yinli walked a few steps and found that Xu Xiang didn't catch up. So she turned back to remind him. Xiang, what are you thinking about? Come quickly. Yeah. Xu Xiang came back to her senses. She was recalling what Renz's eye had just said. I didn't expect you to make new friends so quickly and get along with them. No, they are not her friends. And she doesn't plan to be friends with anyone. She thought so several years ago. After finishing the information entry work, Naya twisted her stiff neck and stood up to relax. Ji Xia finished her work and walked in and asked, have you finished today's work? Yeah. How is the quality of the team on the first day? If nothing unexpected happens, the team formed today will be the strongest 100 team sent by Aurora College to participate in the tier league. Their level will largely determine Aurora College's league results this year. Naya said, General. Ji Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have really high requirements. However, Xu Xiang team is very interesting. Because your students are there? Yinli was chosen by Xu Xiang. Not completely. Naya sat on the sofa and looked up at Ji Xia. And your student? Xu Xiang. Ji Xia sat opposite her. What do you mean? It must not be easy to get Naya to nod. It's difficult for people from the post-war star to adapt to our environment. Not to mention that they won the first place in the individual points of the preliminaries as soon as they arrived. And even killed Yinli in the end. Even with Ulrich's help. Xu Xiang and Yinli battle was quite exciting. What's more, looking at Xu Xiang instant counterattack at the end. Even without Ulrich, the result is unknown. Naya couldn't help but sigh. I believe you a little now. Maybe she can really make the league, which has been boring for several years, active again. In recent years, most of the students who participated in the tier league were well behaved, and the Interstellar residents who watched the live broadcast complained a lot. Analyzing the background data, the live broadcast rewards and traffic have been declining year by year. Not as good as more than 10 years ago. Except for the last session. In the last session, there was Renz's eye, who led the team to play many famous scenes, and even broke a speed record. The first team to participate in the tier league rarely made it into the top 50. But Renz's eye team directly won the second place. And he himself won the command MVP. The popularity of his live broadcast video is comparable to that of Ji Xia in the past. And this session, Aurora has a dual position commander. I think you can train Xu Xiang in this direction. Naya said. She plays the main attacker position very well. Even better than some professional main attackers. The simplest evidence is that she and Yinli played back and forth. Humans have been exploring the universe for thousands of years. In the vast starry sky, there are countless inhabitants. Even if there is a genius picked from thousands of miles away, there are hundreds of millions of them in the entire galaxy. If you are a little ordinary, it is impossible to leave a name in history. And the dual position commander did it. Ilanda. In this interstellar era where information data is updated very quickly, Ilanda integrates the information framework, quickly finds useful knowledge for herself, and fully absorbs it in a short time. There are specialties in every profession. But it is difficult for ordinary students to do one thing to the extreme. But she has done two things well. She is even the Mecha division and commander with the largest knowledge span. I will consider it. Ji Xia had some guesses in her mind. But she didn't want to disappoint herself and her colleagues. And she didn't want to put pressure on Xu Xiang. So she didn't mention it to anyone. But planned to observe for a while. Don't say it. I still hope that there will be another dual position commander in the galaxy. Naya looked up and sighed. When that time comes, the interstellar world that has been silent for hundreds of years will definitely be lively again. Chapter 13 Golden Pagoda. The team was assigned to room 1206. Building 56. Area A of the dormitory building. Yinli used the navigation system to lead the teammates to the destination. Storms always come and go quickly. And the rain is much lighter now. The dormitory buildings stand like giants on the flat land. Whether you look out or look up, you can't see the end at a glance. The dormitory buildings are divided by grade. This year's freshmen live in Area A. The group took the elevator to the 12th floor and found room 1206. Wow! Chuan was the first to rush into the room. It's so big. The living space of more than 500 square meters is greeted by a floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view. The drizzle outside the window is completely isolated from the sound. The layout of each functional area is reasonable, including the living room, dining room, semi-open kitchen, study, and even a fitness area. The intelligent robot is on standby in the corner, waiting for the owner to turn it on with one click. The house is simply decorated, probably to let the students play by themselves. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, they will live here for 4 years. This suite has 6 rooms, each with a separate bathroom and storage room. Very user-friendly. This is much better than where we live now, Chuan said. Ah, I moved my things in a minute. Ulrich was not surprised. Leaned aside and pointed. You are really an unsophisticated guy. Isn't it just a small suite? Why are you so excited? Yinli and Yanochi went to the sides to look at the room. Mengichin stood in the corner silently observing them. Xu Xiang leaned on the sofa. Xu Xiang sat on the sofa. Xu Xiang lay on the sofa. So comfortable. The leather wrapped with memory foam fills every part of the body just right. Very fit. The outer layer of the leather may be coated with special materials. Even if it is close to the body, it makes people feel breathable and comfortable. Xu Xiang couldn't help but recall the life of F-2077 Star in the dilapidated and leaky house. She and Bai Yanbo squeezed into one corner, and Feng Yuebai huddled in another corner. They would be awakened by the sudden falling wallboard in the middle of the night, and they would go hungry for 3 meals in 3 days. I thought the single room I lived in a few days ago was comfortable enough, but I didn't expect there would be a better one. And according to the sound insulation effect of the doors and windows, she didn't have to worry about her teammates being too noisy. It was really wonderful. If she wasn't too lazy to speak, Xu Xiang would want to hum a few songs. Everyone, come and choose a room. Yinli walked from the corridor on the left and said. Xiaoqi and I took a look. The basic facilities of the rooms are the same, and the layout is similar. The only difference is the location. Everyone can discuss and choose. Now it was Auric's turn to rush over first. I do it. Juan also rushed. Stop. Fortunately, the two had no conflict in the location of the room. One of them chose a room on the right, and there was no argument. The only thing that was scary was that their rooms were next to each other. It was hard to imagine how noisy the whole room would be if they met each other outside. I want the innermost one. Xu Xiang pointed to the left. Please let her stay away from those 2 elementary school students. Thank you. Yinli nodded. Okay. Where's Xiaoqi? Then I'd be next to Xiang. You can come too? It doesn't matter. Xiaoming chooses first. Yinli didn't argue about these. Thank you. Mengichin spoke in front of them for the first time. His voice was soft and delicate. I can do either. After giving way to each other without any result, Yinli said, then I choose the left side. It's equivalent to girls on one side and boys on the other side. Mengichin nodded. Okay. Just as this matter was resolved, Juan and Auric came over again. Juan clenched his fist in front of his chest and jumped a few times excitedly. I just checked. The team we met downstairs is called Shinkong. It sounds good. Let's give our team a cool and handsome name. Auric rarely agreed. Only beautiful names can highlight the beauty of me and you. Oh, by the way, there is also a team logo, Juan added. Yonosu suggested. How about calling it 6 stars? There are 6 of us. Each of us is a star. Auric vetoed. No. Vulgar. Xuan shouted. What a great team. Not pretty. Change it. Yinli thought for a while. Infinity? Too simple. Many teams must be called this. Auric called out. Mengichin. You say it. After you say it, Xu Xiang said. If you can't satisfy me, just listen to me. Yonosu came behind Yinli and whispered in her ear. Actually, he just wanted to say the last word. Yinli laughed. It's hard for Auric to be democracy. For once. All right. Mei-chan didn't really want to participate in this kind of discussion. It sounds bad. The meaning is unclear. Next one. Mei-chan, Xu Xiang had already thought about it and said, Golden Tower. She once dreamed of a tall tower that stretched infinitely into the sky. Boundless. The tower was golden and glittering. She entered the tower and encountered a beast inside. After defeating the beast, she automatically appeared on the second floor of the tower. The tower was boundless and the levels were endless. So she was trapped in the tower and faced increasingly powerful enemies. The bottomless pit was a nightmare. But not for Xu Xiang. She became stronger little by little in the golden tower, which was her dream. It was a pity that dreams were just dreams and could not become reality. Now, she came to Rocalo Star and Aurora College. She wanted to make good use of every inch of resources here and treat everything here as a real golden tower to become stronger in reality. If Ulrich refuted, she would beat him up. It was tiring, but at least her wish was fulfilled. Golden Tower. Not impossible. The god of fate guided Ulrich, making him want to confirm inexplicably. And he did not forget to explain that he liked this team name very much. Golden glittering represents beauty. And the tall tower represents high mountains and excellence. Very good. This is it. I agree. Yinli and Yanosa laughed dryly. They believed that this was definitely not Xu Xiang's original intention. It's okay. This is also good. So that Ulrich won't come up with a more bizarre team name. The team name was finalized. And the team emblem was discussed next. Students can only wear school uniforms when they are at school or participating in formal competitions. But they can pin the team's unique badge on their left shoulder and chest. Students who like uniqueness love to show off their skills on the team emblem. Leave this to the Mecha Master. Ulrich patted Mei-chan on the shoulder. Xiaoming. Keep going. Give me the draft for review after it's designed. Mei-chan said. I'm a Mecha Master. Not a designer. Ulrich said. It's the same. We all have to draw. You must know more than us. There was an extra task for no reason. Mei-chan sighed painfully. I know. Let's add each other as friends. Yinli said. Everyone go back to the original dormitory to pack up. We see each other later. If there's anything else, we talk about it later. Chapter 14 Memories. Less than 2 weeks after the start of the new semester. The students had few things. In addition, the Jinta team successfully formed a team in a short period of time. And no other students competed for the transport robot. After a few hours, the luggage of the 6 people was all moved. To be precise, it was 5 people. Wow! Where did you get so many sundries? Shuan looked at the pile of items and was surprised. You still have to move tomorrow? You call this sundries? Ulrich was distressed. Do you know what this is? The Jiyuan moisturizing mask. The market price is 200,000 star coins per box. A box of 10. My face is so perfect. I can't do without its moisture. This, the snow cream. My dad asked the experts to tailor it for me. Special for military training. There is a price but no market. And this? Ulrich accurately found the things he wanted to introduce from the messy pile of items. Why are you so particular about it? A grown man. What's wrong with rough skin and black spots? This is the sign of a healthy man. Chuan clenched his fist and hit his chest. TSK. I don't argue with people who haven't seen the world. I'm the person who has traveled the most times in Monial. And you actually say I'm unworldly? The two of them argued about their own things. And the others took their luggage back to their rooms to pack up and stay away from the 2 elementary school students. Xu Xiang had very few things. Except for 3 sets of old clothes and the specialties that Renzai bought for her a few days ago. Fortunately, the dormitory had basic items. So Xu Xiang didn't have to worry about not having sheets and toiletries. Her material needs were not high. Just being able to survive was fine. Xu Xiang couldn't sleep. So she simply went downstairs to do physical training. After running 10 laps with weights and returning to the suite, she found that Ulrich and Juan were still arguing. But the topic had changed from skin care products to previous year's competitions. In order not to be affected, Xu Xiang moved into the room, lightly like a ghost. I really don't understand where those 2 people got such vigorous energy. Once the door was closed, the argument was almost isolated. Xu Xiang stood to rest, surfing the internet with the light computer given by Renzai, familiarizing herself with the school forum and Star Network. Oh, right. Let's put these aside for now. She should go to collect the money. People should be free. Junior school girl. People should be free. Junior school girl. People should be free. Junior school girl. Xu Xiang light computer vibrated 3 times in a row, all of which were messages sent by Renzizai. And the content was the same. He was so annoying. People should be free. Didn't someone say yesterday that you could successfully form a team? People should be free. I bet. When? People should be free. The money is in hand. People should be free. It belongs to you. People should be free. Picture? People should be free. Transfer. The picture is the receipt record. Renzizai transferred all of it to her. Xu Xiang received it in seconds. He is so nice. SXY, thank you. People should be free. Why are you being polite? People should be free. This money belongs to you. People should be free. That's right, people should be free. Have you bound your account to the star card? People should be free. If not, people should be free. The money can't be used. SXY, it's bound. She has a star card, which was issued on F2077 star, and can store up to 500,000 star coins. Renzizai transferred 200,000 to her, plus the 200,000 she won from betting, and the 50,000 scholarship Ji Xia applied for her. The star card can still store 50,000. It seems necessary to upgrade the star card. After replying to all the messages sent by Renzizai, Xu Xiang happily went to collect her share of the money, and then watched fun on the campus network. I'm convinced. How could she successfully form a team so quickly? I don't believe it. There must be something fishy going on. But she defeated Yanli by herself. Did you watch the game? Yanli teammates were bad. If Jing Hui's gun was a little faster, Xu Xiang would be gone. And in the last game, if Auric hadn't sniped the enemy in time, Xu Xiang would have been eliminated. Is there any shady manipulation in the random matching? Why did Yonosu and Auric match her? Those two are ranked 1st and 3rd respectively. And they are a great team. I suspect that the staff in the background bet on winning. So they specially matched Xu Xiang with 2 big guys. Almost all the people on the forum questioned Xu Xiang. Occasionally, there were a few people who spoke up for her, but they were all pushed down by the hot posts. Xu Xiang didn't care. There were too many people who were bad and loved to show off their eloquence. She labeled all such people as clowns and treated them as fun and jokes. After resting until the body stopped sweating, Xu Xiang took a shower. When she came out and looked at the light computer, there were 99 plus messages. The soul of Mezabird changed the group name to Auric the Most Handsome. The first deputy attacker of Montil changed the group name to Zhuan Invincible. The soul of Mezabird changed the group name to Auric the Most Handsome. Yanli changed the group name to Jinta Team. The soul of Mezabird changed the group name to Auric the Most Handsome. Xu Xiang looked at the latest messages, turned on the Do Not Disturb function calmly, threw the phone away, and prepared to go to bed. I couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning. No matter how soft the bed was, or how comfortable the air conditioner was, Xu Xiang still couldn't fall asleep. So she recalled today's game and reviewed it. She was very satisfied with the teammates she chose. Auric, who always made a lure sniper at the critical moment. Yonosu, who was good at both defense and attack. Yanli, who was a strong attacker. And Mengichin, a shadow mecha master. Mengichin was the only teammate who didn't take action. But as a mecha master, he didn't need to fight on the front battlefield. What Xu Xiang liked was the design concept he showed. Like a shadow, his presence was very low, but he could appear and give the enemy a fatal blow when he was caught off guard. The team has been formed, and the next 2 months will be a day for them to learn from each other and run in. After more than 2 hours, Xu Xiang finally fell asleep. She woke up several times in the middle of the night and continued to sleep drowsily until more than 8 o'clock the next day. After washing up, Xu Xiang went out with dark circles and sleepy eyes. You're awake. Come and have breakfast. Yonosu walked out of the semi-open kitchen with a plate. Yanli made the sandwich herself, with a lot of delicious food in it. Xu Xiang sat at the dining table and took it. Thank you. Mengichin, who was sitting at the edge, had eaten half of it. There were a few design drafts next to him. Probably the team logo drawings that Auric wanted. There were only 4 of them in the dining room, and the other 2 were still sleeping. How does it taste? Yanli asked. It's okay. Xu Xiang took a bite of sandwich and a sip of hot milk. Anyway, it's better than the food on F2077. She's not picky. The preliminaries will end in a few days, and now is our rest time, Yanli said. The registration channel for the tier league will be opened in 6 days. I need your basic information. Mainly age, height and weight. I have filled in the rest for you. The detailed information is available in the league. And height and weight are just for the convenience of data statistics in the background. Okay. Xu Xiang felt that choosing Yanli was definitely the wisest choice. Apart from anything else. Where can you find such a reliable captain? 172. 53. 18. Xu Xiang said in order. Meng Yichen followed. Height 1.78 meters. Weight 68 kilograms. Age 17 years old. Yonosa raised his hand. And the cat's lips curled up. We are the same age. Yeah. What a coincidence. The four of them ate and talked. But most of the time it was Yonosu and Yanli who talked. After dinner, Yonosu and Yanli went out for training. And Xu Xiang found Meng Yichen. Do you have any recommendations for basic books and videos for getting started with Mecha? Xu Xiang asked. Of course she could find it herself. But that would take too much time. Why not use the resources around her? Who wants to learn? How much foundation do you need? I. 0 foundation. You? Meng Yichen was a little surprised. The courses for commanders and mecha masters are among the best. And the barriers between the two are thick. It is difficult to practice both. Regular Interstellar academies will start mecha courses in the second year of high school. The results of mecha battles account for half of the high school league, which shows how important it is. Mecha masters are different. Most mecha masters have been exposed to relevant knowledge since childhood. And the main source of high school league results is design drafts and finished product effects. It is difficult for Xu Xiang to learn mecha from scratch. Battles are fine. But design is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xu Xiang certainly knows this. She is not a genius. And it is impossible for her to surpass mecha students who have studied for more than 10 or 20 years in a short period of time. But she wants to try it. After all, how can she know the result if she doesn't try? It's okay, Xu Xiang said. Meng Yichen stared at Xu Xiang for a long time and said, I give it to you in a few days. Okay. Thank you. Xu Xiang returned to the room and played 2 single-player simulation games in the holographic cabin in the room. In terms of mecha battles, Xu Xiang was already far behind others. So she didn't plan to waste these few days of rest time. Xu Xiang taught herself in the holographic cabin. And after a day, she barely learned the basic components and operations of the mecha. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the hungry Xu Xiang came out of the holographic cabin and went out to find food with blurry eyes. Just in time. I was just about to call you. Yonosa came over. Get ready for dinner. Okay. Xu Xiang thought that she and Yanli were angels. One was responsible for cooking, and the other was responsible for helping. Ulrich originally planned to order takeout. But it was too fragrant, and Yanli cooking skills were too good. So he decided to give his teammates a face. It was rare for the 6 people to eat at the same table. And the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Xiaoming. Ulrich crossed his legs, stretched out his hand like a boss. Where are the design drawings? Meng Yichen moved the drawings over. Let me see. The team emblem is based on a golden tower. Full of details. Not only suitable for the team name, but also very ornamental. Ulrich was very satisfied, not bad. But there are a few places that can be changed. So, you change it according to my instructions. And then give it to me. And I will find someone to make the team emblem. Meng Yichen, there are so many personnel matters. Got it. Meng Yichen poked the rice hard with chopsticks. Yanli. Ulrich called out again. Do you know any snipers? The stronger ones. Call them to compete with me. Don't let the other party work for nothing. I will give them money and mechas. Xu Xiang raised her head silently. Money. Mechas. None of these mattered. She just wanted to satisfy her teammates' small wishes. Me. Xu Xiang raised her hand. Chapter 15 beat him into submission. The 5 people all looked at Xu Xiang. Silence. Ha ha. Suddenly, Ulrich's laughter resounded through the dining room. Do you really think you are an all-around player? It's okay for the main attacker to switch to command. After all, one relies on brute force, and the other relies on teammates. It's not difficult. But snipers rely purely on personal strength. I advise you not to join in the fun. Meng Yichen remembered that Xu Xiang asked him for information on the mecha master profession. Thought for a moment, retracted his ambiguous gaze, and concentrated on eating. Xu Xiang said, How do you want to compete? The explanation in words is very weak, and he will be obedient if he is beaten into submission. Ulrich is too arrogant. If he doesn't obey in the tier league, Xu Xiang will have a hard time dealing with him. She might as well take this opportunity to deal with him and beat him into submission. This is also one of the reasons why she wants to compete with Alric. Xuan stood up, raised his hands, and cheered, "Wow! Boss is so domineering. Alric, I look down on you if you don't accept the challenge." After the big game, Xuan was convinced by Xu Xiang, and he still called her boss. Of course, this didn't stop him from watching the fun. "Okay, if I beat her, you can call me boss." Alric stepped on the table. Meng Yichen was frightened by the kick, and silently moved all the plates and stools away from him. "If the boss wins, will you call me that?" Xuan jumped on his stool. "I agree. Do you dare to agree?" Alric is very confident in his strength. Xu Xiang was full and put down her chopsticks. "I agree." Without waiting for Xuan to protest, Alric slammed the table and accepted the challenge. "Go." Xu Xiang has been busy all day today, doing physical training, skill training, and mecha simulation learning. And now she has an additional sniper sparring partner. Fortunately, this is easy. Xu Xiang returned to her room and connected the optical computer to the holographic cabin. She entered the holographic cabin, put on the device, found the challenge link of Soul of Mesberg in the group chat. Alric is the most handsome, and clicked accept. The light and shadow flowed, and after the progress bar was read, the simulation environment was randomly generated into a mountain forest. Xu Xiang carried a heavy box and walked along the small dirt road, winding upwards and entering a forest. The forest was lush and green, with bright green and broad leaves growing luxuriantly, blocking most of the sunlight. A few rays of light passed through the gaps, and dust jumped in the lines, together interpreting the Tyndall effect. Xu Xiang hid behind a big tree and assembled a sniper rifle. She assembled the rifle very quickly, her hands jumping flexibly on the parts. 18 seconds. After the assembly, Xu Xiang quickly raised the gun and aimed at a certain place. Checking the scope, Xu Xiang analyzed Auric's assembly speed. The fastest was 16 seconds, the slowest was 20 seconds, and the average was a little more than 18 seconds. With Auric's personality, he would definitely take the initiative and win the game in a short time. Then she was faster than him. No. The boss assembled the gun so quickly? Xuan looked at the projected big screen and was shocked. "It takes me more than 25 seconds. Yanosa said, "Me too." Yinli followed Xu Xiang when she assembled the gun, but didn't keep up. Every main attacker must learn the firearms major basic knowledge, static and dynamic shooting, actual combat exercises. It is essential. However, every profession has its own specialty, and most main attackers are not as good as snipers of the same level in firearms. "Let's take a look at Xiang other data later," Yinli said. She was happy to have an excellent teammate, but she also realized her own shortcomings and began to arrange the next training content in her mind. Xuan murmured, "Am I going to be the boss too?" Auric held the gun and used the scope to observe the environment. Auric's longest range is 1,800 meters, which is the first in the High League, and it can also be in the top 20 in the entire Interstellar Alliance. Fortunately, the sniper rifle matched by the arsenal has a range of 2,000 meters. It's stable. As long as he finds Xu Xiang, he can kill the game in a few seconds. Auric thought happily. He hid in the hidden jungle, moving forward step by step, carefully enough, and with a hint of boldness, almost never stopping. Stop! A small black shadow did not move among the leaves, but the breeze blew, causing the nearby leaves to flutter. Static in the dynamic. Abnormal. It must be Xu Xiang. She was 2,000 meters away, and he only needed to get closer by more than 300 meters, and the game would be over. For Auric, Xu Xiang was a pure novice. She might be a little clever and skillful in command and fighting, but she could never beat him in sniping. With the joy and excitement of the upcoming victory, Auric sped up, jumped onto the earth slope, climbed over the vine wall, passed through the thorn bush, and ran toward Xu Xiang without stopping, even forgetting to hide. It is a taboo for a sniper to be exposed to others' vision. He was originally an ambush, but he got in front of others. If you don't get out, who will? However, Auric didn't care. In his opinion, his advantage in this battle was overwhelming. Maybe he sniped Xu Xiang out, and her gun was not assembled yet. With such confidence, Auric ran faster and faster. 2,100 meters. 2,000 meters. 1950 meters. Ready! Ulrich held his gun, aimed at the black dot in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ulrich's faint smile had not yet disappeared, and blood spurted out from his brow. The gray word failure spun and jumped, and stopped at the center of the screen. The battle is over. Chapter 16, Sparring. Xu Xiang went out with her hands in her pockets. It didn't seem like she was going out to eat after a simulated battle. In the living room, for people looked at Xu Xiang in silence. Even Juan, the most noisy among them, didn't say a word. Boss. Juan hesitated. Have you ever been a sniper? Although he asked, Juan didn't really think so. It's not difficult to know a little bit of everything. It's enough to learn one piece of knowledge for a period of time. But it's as difficult as climbing to the sky to be excellent or extreme. Let me give you an example. Everyone knows about the existence of the dual position commander Islanda. But not everyone can become Islanda. On the one hand, they lack talent. And on the other hand, they can't work as hard as she does. Islanda has been fighting simulated battles for many years, and has done data analysis to the extreme. She can do, as long as she fights. She can formulate a winning plan through the opponent's data. According to the back-end statistics of the Alliance, Islanda's number of simulated battles is the highest, and the 2nd to 10th combined are only half of hers. It can be said that Islanda used this method to transform her brain into a database that only belonged to her. In terms of Mecha, she worked day and night to design drawings, go to the deserted planet to find the most suitable parts, and modify them in actual combat. Every step was her full effort. Hard work pays off. And she also created a heavy mecha, the giant elephant, which has been popular for more than 200 years and is still applicable today. Later, whenever Islanda participated in a competition, the champion belonged to her. And the mecha she designed and built also made a significant contribution to the fight against the Zerg. Perhaps because she worked too hard and often didn't care about eating and sleeping. Islanda's physical condition was not good. She was plagued by illness in her 40s and died young. Xu Xiang certainly didn't have the epic-making achievements of Islanda, but in front of ordinary students, her strength was enough to make people amazed and envious. As a main attacker, she could fight back and forth with Yanli one-on-one. When it comes to snipers, her range is even longer than that of Ulrich, who is the first in the high league. The speed of assembling sniper rifles is not slow either. However, in terms of command, her true level cannot be seen for the time being. No, Xu Xiang said. Are you the reincarnation of Islanda? Juan jumped up excitedly. No. Xu Xiang didn't believe it. Wait a minute. Boss, how did you find Ulrich? Xuan replayed the video, this time switching from the third person's perspective to Xu Xiang's perspective. And, my god, your range must be... He couldn't estimate it visually. 1,932. Meng Chen said. Ah! More than 1,900. Juan punched his left hand with his right fist. I don't believe it. Boss, you really didn't secretly attack the sniper's position behind our back? Xu Xiang really had never fought before, and all her combat abilities came naturally. As a person who has been wandering in the Interstellar since childhood and often fights wild beasts and Zerg with bare hands, Xu Xiang's combat ability is undoubtedly strong, and the later self-training and hunting have greatly cultivated her sniping ability. Unlike the goals of ordinary students, she faces Zerg. The fatal points of Zerg are difficult to aim. They react very quickly and can rush to humans in a short time. The former trains accuracy, and the latter trains speed. Over time, Xu Xiang's sniping level has improved. Generally speaking, Xu Xiang likes sniping with less danger, unless the Zerg approaches and has to fight in close combat. Where is Ulrich? Juan's thoughts are very jumping, and he says whatever he thinks of. Ha ha ha. He won't be autistic because of being beaten. Ha ha ha. I'm going to laugh at him. After that, he ran to Ulrich's door and knocked. Hey, come out and recognize the boss. Xu Xiang sat aside and looked at the data analysis on the screen. Except for the slightly inferior speed of loading guns, Xu Xiang is better than Ulrich in other dimensions. But it is not the case that Xu Xiang can surpass Ulrich and become the top sniper in the high league. Ulrich is too proud. He can't fight seriously unless he faces an opponent of equal strength. If it was an ordinary student, it would be fine. But he met Xu Xiang. I also want to ask Juan's question, Yanli said. How did you find Ulrich? He was moving. The whole forest was quiet. It was normal for Ulrich to be discovered when he ran so fast. Yenli understood. Ulrich found stillness in movement, while Xu Xiang found movement in stillness. No matter which one, the sniper needs to calm down, blend into the environment, and make the ultimate observation. Especially this kind of evenly matched shooting range. It was too fast. Really too fast. It felt like the game was over before it even started. The main reason was that Ulrich underestimated the enemy. No one expected Xu Xiang attack range to be so far. And no one expected Ulrich to be so bold as to run around like a monkey under the enemy's nose. If not, it would be hard to predict who will win or lose. Yenli wanted to say something, but all her words disappeared the moment she spoke. Nothing. She thought she was strong enough. But Xu Xiang gave her many surprises. Perhaps it was her luckiest experience to attack Xu Xiang in the building of the competition venue, and be chosen to join the team. There are always people better than you. And she needs to step up her training. Xuan was still knocking on the door. But unfortunately Ulrich didn't respond. Xu Xiang turned on the light brain, hoping that Ulrich would take the initiative to mention the sparring fee. But he sent a lot of messages and battle invitations in a row. Soul of Mesberg, this round doesn't count. Let's start over. Soul of Mesberg, Xu Xiang. Did you ask a hacker to rewrite the program? Soul of Mesberg challenges you to a sniper simulation battle. Soul of Mesberg challenges you to a sniper simulation battle. Soul of Mesberg, come play another round with me. And I double your sparring fee in Mecha. Xu Xiang's eyes stayed on the last message for a moment. Ulrich is still very kind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her so many things. SXY, okay. Xu Xiang returned to the room, entered the holographic cabin, and accepted Ulrich's challenge. Ulrich was addicted. And he got addicted to the game. The final result was 4-6. Xu Xiang 4. Ulrich 6. Ulrich was happy and sent Xu Xiang a big red envelope, saying it was an extra thank you fee. Xu Xiang was also happy, quoting Ulrich's previous information of multiply by 2, and attached a picture of the number of games, suggesting that it could be multiplied by a few more. SXY, picture. Meisberg Soul, question mark. SXY, quoted content. SXY, picture. Meisberg Soul, what do you mean? Let me multiply you by 10. SXY, isn't it multiplied by 10? Meisberg Soul, boss. You are really my boss. Meisberg Soul, transfer. SXY, received. Meisberg Soul, give me a mecha. I originally wanted to give you a B level, but I will give you an S level directly. Come to my house to choose when you are free. Meisberg Soul, I am in a good mood because I won the game. Don't push me too far. However, I recognize your strength, and I will pay you for sparring in the future. SXY, okay. Xu Xiang transferred 150,000 yuan to Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbai yesterday, and received 250,000 yuan from Ulrich. So there is another 450,000 yuan in the account. It's good to have savings, so you don't have to worry about not being able to buy food. Well, she doesn't have to go hungry anymore. Chapter 17 Memories. The next day at noon, Xu Xiang went out to eat. But Yenli and Yanosu were probably out training, so there was no prepared food on the table. Xu Xiang launched a housekeeping robot, but she couldn't find the manual, so she had to search the internet for the tutorial according to the model. The technology of Rocalo Star is advanced, and there are many models of housekeeping robots in just one series. In addition, there is a variety of information on the internet, so Xu Xiang searched for 10 minutes before she found it. When she started the robot and went into the kitchen to cook, 20 minutes had passed. Xu Xiang was so hungry that her stomach kept growling, and she could only divert her attention through learning. After a morning of repeated training, she was familiar enough with the basic operation of the mecha, and she could absorb new knowledge next. Are you practicing mecha operation? Mengyi-chan walked out of the room and saw Xu Xiang's fingers pressing in the air, and couldn't help asking, yeah. Have you never touched it before? Mengyi-chan sat diagonally opposite her. No. To be precise, she had seen it, but had never used it. Although mechas have been mass-produced for a long time, the cost of a mecha is very high, and most backward stars cannot afford it. Xu Xiang has only seen it on the battlefield. More than one. At that time, she had just landed on a post-war planet, and soon encountered a swarm of insects. She had to flee with the locals, but unfortunately, she was unfamiliar with the place and soon left the team. She was alone and only picked up a sniper rifle that someone else had left behind. With only one bullet, based on past experience, Xu Xiang avoided many swarms of insects. But there were too many insects. No matter where she hid, there would always be a few swarms that would find her. Several flying insects as wide as basketball courts spread their wings, covering the sky and leaving only darkness. They opened their bloody mouths, revealing disgusting and terrifying mouthparts, while oozing sticky corrosive saliva. They roared and sprinted toward Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang was less than 2 kilometers away from them. With the speed of flying insects, they could catch up and devour her in more than 10 seconds. She had no time to hide. With the mentality of killing as many as possible, Xu Xiang set up the sniper rifle, calmed her mind, aimed at the heart of the flying insect in front, and shot. There was only one bullet, and Xu Xiang didn't care whether she hit it or not, and ran away. The heart-wrenching scream resounded through the sky, deafening. It hit. Xu Xiang was lucky, and at the same time prayed that the rescue team would be attracted by the cry of the flying insect. The wings of the flying insect raised a strong wind, rolled up the gravel on the ground, and attacked Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang's head was hit by a stone, and it was immediately broken and bleeding. Blood and sweat mixed together, filled with the breath of death. She looked back and saw a flying insect only one step away from her. The flying insect screamed, and the sharp sound drilled into Xu Xiang's ears like a knife, piercing the eardrum and bringing out blood. The flying insect flapped its wings, and several slender and thorny legs acted as weapons to launch an attack. Xu Xiang picked up a stone and dodged it. Feeling the fear of the flying insect passing by, she did not close her eyes, but observed the flying insect's body, found its heart, and scratched it with the stone. The stone was too weak to attack, and this attack was just a tickle for the flying insect. The flying insect missed the attack and made a sound, asking its companions to come to help. Several flying insects surrounded a small human from all directions, grabbed her, and tossed her like a basketball. Xu Xiang was covered with wounds, and every bloodstain burned hotly, as if she was going to meet death in this way. But she was unwilling to die, and tried her best to stay awake. Xu Xiang was thrown up again, drawing an arc in the air. She half opened her eyes, and saw the next flying insect open its ugly and terrible mouth, ready to eat her. Swoosh! Everything happened too suddenly. Xu Xiang's consciousness was scattered for a while, and when she woke up again, she was already in the safety cover of a mecha. The mecha was silver white, with parts stacked up like a blooming white lotus for salvation. Xu Xiang turned her neck one by one, and saw more than a dozen white lotuses blooming in the dark land, bringing hope. What are you thinking about? The nearby voice pulled Xu Xiang back from her long-lost memory. Xu Xiang shook her head. Nothing. That was the first time Xu Xiang saw a mecha, and it was also the first time she realized that humans had such a powerful weapon. She wanted to get it. Meng Chen handed Xu Xiang a data card and said, "This is the information I sorted out, from the basics to university content. At my current level, I can only give these, and there are some ancient local books that I am still studying." Xu Xiang couldn't help but ask one more question. How long did you sort it out? She regretted it after asking. TSK. What's the point of asking? It makes her seem like she cares about the other person. Sure enough, people shouldn't recall. Their brains will become dull easily. Not long. More than 30 hours. Meng Chen said. I have always had the habit of organizing materials, and I just added some according to your request. Thank you. Xu Xiang put away the data card. The housekeeping robot prepared the meal and brought it over. Xu Xiang didn't expect Meng Chen to go out suddenly, so she only made one portion. Xu Xiang stood up. You eat first. I go read a book. Xu Xiang took 2 bags of bread and a bottle of pure milk from the cupboard and returned to the room. When connecting the data card to the optical computer, Xu Xiang was shocked by the huge memory. 500T. Is Meng Chen really only at the level of the top 300? Or are other mecha masters better? Xu Xiang's optical computer memory is not that large, so she can only download it bit by bit and read the basic part first. It is estimated that the top students have their own way of learning. Meng Chen is very good at organizing and supplementing learning materials. Take the simplest basic concepts as an example. He did not copy meaninglessly, but reorganized the language according to his own understanding, which is easy to remember and adds new content. At the same time, his notes were very convenient. If Xu Xiang didn't understand something, She could click on the link he set up, either his own explanation or the teacher's explanation video. If there was still something she didn't understand, she could still click on a new link. In addition, the knowledge network made by Mecha was very intuitive. It seemed to be a huge network, but it was not difficult to read one by one. If Mecha was not very familiar with the relevant content, it would be impossible for him to make such a detailed and perfect collection of knowledge in a short time. Xu Xiang was stunned for a few seconds. It was not entirely because of Mecha's strength. It was more because she didn't expect Mecha to be so careful. She thought it would be good for him to introduce a few useful textbooks, but she didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. There are many details in it, which can be completely ignored at Mecha level, but not one is missing. Xu Xiang turned on the light brain. SXY, thank you. SXY, transfer. She rarely received kindness from others, so when faced with this situation, she didn't know what to say. Money was the most useful thank you gift she could give. She didn't need too much money, just enough. Anyway, if it's not enough, I go practice with my partner and trick Ulrich. Xu Xiang turned off the network, opened the file, and started to study. Mecha design is a completely unfamiliar field for her, and she must start from the most basic parts. At first, Xu Xiang ate bread and drank milk while listening to the class and taking notes. Later, Xu Xiang forgot to eat until after 11 o'clock in the evening, when she was so hungry that she almost fainted. And then she realized that she had studied for a whole day. Xu Xiang ate a few slices of bread, reviewed, checked for omissions, and did a few pages of real questions posted by Mecha. After ensuring that the correct rate of each unit was above 98%, she ended today's class. Xu Xiang turned on the network and went out to find food. Meng, you have already thanked me. Meng, it has been returned. Meng, no. As long as you think the information is useful. Yanli, Xiang. Aren't you coming out for dinner? Yuan Yi, Xiang is eating. Mesberg Soul, Link. Mesberg Soul, login. Soul of Meseberg, login. Soul of Meseberg, login. Soul of Meseberg. Boss. Please. Soul of Meseberg, transfer. SXY, received. SXY, later. Soul of Meseberg, withdrawn a message. Xu Xiang saw that it was the message before the transfer that was withdrawn. It's okay. She took a screenshot. SXY, picture. After sending these, Xu Xiang went to reply to the messages of Yanli and others one by one. Soul of Meseberg, withdraw. Soul of Meseberg, where are the people? Soul of Meseberg, transfer. SXY, received. SXY, withdrawn a message. Soul of Meseberg, I hate you. Xu Xiang ignored him and went to eat. After eating, it was already past 1 in the morning. Xu Xiang accepted Ulrich's invitation to play against him. She won 2 out of 5 games. This is normal. Ulrich is the #1 sniper in the high league. As long as he doesn't underestimate his opponent, it is not difficult to win. Ulrich said that when his winning rate with her is 100%, he will not need her as a sparring partner. Xu Xiang didn't bother to care about him. Dream on. Ulrich won 3 games and kept sending messages to show off. Ignoring Ulrich's carnival, Xu Xiang activated the holographic cabin to fight Mecha. It's better to be on a developed star, with enough resources to support her continuous learning. After Xu Xiang finished a few classes, she finally felt sleepy. She lay on the bed to review what she learned today, and fell asleep more than an hour later. Aurora College was quiet late at night, with only a few dormitories making noises. The moon sets, the sun rises, from the dawn to the sun. Xu Xiang got up with a yawn, did 2 hours of physical training, and went back to the room to continue learning Mecha knowledge. During the preliminaries, Xu Xiang's daily routine was to study. 4 days later, the preliminaries were over, and after counting, a total of 2,189 teams were successfully formed. Naya went through the process, reminded the students to remember to sign up for the tier league, and finally announced the official end of the preliminaries. The next 2 months were all study time until the league announced the start of the tier league in November. Chapter 18 Study. Xu Xiang, who officially started her college life, was no different from usual, except that she had more to learn. The course that freshmen could not escape was the history of the Alliance. From the most chaotic era in the Interstellar to the peaceful era after the establishment of the Alliance. From the slow development period to the vigorous growth after the emergence of the Zerg. Every piece of history is something that students must remember. For the students of Aurora College, the most important historical figures and historical events are nothing more than the founder of the college, Ian Aurora, and his story. Ian Aurora was born in the year 2418 of the star calendar. Her life was more turbulent than an ocean storm. When she was alive, she was given the titles of Berserker and Gambler General. Aurora students all like to listen to Ian's history, but Xu Xiang doesn't. However, it's not to say that she has no interest. She only likes to listen to the teacher of the combat analysis class talk about Ian's combat habits and details. There are not many classes in the first year. At most 2 classes a day, and free time after class. In addition to history classes, there are also Zerg-related courses. If we were to say who is the biggest enemy of mankind now, it must be the Zerg with extremely fast reproduction speed and strong destructive power. In the year 2177 of the star calendar, woodworms suddenly appeared on the Ronmu binary star. The woodworms reproduced rapidly on the Ronmu binary star and then expanded outward, becoming the most common Zerg species in the interstellar space. Xu Xiang home planet was destroyed by the Zerg, and the decadence of F-2077 star was also caused by the Zerg. The freshman courses are not very difficult. Almost all of them are basic information about the Zerg. Xu Xiang finished the history class and Zerg class in the morning and returned to the dormitory. She recalled the course content on the way, making sure that she remembered and understood everything the teacher said, and then began to review the basic knowledge of mecha design that she learned last night. No matter what position you are in, you have to take the mecha battle class. Because whether it is a formal competition or joining the Alliance army in the future, you have to use mecha to fight. Xu Xiang has mastered the operation of the mecha, and even had a mecha simulation battle last night. The opponent was a junior, with average strength, but Xu Xiang was even more average. He won the game in 5 minutes, and sent an emoticon to thank her, saying that she ended his miserable fate of losing 20 games in a row. According to the schedule, Xu Xiang will be able to take the mecha class next week. I heard from classmates that Aurora College is very generous, and freshmen will get an A-class mecha for free when they take the mecha class. Ulrich said that he would take her to his house after school this week to choose an S-class mecha, so that Xu Xiang could send one back to Fengyuebai and Bei Yanbo. The postage was a little bit explosive, but it didn't matter. She earned a lot from Ulrich. There were many happy things, such as Xu Xiang looking forward to the mecha class next week. However, the most anticipated thing was the holiday this week. After the class on Friday, Ulrich was packing up in the room, and Xu Xiang was waiting outside with his hands in his pockets. As soon as Ulrich went out, he saw Xu Xiang and took a step back in fright. "What are you doing standing at my door?" Xu Xiang was heartbroken. Did this guy forget to take her to choose a mecha? She let him win 2 more games in the simulation game last night. Ah, Xu Xiang sighed. She had no expression, and this sigh was emotionless and full of skills. Ulrich's mouth twitched, and his mind twitched, and he understood. "Oh, you want me to take you to my house to see the mecha? Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. My memory is not comparable to that of ordinary people. My car is already parked in the school parking lot. You hurry up and pack it up. Don't delay. Otherwise others will take pictures and check in when they see my car, and it will easily get scratched." Xu Xiang said, "Let's go." She didn't have anything to pack. "Huh? Okay. Let's go." Ulrich handed 2 large boxes of luggage to the transport robot and walked in front. "I still have to go home and ask someone to make a team emblem. Believe me, our team emblem will definitely be the most gorgeous and beautiful in Aurora." After many revisions, Mengichin finally designed a pattern that Ulrich was satisfied with, and handed it over smoothly at noon the day before yesterday. Mengichin promised on the spot that he would never accept a task from Ulrich again. Ulrich expressed his disappointment, and said that he was only concerned about the team's face. But Mengichin was so uncooperative. Mengichin was silent for a long time, and actually withdrew the statement. Tyrant. Ulrich. At that time, Xu Xiang couldn't help but make a comment in his heart. Xu Xiang followed Ulrich to the parking lot, and saw a gorgeous and flashy bright pink car at a glance. There were many stickers on the body that were difficult to evaluate. I didn't expect Ulrich's taste to be so novel. Ha ha ha. Ulrich saw the car and felt a headache. He turned around and explained, "This is not my car. It belongs to my brother. Mine is not so ugly." Looking into Xu Xiang's calm eyes, Ulrich felt that there was no need to say these things. "I give up." Is this sister expressionless? I have never seen her have any expression. Never mind. It's good that she didn't laugh at him. Ulrich was very happy, and planned to transfer more money to Xu Xiang after the next simulation game. See, the one surrounded by people asking for autographs is my brother, Ulrich said. He's a top star. Oh! Xu Xiang looked forward. A young man wearing trendy clothes and covered with metal rings leaned against the car, signed autographs for fans with a smile on his face, and took photos with them. If you want his autograph, feel free to contact me. Since you are my teammate, I can help you. Oh! The young man saw Ulrich, said something to the fans, asked his assistant to clear the place, and waved, "Hey, boy, are you taking your girlfriend home?" Ulrich's eyes widened immediately. Don't talk nonsense. This is my teammate. Don't mess with his sister. He hasn't got a 100% winning rate with her yet. The young man came over, bowed 90 degrees and apologized. Sorry, sister. My brain is not working well, and sometimes I can't control my mouth well. His movements were exaggerated, but his tone was quite sincere. Xu Xiang, yes. The young man said, let me formally introduce myself. I am Arnold Mesberg, the elder brother of this kid. Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang? Arnold touched his chin. I remember that you are the one from F-2077. I heard from Ulrich that you are a good sniper. Just a little worse than him. Ulrich immediately stepped forward and covered his mouth. Arnold pushed him away. Oh, what can't be said? Sister, don't be sad. You are not a professional sniper. It is normal to lose to Ulrich. If you really can't do it, I will help you beat this kid, including the black and blue face. Xu Xiang always felt that Ulrich said something unreasonable. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Okay. Xu Xiang responded politely. Let's go. Get in the car. And go home. Arnold opened the car door gentlemanly, let Xu Xiang in, and closed the car at the moment Ulrich was about to get in the car. Ulrich, Arnold hummed a song and walked to the driver's seat with a ding-dong-dong sound. After the car took off, Arnold started talking again, almost without stopping. I watched the game. Were you on the same team with Juan? Arnold thought of this. Is he still laughing at you now? Ulrich felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Arnold ignored his brother's life and death and said to himself, I just played casually in that game at the beginning. You lost because you were too nervous. You cried after losing? It's normal to cry so loudly and attract people nearby. You should be glad that only Juan found out. Otherwise it would definitely be on the news, ha ha ha. Ulrich was in pain. Ulrich was stiff. Ulrich wanted to live on another planet. Xu Xiang, who was standing by, listened quietly, as if she understood why Ulrich and Juan quarreled as soon as they met. It turned out that someone cried because he lost a game, and was discovered and laughed at by Juan who passed by. Both of them were noisy people, and after a while, this grudge was formed. Besides, no matter how high you are in the league, you are still a younger brother when you meet your brother. Ulrich really regretted sitting in the back seat and not being able to hold his brother's big mouth in time. Please shut up. He sat in the back seat just to avoid his brother. But his brother poked his sad story so quickly. Okay. Let you recuperate. Thank you. Arnold Bant couldn't stay idle. After talking about this topic, he changed the topic. Ulrich was terrified all the way, fearing that some dark history would be heard by Xu Xiang. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the destination. Ulrich walked at the back with empty steps. Lost and soulless, Arnold asked someone to park the car, ignored his brother, and asked Xu Xiang, sister. Ulrich said you are here to choose a mecha. What series do you want? We have all the common ones on the market, and there are many uncommon ones. Speaking of which, aren't you from the post-war planet? Have you ever used a mecha? Xu Xiang said, I have practiced. She has been practicing mecha operation in the holographic cabin for a long time. But virtual battles are not as good as actual battles. If there is a chance, she would rather experience it in person. Arnold nodded, that's fine. Let's have lunch first, and then go to choose a mecha. How about it? Okay. The Mesberg couple went on a business trip to another planet, so they were the only two owners in the huge manor. The brilliant artificial stars gathered into the Milky Way, spanning over the Mesberg manor, and the whole garden was shining. The manor uses advanced technology to create an intelligent balance system, so that it is covered with green plants without the trouble of mosquito bites. Ah, it's great to be rich. Xu Xiang sighed. So this is a rich man? Xu Xiang followed the two brothers forward. The lights in the manor were bright, and the smart home appliances were working in an orderly manner. This way. Arnold led the way, and called the 5-star artificial chef to prepare the meal. At 12 noon. We had lunch on time. Chapter 19 Brothers. The Meseberg family's meals were rich and rare. Not only was the table full, but they were all things Xu Xiang had never seen before. The strange-looking fruits and vegetables were carefully blended to form a starry salad plate, with the fine red jam gleaming under the light. The honey-glazed roast meat, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exuded a rich aroma. In addition, there were stir-fried interstellar alien meat and bamboo shoots, starry fish platter, meteor juice, and other foods, each of which could bring visual and olfactory impacts. Sister, you're welcome. Eat quickly. Arnold Bant used a public chopstick to pick up the alien barbecue for Xu Xiang, and also handed her a glass of sunset-colored meteor juice, fruit juice squeezed from different fruits of 12 planets. Believe me, every bite will make you respect the stars. Xu Xiang took a sip, and the sweetness of different tastes intertwined, mixed with a hint of sourness. Rich in taste, delicious and thirst-quenching, like a rest after an interstellar journey. Delicious. Xu Xiang tasted the exotic beast barbecue again. The meat was very good and unexpectedly tender. It was hard to imagine that those rough-skinned and thick-fleshed exotic beasts could be so delicious. Delicious. Artaban smiled even more brightly and kept introducing various delicacies. Xu Xiang listened very carefully, as if she was in class. Ulrich usually talks a lot, and this was his quietest time. It turned out that the blood suppression was true, and Artaban was the brother-sweeping machine. Xu Xiang praised Artaban in her heart. She happily finished this interstellar meal, and couldn't wait to see the Mecha warehouse of the Meseberg family. Mr. Butler led the way for Xu Xiang in front. Artaban slowed down a few steps and secretly asked Ulrich, "Does your little classmate have facial paralysis? Do you want me to call a doctor to take a look?" Ulrich, Although he had never seen other expressions on Xu Xiang's face. Xu Xiang's face was very natural, and had no negative effects. It was indeed not facial paralysis. "Don't worry about her," Ulrich said. "I find someone to send her back after she chooses the Mecha." Xu Xiang must not be allowed to hear more of his dark history. I really admire his brother. He told all his embarrassing stories in one meal, and said that he would come to listen to other stories when he had the chance. No. Why didn't he remember those things? Arnold said seriously, "This is what you did wrong. How can you treat guests like this? When you go to school, you two will go back to school together, and I will send you." Ulrich decided to run tonight. Xu Xiang was listening to the housekeeper's introduction of the buildings and antiques he encountered on the road, and didn't pay attention to the two people behind him. "We're here." 10 minutes later, the housekeeper stopped in front of a big door. The door was made of pure silver, and the whole door was carved with exquisite patterns, which were connected into a piece, like a silver sea of flowers. The door was decorated with expensive sequins of the same color. There were not many, but they were very beautiful when they flashed. Arnold entered the fingerprint and verified the iris. After passing it successfully, the door slowly opened. The cold breath of iron plate hits you in the face. Stepping into the Mecha warehouse, it feels like you have strayed into the core area of a steel giant. The cool mechas stand quietly and neatly, exuding a cold and powerful pressure, as if they are ready to go and are about to wake up. The high-brightness LED lights above the head shine on the mechas, showing the perfect and smooth lines of the fuselage. "Sister, come here." Arnold waved at the stairs. Xu Xiang stared at the mechas of different colors, and walked over with a look back every 3 steps. Arnold went upstairs. "There are too many mechas. Let's choose on the light board. After we choose, I have someone send you a new one." "Okay. Thank you. What are you polite about? You are Ulrich's classmate. He is my brother. And you are my sister?" There is a lounge on the 2nd floor. The space is large, with 2 floor-to-ceiling windows on the left and right. On one side, you can see the beautiful garden scenery outside, and on the other side, you can see the group of mechas inside the warehouse. The butler took out 3 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator, put 2 bottles on the coffee table, and gave the other bottle to Ulrich, who was sitting in the corner. Arnabat asked the intelligent robot to close the French window, projected the light board, and began to introduce the mecha. "Let's take a look at a few light mechas first." Arnabat had some research on mechas, and his introduction was very logical and focused on the key points. This is the Black Avenger. 8.3 meters high and 120 tons in weight. It has good performance and is considered one of the most comprehensive light mechas. His state when introducing the mecha was different from usual. With a serious tone and a serious attitude. The Black Avenger is all black. With white lines on the joints and protrusions. Like the black impermanence in the depths of hell. Asking for the life of his enemies. Arnabet cut the page and continued the introduction. When cutting to the 10th page, Xu Xiang suddenly spoke. This one. She stared at it. Are you interested in this one? Arnabet was originally going to cut it. After all, this one was very old. And it began to be used less 10 years ago. Almost no one has used it in the past 2 years. But he has collected 9 and doesn't mind giving one away. Xu Xiang had searched and learned about this mecha. It is a light mecha. 8.56 m high. 108.22 t in weight. And silver white in color. It is one of the few mechas with wings and can fly. The iron plates of the wings of wind are stacked layer by layer. No matter from which angle you look at it. It is like a blooming lotus. With a strong industrial aesthetic. It moves very fast, and is mainly used for rescue activities. Wings of Wind. It is the mecha model that rescued Xu Xiang from the mouth of the flying insect. No. Not to mention that the Wings of Wind have been eliminated. The lower strength does not have much effect on Xu Xiang. She is just a little touched. It is hard to describe the specific taste. But it must be the kind of touch of sadness. Can I see the heavy mecha directly? Xu Xiang didn't want to have that kind of emotion. So she quickly retracted her thoughts and changed the subject. For mecha types of the same level, heavy mechas are often more aggressive. In addition, considering that most of the people in the team are driving light and medium mechas. In order to maintain balance, Xu Xiang prefers heavy mechas. No problem. Arnabet was very straightforward. Lowered his head to operate the light board. And switched the link. Alric, who had been watching the two people chewing straws, suddenly said, then try the giant elephant. Designed and built by Alanda. Don't you also like to jump back and forth between several positions? He is always sarcastic. Alanda's most famous work is the giant elephant. This mecha has been popular for more than 200 years. And there are still details waiting for the younger generations to learn and study. Arnabet didn't watch every game. And was puzzled by Alric's words. What do you mean? What do you mean? Alric snorted. Ask her. He didn't want to praise others. Because it was usually only others who boasted about him. Arnabet looked at Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang felt sad and decided to teach Alric a lesson in the next sniper battle. I'm good at fighting. Xu Xiang explained. Alas. She didn't know what to say. You play the main attacker position? Command? Command? You're awesome. Sister. It's rare to find a commander who is good at fighting. But does the position change that Auric mentioned have anything to do with this? I played the main attacker position in high school. And I transferred to the command department in college. Oh. So, wait a minute. Arnold was shocked. You changed your major in college? According to the academic standards of the league, students study all majors during elementary school. Major in one subject and minor in 2 subjects in junior high school. And start to specialize in one subject in high school. Students' major choices will change with various factors such as dreams and family finances. But most students change their majors before the 2nd year of high school at the latest. Why did Xu Xiang change her major in college? You know, a person's habits are difficult to change. Among these 6 positions, except for the main attacker and the secondary attacker, there are certain barriers between the other positions. This is not over yet. Changing majors means learning a new course in depth. Will she make it in time in 4 years of college? What surprised Arnabet even more was that the tier league would start in 2 months. Could Xu Xiang, who had just started to study command, play well in this position? It was rare for Arnabet to pity his younger brother. Alas, what a proud child. This time the league is probably gone. Just treat it as an experience. There are not many teams that get good results in the first league. Not every team is called Star Team. And not everyone is Ren's eye. Arnabet has liked watching the tier league since he was a child. The last Star Team left a deep impression on him. When the referee announced that Ren's eye broke a certain record, he also invested several million. At worst, I give the money to my brother this time. Yeah. Xu Xiang's response brought Arnabet back to his thoughts. Arnold said, it doesn't matter. Everyone has their own considerations. I believe your decision is the most suitable for the moment. Come on, little sister. Well, thank you. Alric saw that Xu Xiang didn't explain much, and his mouth twitched. No. The topic has come to this point. With such a good opportunity. She really doesn't want to pretend? Could it be? Alric pondered. Wait. That's it. Alric's eyes widened. When his brother sees Xu Xiang's subsequent games, his emotions will definitely fluctuate more. Xu Xiang, you have a good plan. Alric roared in his heart. The little episode did not affect Arnold's enthusiasm for Xu Xiang. He still introduced the mecha seriously. After the giant elephant, he also specially selected the more popular ones at the moment. I think you will like this one. Arnold discovered Xu Xiang's preference through her previous questions. It is particularly aggressive. Not only that, it is easy to modify. If your team's mecha master is strong enough, this mecha will definitely shine in the arena. This heavy mecha made of black iron is 10.66 m high, weighs 450.88 t, and has an explosive equivalent of up to 15,000 tons. The color of the mecha is obviously very single, but it presents a colorful black feeling due to the special material. It is beautiful but not fancy. This mecha is like the deep starry sky. It looks ordinary, but it actually hides mysteries. It is one of the most flexible heavy mechas, and also one of the mechas with the most modifiable places. Xiuxing. This mecha has the name. However, Arnold sighed. This mecha is super difficult to drive. If the highest operating difficulty is 5 stars, it is definitely super 5 stars. Chapter 20 Try. If the 5-star difficulty is like untangling a ball of yarn with many knots, then the super 5-star difficulty is like walking on a tightrope across a cliff, untangling the knotted yarn while walking. And it is a time-limited one. Time, space, skills, etc. Difficulties in various dimensions. I advise you not to choose it. Auric's heart was pounding with shock. How could anyone pretend to be cool like this? This mecha is not something that students can drive. For so many years, no one has used it in the tier league. Oh! Xu Xiang wanted it. Arnold said excitedly, it's because no one else chose it. Right. Sister? Go ahead. Challenge it. Ulrich, He suspected that his brother no longer cared about his win or loss in the tier league. His brother definitely wanted to watch the fun. Yeah. But you don't have to use Xuanqing. After his brain was hot, Arnold regained some rationality. If you think it's not suitable, I can give you another one. How many people are watching the tier league? If this child makes a mistake in the game, the ridicule on the internet will make her feel sad. As a public figure, Arnold knows this very well. But Xu Xiang's answer was very straightforward. No, she said. She plans to practice Xuanqing first. That's fine. We are all adults. Arnold will not interfere with other people's choices. Since Xu Xiang has made a decision, he will not stop her. Then I take you to test the machine first to see if Xuanqing is suitable. He stood up, eager to try. As if he was the one who wanted to test the machine. Ulrich, He felt that his brother was like a mecha dealer. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. Xu Xiang has always wanted to drive a mecha herself. And Arnold took the initiative to offer it. And she was super happy. The three went to the left area of the warehouse, and came to the area of heavy mecha. Mechas, like flying cars, need regular maintenance and repair. The left area is close to the maintenance area, so you can smell a faint smell of engine oil and the metallic smell of electronic components. The height of the mechas in this area is mostly over 9 meters. Each one is majestic, and the eyes on the head are bright. Over here, Arnold walked in front with ease. Xuanqing is a mecha that was launched more than 10 years ago. It has a cool and domineering appearance, complete functions, and is equipped with the most complete arsenal in recent years. However, it is too difficult to operate. So many people buy it and put it in the bottom of the box. On a display stand, a 10-meter-tall black iron giant stands tall, looking down at the weak humans. Xuanqing black paint is deep and cold, and under the illumination of LED lights, it evenly reflects the faint light. Xuanqing is equipped with the most advanced power system and control system in recent years. It is impeccable in combat, especially its powerful arsenal. If you practice it well, you will definitely sweep the field, Arnold said. Stand there. Yes, right there. The gravity system will directly suck you into the cockpit. Xu Xiang stood behind Xuanqing as Arnold said. Xuanqing sensed the driver, activated the gravity system, and sucked Xu Xiang into the cockpit. It is said that the cockpit is the heart of the mecha. And Xu Xiang finally experienced it personally. The cockpit is cleverly laid out, and every inch of space is carefully used by the mecha master to ensure that the driver can control this behemoth in the best posture and state. There are 3 large holographic projection screens in the cabin, in front, left, and right, respectively, which present the scene outside the cabin in 3 dimensions and intuitively. The screen can be enlarged to facilitate the driver to observe details. Xu Xiang sat in the driver's seat, feeling the temperature of the cold mecha. Try to move. Arnabet waved from below, and pulled the sullen Alric to the side. The basic buttons of the mecha are similar, but some mechas have special functions, so different buttons are installed. Xu Xiang already knows the basic buttons well. Moving forward, backward, sideways. After a few actions, it was like flowing water, without any hesitation or doubt. Not like someone who is using a mecha for the first time. Not bad, Arnabet shouted. Xu Xiang really wanted to try Xuanqing arsenal, but she was a conscientious person, and would not blow up other people's warehouses. A few minutes later, Xu Xiang reluctantly left the cockpit. Arnold couldn't tell her attitude from her expression, so he had to ask, "How is it? Is this one the only one? Or do you want to look at other ones?" "It's pretty good. This one." "No thanks." Xu Xiang answered his questions one by one, and finally thanked him sincerely. "Thank you very much." At the end, he added a word. "We. Alric, eh?" Arnold formatted Xuanqing, and then handed the controller to Xu Xiang. "You set the account and password. Just follow the above process." "Okay. Thank you." Xu Xiang took the controller. 10 minutes later, Xu Xiang finished the process. Arnold patted Xu Xiang on the shoulder. "More excited than her. Xuanqing is handed over to you. I haven't used it for so long since I bought it. You must make it shine in the arena." "Yeah. Let Alric go with you for a walk. I go out to do something and come back in the evening," Arnabet said. "Your address is the same as Alric's, right? I asked the housekeeper to arrange transportation." "Same. Thank you for your help. Why are you being polite? They are all my brothers and sisters." "Ha ha." Arnabet returned to his usual frivolousness. Alric was speechless. His brother liked to recognize relatives randomly. Arnabet hugged Alric in a brotherly way and nagged him as usual. Xu Xiang stayed at Mesberg House for a day. The next morning, he said goodbye to the brothers and took a taxi back to school. Arnabet was a warm and hospitable person. If Xu Xiang was not a man of few words, he could have persuaded Xu Xiang for half an hour. The first thing Xu Xiang did when he arrived at school was to go to the Mecha warehouse to see if Xuanqing had been delivered. Aurora College provides students with a free Mecha parking area. If more areas are needed, they can only be purchased with money. The Mecha warehouse is underground, and the Mecha placement area is divided according to different grades and dormitories. Xu Xiang asked for directions, and quickly found the area of the Golden Tower team. There was a position that was vacant. Xuanqing had not arrived yet. Xu Xiang then looked at the mechas of others. Yinli was driving a heavy mecha, and the red appearance was as hot as fire, which was different from her gentle and delicate personality. Yanosu was driving a medium-sized mecha, which was mainly silver and black and equipped with a sickle. Xuan was driving a medium-sized mecha, which was blue and white with cloud engravings on it. Mengqichen light mecha had been modified many times at a glance, and it must be his own masterpiece. Auric was also a light mecha, with patterns all over his body like blue and white porcelain, which was actually quite beautiful. Xu Xiang stared at other people's mechas for a few minutes, and then stared at his own mecha position for a few minutes. "I come back to see it in the evening." Xu Xiang returned to the dormitory with a little regret. "Xiang, you're back so soon?" Yanosu was holding a bottle of yogurt and was about to go back to the room when he ran into Xu Xiang. "Didn't you go to Alric's house to choose a mecha? I heard that his brother likes to collect mechas. Did you choose one you like?" "Yes." "Congratulations. It's not easy to choose a mecha you like," Yanosu asked. "Which one is it?" "Xuanqing." "Xian. Xuanqing?" Yanosu was surprised and ran over. "I heard that this mecha has good performance, but it is extremely difficult to operate. You haven't been in contact with mechas before, right? You chose such a difficult one right away. Is it okay?" Yanosu didn't mean anything else, but was worried that Xu Xiang would lose confidence in continuing to learn because the operation was too difficult when she used the mecha for the first time. "No problem," Xu Xiang said. She always believed that the result was unknown before trying something with all her strength. Just try your best. Then do your best. You can ask me any questions at any time, Yunosa said. Yeah. Oh. Right. Yunosa poked his index fingers together. Can you play a double game with me? I have cooperated with Yenli many times during this period, and I have become accustomed to her style of play. So I want to expand my thinking and learn more about other people's playing styles. As a support, Yunosa has a lot to do. Familiar with teammates' fighting habits, analyzing enemy movements, learning different support ideas. Only in this way can she pave the way for attackers in the arena and even in future battlefields. Okay. Xu Xiang just wanted to focus on Mecha in the future. Otherwise it would be difficult to play in the tier league. Really? Great. Xu Xiang often studied day and night. And Yunosa was very happy that she could take time to play a double game with him. Choose Mecha Battle, Xu Xiang said. She had only played a Mecha Battle once and lost. That game made her realize that she had many shortcomings. So she has been familiarizing herself with the relevant operations in the past few days. After experiencing the Mecha in person today, she is a little eager to try again. Okay. Yunoki put his hands behind his back, tilted his head slightly, and joked with a smile. It feels great to experience the Mecha in person. I felt the same way at the beginning. Xu Xiang nodded. Then let's go match. It's just right to eat after playing a game. Hee. Okay. The two returned to the room, and Yunoki invited Xu Xiang to match a two-player Mecha battle together. The match was successful. Xu Xiang did not choose Xuanqing, but its predecessor Jingxing. One Jing and one Xian refer to the arsenal. Jingxing is mainly composed of cold weapons and small artillery shells, while Xuanqing weapons are powerful, and every cannon sound is deafening and penetrates the stars. Jingxing operation difficulty is far less than Xuanqing, and the operation keys are also very different. But some functions are similar. Yunosa's usual mecha is the light sickle, which is the silver-black mecha with a sickle that Xu Xiang saw in the basement today. However, Yunosa also chose another mecha. The reason is very simple. On the one hand, most students rarely use their usual mecha outside the competition field to avoid exposing their combat habits and true strength. On the other hand, students want to learn more about mechas through this method, so as to deal with opponents who use the mecha in the competition field. Yuanya, I chose the Blue Ghost, a medium-sized mecha with both offensive and defensive capabilities. I have used it several times and am quite familiar with it. SXY, okay. Xu Xiang understood what she meant. Yunosa didn't like to lose, so he chose a safe mecha to be Xu Xiang backup. Selection completed. Loading. During the loading process, the VS situation of the two teams will appear, and you can see the opponent's ID and selected mecha. The opponent chose a medium-sized mecha and a heavy mecha just like them. 7 stars, and the goddess of guns and cannons. Yuanya, these are two mechas with strong endurance. Very suitable for a war of attrition. SXY, okay. Then let's end the battle as soon as possible. Chapter 21 Fast. The competition venue randomly moves to an abandoned city. The first simulated battle that Xu Xiang had when he came to Rocalo Star was in this scene. Unexpectedly, the first mecha battle was also similar. The reason why I say similar is that abandoned cities also have several forms. This time it is obviously more dilapidated than the last time, and even has a sense of déjà vu of a post-war star. The rubble was scattered all over the ground between the broken walls, and the dozen-story building was split in half. The smoke of war had long dissipated, leaving only devastation. Xiang? Yunosa connected to Xu Xiang channel. The enemy's positions are far away. We can defeat them one by one. No. That would waste too much time, Xu Xiang said. Concentrate on killing. Really? Well, okay. Then you adapt to the mecha. I will combine the arsenal code to facilitate cooperation later. Okay. Most of the current mechas do not need to enter codes and instructions. Basic actions, such as moving, sprinting, rolling, etc., have corresponding buttons or joysticks. But precise operations still rely on manual code input. Entering codes will slow down the action speed to a certain extent. So the driver often enters the combination code in advance according to his own habits or combat plans. Xu Xiang also wrote several sets of combination codes, just in case. The mecha battle can see the opponent's whereabouts. When the two red dots representing the opponent are close, it means that the two have successfully merged. Saying, I'm here. Yunosu is far away and is a step slower. Be careful to dodge. Shu Xiang noticed the movement and reminded Yunosu. Ah, I saw them. Two mechas, one blue and one red, came in staggered positions. And their speed was so fast that it was amazing. The blue one was the 7 stars, and the conspicuous parts were painted with star patterns. The red one was the gun goddess, wearing a helmet and a slender body like a female athlete. Beautiful and cool. The gun goddess opened fire as soon as she came, and 2 powerful cannon shells rushed with fire tails. Shu Xiang and Yunosu controlled the mecha and evacuated quickly. Boom boom, 2 loud noises in succession shook the world and added rubble and dust to the abandoned city. Shu Xiang in the cockpit stared at the screen. But unfortunately the smoke was too heavy, and she couldn't see anything. She looked down at her hands again, and her slender fingers suddenly folded and clenched into fists. This was her first mecha battle after she was thoroughly familiar with all kinds of operations. Very good. Hand feeling, mentality, state, all very good. She suppressed her inner restlessness and calmed down. Protect the key parts of the mecha. They will attack blindly next. Shu Xiang analyzed the opponent's tactics and told Yunoki. Remember to vent. Yunoki did as she said, and did not forget to respond in surprise. Xiang, you have improved. You actually said so many words at once. Shu Xiang, don't hit her like this. Okay. It's only 21 words. Not her limit yet. Shu Xiang's speculation was correct. Qixing and the goddess of guns and cannons had been hiding behind the smoke, and they would pop out from time to time like annoying mosquitoes. Either a burst of gunfire or a string of small shells. They really wanted to fight a protracted war. Luckily, Shu Xiang and Yunoki reacted quickly and avoided many fatal attacks. The damage to the fuselage did not exceed 10%. Yunoki changed the left-hand barrel of Qingui, took out the exhaust pipe from the arsenal, increased the horsepower, and blew away the dust and smoke. The figures of Qixing and the gun goddess were exposed one after another. Boom. Boom. This time it was not the gun goddess who attacked, but Jingxing. While Qixing and the gun goddess were still in a daze, Shu Xiang had already controlled Jingxing to fire 2 ion cannons, putting pressure on the opponent. This was not over yet. Jingxing moved quickly, chasing the ion cannon and rushing towards Qixing. Shu Xiang said in the channel, surround. Yunoki understood and chased another ion cannon. Jingxing and Qingui moved at full speed, but it was still slower than the ion cannon. Qixing and the gun goddess chose to dodge, staring at the ion cannon. And for a moment, they didn't care about the behemoth behind the cannon. Before they could speed up, they were caught up. Qixing wanted to escape sideways, but unfortunately met Yunoki. Qingui had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the driver Yunoki was brave and resourceful. He actually stuck to Qixing and squeezed the opponent to Jingxing position. If the public screen was turned on, Yunoki would definitely see the opponents cursing. How can a support play like this? Yunosu didn't care what the other party thought. Just cooperated with Shu Xiang. Shu Xiang was smoother than Yunosu, because she directly opened up her arsenal, using whatever she had, firing at full power, without any pause, and forced the gun goddess back step by step. If this was a live game, I guess the barrage would say that you were driving the gun goddess. Yunosu did not forget to joke while operating. Yeah. Shu Xiang glanced at her arsenal. Get ready. Her powerful shells were about to run out, so she had to fight quickly and kill them with one shot. Qixing and the gun goddess were forced to reunite. At this moment, Jingxing completed a new round of cutting and reloading. It was thought that it was another powerful attack, but Jingxing suddenly got stuck. Gun goddess seized the opportunity and fired her last cannon shell at Jingxing, then quickly cut and reloaded and began to counterattack. Qixing cooperated, and the 2 mechas besieged Jingxing. Something was wrong. Xiang? Yunoki shouted anxiously in the channel. What's wrong with you? Shu Xiang was very familiar with the weapon code and action buttons, but it was her first time using this new set of weapons, and there were several exclusive buttons that she didn't understand very well. It's okay. Shu Xiang was very stable. If this trick didn't work, she would change to the next one. Jingxing dodged and reloaded while changing to a melee weapon, and rolled directly from under the cannon to the lower body of the gun goddess, cutting her in the waist. This melee-specific sword was extremely sharp, although it did not cut off the fuselage. It cut off the opponent's important joints. Jingxing was too fast, and the gun goddess had no time to dodge. Or rather, the gun goddess had no idea that Jingxing would do this. Yunosa stopped Qixing, who was coming to help, and Xu Xiang cut the equipment again, opened the pulley at the same time, distanced herself from the opponent, and fired the last ion cannon in the arsenal. The gun goddess retreated. Her legs moved, but her body stopped in place due to broken joints. The ion cannon flashed forward, destroyed head-on. Then, Qingui dragged Qixing, who was about to escape, and after observing that Jingxing had caught up to a suitable position, he distanced himself from Qixing, and then joined Jingxing to attack from both sides, each firing the last shot of the game. The battle was over. After reading the data analysis, Xu Xiang left the settlement hall, not caring about the wailing and screen swiping of the two opponents. Xu Xiang said to end the game as soon as possible, but Yunosa didn't expect it to be so fast. 8 minutes and 58 seconds. Admittedly, the opponent's strength was very poor, but for Xu Xiang, who was fighting a mecha double battle for the first time, being able to reduce the battle time to single digits was already terrifying. Xiang? Yunoki knocked on the door. Xu Xiang opened the door. Yunoki saw that she looked calm, not like someone who had just won the game, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are really... How can you always be so calm? I am very happy. This is true. Who wouldn't be happy to win the game? And she won after a fatal mistake. If she hadn't reacted quickly and cut the equipment in time to counterattack, this game would have been lost. Yunoki looked at Xu Xiang. Her eyelids were heavy. Her dark circles were deep. And her face had no expression at all. How could she be happy? Yunoki waved her hand. Forget it. Forget it. As long as you were happy. Speaking of which, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly get stuck? I don't know how to use it. Xu Xiang told the truth. Yunoki recalled the scene at that time and understood. Oh, that's right. I remember that was Jingxing's special weapon. So the buttons are more complicated. But you are so awesome. I never thought you would take the opportunity to fight in close combat. Not only did he go up to the ion cannon, he also rolled and slid past the ion cannon. Yunoki suddenly felt that he was still too conservative. That's the best way. Seeing Yunoki's yearning expression, Xu Xiang couldn't help but say one more sentence. I'm not reckless. Yeah. I know. Yunoki nodded hurriedly. Xu Xiang was silent for a moment and said, Do you know the attackers of other teams? Yes. I suggest you cooperate with them more. Why? This way they will get used to my style of play. And then on the court, I may be intercepted in the opposite direction and unable to provide timely support. In team competitions, every position is crucial. Not to mention the front row assistants and the wings of the main attackers. But you are also getting familiar with the other party. Xu Xiang said. As you said, we need to expand our thinking. Yunoki and his teammates played actual combat, but only conducted theoretical research on the opponent. Of course, this is not okay. After all, it is easy to go wrong if you talk about it on paper. Xu Xiang once played the auxiliary position using Bei Yanbo account. Although the opponent in the full mock exam was not as good as the high league, she still figured out her own theory. Through practice, she believed that she was right. Yunoki thought, I will think about it carefully. Yeah. Yunoki was so excited that he didn't even eat. He wanted to play a few more games, so he proposed to leave. After Yunoki left, Xu Xiang closed the door. She said too much today and was very tired. Now she just wanted to calm down and have a good rest. Xu Xiang sat at the table and officially began to learn the intermediate knowledge of Mecha. That is, the junior high school content. Chapter 22 Teacher. The weekend is over, and a new week begins. The Mecha class starts on Thursday this week. And the teacher is Ji Xiao. What's coming has finally come. A classmate wailed. When I opened the schedule and saw teacher Ji Xiao's name, I knew that the Mecha class for this semester was over. I heard from the juniors that teacher Ji Xiao is super strict. Will our grades be very low? Teacher. Kai. Come and get it. You're coming and getting it before the class even starts. Actually, teacher Ji Xiao is pretty good. She's the leader of the command department. Commanders don't need to be very good at using mechas. They just need to have a good brain. Shh. Don't let teacher Ji Xiao hear this. It is said that a junior said that she heard this and ran 10 laps around the playground with a weight. Could it be Renzizai? His. That's also a leader. Why did teacher Ji Xiao punish him? Help. Isn't it because Xu Xiang is in our class that teacher Ji Xia came? Otherwise, she teaches juniors and is busy with college affairs. Where would she have time to teach us? And, when Xu Xiang entered the classroom, she happened to hear this. As soon as the talking students saw Xu Xiang, they immediately stopped talking. Even the originally noisy classroom became quiet. Xu Xiang walked silently to the corner of the last row. Many students also like to choose this position, which is convenient for slacking off. In addition, Xu Xiang came late and always missed it. She could only sit next to the students in that position, one empty seat away from them. The students really couldn't stand her cold aura, so they all slipped to the front. And slowly, no one competed with her for this position. The teacher was very pleased and said that their class had the most students sitting in the front row, and even asked questions and called names in class. Xu Xiang walked over and sat down under the gaze of her classmates, and took out the light board to review the Mecha content. This was the new one she bought this weekend. It has a large memory and powerful functions, and it has used up all her savings. She was so sad. The Mingxing Star card was upgraded. The credit limit increased, but the money in it was gone. Alas, I really want to dig out the silver door of Ulrich's family. The classmates chatted in twos and threes, and looked back at Xu Xiang from time to time. 2 minutes later, Ji Xiao walked into the classroom with a light board. In an instant, the whole place was quiet, which was better than the class bell. Don't be nervous. It's not time for class yet. Ji Xiao smiled kindly, and then connected the light board to the machine on the podium to project. She said that, but the students didn't dare to do it, for fear of accidentally attracting Ji Xiao's attention. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. After the bell rang, Ji Xiao walked to the center of the stage and said gently, "Students, this is the first time to take my class. Let me introduce myself first. I am Ji Xiao from the command department, and I am also your teacher for the Mecha battle class this semester." The students wanted to applaud but were embarrassed to applaud, and the scene was awkward for a while. Ji Xiao didn't mind and continued, "Students have been exposed to mechas as early as the second year of high school. I have seen your high school joint results. Overall, they are excellent. But the actual combat and mecha battle situation is not good." Her tone was calm, but the students felt very uncomfortable listening to it. Being able to enter Aurora College means that they are the best students in the command department of this year's high school league, so everyone around them praises them. But Ji Xia just talks about their shortcomings as soon as he comes. "Teacher Ji Xia." A student raised his hand. Not convinced. "I don't quite understand why you insist on commanding to have the same combat level as the attacker?" Ji Xiao looked at him straight in the face. Not angry because of his questioning, and his attitude remained calm, because command also requires fighting. "But we are the back row. We only need to consider the overall situation and deploy troops. Why do we need to fight? When that time comes, it will also be a problem for individual soldiers. So we should increase their training. Right? Really?" Ji Xiao nodded. "I understand your idea. What's your name?" Other students cast sympathetic eyes at him. The classmate was even more upset. "Teacher, you can't punish me just because I have a different opinion from you." "Right," Ji Xiao said. "I don't intend to punish you. Do you need to ask a student's name to punish him?" The classmate choked. "Then you," Ji Xiao said, "if you can't listen to the theory, then you will see the truth in actual combat in the future." She lowered her head and flipped through the light board, found the name and ID photo of the classmate, and called his name. Diego. After matching the name with the face, Ji Xiao remembered the preliminaries a few days ago. Ji Xiao is a teacher in the command department, so she naturally pays more attention to the students in the command department. In addition to Xu Xiang, she has paid attention to the performance of other students. Compared with Xu Xiang, in the competition, Xu Xiang, who is also a commander, personally collected supplies and fought. But Diego only focused on commanding, and pushed the blame on his teammates when he lost, and did not look for problems in himself at all. Diego failed to form a team in the next few days. He broke down and screamed after appearing on the stage, which scared many students and even made it to the campus forum. Fortunately, the school security guards came forward in time to take him away and prevented the incident from escalating. "I will prove that I am not wrong." Diego gritted his teeth and sat down. "Okay." Ji Xia did not argue with him. "Then prepare for class next." Xu Xiang heard this, cut off the light board page, and listened to the class carefully. Ji Xia called up the courseware, before the formal class. I will tell you 3 things. The first is the process of receiving the Mecha. The second is the midterm and final exams. And the third is the composition of the final grade. The students took out the light board to take notes. After Aurora College starts the Mecha battle class, each student will be given an A-level Mecha. The process is as follows. Ji Xia turned sideways and showed the courseware on the screen. The process is very simple. The class monitor registers information, including student information and expected Mecha. Review. Go to the designated location to pick it up before this Sunday. Or fill in the address. And the school will arrange for delivery. But the student needs to pay the shipping fee. The midterm and final exams are both Mecha combat, with 6 people in a team. The team formed in the preliminary round is valid, and the other teams are also valid after passing the review. Ji Xia said. The exam location is at the Elizabeth campus of Aurora College. The specific rules will be released on the same day. Practical combat. Xu Xiang is looking forward to it. Finally, the final grade is composed. The regular score plus the midterm score and the final score are in a ratio of 3 to 3 to 4. Any other questions? No one spoke. Okay. Then let's start the class. Ji Xia changed the courseware. Theoretical classes and practical classes are taught in turns. This week is theoretical class. And next week is practical class. Ji Xia class is not as obscure as imagined. On the contrary, she explains the knowledge points clearly and simplifies the complex content, from shallow to deep, and guides students step by step, as if building a bridge between students and the knowledge base. The students gradually breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the big boss of the command department, they felt that their brains were sublimated. The above are the key points of the Mecha power system. I hope everyone will pay more attention to this during the battle. Ji Xia glanced at the time. 10 minutes of question time. Do you have any questions? The classmates lowered their heads and pretended to read their notes carefully. Xu Xiang raised her hand. Excuse me. Xu Xiang thought about whether to stand up. Last week, she asked a question. The teacher of the first class asked her to stand up seriously. The teacher of the second class smiled and said to sit down and not to be so nervous. Ji Xia saw Xu Xiang sitting up and bending down, and couldn't help but smile. No need to stand up. Just ask directly. Xu Xiang was moved. Teacher Ji Xia is really nice. Heavy Mecha can be transformed. How to prevent explosion? Xu Xiang asked. Heavy Mecha has sufficient energy, but is not very flexible. Once it encounters targeted fire suppression, it is easy to ignite the energy depot. It is like wanting to hold it but can't. Wanting to run but can't. Some insect swarms can spit fire, which is specifically for heavy mecha. Later, designers added explosion-proof devices to the power system of heavy mechas, greatly reducing the hazards in this regard. Heavy mechas are relatively bulky, and explosion-proof devices are also simple, except in some cases. For example, Xu Xiang Xuanqing. The biggest feature of Xuanqing is that it has many transformations, even more than most light mechas. In this case, the explosion-proof device can't keep up with its transformation rhythm. Ji Xia was slightly surprised, but soon had a guess and just said, "Come to me after class." Xu Xiang, oh, do other students have any questions? Ji Xia looked around the classroom. Diego also asked a few questions, and Ji Xia answered them one by one. Even if the other party's tone was not good and a little aggressive, she was very patient. The bell rang, and Ji Xia finished class on time. Xu Xiang walked to Ji Xia and was taken to the teacher's lounge at the end of the corridor. Ji Xia swiped her card to enter, and the lights in the lounge turned on automatically. Xiang? Ji Xia asked. Did you choose Athena? There aren't many heavy mechas that can transform, and even fewer that can be reduced to a highly aggressive A-level range. In Ji Xia's impression, only Athena meets Xu Xiang requirements. Xu Xiang said. Xuanqing. Xuanqing. If the highest score is 5 stars, the difficulty is Xuanqing, which is super 5 stars. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't shocked. Ji Xia was stunned for 3 seconds. But isn't Xuanqing S level? Where did this kid get it? Alric gave it to me, Xu Xiang said. I haven't used it. I'm still learning. Xu Xiang saw Ji Xia's surprise, but she didn't think it was necessary. She didn't know how to use it as soon as she got it. Maybe she was still a rookie after practicing for a few weeks? She just wanted to challenge and break through. Ji Xia took back his hand and sat opposite Xu Xiang. So what do you think of Xuanqing? Xu Xiang recalled the few simulation games he played late last night. Average. The operating difficulty of Super 5 stars is not just talk. The complexity of the buttons. Multidimensional operations such as time, space and power. The stability of physical fitness and mentality. Information analysis and decision-making, etc. All make driving Xuanqing like driving a runaway beast. Xu Xiang can only remember all the buttons now to ensure smooth movements. As for actual combat, no matter which aspect of control is far from enough. Xuanqing has been around for many years, but there are very few drivers. It's an adventure for you to choose it. However, Jixia changed the subject. I am very happy that there are students willing to challenge it. 2 months later is the tier league. Xu Xiang's choice of Xuanqing at this time is a gamble for everyone. The pressure of operating difficulty is given to Xu Xiang. The pressure of Xuanqing power is given to other teams. Regardless of the outcome, Jixia sincerely hopes that Xu Xiang will not regret her choice. And she will do her best to help him. Yeah. In fact, Xu Xiang is not sure about controlling Xuanqing. But this does not prevent her from trying. Xuanqing explosion-proof system has always been a difficult problem for mecha masters. But a friend of mine happens to have new results. I will ask for you and give you an answer later. Okay. Thank you, teacher. It should be. Jixia paused for a moment and asked, Xiang, can I know what you think of Diego's views expressed in class today? Should the commander learn to fight? Chapter 23 Daily Life. Xu Xiang was reviewing at the time and didn't quite remember what Diego said. She only heard a few key words. So she said, I don't agree. She didn't agree with Diego's idea. If the front row fell, the back row would stop fighting? If the mecha was scrapped, humans would give up resistance? What kind of perverse logic is this? Physical fitness and mecha training are what everyone should learn in this era. Even the commander of the back row. Xu Xiang felt that Jixia was really kind. People like Diego, who didn't listen to reason, would be honest after being thrown into the Zerg battlefield for a few days. I'm glad you said that. Jixia smiled with relief. Many students didn't understand her philosophy because they had never been to a real battlefield and had never experienced the real fighting to the last moment. But Jixia had been there and experienced it. Under the dense Zerg swarm. In the sea of smoke and fire. After the mecha was scrapped. She was the only survivor in the team. And she hoped that more people would survive. Jixia still had to teach junior students. She asked Xu Xiang a few questions about life. And after making sure that she was gradually adapting, she left the lounge. Xu Xiang returned to the dormitory and played mecha battles in the holographic cabin again. Her record gradually improved. No longer a series of gray failures, and even won 3 consecutive games last night. During this period, Xu Xiang mastered the operation of 5 heavy mechas such as Pejuan, Zongzi Hammer and Athena, and her familiarity with Xuanqing was greatly improved. In the single-player battle in the difficult mode, she could smoothly complete the equipment switching in seconds. The only thing missing was a practical opportunity. She planned to try it in the team competition of the midterm exam. 6 hours later, Xu Xiang walked out of the holographic cabin. With a sore back and hungry stomach, Xu Xiang took the food made by the robot to the large balcony to eat standing up to relieve the discomfort in her lower body. While eating, she read the posts on the campus forum. After the mecha battle class started, many freshmen were discussing what mecha to get and the mecha practical test in a month. Which series of mechas are you all going to get? I'm not planning to get one. My parents just gave me an S-class mecha on my birthday the day before yesterday. I'm jealous. You can click on my homepage to see my new post. I analyzed the mechas provided by the college this year. Students who have no idea what mecha to choose can refer to it. Damn. Thank you. I tell you a piece of news. It's absolutely amazing. Explosive. Guess what I saw in the basement today? What? Don't hide it. Come on. Xuanqing. Xuanqing? Damn. Who is brave enough to use Xuanqing? It's just for show. Who dares to drive Xuanqing on the track? Yes. For so many years. Let alone Xuanqing. Jingxing has never appeared on the track. Although Jingxing is not as difficult as Xuanqing, it is not simple either. However, its power is average and useless. How can it compare to Xuanqing? Don't go off topic, friends. So, little brother, did you see the name? Who is Xuanqing in the position? You may not believe it when I tell you. It's Xu Xiang. Just like that. The topic focused on Xu Xiang again. Xu Xiang felt puzzled. Why do these people always pay attention to her? She is just a little transparent person from the post-war star. It's better to pay attention to other masters than her. No matter who those people pay attention to. Xu Xiang is currently most concerned about Xuanqing. Xuanqing arrived last night. Xu Xiang took a look at it. Oh! To be precise, it was 10 minutes. I hope she can adapt to and get familiar with that behemoth as soon as possible. Haha. That's fine. Just showing it off for fun. You don't have to say that. After all, she fought back and forth with Yanli. If the school didn't give out mechas for free, she wouldn't even have one. I guess her position was taken by Ulrich. Xuanqing is not hers. Ulrich uses it to save face. He likes to show off the most. That's right. Alas, Xu Xiang is so miserable. How could the unlucky little guy run into Ulrich? The big devil. Xu Xiang took a screenshot of the comments on this page and sent it to Ulrich. Good netizens never argue with others online. Let Xiaomei solve it. This semester is so short. The midterm exam will be in a month. And the tier league will be in 2 months. What should I do? Friends? I'm already nervous. Don't be nervous, buddy. I haven't even formed a team yet. It's a question whether I can pass the midterm exam. Alas. Damn. Me too. Let's form a team. Private me. After eating and watching the fun, Xu Xiang finished a set of stretching and prepared to go back to her room to continue playing mecha battles. Trying to use Xuanqing in the midterm exam. Yes. Her plan was advanced. Because with her current proficiency in Xuanqing, single-player battles are not very useful. If she wants to continue to improve, she can only play actual battles. Who made her have a good brain and learn quickly? Hee. Xu Xiang was in a good mood and her steps were much lighter. When she entered the living room, the optical computer just happened to ring. Ji Xia sent a file with a title study on the deformation of the explosion-proof device of the Xuanqing power system. Xu Xiang clicked it and saw more than 80 pages with words and pictures. Ji Xiang. If your Xuanqing is in its original state, you can refer to the configuration in this report. In addition, you need to solve the parts involved by yourself. According to regulations, teachers shall not excessively interfere with the transformation of students' mechas for the competition. Otherwise it will undermine the fairness of the competition. So Ji Xia can only do this if nothing unexpected happens. Xu Xiang will use Xuanqing to fight. SXY, good. Thank you, teacher. Today is a good day. Otherwise how could she be in such a good mood? Hee. Ji Xia replied with a rose-green leaf emoticon with extremely high color saturation. And the 3 colorful words "You're welcome" flashed on it. Xu Xiang saw the emoticon package on the chat page for the first time and saved it manually. With Xu Xiang's current ability, she couldn't understand such a complex and profound theory. Fortunately, she had a lovely teammate Mengichin. SXY file. Meng, ? SXY, can you help me transform Xuanqing? Meng, received. A few minutes later, Mengichin sent a message. Meng, thank you for giving me a difficult time. Ji Xia friend is a big shot in the industry. No matter how powerful Mengichin is, he is just a student. It is impossible not to be surprised to see such exaggerated file content. SXY, you're welcome. She sent the emoticon package saved from Ji Xia. It is of course inappropriate to send such an emoticon package at this time. But Xu Xiang just saved it and wanted to use it. Now, the opportunity has come. Ming, come to the study. SXY, okay. The study is shared. But usually only Mengichin uses it. It has been less than 2 weeks since moving in. And the bookshelf in the study has been filled with books by Mengichin. Mengichin sat at the desk, hand-drawing a mecha diagram. Xu Xiang took a look and saw the elegant words "Winter" written on the upper left corner of the drawing. It seemed that he was designing the mecha himself. Mengichin looked up at Xu Xiang with a faint look in his eyes. It's a bit troublesome. Xu Xiang sat in front of him. Thank you. Mengichin, Xu Xiang simply felt that Mengichin would not refuse. After all, whether it was Ulrich's unreasonable request or her request to learn mecha, Mengichin said no in trouble but agreed. Sure enough, the next second, Mengichin gave up struggling and said, there are 2 options. One is to add explosion-proof devices to ensure more than 90% safety, but it is not conducive to the subsequent transformation of other aspects. The second is to add partial additions, only install key parts, and facilitate further transformation in the later stage. The weight of the mecha cannot be increased infinitely. The specifications and quantity of parts of a mecha are limited. It is impossible to have both. 2. Are you sure? This was within Mengichen's expectations. But he still wanted to emphasize. The explosion-proof device of heavy mecha is more important than that of medium and light mecha. Choosing the latter will require higher operation in actual combat. Are you sure? Got it. Mengichen drew circles on the paper with a pen. You are so annoying. You always make trouble for me. Sorry. Fengwei said that one of the rules of being a normal person is to admit your mistakes and apologize when you should. Mengichen put down his pen and commented on Xu Xiang's apology. Humph. Don't apologize. It's okay if you have no emotions. But you don't even have skills. Xu Xiang sighed in her heart. A man's heart is like a needle in the sea. Do you need to use Xuanqing in the midterm exam? Mengichen asked. Yes. That should be too late. Mengichen said. Xuanqing's structure is too complicated. I haven't studied it before. It will take some time. He didn't expect that a student would use this mecha on the field. And it was his teammate. It's okay. I tried to make it for you before the tier league. Thank you. The tone was the same as always. Mengichen stared at her for a long time. And finally picked up a pen. Drew a rose and a few leaves on the paper. Wrote 3 words. And passed it to Xu Xiang. You're welcome. In response to Xu Xiang's expression package just now, Xu Xiang thought it was a painting he gave her. Folded it. And put it in her pocket. Thank you. I'm going out. Mengichen, This person is not right. A month passed quickly. During this period, Xu Xiang received the mecha issued by the academy, paid for the shipping fee to send it to F2077, and bought a new optical computer for Fengwei and Bei Yanbo. Then she looked at the balance that returned to 0 and felt sad. Why is this money so hard to spend? In addition to spending money, there is also learning. Xu Xiang focuses on both physical skill training and mecha combat. He sleeps 5 or 6 hours a day, eats and rests for 2 hours, and spends the rest of the time practicing. In the last mecha battle class before the midterm exam, Ji Xia announced the battle rules and team list. Relay race. There were 15 teams in the arena, and each team discussed the order of the first to 6th batons. The faster the last baton reached the finish line, the higher the team's points, and accordingly, the higher the midterm score. The Jinta team was in the 3rd group. Also in the 3rd group was Diego's RC team. After the list was announced, Diego looked back with hostile eyes from time to time. But it was a pity that Xu Xiang either looked up to listen to Ji Xia or lowered her head to take notes, and never gave Diego a look. After class, Xu Xiang left directly from the back door, and Diego didn't even have the opportunity to say anything harsh. Yanli and others left earlier than Xu Xiang. When Xu Xiang arrived in the dormitory, they had been discussing for a while. Xiang, come quickly. Yanosa waved. We are discussing who will run the first leg. Xu Xiang had thought of the order on the way back and answered. Juan. Auric. Mengichen. Me. Yanosu. Yanli. Yanosa scratched his head. Have you decided? Xu Xiang said. We can discuss it. She is not Auric. She is a democratic commander and listens to opinions. Auric was about to speak when he felt his nose itchy, and he quickly tore the paper and sneezed. Achoo! Damn! Who scolded me? I have no objection. Juan raised his hand. I have no objection either. Agree. Okay. Yanli. Yanosu and Mengichen expressed their opinions and said that there was no problem. Auric, forget it. Indulge you once. It was rare for him not to fight or compete. Yanli and Yanosa looked at each other and smiled helplessly but relaxedly. On the day of the midterm exam, Aurora College arranged a school bus to take students to the Elizabeth district, and at the same time transported all the students' mechas there. Xu Xiang sat by the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. The last time she flew in the sky was in Renzizai flying car. I didn't expect that it had been nearly 2 months since then. Xu Xiang's mentality has not changed much. Anyway, for her, it doesn't matter where she goes or who she knows. As long as she can become stronger, it's enough. And now, she is heading in that direction. Half an hour later, the school bus arrived at the Elizabeth district of Aurora College. The midterm exam will start tomorrow, and students can take a half day off today and walk around nearby. Auric and Juan competed to get off the flying car first. Yanli and Yanoki waited behind. Mengichen directly climbed out the window, and Xu Xiang saw that it was easy, so she climbed out the window too. Xu Xiang, A strange and familiar voice came. Xu Xiang looked in the direction of the sound with drooping eyelids. This man's face was both strange and familiar to her. Who is he? Chapter 24 Holiday. The man came over with a bad face and stared at her. I will beat you in the midterm competition. Xu Xiang was still thinking about who he was. Xuan and Auric squeezed down and happened to hear this sentence. Hey. Who is it? Still want to beat us? Auric took out the mirror he carried with him and held it in front of the man. Why don't you look in the mirror to see yourself clearly? He took back the mirror and blew it. Don't dirty my mirror. Isn't this Diego? What's the matter? Gao Lian was defeated by my team once. And you come to ask for defeat again? Juan stretched out his index finger and shook it. Don't worry. I will satisfy you tomorrow. Hearing Juan say that name, Xu Xiang finally remembered who this person was. Oh! It's the person who is often aggressive in teacher Ji Xiao class. Diego was angry. Just show off your verbal skills. Don't be unconvinced when you lose. Xu Xiang put her hands in her pockets and walked straight forward. When she passed him, she politely responded, Oh! Diego's face became even darker. Yinli and others followed. Auric hummed a song. And Juan made a face. No one cared about Diego's provocation at all, which made Diego even more angry. Looking around, many people were staring at this side. His face became hot, and he vowed to regain his face in the midterm competition. The Jinta team walked away, and Juan looked back at the furious Diego and laughed. Boss, you are so angry, Juan said. Xu Xiang, ? How could she be so irritating? She even politely replied okay. Auric had a little secret in his heart, and had long wanted to show it off. But he did not forget to lay the groundwork and said, Don't worry about that person. Hurry to the dormitory and show you something good. What good thing? Xu Xiang guessed. Money? Auric's image in Xu Xiang's mind has changed from the arrogant young man at the beginning to the approachable and occasionally angry teammate now. Money really makes people degenerate. Yinli led the way in front. And after arriving at the downstairs of the dormitory, he turned around and explained, The dormitories in the Elizabeth campus are separated by gender. Girls are in buildings A to C, and boys are in buildings D to F. I sent your dormitory numbers to the group. You can take a look. Girls can just follow Yinli, but boys have to find it by themselves. Xu Xiang walked silently behind Yinli. I have to say that the captain's back is really majestic. Auric scratched his head. Okay. Then let the robots carry the luggage, and we find a restaurant to have lunch. Seeing that he was so impatient, Yinli and Yanoki had to agree. Xu Xiang said, It costs money. During non-school hours, the school's transport robots have to be activated with money. Auric, I pay. Xu Xiang nodded. Okay. Auric, I always felt like I found a teammate who was a Pichio. Auric found a few robots to carry the luggage at one time, and then urged the rest of the people to gather at the school gate and go to the hotel at the north gate for lunch. The school was on a half-day holiday, and many students chose to go out of school for lunch. The small shops were crowded with people, and the hotels with higher consumption were much more spacious. My brother has a share in this chain store, and there is his private room on the top floor. You can eat whatever you want. I pay. Auric walked in front with his head held high, looking refreshed. The hotel manager came out to receive them in person and led everyone to the 20th floor for dinner. The hotel's decoration is classical, and most of the lights are warm colors. The overall atmosphere is elegant and warm, and there is a feeling of being at home. Xuan took the menu handed over by the manager and said excitedly, This looks delicious. I want this. And this. This. He ordered 5 or 6 dishes at a time. Anyway, the amount of food in this kind of hotel must be small, so there is no need to worry about not being able to finish it. After ordering the dishes, the manager left the box, and only the people from the Golden Tower team were left. What exactly are you going to show us? It's so mysterious. Xu had asked curiously. Is it some mecha accessories? Hearing the last few words, Mengichin shuddered and sat up straight. It can't be his business again. Auric looked up. No. He didn't say what it was, and it seemed that he wanted people to keep guessing. Yinli didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but gave him face and asked, Weapons? No. Yanosu, medical supplies? No. 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 Auric turned his head and looked at Mengichin next to him. Mengichin quietly moved his butt, trying to stay away from him. I don't know. No. Auric pretended to be disappointed. You are so stupid. Xu Xiang. Guess. If he can't guess again, his dog tail will be up to the sky again. But what is there to guess? Xu Xiang said, money. Alric, The case is solved. She is the Pichio. Zhuan couldn't wait. Hey. Don't dawdle. What is it? Take it out and show us. I have to concentrate on eating after dinner. Okay. Okay. Alric took out 6 small boxes from his pocket. The small boxes were very delicate. Made of pure silver. With intricate and beautiful patterns. A tower in the middle. And wings on both sides. Very ornamental. The names of the team members were engraved on the bottom of the silver box. The young master turned it over and handed it to each person in person. The box was only the length and width of a palm and 4 centimeters high. It was still a bit heavy. Open it quickly, Alric shouted. Remove the buckle, and the lid popped open automatically. It was a round metal team badge with a diameter of 3.5 centimeters. The soft light sprinkled on the team badge. And the team badge reflected a warm and delicate luster, with light and shadow layers superimposed, showing all the details. Xu Xiang picked up the team badge on the dark red velvet cloth. Alric was proud. This is pure. Xu Xiang took a bite, leaving a row of teeth marks. Hey. Pure gold? Xu Xiang. I'm going to fight you. Alric saw Xu Xiang action, jumped up, and yelled madly. At least take a look at what it looks like. This Pichio. Xu Xiang said. I saw it. The team logo was designed by Meng Yichen. And there were many changes later. Xu Xiang often asked Meng Yichen questions. And he changed the picture several times. The vague golden tower in the dream was concretized. It was definitely impossible to be exactly the same. But Xu Xiang liked this design and the finished product very much. She just wanted to know what material it was made of. Why was Alric so mean to her? Ah! Chuan was excited and ran to Alric and grabbed his arm. I decided to take a day off with you. This is too beautiful. There is my name on the back of the badge and the bottom of the box. Alric struggled. Don't pull me. Good brother. You are my good brother today. Let go. Don't let go. The two struggled. The manager knocked on the door outside, and then asked the staff to push the cart and start serving the dishes. Zhuan, who refused to let go and wanted to be good friends with Alric for a day, let go instantly, sat down, and prepared to eat. Alric, he hated this group of people. The food with good color, aroma, and taste was served, and the luster was tempting, which made people's appetites grow. Everyone ate and chatted, and the topics ranged from badge design and craftsmanship to tomorrow's midterm exam. Alric thought of a serious problem. Tomorrow is a mecha battle. Xu Xiang. Can you do it? Xu Xiang had never used a mecha in front of him, and she had to control Xuanqing, whose difficulty was recognized as Super 5 stars, which made people worry. Okay. Xu Xiang was concise. In a month, she was completely familiar with Jingxing operation, and her recent victory rate was over 90%. Xuanqing use frequency was not as high as Jingxing, but the two had similarities. Xu Xiang practiced diligently and her victory rate reached 45%. Yes, she would use this 45%, less than half of the winning rate, to use Xuanqing in the midterm exam. A mock battle is a mock battle after all, and it is not as good as an actual battle. The actual relay race of the midterm exam does not require a large-scale battle. Xu Xiang wants to make good use of this opportunity. Okay. Don't lie to me, Alric said. Yeah. After lunch, the group took a nap in the hotel before returning to the dormitory. The dormitories in the Elizabeth campus are all single rooms, but the school is quite humane, and the dormitories of teammates are next to each other. Yanoki room is in the middle. Looking directly at it, Xu Xiang is on the left, and Yanli is on the right. Take a good rest for half a day, and cheer together tomorrow, Yanli said to the two before entering the room. Okay. Yanoki raised her cat lips and smiled. Yeah. Xu Xiang swiped her card to enter the room, and the lights and constant temperature air conditioner turned on automatically. The dormitory is not big, but it is fully furnished, and there are snacks and drinks in the small refrigerator. There is also a medium-sized holographic cabin behind the sofa in the small living room. Xu Xiang read the review material she brought, and then used the holographic cabin to practice Xuanqing alone to ensure the feel. She is in good condition, except for the special weapon buttons and some complex codes. Xu Xiang has already mastered the operation of Xuanqing, as long as she has a certain number of actual battles. I believe her level can be further improved. Yinli brought dinner. She was doing physical training in the afternoon. After the training, she brought lunch to her teammates. Mengyi-chan went downstairs to get it for the boys, and Yinli delivered it to the door for the girls. Since you like to eat stewed meat, I brought you mushroom stewed meat, and deliberately didn't add carrots. Yinli handed the lunch box to Xu Xiang. Thank you. Xu Xiang took it with both hands. She didn't care about food. She often ate stewed meat purely because she didn't know what to eat, and Rinzai happened to recommend it to her. Carrots are the only food she doesn't like. There is no reason. She just doesn't like the taste. Then I go back first. Get some rest tonight. See you tomorrow. Okay. Bye. Xu Xiang ate in the small living room while watching the live broadcast of the game and relaxing her fingers. At this time, the light brain rang. It was a message from Rinzai. Rinzai liked to send her messages when he had nothing to do, probably influenced by Fengyue by instructions. Anyway, he liked to ask her this and that. Sometimes he would even nag her when she stayed in the dormitory for a long time, and strongly suggested taking her out shopping to familiarize herself with the environment of Rokalo Star. People should be free. Junior sister? People should be free. Do you have a midterm exam tomorrow? People should be free. Come on. SXY, yes. People should be free. After you finish the exam, people should be free. I will take you to the amusement park in Rokalo Star. Xu Xiang wanted to say no, but it was useless to refuse, because even if Rinzai didn't take her to the amusement park, they would go somewhere else. SXY, okay. Rinzai set a Q version of Aries saying okay emoticon pack. People should be free. Little sheep okay. People should be free. Then you should rest early. People should be free. Come on tomorrow. SXY, okay. Xu Xiang put down the light computer and continued to eat and watch the live broadcast. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xu Xiang finished washing up, learned the basic knowledge of Mecha for 2 hours, and lay on the bed to sleep. At 6:30 the next day, the biological clock woke Xu Xiang up. Then came the vibration of the light computer. Montiel's first deputy attacker, go. Friends. Our first cooperation must be wonderful. Chapter 25 Midterm. The 6 people gathered at the entrance of the dormitory building, put on the school uniforms they had received before, and pinned the golden badge on the left sleeve. Every time Juan passed by someone, he would raise his left hand to touch his head, showing the team badge on his sleeve. But no one looked at him. Damn. Pure gold? Finally met someone who supported him. Of course. Juan was proud. Captain, I want a pure gold badge too. Then you should sell me out. The captain said. Ulrich dragged Juan away. I haven't shown off yet. You are not allowed to show off. There are also etiquettes for being cool. You know. You have to amaze the audience on the field. Juan's eyes were starry. Oh. You are right. It was rare for these 2 elementary school students to agree on something, and the others didn't have the heart to interrupt them. The captain observed the left sleeves of the members of the Golden Tower team and sighed. Everyone has won. It's great. And the design is very beautiful. No one paid attention to him. And out of politeness, Yinli responded, thank you. The captain felt that Yinli looked familiar and asked, are you Yinli? I am. Really? I didn't expect to meet you. He said. I am Zhang Meng, the captain of the Light Feather team, and I am in command. If I remember correctly, we seem to be in the same group with you. Yinli dealt with Zhang Meng. Xu Xiang and Mengyi-chan Yanoki stepped aside, and Ulrich and Juan discussed how to pretend to be big. A few minutes later, Yinli ended the conversation and went to the stadium separately. Ulrich complained, that guy is so talkative. Yinli smiled, he was just testing us. Juan came over. Testing what? They want to know what Mecha Xiang uses. What do you mean? I said we know on the field. Yinli would of course not tell her opponent about this. But, Xiang, you used Xuanqing on the midterm field. What about the tier league? She originally thought that Xuanqing would be hidden by Xu Xiang in the tier league, but Xu Xiang took it out so quickly. Xu Xiang said, keep using it. Yanosa put his hands behind his back and looked up at her. Aren't you afraid of being targeted later? Xu Xiang saw that Yanosu was very worried that the opponent would be familiar with his own style of play, and that was why he hesitated to cooperate with other teams before. Not afraid, Xu Xiang said. So what if she was targeted? She could also target others. Well, okay. Ulrich, who was walking faster in front, turned back and urged, You guys should walk faster. Xuan took the opportunity to overtake him. Alric hurriedly chased, don't run. When Xu Xiang and others arrived at the entrance of the stadium, Alric and Xuan had rested for several minutes. This is the natural forest in the Elizabeth district, and it is also the largest green kingdom on the Rocalo star. Tall trees tower into the sky, blooming with vigorous vitality. I looked at the details. Yenli said. 10 minutes before the game, we will be divided into 6 sections, and our mechas will be parked at that place. Yanoki asked, then shall we go now? Yenli nodded, sure. Don't forget your serial number. She read the names in the order that Xu Xiang had said before. Xuan, Auric, Mengichin, Xu Xiang, Yanoki, and me. Although Xu Xiang never said the reason for this arrangement, everyone had no objection to it. Only Xuan and Auric were arguing about who would take the first baton. But later Xu Xiang silenced them with a look. If you can't find the way, contact me on your computer. Yenli reminded everyone. Also, remember to sign in. The 6 people dispersed and went to their own sections. Xu Xiang put his hands in his pockets and walked straight. There were 7 invigilators for the midterm exam, 1 for each of the 6 different sections, plus a chief examiner, who was still Nia Jones. Xu Xiang arrived at the destination, signed in with the invigilator, and then entered the forest and arrived at her starting point according to the map displayed on the panel. The branches and leaves covered the sky, and the thick roots covered the ground. Once she entered the forest, the whole view became much darker. The vines in the forest wrapped around the trees upwards, and woven into a net downwards, stretching across the ground. Xuanqing had already stopped at the starting point, and the colorful black color looked like a dark night in the dense forest. Xuanqing explosion-proof device was still installed in time, but Mengi Chen made a simple modification to it to minimize the chance of Xuanqing exploding. Mengi Chen complained that Xu Xiang was troublesome, but he was not lazy at all, and even discussed with her whether he needed to improve on the original plan again. A man who said one thing and meant another. Forget it. It's not good to say that. A boy who said one thing and meant another. Mengi Chen is not yet an adult. Don't call him old. Xu Xiang glanced at the time, walked to Xuanqing, and sat on the ground. Each group of students was in a different arena, and the third group, to which Xu Xiang belonged, was in the forest. The people from other teams were in other horizontal coordinates on the same vertical coordinate, but the distance between 2 adjacent people was irregular. Xu Xiang checked the optical computer panel and turned over the map. The green dots represent teammates, and the red dots represent opponents. As the competition time got closer, each point was in place. Nia served as the chief examiner this time, and her assistants were Lang Siyuan, a teacher from the auxiliary department, and Lisa, a teacher from the command department. The rest area was on the edge of the forest, and the leaves blocked the sun, which not only prevented the sun, but also reduced the brightness, making it easier to watch the live broadcast on the big screen. The largest screen in the middle played the first section, and the left and right sides played other sections randomly. There is 1 minute left before the game starts. It seems that everyone is ready, Lang Siyuan said, as he saw the students entering the mecha cockpit one after another. After the preliminaries, everyone formed a new team. This should be their first time to work together in a formal competition, Lisa said. The 2 not only served as assistants this time, but also were responsible for the commentary of the forest competition. Lang Siyuan nodded. There are 2 teams in the third group that are quite discussed. One is the Jinta team where Yenli and Xu Xiang are, and the other is the Qingyu team where Zhang Meng is. Speaking of which, Diego was on the hot search list of the campus forum last night for some reason. I wonder how he will perform today. Some reason refers to Diego's provocation to Xu Xiang, but Lang Siyuan didn't say it directly. There are still 30 seconds before the start of the game. The students are controlling the mechas and are ready to go at any time. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. A whistle sounded, and the game began. In an instant, 15 mechas rushed out like arrows from a string, all the way forward. The fastest one is the main attacker of the Qingyu team. He is second in the high league list, strong and famous for his extremely fast speed. The mecha he used this time is the Wing of Wind, which is not his usual mecha, Lang Siyuan said, although the Wings of Wind have gradually declined in recent years. As one of the few mechas with wings, it has a great advantage in racing competitions. Lisa said, the safety factor of the first section is relatively high, and the commander's choice is understandable. But I have a question. What? Sending the main attacker so soon? What will happen later? Going deeper into the forest later. Not only will the risk factor increase, but it will also be easy to encounter people from other teams and fight. Lang Siyuan speculated, perhaps they want to rely on the wings of wind to distance themselves from other teams, so that the probability of teammates fighting can be reduced. Lisa said, you can look forward to it. The screen switched to the second place. Diego from the RC team. Lisa was surprised. Diego appeared so soon? I thought he would take the third or fourth baton like Xu Xiang. The commander can better connect the upper and lower levels by being in the middle, without worrying about the disadvantages in the early stage, and can also adjust the countermeasures in the later stage according to the previous situation. The first baton has less pressure. As a commander, it is a good choice to be the first baton, Lang Siyuan thought. After all, the commander's combat ability is not better than that of other players. The big screen switched again, this time to the third place Yuan. Seeing the members of the Golden Tower team, Naya couldn't help but sit up straight and become serious. But, what is Yuan doing? Lang Siyuan was confused. Is he showing off their team's team logo? Probably guessing that the audience would be confused. So the director specially enlarged the picture to let people see the small metal block in Yuan's hand. A big mecha palm and a small golden badge. The badge is full of color, and the Golden Tower pattern is complex and exquisite, which is very beautiful. Yuan ran while showing the team logo in his hand. Everyone, Naya said with a dark face, cut the screen. The two assistants coughed lightly and began to explain the next situation. Yuan in the arena didn't know that his screen had been cut, and he was still holding the badge to show off. Fortunately, his focus was on the game, and his speed and strength were not bad. The fourth and fifth place players rushed up at an accelerated speed, getting closer and closer to Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan immediately recovered the team emblem, called out the arsenal, and asked the two mechanical arms to take up weapons, ready to fight at any time. Considering the special nature of the forest competition field, the arsenal of the third group of students is not allowed to load hot weapons. Weapons. Only cold weapons. Weapons. The two mechas behind are both 7-star. And it seems that they are the same mecha model. 7-star number 1 is faster, holding a knight sword in his hand. 7-star number 2 is the second fastest, using double swords. The two of them obviously reached an agreement and ran towards Yuan in coordination. Wow! So cruel. Yuan didn't like to escape, so he simply fought. Yuan used the medium-sized mecha Feiyun, with a blue and white background and cloud engravings on its body. Feiyun has balanced performance, but among medium-sized mechas, it is more aggressive. Feiyun turned around and braked backwards. The two 7-stars stood on both sides and stopped. Feiyun seized the opportunity and raised his two swords to attack Qixing before he could stand firm. Chapter 26 out. The first battle has begun. After the director cut the screen, Lang Siyuan said, 1 against 2. Yuan is not doing well. Lisa said, however. The two students driving the 7-stars are both assistants, and Yuan is a secondary attacker. In addition, the 7-stars are endurance mechas, and Feiyun is an attacking mecha. As long as Yuan seizes the opportunity, there is a possibility of a comeback. Not all assistants are as aggressive as Yunosu. The current situation is 50-50. Lang Siyuan said, wait and see. Feiyun opened his arms, holding a sword in each hand, and attacked at the same time. 7-star number 1 reacted faster, and immediately held the knight's sword in his backhand to block Feiyun's attack. 7-star number 2 was a step slower and was lightly scratched on the waist. But this damage can be ignored. In the case of a few against the majority, hot weapons can still compete with firepower, while cold weapons can only be used for pure attack, which tests the driver's physical fitness and combat skills. As a secondary attacker, this is Yuan's advantage. Let's make a quick decision. The relay race is a speed race, and the 7-stars are endurance mechas. No matter which factor is considered, Yuan cannot delay. Dang! With a crisp sound, Feiyun two swords all chopped on the knight sword of number 1 7-star, forcing number 1 7-star to fall down. Yuan pulled the power lever, madly increasing Feiyun's speed and strength. Number 1 7-star had to kneel on one knee to resist this brute force. Yuan saw the support action of number 2 7-star in the cockpit, and decisively pulled the power lever to the bottom, not giving number 1 7-star time to take the next step. Yuan looked at the power. 45%. Different scales of competitions have different power standards. The school-level midterm exam has little power, and Juin pulled the power system to the maximum, which greatly increased the power consumption rate. On the screen in the cockpit, number 1 7-star began to resist, and obviously pulled the power lever, and number 2 7-star was only one step away from Feiyun. Juin's fingers flexibly jumped on different keys, and at the same time, he manually entered the code in the code area to issue more accurate data instructions. 7-star number 2 accelerated, swung his double swords, and slashed at Feiyun energy center. In actual combat, destroying the opponent's energy center is equivalent to eliminating him. Feiyun couldn't find any other moves for a while, so he could only continue to suppress 7-star number 1. The double swords were getting closer and closer to the energy center. 2M, 1M, 0.5M. The sense of oppression was getting stronger and stronger. Juin, who was usually active and talkative, chose to shut up and calmly observe the attacks from all angles. Juin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He couldn't be eliminated as soon as he came. He was the first batter of the team and couldn't start off badly. Otherwise, that bastard Ulrich would laugh at him. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. And in serious cases, he might even bring the boss along to be ridiculed. Think of a way. Isn't it just 1 against 2? He and the boss have done it alone against dozens of people. So why are they still worried about this number of people? Crack. Feiyun parts were cut off, and several pieces of iron sheets jumped into the air. Warning. 10% damage to the fuselage. A mechanical sound came from the cockpit. However, it was not Juin who thought not good, but the driver of number 2 7-stars. But Feiyun leaned to the left a second before the two swords approached, with his left leg as support and his right leg sweeping back behind number 2 7-stars. The lower body of number 2 7-stars was hit hard by Feiyun, and the center of gravity was unstable, falling backwards. Even if the driver's hand speed was fast, it could not resist the drag of gravity. Next, Feiyun advantage, as a strong offensive was reflected. Feiyun floated behind number 2 7-stars like a ghost, and stabbed with two swords, directly hitting the energy center of number 2 7-stars. The light in number 2 7-stars' eyes gradually dimmed. 1 out. Ha ha. I am indeed the strongest. Juin laughed wildly, expelling all the tension from his body. It's your turn, brother. Number 2 7-stars was out, and number 1 7-stars knew that he could not beat the secondary attacker. So he hurriedly accelerated and ran forward. It would have been better if he didn't run. This run directly exposed the energy center behind him. Juin's power was only 20% left, considering the power consumption caused by the loss of the fuselage. He could only last for 10 minutes at most. It should be enough. Juin chased all the way, fighting with number 1 7-stars while moving forward. Ulrich had already changed the sniper rifles in the arsenal once, but he didn't see Juin coming. Looking at the panel map, Juin was entangled by 2 mechas. Fortunately, just 1 minute ago, a red dot near Juin disappeared, indicating that Juin defeated someone. So slow. 3 people have been let go. Ulrich has been using a high-powered scope to observe the competition field on this section of the road. If the relay team flag had not been passed to him, Ulrich would have gone up to fight with the others. He is a sniper, but that doesn't mean he can only hide behind and snipe people. As the top sniper in the galleon, his combat quality is no worse than that of an ordinary attacker. Ulrich was bored in the cockpit, but when he saw 2 shadows, he sat up straight and stared. It was Juin. He finally showed up. The Feiyun driven by Juin and another mecha were like 2 spinning gyroscopes, colliding and hitting each other, then suddenly bouncing away and pulling away. Ulrich immediately called out the sniper rifle with the longest range and prepared himself. Hurry up. Hurry up. As long as he touches the relay team flag, he can cooperate with Juin to kill the mecha in a short time. Juin is not stupid. He knows how to drive the enemy in his direction. Ulrich, get ready. Juin turned on the speaker and shouted loudly. Hurry up, Ulrich urged. Juin's double swords had broken, and he had a big sword in his hand. Juin controlled Feiyun and chased number 1 7-stars. Number 1 7-stars was too good at running and hiding. Otherwise Juin would have eliminated him long ago. Number 1 7-stars heard Juin contacting his teammates, and immediately changed the direction of travel, trying to escape. Feiyun gradually slowed down. The battery was still 2%. I can only try new moves. Juin planned to take a gamble. He input new codes and new data and issued new instructions. Feiyun stayed in place and made a shot put motion. But he didn't have a shot put in his hand. Only a big sword. Aim. Whoosh. The big sword drew a parabola in the air and accurately stabbed the location of the energy center of the number 17 star. Number 17 star was not a static object. When it sends the big sword flying, number 17 star also changed the code. And the shield added by the Mecha Master was extended from its back to block the big sword. Dang! Clang! The big sword bounced back into the air. Don't underestimate me. The assistant in the cockpit of the 7 star said. Wait. The assistant noticed that a part of his screen turned black. It was the big sword thrown by Feiyun that blocked the camera. Damn. The assistant reacted. But it was too late. Feiyun slid back, grasped the handle of the big sword, raised the sword sideways, and stabbed into the energy center of the 7 star. At this point, the two 7 stars were eliminated by Feiyun. 1%. Due to low battery. Juin had no time to show off, and quickly handed over the relay flag from the warehouse to Ulrich. Ulrich had no time to argue with Juin, and took the relay flag and ran. The relay race requires a 100% survival rate for the team members, which means that these two teams lost their qualifications in the first leg. Juin took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and collapsed in the driver's seat. In any case, at least two teams were kicked out. It was really thrilling. Lang Siyu's intense body finally stretched out. Juin's hand speed and reaction are very fast. The last few strings of code are brand new. If you are not careful, you will enter the wrong number, causing the whole action to get stuck. The mecha has a lot of parts, and only in this way can it ensure its flexibility. The disadvantage is that there are thousands of buttons. Common actions, such as forward, backward and sliding, have dedicated buttons or levers. The driver only needs to press and hold the button or push and pull the lever to perform the action. Uncommon actions can only be completed through code input. There are two situations. The first is a type of uncommon action, referred to as Type 1 action, which requires the driver to enter the code combination in advance according to his own habits, turning a large string of codes into simple letters or numbers to reduce the input time. The second is a type of uncommon action, referred to as Type 2 action, which depends on the driver to respond according to the actual situation and input a large number of codes and accurate data. In terms of the number of times used, the former is relatively more, and the latter is rarely used. People are alive, so they can adapt to changes in battle. The mecha is dead. If you want to adapt to changes, you can only rely on the operator's reaction and skills. Therefore, in terms of difficulty, it must be common actions, and Type 1 and Type 2 actions increase in this order. Most students can only achieve the first two levels. Some students can use Type 2 actions, and only a very small number of students can perform Type 2 actions to perfection. Juin probably belongs to the category of some students. The continuous movements of throwing and backhand kill just now can prove this. These two movements are not difficult, but it is not easy to do them so smoothly. I remember that Juin did not have this level of proficiency when he was in the senior league. In just a few months, he has improved so much. Lang Siyun said. That's right. Lisa agreed. Naya, who was standing by, raised her eyebrows when she heard these words. Her student Yanli can be perfect in this aspect. In her impression, the last two students who can achieve this level are Ren Zizai and Feng Jie, who are in their junior year. Feng Jie needs no introduction. As the first in their senior league, his level is not worse than Yanli, although Ren Zizai is the commander. Under Ji Xia urging, he has the strength to compete with the top 10 main attackers. Alas, it's all Ji Xia students' fault for putting Yanli in the last baton. Otherwise Yanli operation would definitely make everyone present drop their jaws. Naya held back her laughter and decided to praise Yanli when she scored well. As time went by and the competition field became smaller, more and more students met each other and chose to either fight or run faster. Lisa and Lang Siyun picked a few key competition fields for commentary. When the screen switched to Ulrich, the two were slightly surprised. Is Ulrich trying to snipe the Black Avenger in front? Lang Siyun said. It seems so. The use of hot weapons is prohibited in the forest field, except for snipers. Of course, it is limited to one time, and the weapon specifications must be approved by the invigilator. In addition, considering that the range of the mecha is far beyond that of humans, students can only use their actual maximum range in the competition field. For example, Auric's maximum range is 1800 m. So in the competition, the maximum distance he can control the mecha to shoot is 1800 m. In the live broadcast, Auric made a sniper action while accelerating at full speed to close the distance with the Black Avenger. The two actions were performed simultaneously, which increased the difficulty. But Auric was able to do it with ease. 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1.5 km. Auric raised his sniper rifle and prepared. Chapter 27 Relay. The driver of the Black Avenger was running with all his heart, wanting to overtake the gun goddess in front of him, Diego from the RC team. Because of this, he completely ignored the situation behind him. The driver was running in the forest. This was his first time trying a light mecha. At first, he was not used to the speed. But soon, he felt an unprecedented pleasure. The Black Avenger was as free as the wind, and it was unimpeded all the way. The distance was getting closer, and there was a chance to overtake. Bang! With a gunshot, all the birds on this section of the road were startled and flew away. Dense black dots moved in the sky, chirping. Fuck! The driver of the Black Avenger saw the word out on the panel, and his smile disappeared immediately. The next second he collapsed and yelled, "Who the hell is that?" He finally got past 3, 4, and 5, and came to the third place, but was inexplicably sniped and destroyed the energy center, resulting in the failure of the entire game. It's over. After returning, he will be scolded to death by his teammates. Damn! Auric. When the driver saw a blue and white porcelain mecha running past him, he finally reacted. Ah ha ha ha. Auric laughed arrogantly and moved forward. The originally peaceful live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with messages. Damn! Is this the level of the top sniper in the high league? Let alone the driver. I didn't even notice Auric's movements. He's so fast. I thought he would get closer. Don't forget that his longest range is 1800 m. Sisters and brothers, I just replayed and calculated the time. It took him less than 2 minutes from taking over Zhu An's relay flag to completing the sniper kill. The tier league will be exciting. Lang Xiyuan glanced at the barrage of comments that kept popping up in the live broadcast room and said, "The rules of the forest arena are special. Auric is the first sniper to use hot weapons, and successfully changed his team from 4th to 3rd. We can replay and see his wonderful performance." The director cut the screen. In just a few dozen seconds, Auric did a lot of actions. Pull the power lever to the maximum. Accelerate to make up the distance. Control Yusi to kneel on one knee. Carry the special sniper rifle on his body. Aim. Pull the trigger. And eliminate the opponent. The members of the Jinta team are very stable. It depends on whether they can overtake the Qingyu team and the RC team in the next few sections. Lisa looked at the background information. The next baton of the Jinta team is the Mecha Master Mengichin. Except Xu Xiang. Mengichin is the last ranked in the Jinta team in the high league. I don't know how he performs. When choosing teammates, no one thought that Xu Xiang would choose Mengichin. This student performed mediocrely. If it weren't for his good family background, no one would pay attention to him. Lisa said, ranking is just a reference. Students have different degrees of progress after entering university. I believe Mengichin can bring us new surprises. Auric ran at full speed. The people behind could not overtake, but they could not catch up with the people in front for the time being. The light feather team came to the third section. The team had 3 consecutive wind wings, which took off and ran in a straight line, widening the gap with other teams. The RC team also chose the wind wing for its second mecha, and just completed the handover of the third baton. Auric had only run half the distance. Damn it. The wind wing was useless in other competition systems, but it had such a big advantage in the relay race. Auric even suspected that each team had at least one wind wing. Why didn't their commander have this awareness? Damn it! Yusi jumped over several fallen trees and accelerated again. I saw Mengichin. Mengichin didn't choose the commonly used mecha, but the 7 stars. But it was the 7 stars that he had modified. According to him, he put the durability of this 7 stars on acceleration. I hope it will be useful. Auric didn't want to lose to other teams. Several vines with a diameter of 20 centimeters were looming in the grass. Mengichin controlled the 7 stars and made a flag-taking action. Auric took out the team flag from the warehouse. The 2 mechas were getting closer and closer. Just as Auric handed over the team flag and was about to complete the handover, the vines that had been hiding in the bushes suddenly emerged and jumped up, like a python raising its head. and jumped to the same height as the mecha. The vines locked the attack target, divided into two groups, and launched an attack. "Be careful," Ulrich shouted. Yusi grabbed the 7 stars with one hand, and the two mechas fell to the right to avoid the attack of the vines. Looking back, the vines directly pierced the ground and shook out a large pit with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters. Ulrich said, "It's a vine grass bug. You leave quickly. I stay and deal with it." "Can you?" "Of course I can," Ulrich shouted. "Then I go first," Mengichin said. The vine grass bug is a species of Zerg. It is only the size of a human palm, but it can drill into the body of a plant, mutate and control the plant. Normal relay races do not require dealing with Zergs. So when the Invigilator discovers the situation here, he will send someone to deal with it in time. Thinking of this, Mengichin stopped worrying and started running without waiting for Ulrich's response. "Ulrich, we are all on the same team. At least show some concern for him. Don't be distracted." Ulrich calmed himself down and focused on dealing with the vine grass insects to prevent them from catching up with Juan. The battery was only 10% left, and I hope the Invigilator's support will be faster. It's the vine grass insects. Lang Siyuan was shocked. A few days ago, the inspection team submitted a safety inspection report and repeatedly assured that no Zergs were found. But something went wrong. Naya noticed this before anyone else, when the vines were still moving underground. She called the Invigilator of the 2nd section and sent someone to check the situation and provide timely support. Vine grass insects are a common swarm of insects. Their attack power is not strong, but they are also tricky enough for ordinary people. It has only been 3 days since the last inspection, but I didn't expect. Is it true that the reproduction speed and survival ability of the Zerg have improved again, as the people in the research center said? Naya temporarily put aside these uncertain factors and sent a video call to the Invigilator group to inform everyone. Send people to check the road conditions in each section to ensure the safety of the students. In addition, take samples of the vine grass insects in the 2nd section and hand them over to the people in the research center. The Zerg are getting stronger, and humans are also constantly studying the Zerg. In a word, both sides have their own means of survival, and it depends on which side is better. Before the Invigilator of the 2nd section arrived, Ulrich happened to kill the vine grass insect, and Yusi ran out of power. He could only lie in the cockpit, cross his legs and wait for someone to pick him up. The support team felt funny and helpless, but also admired Ulrich. This student is arrogant, but his strength is really good. The 3rd section is very easy, at least for Mengichin. He thought that he could not surpass the Qingyu team and the RC team. He just needed to run normally on the basis of Juan and Ulrich, not be surpassed by the people behind, and not drag his teammates down. Anyway, Mengichin didn't care much about winning or losing. For him, winning or losing was the same. Just a result. Not very meaningful. He just didn't want to be nagged by his teammates during the process. Fortunately, Xu Xiang arranged him in the 3rd section. And fortunately Xu Xiang agreed with his choice of 7 stars. This 7 star was greatly modified by him, and the upper limits of speed and acceleration were very high. Just run. Mengichin pulled all the speed-related buttons and joysticks to the bottom and ran to the 4th section at the fastest speed. He thought he could hand over smoothly with Xu Xiang, but he met people from the RC team on the road. Oops. He drove too fast. Mengichin was a little distressed. It seemed that he had to start fighting this time. Sure enough, when the opponent saw him, his back changed into an arrowhead, and 6 sharp arrows suddenly shot out from it. Qixing was too fast to brake, so he could only rush forward, like a swift flying through the rain. His movements light and flexible. Mengichin didn't want to fight, so he just accelerated. The RC team member saw Mengichin rushing towards him, and was about to resist with a knife, but he bypassed him and ran away. Team member. A second later, he reacted and turned on the speaker and yelled, "Stop! Don't run!" In this way, the two mechas chased each other and arrived at the 4th section almost at the same time, completing the handover. Now, it's Xu Xiang's turn. Standing almost at the same starting line as Xu Xiang is the main attacker of the RC team. Using the giant mecha. The giant elephant was designed and built by Alanda, and was also recommended to Xu Xiang by Ulrich when choosing a mecha. Xu Xiang looked at the complex buttons and joysticks in the cockpit, and her calm face gave off a sense of weirdness under the blue light of the screen. This picture brought the second peak of the barrage in the live broadcast room. Xuanqing. She used Xuanqing. Damn. It's true. I've never seen a student use Xuanqing in a formal competition. No. Ah? Really? Am I seeing this correctly? Don't get excited when you see Xuanqing. Whether Xu Xiang can use it well is another matter. That's right. Jinta team and RC are tied for second place. And they are so close. They must play a game to see how Xu Xiang performs. Many people manually forwarded the live broadcast room. And more people came in, just to witness the scene of Xuanqing appearing on the student field. Some people are curious why the appearance of Xuanqing caused such a sensation. So someone answered, there are 3 times more operation keys than other mechas. And the operation mode is different from that of regular mechas. These 2 points alone are enough to show that Xuanqing is special. And do you know who designed and built Xuanqing? It was Shi Ziyuan, the first person in the last Feast of Geniuses. On the battlefield, Xuanqing is one of the few mechas that are not used in batches. And because its structure is extremely complex, let alone mass use, current factories can't even do mass production. So the operation difficulty is over 5 stars. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room reached the highest point in history, which shows the attention of Interstellar residents to Xuanqing. However, Xu Xiang knew nothing about the boiling in the live broadcast room. It was like a storm outside the door. And it was silent inside the door. Xu Xiang observed the giant elephant on the opposite side, and then chose the iron whip from the arsenal. Quick battle. Don't let the Qingyu team get away with it. During the game, Xu Xiang looked up and saw 4 wind wings. According to the speed of the wind wings, they had probably flown 1/3 of the 4 section at this moment. Be quick. Xu Xiang input the code and command. Xuanqing swung the iron whip, tried to tie up the giant elephant's left arm. This was a second-class action. The giant elephant was good at close combat, and the driver didn't mind getting close to the opponent in this way. So he let the iron whip tie up the giant elephant. And the next second, he took Xuanqing in his direction. Chapter 28, Quick Battle. The giant elephant approached Xuanqing, and his hand suddenly retracted. And then 2 iron hammers popped out. The iron hammers extended and expanded several times in size, larger than the giant elephant's chest. This is one of the characteristics of heavy mecha. Big. The iron hammer was raised and fell with a bang. Xuanqing iron whip was originally wrapped around the giant elephant, but now it was actively imprisoned by the giant elephant, unable to move or escape. Such a big iron hammer would definitely break its head if it fell down. And even the cockpit and energy center would be affected in serious cases. In the process of the iron hammer falling, it cut off the air nearby, causing a pressure difference, and a strong wind blew up, making the whole forest rustle. Dang. The collision of steel and steel made a crisp sound, and the echoes spread. Xuanqing was stuck for 0.1 s. But fortunately Xu Xiang's hand speed was extremely fast. At the most critical moment, he gave up the iron whip and used a big knife to block the attack of the iron hammer. The iron whip was still wrapped around the giant elephant. The driver of the giant elephant wanted to pull the iron whip away, but the iron whip had thorns and was embedded in part of the body. Perhaps it felt unimportant. The giant elephant no longer entangled in this point and prepared for the second attack. Xuanqing's sword was long and thick, but unfortunately it was dented by the hammer. It held the sword with both hands and launched an attack faster than the giant elephant. Am I seeing it right? Did Xu Xiang get stuck just now? Lang Ziyuan was slightly surprised. She is not very proficient in controlling Xuanqing, but Xu Xiang looks very calm. Maybe she has a backup plan, Lisa said. Naya behind her couldn't help but purse her lips. Come on. When did Xu Xiang look uncalm? Anyway, she didn't change her expression during the 2.5 hours of the preliminaries. Speaking of which, Naya was very curious about how well Xu Xiang mastered Xuanqing. She took out the killer weapon so quickly. Wasn't she afraid of failing the midterm exam or being targeted in the tier league? Naya took out the light brain and sent a message to Ji Xia. Attacker Naya Jones, are you watching your student's exam live? Ji Xia was probably busy and didn't reply to Naya for the time being. So she clicked on the live broadcast to see the reactions of netizens. As expected, most people expressed ridicule and disdain, thinking that Xu Xiang was self-righteous and regarded herself as Ziwexing. Some people also thought that she insulted Xuanqing. Naya looked at the barrage and comments for a while, and felt that the netizens were very angry. But she also admired Xu Xiang's mentality. This child has been suffering from negative comments since she entered school, but she doesn't seem to be affected by these people at all. At this moment, The game is more important. Naya put away the extra thoughts and focused her attention on the battle on the big screen. In just 10 seconds, Xu Xiang's disadvantage became more obvious. The curved sword was balanced and stuck on the tree. The iron whip was wrapped around the waist of the giant elephant. And the newly taken out knight's sword was also picked up by the giant elephant and stuck in the ground. According to the specifications of the midterm exam venue, each heavy mecha has only 5 weapons in its arsenal. And Xu Xiang lost 3 weapons in 20 seconds. Very dangerous. Even Naya was worried about Xu Xiang. Hang on, kid. Xiaoyan hasn't appeared yet. The popularity of the live broadcast room is getting higher and higher. People have changed from full of expectations at the beginning to complaining and watching for fun. Until an SVP logo appeared, showing that someone had smashed a gift of 1 million star coins. And added a message, "Come on, sister. Xuanqing will never fall." I saw the nickname. It turned out to be Arnold Bant Mesberg. Isn't this guy Ulrich's brother? I heard he is a very famous star. Why did he come to support Xu Xiang? Naya was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered that Arnold Bant was Ulrich's brother, and Ulrich was Xu Xiang's teammate, and the two should know each other. Naya put down the light brain for the second time and continued to watch the game. Xu Xiang was very passive now. Although she looked as if everything was under control, she was retreating step by step. The 5 cold weapons in Xuanqing's arsenal were about to run out. If Xuanqing lost all his weapons, it would be difficult to defend and consume, not to mention attack and reversal. Naya couldn't help but sweat for Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang was the least anxious one. She stared at the screen without even raising her eyelids, as if she wanted to use this drowsy state to fight the powerful enemy in front of her. Xuanqing had already called out the 4th weapon, a laser cannon. Although it was called a cannon, it was not a hot weapon at all. Its power was very limited. Its biggest function was to blind the opponent's dog eyes. The giant elephant raised the sword with both hands and slashed it down without hesitation. The sword hit Xuanqing's wrist directly, trying to hit it with one blow, cut off the wrist, and then raised it to cut off Xuanqing's entire arm from bottom to top. Xianxing's movements were limited, and he couldn't raise his hand to drive the laser cannon. He had to either throw away the laser cannon and leave an arm behind, or grab the laser cannon and fight to the death. Xu Xiang didn't have much time to think. The giant elephant moved quickly, and the mighty sword flashed with cold light and rushed towards him, and even the wind was whistled by it. Bang! The next second, the laser cannon fell from Xuanqing's hand, and Xuanqing's arm became smaller and lighter, and he barely escaped from the only gap, avoiding being cut off. Xu Xiang chose to give up the laser cannon, which also meant giving up the 4th weapon. So far, Xuanqing only had the last weapon left. The last way out. The giant elephant failed to cut off Xuanqing's arm, and kicked Xuanqing in the abdomen with the force of the previous impact. Xuanqing was forced to retreat, and the wide iron saws rubbed against the ground, leaving 2 long and wide marks. Xu Xiang in the cockpit suddenly raised her hands. Her fingers were slender, as if they were born to be used to type mecha codes. The remaining power is 75%. The mecha issued a mechanical prompt sound. Xu Xiang looked at the screen, on which the giant elephant rushed over with 2 big hammers, and the entire fuselage was making a bang 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 sound, and the ground was scratched by the hammers to form deep gullies. Such a fast speed, faster than the ordinary giant elephant. It seems to have been modified by the opponent's mecha master. Xu Xiang's fingers jumped quickly on the keyboard again, and almost only the afterimage could be seen. Xuanqing moved, ready to face the enemy head-on. As a heavy mecha, Xuanqing's strength is not inferior to that of the giant elephant. Who knew that at this moment? The giant elephant jumped up, surpassing the jumping height of ordinary heavy mechas, and the highest point was a full fuselage height higher than Xuanqing. The behemoth weighing more than 500 tons including mecha and weapons jumped up, blocking most of the light, bringing an oppressive feeling like darkness coming. The giant elephant began to fall. The wind became stronger, and the branches of the big tree swayed. Xuanqing stood there stupidly, motionless. The driver of the giant elephant was stunned. Xuanqing got stuck again. The driver didn't dare to be distracted for too long. He wanted to take this opportunity to take down Xuanqing in one fell swoop. He controlled the giant elephant to smash the big hammer down hard, not giving Xuanqing any time to react. Xuanqing was still stuck, and the big iron hammer had already arrived in front of it, about to hit it. With the acceleration of the big iron hammer, The speed and power of its fall increased dramatically, like a meteor breaking through the atmosphere, smashing into the ground, leaving no life. Clang! Clang! The sharp and piercing sound of the collision spread like ripples, and the aftermath swept across the entire force section. The birds that had finally calmed down were startled again, and even the wings of a typhoon flying in the air trembled in fear. Unexpectedly, Xuanqing was not smashed, but at the critical moment, Xuanqing bent his knees, stabilized his lower body, clasped his hands together, and completed the transformation in a very short time, turning into a thick seamless iron shield, blocking the fierce impact and the pressure of the giant elephant head-on. The driver of the giant elephant was horrified. Damn! It can still transform like this? It's worthy of being Xuanqing, with many parts and many transformations. And it can always surprise people. Awesome. I'm really impressed this time. This is the first time I've seen Xuanqing can transform like this. How many codes do you have to enter? Wait. So it wasn't a lag just now. It was Xu Xiang who was still entering the code? Oh my god. What a strong heart. She didn't panic at all in that situation. That hammer. I was scared to death watching it outside the screen. Is this really the level of students from the post-war star? One action suddenly reversed Xu Xiang's reputation, and some of the sarcasm was quickly drowned by this wave of praise. Naya's optical brain vibrated, and she saw that it was a reply from Ji Xia. Ji Xia, I just took a look. Naya Jones. Attacker, how good is her operation level on Xuanqing? Sometimes she looks stupid, and sometimes she looks very fast. Ji Xia, in the first week of Mecha class, she asked me about Xuanqing explosion-proof device. Naya didn't know what to reply for a while. When do we need to worry about explosion-proof problems? Of course, when the mecha is overused and the friction is too great. What situations will lead to overuse of the mecha? Of course, when the hand speed is too fast and there are too many movements. But Naya is puzzled. Xu Xiang can use Xuanqing skillfully since then? Ji Xia, when she asked me, she had just got Xuanqing. Naya, in a month. Xu Xiang has become this level from a pure novice? Attacker Naya Jones, you picked up a treasure. Ji Xia, thank you. She said a big red rose emoticon with colorful words thank you written on it. Ji Xia, Yanli is also a treasure. Cherish it. Naya, okay. Commercial mutual praise. She accepts it. The next battle situation is critical. Naya no longer reads the information and concentrates on observing the details of the battle. Xuanqing's successful resistance did not reverse the situation. It is still at a disadvantage after losing 4 weapons. However, it did not take the opportunity to leave the battle as everyone thought, but took the initiative to transform into a forest beast, charging forward with a steady pace. The giant elephant had been in the lead for so long, and it could have taken advantage of the victory at this moment. But when the driver in the cockpit saw Xuanqing rushing towards him recklessly, he panicked for a moment. No. Wait. Is the opponent crazy, or is he stupid? Shouldn't the giant elephant continue to suppress Xuanqing at this time? Xu Xiang doesn't care what the enemy thinks. Anyway, it's her turn now. Xu Xiang's eyes moved quickly, scanning back and forth on each screen. Even though the battle had only lasted 50 seconds, it gave her a feeling that the battle of 300 rounds was about to end. Xu Xiang ignored the giant elephant that was getting closer and closer, and began to carefully observe her damaged weapons. The long and thick iron whip was still hanging on the giant elephant. The majestic and sharp knight's sword was inserted diagonally into the ground, with the hilt close to the giant elephant. The steel red tassel spear was unfortunately broken into 2 pieces. But if you look closely, you will find that the middle is hollow. The laser cannon has limited energy, and can only shoot a beam of light. Xuanqing just got rid of it in time, and hasn't used it yet. Xu Xiang's feeling was right. It was almost over. Xu Xiang pressed the button of the armory and took out the last weapon, the bow and arrow. Xuanqing ran to a position, suddenly braked, turned around, drew the bow like a full moon, and aimed at the giant elephant. The giant elephant was still running. Perhaps in the driver's opinion, the best way to deal with weapons like bows and arrows is to fight in close combat. And it happened that the giant elephant was good at close combat. Swoosh! The sharp arrow flew out of the string and hit the giant elephant's forehead. The goddess of victory is waving at her, Xu Xiang thought. In Xuanqing's cockpit, Xu Xiang split the screen into 4 small screens. If you look closely, it is not difficult to find that these small screens project the perspectives of the 4 weapons. Xu Xiang was not forced to throw the weapon, but intentionally. She wanted to use the 5 perspectives of 5 weapons at the same time. Xu Xiang's eyes and fingers moved at the same time, and the speed of her finger clicking also exploded instantly. The attacks from the 5 perspectives started at the same time at this moment, and they began to cooperate like teammates. Counterattack. Start. Chapter 29 Quick Decision. The giant elephant didn't know what was going on in Xuanqing cockpit, but he knew his own. The driver was a main attacker, one of the top 1,000 players in the high league. He and Diego were good brothers, adhering to the principle of sticking his neck out for his brother. The main attacker accepted Diego's proposal and planned to hit Xu Xiang in the face in the arena. The game can be lost, but Xu Xiang must be eliminated. The main attacker pressed forward step by step in the early stage and directly destroyed Xu Xiang 4 weapons. He thought he had a sure win, but there was a little accident. It doesn't matter. It's just an arrow with a very fast speed. Look at him dodging it easily. Oops. The main attacker dodged sideways, but unexpectedly stepped on the broken steel red tassel spear, which suddenly stood up like a living thing, like 2 steel nails piercing the giant elephant from bottom to top. It doesn't matter. They are just 2 broken pieces of trash. Just take a step back. Not good. A strong and dazzling laser beam shot straight at him, illuminating his screen white, and he couldn't see anything, even if he quickly called up the thermal imaging screen. It was too late. In the thermal imaging screen, Xuanqing picked up the knight's sword from the ground and ran straight over. The position and direction of the knight's sword were very clever, perfectly waiting on Xuanqing way forward, without delaying Xuanqing time to rush. The next second, Xuanqing raised the knight's sword and chopped it down fiercely. Crack! Before the giant elephant could dodge, his left arm was cut off. It's all the Mecha Master's fault. The main attacker in the giant elephant was furious. I should have known not to let the Mecha Master transform the giant elephant. What speed and jumping power! The defense of the heavy mecha is completely destroyed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He can't beat a person from the post-war star? Even if he only has 1 arm and a big hammer, he can beat her. Xu Xiang will certainly not give the giant elephant a chance to fight back. Now is her showtime. Different weapons are in different positions, providing Xu Xiang with a full range of vision, so that she can find the best position, make the best reaction, and make the best attack. The keyboard is crackling, and people who don't know will definitely think that someone is using the keyboard to vent. Xu Xiang first used 1 weapon, then 2, and 3. At the beginning, each weapon attacked separately, and the giant elephant was still defeated. Later, the 4 weapons launched an attack together, which was even more powerful. In the end, even the iron whip on the giant elephant's waist began to become aggressive. Xuanqing did not fight in close combat, but used weapons to divert the focus of the main attacker. At this moment, the main attacker had to concentrate on dealing with these weapons, completely ignoring the existence of Xu Xiang and Xuanqing. Don't panic. Don't be anxious. He still has a chance. The main attacker pulled the power system to the maximum, even though the power was already in a critical situation. With only 8% left, the main attacker's fingers jumped flexibly on the keyboard. But unfortunately in this high-pressure environment, his mentality almost exploded, and he made several mistakes in a row, and he had no power to resist. The main attacker took a breath. It's over. My fingers cramped. The usual training is not enough, and my fingers fall off the chain at the critical moment. The main attacker immediately did finger recovery exercises. Okay. He endured the pain and was about to continue to click frantically, but the mecha suddenly stopped moving, and the entire cockpit went dark. The energy center has been destroyed. You are out. The mechanical voice ruthlessly announced as out. What? What? The main attacker stared at the dark screen with a dull look, not knowing what happened at all, and only muttered. Impossible. This is impossible. I lost to the people of post-war star? Xianxing walked over and patted the giant elephant on the back. The main attacker looked up blankly, ? Xianxing turned the giant elephant over, and the main attacker in the cockpit suddenly woke up, and then watched Xianxing take out the knight's sword that killed it from the energy center of the giant elephant. Main attacker, damn. It feels like I have to clean the knife for someone who has been killed. Xianxing turned around and planned to leave here. Xianxing's explosion-proof device has not been installed yet. The system reminded Xu Xiang more than once that the body is overheated, and he must avoid fighting next. Xu Xiang was about to sprint at full speed, but unexpectedly found a hidden mecha on the left screen. The other party was carrying a sniper rifle. Obviously a sniper. Apart from Xuanqing condition, Xu Xiang's combat experience was insufficient. A short combat made her mentally exhausted and her fingers trembled. She was not suitable for a protracted war. Fortunately, the problem was not serious. Xu Xiang was confident that she could solve it quickly. She clenched her fist to make her fingers flexible as soon as possible. Click. Click. The keyboard tapped and rows of codes appeared on the screen, which were then translated to Xuanqing. Looking at the screen, the mecha 800 meters away fired a bullet, hitting the energy center behind Xuanqing. Unfortunately, Xu Xiang was faster and more accurate. Xuanqing didn't even turn around, and threw out the sharp knight's sword with his backhand, piercing the bullet and flying towards the mecha. The mecha was so frightened that it threw away its armor, and stood up and ran away. The small crisis was easily resolved. Xu Xiang quickly calculated the distance and time, and decisively pulled the power lever to the maximum, using the remaining 30% of the power to rush to the fifth section at full speed. Xu Xiang avoided fighting as much as possible, and just kept moving forward. The panel showed that she had surpassed 2 teams, and the ranking of the Golden Tower team was once again promoted to second place. When Xuanqing completed the relay of the 4th section, only 2% of the power was left. Thank you for your hard work, Xiang. Leave the 5th section to me. Yanoki controlled Qingui and took the relay team flag handed over by Xuanqing. Like Mengqichen, Yanoki did not use the commonly used mecha, but with her familiarity with Qingui, it was more than enough for this game. Yeah, Xu Xiang responded. Qingui turned and ran, and Yanoki pulled the power lever to the maximum as soon as he arrived. Qingui is a medium-sized mecha, faster and more flexible than Xuanqing. As its name suggests, the blue ghost floats in the forest like a ghost, and its speed is so fast that it looks like a light mecha. Yanosa ran forward with a firm goal. Thanks to the teammates in front of her, she could only focus on moving forward without worrying too much about fighting with the mecha behind her. Racing competitions require full firepower. Yanosu ignored the rapidly consuming power and kept her eyes on the front. The blue ghost turned into a blue bird and shuttled flexibly in the forest. Looking at the panel, she was constantly catching up with the wings of wind. When the distance was getting closer and closer, Yanosa took out a bow and arrow from the arsenal and aimed at the sky. When it was 3/4 of the way, Yanosa saw the shadow of the wings of wind. But the branches and leaves of the forest were too dense, and the success rate of a sure hit was extremely low, which would easily alert the enemy. But how would you know if you don't try? The blue ghost put down the bow and arrow and changed from running straight to running diagonally. There was a huge tree diagonally opposite. It was about to hit it. The rumbling footsteps of the blue ghost did not stop, but became faster. The texture of the metal was even more dazzling under the illumination of the Tyndall light. Suddenly, the blue ghost jumped up, stepped on branches and jumped, and jumped again. With the last jump, the blue ghost came into the air, with the open sky above his head and the dense forest under his feet. Flawless appreciation. After flying to the highest point, the blue ghost raised his bow and arrow, aimed and shot in an instant, and then fell. Swish. Snap. The blue ghost was poked by the tree branches and fell. And Yanosu in the cockpit was dizzy. Yanosu gritted his teeth and persisted, his fingers jumping quickly on the keyboard. Click. With the last sound, the code was entered. The blue ghost rolled and landed smoothly, except for the small scratches on the branches. He was almost unscathed. Yanosu had no time to be happy, and he accelerated again and ran. The wing of wind was hit by her, and the white giant fell down along the trees. The driver obviously didn't have Yanosu's hand speed, and couldn't complete the second-class action of falling and rolling from a high altitude. The iron plates at several joints were broken. However, the driver had received professional training after all, and even if he fell, he could stand up quickly and continue to move forward. After all, the wind wing is a light mecha. Even if the wings were hit and couldn't fly, its speed was not comparable to that of ordinary medium-sized mechas. Yanosu looked at the split screen and saw 2 light mechas chasing behind. It was estimated that they had reached a cooperation. The 2 mechas did not attack each other, but chased the mecha in front. This is a common thing in racing competitions. After all, there is only one winner, and the laggards often huddle together for warmth. Strive to defeat the first place, and then compete. Watching. Yonosui suddenly laughed. When the two mechas ran, they did not forget to work together to pierce the energy center of the wind wing and kick it out. Business is important. Yonosui put away his smile and re-entered the game. The green ghost only had 10% of its battery left, but it still had a long way to go, so it couldn't fight at will. In addition, if Yonosu remembered correctly, the drivers of the two light mechas were Ager and Yuan Yume, both of whom were top 10 main attackers in the High League and were quite strong. The most important thing was that the last baton was Yanli, and the Qian used by Yanli was a heavy mecha, which had no advantage in speed. In fact, usually, the last baton was given to the light mecha to facilitate full speed. The Golden Tower team was the only team that put the heavy mecha in the last baton. No matter what, follow the command. You can review the game after the game, but you can't be distracted during the game. Yonosu came back to his senses. If it was the perspective of the audience in the live broadcast room, you could see that the four mechas were very close to each other at this time. The Wing of Wind was in the lead, followed by the Green Ghost, and the Butterfly and Dragonfly followed one after another. The mechas were about to arrive at the 6th section, which was the final area. The further you go, the smaller the competition area becomes. In the 6th stage, almost all the teams will meet. The ones who are under the most pressure are the Light Feather team and the Golden Pagoda team in the front row. Yanli, help! The Blue Ghost is running out of power, Yonosu shouted. Here it comes! Yanli activated the Mecha Qian. The red light in Qian eyes lit up, and the fiery red mecha woke up like a sleeping beast. The handover was completed, and the power of the Blue Ghost was just exhausted. Qian was like a burning flame. A red ball went downwind, as if it was going to burn the forest to ashes. Yanli, like Yonosu, set his sights on the wings of the Wind Wing. Yes, the Light Feather team. All 6 mechas are Wind Wing. We must not let the Wind Wing take off. Yanli made a prompt decision, called out the bow and arrow, and shot into the soul before the Wind Wing's feet left the ground, breaking the wings of the Wind Wing. This was not the end. She took advantage of the unstable center of gravity of Wind Wing and shot another shot, breaking Wind Wing's leg. If it were not for the special device of Wind Wing, with the energy center in the chest, Yanli would definitely attack the fatal point of Wind Wing directly. Wind Wing was damaged, and Qian took the opportunity to bypass it and went straight forward, completing the reversal. Chapter 30 end. Even if she succeeded in overtaking, Yanli was not distracted. Now she just wanted to run to the finish line, plant the team flag with the Jinta team logo on the stage, and win the game. But Butterfly and Dragonfly were too fast, and they attacked Qian from time to time like guerrilla warfare. Qian was relatively bulky, and once they attacked, the two mechas withdrew one after another. Yanli had already guessed who the opponent was, judging from their combat habits and movements. The drivers of Butterfly and Dragonfly were mostly Ager and Yuan Yume, the 3rd and 6th place in the Galleon. No one can achieve a 100% winning rate, and Yanli is no exception. She had lost to Ager and Yuan Yume more than once. These two are good at light mechas, and they have some restraint on Yanli Qian. Moreover, now that they have joined forces, Yanli's situation will be even more troublesome. A minute later, Butterfly and Dragonfly caught up with Qian, and the battle was about to start. This is the 3rd quarter of the 6th section. No one has a way out. To win the game, you have to defeat all opponents. Qian held the knight's sword in both hands and faced 2 mechas on the left and right. Butterfly has double whips and Dragonfly has a long sword, both for long range and short range attacks. I'm facing you again, Yanli. AG turned on the small speaker, and the voice came from the Butterfly. I lost to you last time, but I won't lose again this time. Yeah. Heavy mechas consume more power than light mechas, and the power specifications of racing arenas are small, so you can't fight a protracted war, Yuan Yume said. Yeah. Yanli. Yeah. After that, he suddenly laughed. What happened? Was he possessed by Shu Xiang? Yanli said, thank you for reminding me. But you have to be careful too. As soon as the voice fell, Yanli tapped the keyboard, and Qian suddenly moved and rushed to the front of the Butterfly at lightning speed. AG wanted to attack from a distance, so she would fight in close combat. Qian raised the knight's sword high and slashed down. Butterfly spread her arms, as if a real butterfly spread its wings, and retreated lightly, successfully dodging. Ager and Yuan Yume had obviously discussed the strategy long ago. And there was no nonsense. And they fought back directly. Butterfly waved her double whips, distanced herself from Chien, and blocked Chien's retreat path. Dragonfly danced with her long sword. The sword light was dazzling, weaving a dense net to catch the surrounding prey. The two cooperated to turn the attack into a storm, falling mercilessly. Chien is a heavy mecha with a large inertia, but Yenli's reaction speed is extremely fast, and her hand speed and brain speed all keep up. So Chien is not bulky in her hand. Chien is like a swimming dragon, shuttling in the shadow area of the whip and sword, and the night sword resists all attacks. For a while, the sound of ping ping pong and caw 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 occupied the entire sixth section. The two light mechas exerted force at the same time, not giving Chien any chance to breathe. Yenli pulled the back lever hard, controlling Chien to retreat continuously. She glanced at the battery level, then calmed down and analyzed the battle situation calmly. Chien still had 50% battery left. If she guessed correctly, Butterfly and Dragonfly still had at least 80%. Sure enough, in the racing arena, the advantages of heavy mechas were difficult to play out. Without waiting for Yenli to think deeply, Ager and Yuan Yume launched another fierce attack, each one more fierce than the last, and almost hit Chien's energy center several times. Delaying time and protracted battles were useless in the racing arena. Yenli knew that she could not defeat the two of them in a short time, so she simply stopped fighting. Yenli pulled the moving lever and controlled Chien to run at full speed towards the finish line. Ager and Yuan Yume were stunned for a moment, and they had never expected such a situation. What happened? Why did Yenli run? When the two reacted, Chien was already 500 meters away. Don't worry. With the speed of Butterfly and Dragonfly, they can catch up in 10 seconds. The two mechas were ready to go, chasing Chien at the fastest speed. Ah? Am I seeing this right? Is Yenli giving up the battle? Other competitions are fine, but in speed competitions, heavy mechas consume power very quickly, and they are not even qualified to fight a war of attrition. It is a wise choice for Yenli to retreat. Otherwise Ager and Yuan Yume will be able to kill her. But can Chien outrun butterflies and dragonflies? Nia looked at the three mechas running on the screen and fell into deep thought. It is said that Yenli is aggressive, so people subconsciously think that her combat power is greater than her IQ. In fact, no one who stands at the top can't think. Nia looked at the movements of Yenli's hands and had a rough guess about Yenli's plan. It can only be said that Yenli is worthy of being her student, so daring to try. What does teacher Lisa think of Yenli's play? Lang Siyuan asked again and again. As we get closer to the finish line, does Yenli really intend to beat Ager and Yuan Yume by speed? If it were someone else, Lang Siyuan would be suspicious. But if it were Yenli, maybe it's possible. Lisa said, Yenli is going at full speed regardless of the battery, and it's obvious that she's approaching the finish line. But I feel like she has other plans. You can take a look at Yenli code records. She seems to be inputting instructions in advance. Lang Siyuan saw that it was true. On the screen, Yenli quickly typed in a series of codes. But the codes did not run immediately. The barrage was filled with question marks, and most people were confused and did not know what Yenli was doing. But Yenli knew very well what her actions meant. Chien was Yenli's first and only mecha. Many students with good family backgrounds had several spare mechas, such as Ulrich, who had as many as 20 spare mechas. Not to mention that his family warehouse also had several mechas collected. And Yenli's spare mecha was still Chien. Yenli always brought Chien to various competitions. Now, she and Chien have become old friends who have fought for many years. And there is an indescribable tacit understanding between them. If you ask which student is the best at using Chien, it must be Yenli. At this moment, there is no need to turn around. The key she pressed and the rod she pulled must be correct. Yenli stared at the front with her eyes fixed. Her fingers were so fast that she didn't worry about pressing the wrong place at all. The finish line is in sight. The finish line is outside the forest, where there is a dirt slope. You can climb up and plant the team flag. Chien is still 200 meters away from the finish line. Warning: only 5% of the battery is left. That's enough. At this moment, the butterfly and dragonfly caught up with Chien and attacked the fiery mecha together. The flames will not be blown out by the wind fanned by the butterfly and dragonfly, but will burn them out. The swords and shadows. The vigorous battle started again. Chien power is not as strong as before. It is estimated that it is out of power. AG shouted. In order to reduce power consumption, drivers often reduce the attack power of the mecha. Yuan Yume responded, I know. Don't take it lightly. Yinli is not that easy to deal with. They have defeated Yinli, but the winning rate is only 20%. In any case, don't underestimate Yinli. At least before Qian is completely out of power. They can't relax. Understood? Their mechas were running low on power, and the battle was entering the final stage. Everyone wanted to be in the best condition and complete the final blow. Ager and Yuan Yume's hand speed soared, and they performed several Class 2 actions in succession. The three mechas were fighting in full swing, and a figure jumped out of the red flame, rolled on the ground, and ran all the way to the finish line. Someone in the live broadcast room noticed this and typed frantically to express his shock. Damn! It's Yinli! Ah! There are still more than 100 meters. Is Yinli going to run over? To be honest, with her speed, 20 seconds is enough. The problem is that butterflies and dragonflies don't need 20 seconds to catch up with her. Look at the red flame. The red flame is still fighting. Even Lang Xiyuan and Lisa were stunned. Is this the way to fight? The driver inputs the code in advance and lets it run on time. This theory is feasible, but few people use it in practice. After all, whether it is on the field or on the battlefield, the driver will hardly leave the cockpit. But Yinli did it. Lang Xiyuan said, the last time I saw this usage was when the army went out to fight against the Zerg, and a vanguard team escaped in an emergency. The 6 members of the vanguard team entered the code in advance and ran it on time to fight against the Zerg, and the last member controlled the mecha to hold them and retreat. This requires not only hand speed and skills, but also courage and determination, and judgment of the situation. Because after leaving the mecha, humans will be trampled to death by giants if they are not careful. There is nothing we can do about it. Lisa came back to her senses from her surprise and praised sincerely. Yinli is a student with great potential. Now she has strength and potential in the future. This is the best compliment for a student. Naya behind her was very happy to hear this. But she was still worried about Yinli. This child really dares to expose himself outside the mecha. I hope Ager and Yuan Yume have better eyesight and don't step on her students. No. I should hope that their eyesight is not good and let Yinli run to the finish line. However, how could the eyesight of the military academy students be bad? Not long after, Yuan Yume found Yinli running all the way, and immediately told Ager to chase Yinli, while she stayed to entangle Qian. Pull the butterfly tension rod to the bottom and chase at the fastest speed. The mecha stepped on the ground, which was uncomfortable and painful for people outside the mecha. This feeling was like an earthquake, shaking people's center of gravity, and their bodies up and down with the vibration. Yinli staggered and almost fell to the ground. Don't panic. Yinli calmed herself down, and there was only the end in her firm eyes. She tried her best to stabilize her center of gravity, and shuttled through the thorns. Even if she was injured all over, she had to run towards the end with all her strength, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Qian ran out of power, and it stopped in place, motionless. Dragonfly broke away from the battle with Qian, stretched out his hand to attack Qian's energy center, and raised his feet to keep stepping on the ground. In this way to prevent Yinli from moving forward smoothly. Yinli accidentally fell down. Her body rubbed against the ground, and several scars appeared on her face instantly. But she didn't dare to stop, and quickly stood up, continued to speed up and run. There was still a little bit left, and she must not give up. The butterfly waved its fist and attacked Yinli with the wind. The dragonfly attacked the energy center of Qian, trying to get her out before she reached the finish line. Yinli protected the team flag, slid to the finish line, and jumped onto the earth slope. Yinli knew that the dragonfly was attacking the energy center of Qian. If the energy center was destroyed, all their efforts and desperate efforts would be in vain. It must be faster. Yinli didn't dare to look back at the progress of the dragonfly's movements, and only focused on the actions in her hands. She had already reached the small earth slope, and victory was in sight. Huh? At this moment, the iron fist of the butterfly fell with a strong wind, which brought great pressure to Yinli visually and auditorily. Yinli's heart was beating wildly, and even though she knew that the butterfly could not really hit her, her hands were shaking slightly. It is difficult to overcome the fear of being oppressed by a giant, especially as the giant is getting closer and closer, and it is pouring down, as if it is going to swallow Yinli. Yinli held her right hand with her left hand and told herself, Don't be afraid. She raised her hand, and Butterfly's huge iron fist was only 1 meter away from her. Crack. With a light sound, the team flag was firmly inserted at the finish line. Yinli looked back suddenly. The iron fist stopped in front of her, covering her entire body in shadow. The strong wind blew her hair away, and her white gold hair shone in the sun, and the eyes on her face were more determined and sharp than ever before. Chapter 31 Review. Ah! I say it again. I'm Yinli Dog. My sister is so handsome. I've taken a screenshot of this back kill and used it as my avatar. It was so close. Dragonfly almost destroyed Qi Yan's energy center. My heart is pounding. There is actually such a move. It's amazing. No wonder Qi Yan suddenly lost strength in the end. It turned out that it was because of the power-saving mode that delayed time. The barrage in the live broadcast room was flooded again. Lang Xiyun was also very excited, and felt that he had goosebumps. Congratulations to Yinli. Congratulations to the Jinta team for winning the first place in the forest relay race. A series of congratulations and flower barrages appeared in the live broadcast room, and many people also sent gifts, most of which were designated for the Jinta team. The victory of the Jinta team was unexpected. Whether it was the opening situation or the team configuration, they had no advantage, but they turned the tide against the wind. The victory of the Jinta team was reasonable because they had the strongest main attacker and sniper in the team, and these two played a big role in the game. And the performance of other players was not bad. Zhuan, the first runner, was very stable, maintaining an upper-middle ranking among the 15 teams, and was in 4th place when the team flag was handed over. Meng Yichen, the third runner, had good luck, with Auric laying the foundation in front and Xu Xiang as the backup in the back. The whole section was relatively smooth. Xu Xiang, the 4th runner, changed many people's views on her. After some operations, many people have posted related operation analysis posts. Yanosu, the 5th runner, shot down a typhoon wing as usual, laying the foundation for Yinli reversal. Lang Xiyun and Lisa gave secondary explanations of some highlights as usual. After the two commentators finished speaking, Naya stood up and said, "This semester's midterm competition is over. Thank you for your hard work. Have lunch and take a break. Gather and return to school at 4 p.m. The duration of the competitions in different venues is similar. After the forest venue, the competitions in other places also ended one after another. The mechas were handed over to Aurora College for transportation. The college will reimburse 80% of the losses in the venue, but the specific repair or modification plan is usually the responsibility of the mecha technicians in the team. The people of the Jinta team met at the first section and discussed where to have lunch. Last night at the big hotel. Today to the small restaurant. Let's go!" Zhuan jumped, raised one hand, and said excitedly. Yinli turned on the navigation and led the way in front. Xu Xiang, "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind. The 6 people turned around and looked. It was Diego, the one who provoked Xu Xiang yesterday. Without waiting for Xu Xiang to respond, Zhuan spoke first. "Hey, isn't this classmate Diego? Hey, where is your team's main attacker? I watched the replay. What's wrong with him? He can't even beat our commander." Diego's face was very ugly, but it didn't affect him to say something fierce. "You are lucky this time. I won't let you win again next time." Xu Xiang, "Oh." Diego was even more angry. "Don't be proud. What's so weird about it?" Xu Xiang said, "I'm not proud. She just defeated a main attacker who was not ranked. What's there for her to be proud of? If she beat Yinli or Fengjie one day, she would be proud of it. Yinli is her regular teammate. They can't face each other in the official arena, but they have the opportunity to play against Fengjie." Thinking about it, the tier league bubbled up in Xu Xiang's mind again. There is still more than a month left. I really want to travel back to that time. Xu Xiang couldn't wait to compete with the most powerful students in the largest Interstellar arena. "Diego, this game is over. If you want to play against Xiang again, we still welcome you in the next game." Yinli stopped Ulrich and Zhuan, who appeared, and said to Diego, "This is a way for Diego to save face. After all, if he continues to argue, he will be embarrassed." Who made the 2 people who are best at quarreling both in the Jinta team. Diego's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth when he was struggling to figure out how to leave without showing his weakness. 6 people from the Qingyu team came. The leader was Zhang Meng. Seeing the people from the Jinta team and Diego together, He couldn't help but stop. Hey, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha. Congratulations on winning the game. But we may not lose the final exam. Xu Xiang and Meng Yichen stood back silently. And Yanoki stood where he was, looking at the person who was talking. Zhuan and Auric stood on Yanli left and right, trying to boost her morale. The diplomacy had to be handed over to their dear captain. Thank you. Yanli smiled. We will also do our best in the final competition. And the tier league. Zhuan raised his hand to add. Yes, there is also the tier league. Yanli nodded. Zhang Mang laughed. The two captains talked. And the other captain Diego was furious. He didn't want to listen to the two teams bragging about business. Nor did he want to be laughed at. So he took the opportunity to sneak away. Zhang Mang is a talkative person. He talked to Yanli for 2 minutes until Auric interrupted him after combing his hair. The two ended the conversation and went their separate ways. There were many people in the small restaurant. Fortunately, Yanli called to book a private room on the way. After ordering the dishes, the private room suddenly became lively. Look at the campus network. Zhuan became more and more excited as he looked at the light brain. So many people are praising the boss. The admiration in the preliminaries and the big arena continued until now. So Zhuan was very happy that someone recognized Xu Xiang. And they are teammates. Zhuan hopes teammates are good. At the beginning, almost everyone was slandering Xu Xiang, looking down on her background, and satirizing her for switching from a main attacker to a commander to be cool. In fact, Xu Xiang is no worse than anyone else. Since you can become a student of Aurora College, there is no such thing as weak strength. What's more, people from the post-war star need to work harder to enter Aurora. The other 5 people took out their light brains and checked the campus network. Sure enough, there were many posts discussing Xu Xiang, all of which were about today's midterm competition. I will never say that commanders are weaklings again. Actually, it's not wrong for you to say that. There aren't many commanders who can fight. And not everyone is Ren's eye. Look at Diego. He's a green hand. But he even provokes others. From now on, there's one more commander who can fight. Although, let me emphasize that Xu Xiang is Xu Xiang and Ren's eye is Ren's eye. The person above. You must be a fan of Xu Xiang. Ha ha ha. There are still people who are not convinced. For example, Xu Xiang can only fight but not command. Because the relay race arrangement of the Jinta team is very chaotic. If other teammates are not strong, it is easy to lose. The real test will be in the tier league. I think so too. The commander's presence in these competitions is not strong. And the team's high combat power is the most important. But the tier league is different. That kind of competition depends on the commander's ability. A good commander can bring a garbage team back to life. Support. For example, Teacher Ji Xia participated in the tier league for the first year. There is still a month before the tier league. And Xu Xiang can still show off for a month. Cherish the time now. Zhuan shouted, why are these people so stubborn? The boss is obviously very powerful. Is it difficult to admit this? It's not difficult. Auric, who was named, was immediately furious. Where did I not admit it? Excellent people never hesitate to praise themselves. He is just an excellent young man who is implicit. Not mocking is the same as praising others. Yanli comforted Xu Xiang, it's okay. Negative comments are inevitable. Even the top leaders of the alliance will be scolded. Let alone us. Just be selective. Xu Xiang, yeah. She is not stupid. She can tell whether it is malicious slander or honest advice. It doesn't matter. They say what they want. And it can't affect her. Speaking of which, I have a question. Yanoki held his chin with both hands. Xiang, why did you arrange our relay order like this? After experiencing an important game, the people of a team often review the game together. This is a good opportunity. Xu Xiang guessed that they would ask. So she was mentally prepared to speak. Zhuan and Auric pull the distance. I will cover Meng Yichen. Yanoki sprints. And Yanli will cover the team. This simple sentence is what Xu Xiang has summed up along the way. Zhuan and Auric are both arrogant people. If they start, the probability of a favorable wind is greater than the unfavorable wind. And at the very least, it will be a tie. Meng Yichen is not a person who is motivated to do anything. So he can't be put back. He can only be moved forward. Xu Xiang is a transit station. On the one hand, he adjusts his speed according to Meng Yichen's situation. And on the other hand, he controls the direction of the second half. Of course, Meng Yichen brought a surprise. No one expected that he could surpass one person. Probably not even he himself. When she arrived at Yonosu, she only needed to sprint all over and create as much time as possible for Yenli. And the last section of the road, of course, should be handed over to the most reliable captain, Yenli. The 5 people quickly understood what Xu Xiang meant. She did not arrange them according to the usual positions, but according to the actual situation of each teammate. That's right. Xu Xiang is the commander. How could he not have his own ideas? Juan stretched out his index finger and pointed to the sky. Big boss. Yeah. Mengyi-chan, you must explain why you were not motivated. Auric did not let anyone go. Mengyi-chan silently glanced at Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang silently looked away. Mengyi-chan, Juan also started to make a noise. People in our team can't be unmotivated. Mengyi-chan was silent for a moment. I ran at my fastest speed and won in the end. There's nothing to say. Yenli saw that Mengyi-chan didn't want to talk more about this topic, and said at the right time, Little Meng is shy. You two don't tease him. By the way, I just saw a rumor that the content of the final exam is similar to the midterm exam, and the competition will be divided into groups according to the ranking this time. For example, if we are the first in the Forest Stadium, we will compete with the first in other stadiums. The new topic is of interest to the 2 elementary school students. They started the next round of discussion with bright eyes. Xu Xiang poked Mengyi-chan next to him. Mengyi-chan looked at her. She looked straight ahead as if nothing had happened. As if it wasn't her who poked him. Mengyi-chan, this person is also an elementary school student. Childish. Forget it. Considering that she took his mood into consideration when arranging the order this time. I won't bother with her. Xu Xiang leaned against the wall, waiting for the meal. She had no other intention in poking Mengyi-chan, but she felt a little sorry for involving him in her explanation. After all, she didn't like people talking to her about unnecessary things. It was good that Mengyi-chan was not angry. After a while, the meal was ready. The 6 of them had a delicious meal, and sat and chatted for more than 2 hours before returning to the dormitory to get their luggage and gather to return to school. Chapter 32, Play. After returning to Aurora College, teachers from each major reviewed the exam from different angles, analyzed the highlights of the battle, and explained them frame by frame to the students. Xu Xiang watched the games of other groups, and found that they all had their merits. She learned a lot. In addition to the combat courses, Xu Xiang paid the most attention to the courses related to the Zerg. A few days ago, researchers took samples of the vine grass insects encountered in the forest arena. There is still no official news, but there are rumors that the Zerg has evolved again. Xu Xiang asked Ji Xia about the progress, but Ji Xia said that it was a confidential project and could not be told to her. To be honest, Xu Xiang attaches great importance to the Zerg. As early as the year 2177, humans first confirmed the existence of the Zerg on the Rongmu binary star, which is nearly 700 years ago. Over the past few hundred years, the Zerg has continued to evolve, and the losses it has brought to humans have become greater and greater. Apart from anything else, the reproduction speed and regeneration ability of the Zerg are enough to give people a headache. The original Zerg swarm reproduced by laying eggs, and later directly relied on copying and pasting from the gene bank, which greatly increased the reproduction speed and shortened the growth cycle. So far, researchers have not found any Zerg swarms that died naturally, which shows their strong vitality. Every time she takes the Zerg professional course, Xu Xiang can't help but recall the past. Her hometown was destroyed by the Zerg. Her relatives and friends were killed by the Zerg, and even she herself almost died at the hands of the Zerg. So Xu Xiang has always regarded the Zerg as the biggest enemy. She wants to become stronger, and then expel the Zerg from the Interstellar. This professional course is about to end. Xu Xiang usually studies well, so there is no need to review specifically. This semester is very short. The midterm exam has just ended, and the tension of the final exam has appeared. Of course, what makes people more nervous and excited than the final exam is the tier league. There is still a month. The official website of the league has begun to warm up, and photos of popular players or teams from the previous league have been released one after another. The newer the date, the better the previous performance of the player or team. Renzizai and his star team have not appeared yet. Their ranking is too high, so they probably have to wait until the last 2 days to get the chance. Commonly known as the finale. Xu Xiang finished a day of study, and just took out her laptop to play, when she received a message from Renzizai. When the Jinta team won the first place in the midterm exam, Rinzai sent her a red envelope, congratulating her on her victory and reversing her reputation, and asked her when she was free so that he could accompany her to the amusement park. In fact, Xu Xiang felt that she was going to accompany him. After all, she was not interested in the amusement park and did not need him to accompany her. People should be free, Junior. People should be free. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday. And Xu Xiang has no classes. SXY, yes. People should be free, great. People should be free. Then I will pick you up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. SXY, yes. People should be free. See you tomorrow. SXY, yes. After agreeing on a time with Rinzai, Xu Xiang forgot that she needed to rest, put down her laptop, and continued to study out of habit. The next morning, Xu Xiang was awakened by a nightmare and sweated in the air-conditioned room. The wall clock showed 5:20. She was very sleepy, but she couldn't fall asleep. Xu Xiang finished washing up and opened the closet. The closet was very large, but there were very few clothes. There were 3 pure white t-shirts, 3 pure black jackets, and 3 identical sweatpants, all of which she had bought some time ago. Xu Xiang took the top clothes and pants and put them on. The time agreed with Rinzai was 10 o'clock, which was still early. So Xu Xiang simply held the laptop to study Mecha knowledge. She had read 2/3 of the intermediate course, and had finished the relevant question bank. It was estimated that she could complete the intermediate course before next week. The advanced course was university content. In theory, Xu Xiang could design and build a mecha independently when she started the advanced course. Of course, it was just theory. Xu Xiang has not come into contact with enough mechas. To achieve that, she must dissect at least 30 mechas in depth. At 9:58, Xu Xiang alarm rang. She turned off the alarm and sent a message to Rinzai. SXY, where are you? Rinzai said he would pick her up at 10 o'clock, and she needed 2 minutes to prepare. People should be free. Wait for me. People should be free. I encountered something on the way. People should be free. I have started again. People should be free. I will be there soon. Xu Xiang, It was agreed to be 10 o'clock. Helplessly, she had to bring her light board, put on her shoes, and wait at the door while reading the information. Juan happened to go out to get a drink and saw her sitting at the door. He was puzzled. Boss, what are you doing here? Waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Rinzai. Rinzai? Juan's eyes widened. Isn't that the senior from the 3rd year? He recalled the scene of meeting Rinzai and others in the rain on the day of the preliminaries, and was even more shocked. Boss, Rinzai is not chasing you, right? What was he thinking? Xu Xiang said, no. Xuan didn't believe it. Then why were you waiting for him? Going out to play. You said you weren't chasing after me. You two are all going out to play. Xu Xiang didn't want to pay attention to him. It's just going out to play together. It's not like she hasn't gone out with other people before. Xuan ran over happily, squatted beside her, gossiping. Hey, boss, how is Rinzai? Very good. He gave her a laptop and took care of her. He is really a good person. But he talks a lot and likes to send messages separately. Every time she turns off the silent mode, Rinzai messages can make her hands numb. Oh, and he's not on time. It's already 5 minutes past 10. That's too much. Xuan asked again, do you like him? Xu Xiang answered mercilessly, no. Unless Rinzai is on time next time. Xuan sighed. It seems that the boss has very high requirements. I heard that Rinzai is quite famous in Aurora College. But you don't even look down on him. But it's normal. The boss will definitely be better than Rinzai in the future. Xu Xiang liked to hear this. Yes. Then I go in first. Boss, have fun. Okay. After waiting for another 3 minutes, Rinzai finally appeared. Xu Xiang opened the door and looked at him indifferently. 8 minutes and 26 seconds. Rinzai stood at attention immediately after hearing this. His whole body tense. Report? I forgot to bring my laptop when I went out. So I went back to get it. I won't do it next time. Yeah. Then let's go. Okay. Rinzai was about to move when he found 2 heads sticking out from the corner, overlapping each other. Aren't they Auric and Juan? Rinzai waved and greeted him in a friendly manner. Xu Xiang looked back. The 2 heads shrank back at once. Let's go. They were slow to hide. and Xu Xiang had already seen who they were. There was no need to watch her secretly, because she wouldn't be kidnapped, and Ren Zizai wouldn't cheat her of information or anything. If anyone cheated, it would be her. Ren Zizai drove the car, and Xu Xiang sat in the passenger seat. The amusement park is not far from Aurora College, and it only takes 15 minutes to get there. Today is the weekend, and there are a lot of people, mostly students from nearby schools, either in groups of 3 or 5, or in pairs, all acquaintances, laughing and playing. It's very lively. Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai walk separately, with a person in between. What to play? Xu Xiang asked after Ren Zizai swiped his card. Do you want to play anything? No. Then bumper cars. Okay. Ren Zizai walked and jumped in front, and Xu Xiang followed behind with his hands in his pockets. There were a lot of people playing bumper cars, but fortunately Ren Zizai had a membership card, so he didn't have to queue. Xu Xiang didn't want to drive, so she let Ren Zizai sit at the control panel, and she leaned lazily on the passenger seat like a big sister. Everyone was in place, and more than 20 bumper cars were speeding on the wide field, like fish swimming in the river. A series of dull bang bang sounds rang out, followed by laughter and joy, and the whole field was very noisy. Xu Xiang was knocked all over the place, and had to hold Ren Zizai's sleeve with one hand and hold the car frame with the other hand to keep her body balanced. They were both tall, with long arms and legs tied in a small bumper car. Both pairs of legs were higher than the car frame, and they inevitably bumped into each other. Unlike regular bumper cars, this one has a points link. The more active collisions, the higher the points, and the points can be exchanged for gifts at the front desk. Woohoo! Ren Zizai cheered. Look, junior sister, our points ranking is first. Yeah. 1 minute left. Watch me. Xu Xiang looked at him sideways. He smiled happily. His eyes were full of light, and when his hair was blown by the wind, he looked even more energetic. He even took the entertainment project so seriously. But why did he let her watch him do it? It's over. Ren Zizai stood up and stretched out his hands to make a V sign. Hearing this, many people looked over here. Xu Xiang silently raised his hands to cover his face and pulled him down to sit down. Ren Zizai was excited, but he pulled Xu Xiang up and walked out. Let's exchange prizes. Xu Xiang had to follow. The prizes were all ordinary small items, either dolls or stationery. Xu Xiang asked for 2 thick notebooks and took them to take notes. Ren Zizai asked, do you want anything else? More than 200 points. You choose. Xu Xiang didn't need anything, so she just gave the remaining points to Ren Zizai. After all, these points were earned by him. She sat there from beginning to end and did nothing. Ren Zizai picked a big white rabbit doll. Xu Xiang took a look. He actually liked this kind of thing. But Ren Zizai handed the doll to her. Here you go. Xu Xiang, question mark. When you lie on the bed and use your computer to watch movies, you will feel much more comfortable if you use a back cushion. I have personally experienced that the effect is very good. Ren Zizai gave a thumbs up. Well, that does work. Xu Xiang accepted it. Ren Zizai helped her keep it in the locker and planned to take it when she left. Then the two went to ride the roller coaster, and Ren Zizai was nervous and excited. The roller coaster slowly drove out of the platform and moved upward as the track rose, and many tourists began to scream. Suddenly, the roller coaster accelerated sharply, and the wind whistled in the ears of tourists, driving their hearts to pound. Xu Xiang held the handrail and looked forward without changing her expression. She and Ren Zizai sat in the front row, without any obstructions, and the view was very wide. The roller coaster kept rising, and the scenery under their feet became smaller and smaller, and many people's brains were dizzy. It was about to go downhill. The downhill was almost perpendicular to the ground. Ah! Xu Xiang was frightened by the scream in her ear. The roller coaster dived down at an alarming speed, as if it was going to plunge into the abyss. Ren Zizai closed his eyes tightly and held the handrail tightly. He was tall. Half of his body was outside the railing, and when he fell, he felt like he was going to fall out. Xu Xiang reached out and patted him. Ren Zizai screamed even louder. Xu Xiang, eh? The screams behind him came one after another, mixed with the noisy roar of the roller coaster, presenting a thrilling and exciting drama. Ren Zizai choked out a few words. How long is the road? Xu Xiang estimated, more than 200 meters. Ren Zizai wanted to cry, but had no tears. In the remaining time, The roller coaster passed several bends and semicircles, and every rise or fall brought a crazy pleasure, which made people scared and excited at the same time. When the thrilling journey ended, many tourists had trembling legs and dizzy heads, and some even vomited directly. Xu Xiang handed Ren Zizai a bottle of water. I'm fine. Ren Zizai sat on the bench, lowered his head, supported his head with one hand, raised his other hand to show a thumb. I can fight again. Xu Xiang, TSK. So inexperienced and playful. Ren Zizai rested for a few minutes, stood up and sat down again. Sit for a while. Xu Xiang pushed him down and sat down herself. She didn't sleep well last night and was very sleepy. Although the roller coaster stimulated her nerves and made her wake up, she still wanted to rest for a while. Ren Zizai was touched. Okay. The schoolgirl is caring about him. Love is magic. Student. As soon as Ren Zizai turned his head, he found that Xu Xiang had fallen asleep. Then his head tilted to his shoulder. Chapter 33 Departure. Ren Zizai quickly reached out his arm to hold her, giving her a buffer. Xu Xiang was so sleepy that it was rare that she didn't wake up. She slept well, and kept the same posture for 2 or 3 hours without changing. She slept until afternoon. Are you awake? Ren Zizai saw her get up and blinked. Xu Xiang's brain was a little confused. Wait, she actually fell asleep in public? Or did she sleep on Ren Zizai's shoulder? Xu Xiang, she could fall asleep like this. She's pretty good. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. I take you home after dinner. Ren Zizai wanted to play for a while, but Xu Xiang looked so sleepy, so it would be better for her to go back to the dormitory to rest early. Yeah. Ren Zizai was very knowledgeable about food, and recommended several restaurants to Xu Xiang, letting her choose. Xu Xiang ordered randomly, and ate whatever she ordered. Ren Zizai sent Xu Xiang to the hotel. While waiting for the food, he returned to the amusement park to take the rabbit doll. When he returned to the box, the food was just served. Xu Xiang waited for Ren Zizai to arrive before he started eating. Ren Zizai was very touched, and said that Xu Xiang was the only one who was willing to wait for him patiently. The people in his team always complained that he was slow. Xu Xiang still said indifferently, "Oh, the tier league will be held in another month." Ren Zizai was very interested in this topic. How is your team running in? Not bad. Xu Xiang told the truth. Ming Yichen wanted to slack off, but he was a conscientious person, and never refused his teammates' requests. During this period, in addition to Xuanqing explosion-proof device, he helped others modify the mecha. Yanli, Yanosu and Zhuan were all very stable. In terms of strength, mentality, cooperation, etc. Even the most uncontrollable Auric was defeated by Xu Xiang, and only his mouth was still hard. Ren Zizai said, although Lao Feng didn't say it. I can see that he really wants to beat you in the game. He has been watching your battle videos recently. He has even collected all the videos of the forest game a while ago. If you play against him, be careful. Okay. Obviously Auric is the sniper of your team, but Huang Xinchu seems to want to snipe you more. Probably because you left a shadow on her in showdown. Anyway, be careful of her. Okay. And? Sun Che also wants to beat you. Okay. Ren Zizai continued to talk. And Xu Xiang almost suspected that he and she were on the same team. As Ren Zizai spoke, he couldn't hold it back and suddenly laughed. Ha ha. If you go and beat them, they won't beat me. I'm safe. Hee. Xu Xiang, She wanted to beat him up right now. Ahem. Just kidding. Ren Zizai finished laughing and gradually became serious. Speaking of which, do you know the main teams of other colleges? Yes. Xu Xiang nodded. Of course. The tier league is the largest, most valuable, and most authoritative competition in the entire galaxy. All the teams from all schools want to show their skills in this arena. Xu Xiang opponents are not only people from Aurora College, but also strong forces from other colleges. She has been looking up relevant information recently. There are countless colleges in the galaxy, and the most famous ones are nothing more than 4. Aurora College, West Building University, Forseti College, and Mishima University. Each college has several most representative teams. For example, the Star Team is one of the main teams of Aurora College, and is also the favorite team to win the championship in this league. Xu Xiang has already recognized the main teams of the 4 universities, and can learn about other teams in the remaining time. That's good, Ren Zizai said. It is said that the team participating in the league for the first time cannot get a good ranking. But teacher Ji Xiao got it. And my team also got it. I believe you can do it. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Come on. Junior sister. Yeah. We will definitely be the first. You try to get the second. So that our Aurora College can be glorious again. Xu Xiang didn't want to pay attention to him. I never believed that a dog can spit out ivory again. The two did not discuss the details of the league further. After all, they were not on the same team. So other things didn't matter. The detailed battle strategy still had to be discussed with teammates. After lunch, Ren Zizai sent Xu Xiang to the dormitory and waited for her to enter the room before going downstairs. Xu Xiang changed her shoes at the entrance. And two heads popped up again. Boss! Xu leaned against the wall. You're back. Xu Xiang turned her head to look at him and continued to change her shoes. Yeah. Alric pointed at Xu Xiang with his index finger and thumb. Tell me, did you go on a date with Ren Zizai? Xu Xiang looked at Zhu dimly. Zhu An's head shrank and disappeared. No. Xu Xiang changed her shoes. Went to the dining room to get a bottle of drink. And returned to the room. Okay. I trust you this time. Alric said. Yenli said that the simulated team competition will start at 8:30 tonight and will last until the tier league. Remember to log in? Yeah. Their team is very new. Especially Xu Xiang and Meng Yichen, who have hardly played against other people in high school. So the simulated team competition is particularly important. With this new task, Xu Xiang had to replan her study plan. In order to ensure that she has mastered all the subjects she has learned, she had to shorten her sleep time. And she slept less than 5 hours 5 days a week. Xu Xiang understood why Alanda was not getting enough sleep. Learning knowledge is so fun that you can't stop at all. A month passed very quickly. And in the blink of an eye, the busy final week arrived. Facing the final exam, playing practice games, preparing for the league, the students were busy running around the teaching building, dormitory, holographic cabin room, and running around. The final exam is still in the Elizabeth area, and the Jinta team will be in the desert this time. This time, the opponents are all the first in each group of the midterm exam, which is more difficult than the midterm exam. However, after a month of running in, the Jinta team's cooperation has greatly improved. They have been lagging behind in the early stage, but they started to reverse from the third baton and finally won the first place again. On the day when the final exam results came out, Xu Xiang scored full marks in every subject, and her name was once again all over the campus forum. The person involved, Xu, had no reaction and just pestered Meng Yichen to learn mecha design. On November 30th, the opening ceremony of the Tier League was held on the Rocalo Star. Dozens of teams represented different colleges and universities. Their meticulous outfits, high-spirited demeanor, and imposing manners all showed their style. The Jinta team certainly had no chance to go, as they were just an ordinary freshman team. Renzai Starry Sky team did go, and once the camera was given to them, the barrage and rewards in the live broadcast room could be multiplied several times. The members of the Jinta team gathered in a circle in the living room and watched the live broadcast on the big screen together. At the end of the opening ceremony, the Union Marshal announced the first venue of the Tier League, Montiel. Ah! Montier! When Juan heard these 4 words, he jumped up excitedly. Sisters and brothers, I protect you this time. Juan is from Montier Star. In the Jinta team, no one is more familiar with that place than him. Alric looked disgusted. Have you returned to your ancestors? Sit down. Juan put his hands on his waist and looked down at him. What's the matter? Are you jealous of me? Alric stood up suddenly and looked down. Why should I be jealous of you? No matter what kind of competition venue he is, I will snipe the enemy out in seconds. The other 4 people are used to the bickering of elementary school students, so they let them make a fuss and watch the live broadcast by themselves. After the live broadcast ended, Yinli asked everyone to rest early. They had to attend the mobilization meeting of Aurora College early tomorrow morning and set off directly to Montier in the afternoon. Time is very tight. Xu Xiang is very excited. She is going to start a new journey. The mobilization meeting is nothing more than leaders, teachers and students taking turns to speak. In this kind of meeting, there are always students who fall asleep while standing. But not today. The Tier League is coming soon. The Tier League is recognized as the most powerful league in the entire galaxy. They can participate in the Tier League. How can they sleep at this time? The students were so excited that their faces turned red, and the boring speeches were automatically filtered into exciting battle BGM by their ears. Finally, I wish you all good results in the tier league. Today's meeting ends here. Please leave in an orderly manner. After the school leaders finished their closing remarks, the students dispersed, waving their clothes and running back to the dormitory. The members of the Jinta team packed their luggage, finished their lunch, and waited for 2 p.m. to set off on time. Set off towards Montiel. Set off towards the tier league. Chapter 34 Arrival. Montiel and Rocalo belong to the Pomlai star system. With the speed of today's interstellar spacecraft, a flight can be completed in 3 days. 3 days later, the school spacecraft of Aurora College arrived at the largest hotel in Montiel. In fact, the Alliance has arranged student accommodation for each college, but the conditions are average. In order to let students eat well, sleep well and play well, wealthy schools often book high-quality hotels for their students. Of course, the situation on Montiel is special, and the quality of hotels is not bad, because it is located near the asteroid belt. Meteorites and asteroids often hit the surface of Montiel, so people have to build underground cities and live underground. The structure here is complex, and several earth pillars support the upper and lower parts to ensure that the underground city will not collapse. The underground city is almost all earth buildings, and the slightly richer families buy intermediate materials from other planets to build houses. Montiel's economy is backward, and the only export industry is agriculture. To be precise, only sweet potatoes, because the underground city lacks water resources. The soil is poor, and most importantly, there is no natural light. So many crops cannot grow here. Lack of natural light not only affects agricultural development, but also the physical fitness of residents. Most of the residents of Montiel are thin and short, with an average height of 1.45 m for women and 1.55 m for men, which is the lowest among all planets. It is not easy for Juin to grow to 1.6 meters. Come to my house to play after you put your luggage away. Juin walked in front and turned to wave to his teammates. No. Ulrich wore a mask and put it in his pocket, with a slightly hunched back, and every inch of his body expressed his dislike for this underground city. Juin said, if you don't want to go, then don't go. It's better without you. Hee. Ulrich, Yunosu and Yenli were very interested in the underground city, and asked Juin to introduce it along the way. Juin was so happy that he talked too much and drank 3 bottles of mineral water. Now, he was busy looking for a toilet. Montiel did not have a transport robot. All the ones brought by the school were borrowed by the first wave of students. So this wave of students had to carry their own luggage. Mengi-chen held 2 suitcases in each hand, and 2 bags on top of the suitcases. Yunosu scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, Mengi-chen. I thought there was a transport robot here, so I brought a lot of things. She brought 4 suitcases, pushing 2 by herself and 2 by Mengi-chen. It's okay. Mengi-chen finished speaking and looked at Ulrich. Ulrich was combing his hair in the mirror, and when he met Mengi-chen's eyes, he choked and yelled, What are you looking at? I haven't even carried my own luggage. Do you expect me to help you carry it? Mengi-chen deliberately took a few more steps, pulled the suitcase, and pretended to walk past him with difficulty. Ulrich, He carried it. Couldn't he? With Ulrich's help. The luggage was quickly divided. But he didn't want to help Juin no matter what he said. So he took his own and Shu Xiang and ran away. Wow. Mom. It's a giant. A little girl passed by Ulrich and others, turned back and shouted to her mother in surprise. So tall. A 1.4 meter tall lady ran over to protect the child. Looking up at them, sorry. The child has never seen such a tall person, and thought it was a giant in the legend of Montiel. Are you students participating in the tier league? Welcome to Montiel. Yenli squatted down, taller than the standing little girl. Yes, we are here to compete. Thank you. I hope it won't cause you any trouble. Yenli raised his hand and touched the girl's hair, saying, We are not giants. We are residents of other planets. The lady was relieved to see that these students were very kind, and then said, No trouble. We are so happy. This is the first time that Montiel has been selected as a league venue. Many people come here to join in the fun. My family runs a noodle shop, and the income in the past 2 days is more than the previous half a month. Montiel is very poor, so when the Alliance announced that the first venue of the tier league was here, the whole dungeon was excited. This planet, located in the middle of the Pumlight Galaxy and adjacent to the first interstellar star, Rocarlo, was finally discovered. The Alliance is a humane ruling class. In addition to continuously supplying materials to Montiel, it is also trying to teach Montiel people how to make money and make them more independent individuals. The underground city was under renovation a few years ago and was completed at the end of last year, which is considered a good time. According to past experience, the venues of the Tier League will all become famous tourist attractions and generate huge profits. Can you tell me the address of your noodle shop? If I have a chance, I would like to go and see it, Yenli said. Okay. The lady happily reported a place name. See you in a few days. We have to put our luggage away. Okay. Shirong, say goodbye to your sisters and brothers. The lady held the little girl's hand and said to her, Goodbye, sisters. Goodbye, brothers. Xiaorong seemed to be very interested in tall people, and she did not forget to stare at Ulrich, who was the tallest. Ulrich noticed her gaze and stood up silently to make himself look taller. After saying goodbye to the mother and daughter, the group entered the Mountain Hotel and went straight to the 3rd floor. The hotel room was a 4-person room with a private bathroom and bunk beds. Although it was simple, it was clean and there would not be rats and bugs suddenly appearing while living there. Xu Xiang, Yenli, and Yen Yechi shared a room, and there was another person from another team. When they arrived at the room, a girl had just finished packing and was about to go out. The girl was very beautiful. She dyed her white hair, dyed the ends of her hair blue, and interspersed a few strands of red hair in the middle, which was very recognizable. Hello. We are from the Golden Tower team. Yenli took the initiative to introduce. I am Yenli. This is Yanoki. This is Xu Xiang. The girl smiled and said, I am a freshman. I have heard of your names, but I didn't expect to be assigned to the same group as you. Oh, yes. I am Amelia Johnson, the captain of the Sky Eagle team, playing the main attacker position. Yenli and Yanoki chatted with Amelia, and Xu Xiang walked away step by step, trying not to attract their attention. The room was very small, with 2 bunk beds, 2 cabinets and 2 tables in the middle, almost filling the room. Luckily, Xu Xiang didn't have much stuff. 2 sets of casual clothes, 2 sets of school uniforms, and a set of toiletries, which were put in the cabinet. The 3 were still chatting, and Xu Xiang sat on the lower bed and took out his laptop to watch. Now the Star Network is almost all discussing the Tier League, and the popularity is very high. Click on any post and the popularity will be at least over 10,000. The highest prediction post even reached 2 million and continued to rise. Xu Xiang clicked on the prediction post out of curiosity. The content was very simple, analyzing which team and which school would win the first place in the Montiel competition. The poster was very optimistic about the R11 team of Forseti College, because their team commander Zhong Qiangqiang was from Montiel, and the R11 team won the 10th place in the overall ranking in the last league, and its strength was remarkable. Montiel's economy was backward, and the education level was low, except for being relatively peaceful and safe. It was not much better than the post-war star. Those who could pass the exam from such a place were all powerful characters. There are also Montiel people in the Jinta team. Zhu An's high school league results are better than Zhong Qiangqiang's back then. Why don't you guess that it is the Jinta team? I have never heard of this team. Which school are they from? I have never heard of +1. I guess a certain team in a certain school made a small fight and made a little name for themselves, so they thought that their school had a purple star. Although I am from Forseti College, objectively speaking, I also think that the R11 team has a chance to win first place. I will list some important factors for your reference. Montiel was chosen as the league venue for the first time, which was undoubtedly unexpected. Many players are unfamiliar with this place. In addition, the dungeon is complicated like a maze, and there are many deep underground passages. So the advantage of local students is unquestionable. I agree. Zhong Qiangqiang is a commander. When a commander is more than other, when the team leader knew the terrain of the competition better, the goddess of victory had already fallen for him. Everyone is betting on the R11 team, so I support the dream team of Shiloh University. The dream team was only 1 place lower than R11 last year. What if they improve this year? I'm convinced. Every time I see the name of the dream team, I want to laugh. Ha ha ha. It was like this last year. All the team names were cool, and suddenly the dream team came up, which made me laugh. I heard that everyone in their team was very resistant to this team name. But the captain just didn't change it. Which made me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Ah. So excited. So excited. So excited. The game will start tomorrow. But I'm in the Zionischer star system. And the live broadcast is at 2 o'clock in the morning. No matter. Stay up late. The more I flipped back, the more watery the comments were. And Xu Xiang quit and stopped watching. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo sent voice messages. And Xu Xiang converted them into text. After a quick look, they were indeed some encouraging words. At the end, they both said they would watch the live broadcast on time and look forward to her performance. Xu Xiang replied one by one. Yinli and Yanoki ended their conversation with Amelia and pushed their suitcases to pack their things. At 9:30 in the morning, the 5 members of the Jinta team gathered downstairs and prepared to go to Zhu An's house for lunch. Is Alric really not going? Yanoki asked. Never mind him. If he doesn't want to go, then he won't go. Zhu An tilted his head and snorted. Xu Xiang noticed that someone was looking over here. And when he looked up, a certain head was moving very fast. TSK. Someone really said one thing and meant another. Xu Xiang was too lazy to mention this matter, and followed the other 4 people to the nearby bus stop to wait for the bus to Zhu An's house. Seeing everyone get on the bus, Alric finally emerged from behind the wall, put on a hat and mask to cover his face, secretly took a taxi, and asked the driver to follow. The car was packed with Ulrich, who was 1.95 meters tall. The driver trembled and dared not disobey. But out of justice and kindness, he still took out his laptop, silently entered the number of the Montiel police station, and sent a message. Chapter 35. The game begins. What? Ulrich? In the police station? Xu An received this call as soon as he got home. The other party said that a suspicious person was caught. And the suspicious person said that he knew Montiel people. Zhu An's house is a small mud house, which is shabby on the outside but clean on the inside. Under the arrangement of the hostess, the small home seems very warm. Mr. Zhu and Ms. Hao went out to greet the guests and happened to hear the word police station. Mr. Zhu was angry about this. Zhu An, you kid got into trouble again, didn't you? He untied his belt skillfully and rushed to Zhu An. I rescued you 3 times in the 2 months of summer vacation. What's wrong? You are giving me a warning now? Zhu An quickly threw the laptop to Yinli and jumped onto the table and climbed up the wall. It wasn't me. And those 3 times during the summer vacation were purely accidents. For example, the last time, he didn't expect that the group of kids were so weak, and they were bruised and swollen with 1 punch. There was no way. Maybe he was too powerful. Ms. Hao was used to the Zhu family's father and son making trouble for them. She didn't try to persuade them, and just entertained a few guests. Yinli went to the police station to find out the details. A few minutes later, Yinli ended the conversation and explained, Alric was mistaken for a stalker by the driver. So he was reported. The police station said that residents with Montiel ID cards should go to pick him up. Mr. Zhu passed by the living room with a belt in his hand. Hearing this, he stopped. Ah? Ms. Hao said, what? You are good at rescuing people. Go ahead. Mr. Zhu stood at attention and saluted. Got it. Xu An was caught and went to pick up the people together. And Ms. Hao stayed at home. I'm sorry to make you laugh. These 2 old men are very childish. They are especially noisy when they are together. Ms. Hao took out a drink and a disposable cup. Yinli reached out to help. And Ms. Hao smiled and asked her to sit down. Ms. Hao said, this is my homemade drink. The neighbors think it's good. You can try it. Xu Xiang was thirsty for a long time. She took the drink and drank it in big gulps. It didn't taste good. The taste is weird. And it feels like there is a hint of soil in it. But she is not particular about food, as long as it is edible. Yinli drank half of it and asked, is it squeezed from potato? Ms. Hao nodded, haha. The little girl is very good at drinking. She can even taste it. Yinli smiled and said, I have eaten potato before, and I have some impression of it. Most of the potato in Montiel is shipped to planets with average economy. Yinli is from Rocalo and has never eaten it locally. She ate it when she traveled to other planets. The potato is not delicious. A little harder than crispy. A little more sweet and astringent. Probably only the locals like it. But Ms. Hao's craftsmanship is very good. She added honey to suppress the astringency. And it is a good choice to drink it as sweet water. You are all from big planets. Right? There is nothing delicious in our house. Please don't be disgusted, Miss Howe said. Auntie, you are joking. You should not mind our noise and troubles. Yes. Yes. Our team is very noisy. Yanoki covered his ears, and his cat-like lips curled up, making his face look more like a kitten. The three of them chatted happily. Xu Xiang and Mei-Chen sat upright in the corner, with their hands on their knees, like two guardian statues. Ms. Howe said a few words to them, and after finding that the two children did not like to communicate, she continued to chat with Yanli and Yanoki. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Ms. Howe went to the kitchen to cook. After Mr. Zhu came back with Auric, she handed the kitchen over to the father and son. Auric sat so straight opposite everyone for the first time. Look at Yanli. Yanli looked helpless. Look at Yanoki. Yanoki was trying not to laugh. Look at Mei-Chen. Ms. Mei-Chen had no expression on his face. Look at Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang looked back with dead eyes, as if she could fall asleep at any time. Auric was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned and touched his head. Ha ha ha. So the director of Montiel is like that. Ha ha ha. I really don't know if I don't go. Yanli was at a loss for words. Aren't you not coming? Auric was afraid that they would ask this question, and protested, I want to come again. Isn't it okay? Okay. Okay. When is dinner? Zhuan. I want to eat. Auric changed the subject. Zhuan in the kitchen yelled, Why are you rushing me? Mr. Zhu, who told you to take the knife out? Come here and cut garlic. Zhuan, oh. Auric's mood suddenly became better. Uncle. I help. Yanli quickly pulled him back. I go. You sit down. She was afraid that Auric and Zhuan would quarrel and tear down the kitchen. It was almost 12 o'clock, and lunch began. Potato rice, fried potatoes, potato soup, fried potatoes. Auric smiled but didn't. Mom, Dad, brother, who will take him home? Eat. Weren't you the one who was shouting the loudest just now? Zhuan ate a fried potato, which was crunchy. How do you talk to a guest? Mr. Zhu glared at him, then changed his expression in an instant, and smiled as he picked up some food for Auric. You are the sniper in the team. Auric. Right? Xiao. I'm a good cook. Try it. Auric looked at the increasingly full bowl and slowly raised his head. Okay. Unstoppable. Desperate. Auric. Drink it all in one gulp. He ate the rice in big mouthfuls. Yanli and Yanoki looked at each other and chuckled. Xu Xiang's appetite was average, while others ate and chatted. She ate silently and finished it quickly. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything like you guys eat slowly, so she had to sit there. Xiao Shu. Are you full? Then go sit in the living room for a while. Xuan said you might want to talk about the competition later. I go to the supermarket to buy you some food. Miss Howe said. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Coming here is like coming home. Okay. Miss Howe didn't go to the supermarket in the end, because Xuan found a lot of fruits and snacks in his bag, all of which were bought for free at the hotel. Aurora College was worried that students were not used to the food here, so it specially transported several large trucks of food. Mr. Zhu and Ms. Howe went out to work, and the six of them sat in a circle around the living room. Yanli took out the light board and put it on the coffee table. This is the map of Fengyi City, but it only has the surface layer. The underground city of Montiel has a history of hundreds of years. Fengyi City is one of the earliest ones. It was abandoned 10 years ago due to soil deterioration. But in terms of building integrity, solidity and structure, it is no worse than the current main city. The Alliance chose this place for a reason. You can't just come to play a game and destroy other people's residences. It should be noted that there are many mechanisms in Fengyi City. Yanli continued. The year Fengyi City was built, a swarm of insects appeared in Montiel. In order to resist the swarm of insects, the smart Montiel people designed and built countless high-damage mechanisms in Fengyi City. Leave it to me. Xuan patted his chest and was very proud. Fengyi City is my hometown. I am familiar with it. Don't be arrogant. You will have to look at me when the time comes. I won't give you a single head. When Mr. Zhu is not at home, Zhuan is the king. Stop. 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 Yanli made a pause gesture. Let's talk business first. Auric protested. Yanli, you are biased. Zhuan said 2 sentences, and I only said 1 sentence. Yanli, Yunosu cooperated with Yanli to interrupt their argument. The specific competition system will be released at 2 o'clock this afternoon. There are still 3 minutes. After the competition system is released, We will discuss the specific countermeasures. Yenli nodded. Okay. 3 minutes passed quickly, and everyone didn't say a few words. When the specific competition system was released, the Star Network began to boil again. The big guys analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the competition system for certain colleges or teams. And the audience lamented the difficulty. And the discussion volume increased again. The 4 people looked at the light brain. And Xu Xiang and Meng Yichen sat and waited. Flag collection. Yinli read the post on the official website of the Alliance and summarized it to 2 people. The rules are very simple. Look for the colorful flags placed by the Alliance in advance in Fengyi City. 1 red flag is worth 100 points. For a total of 30 flags. 1 yellow flag is worth 50 points. For a total of 5,000 flags. 1 green flag is worth 30 points. For a total of 10,000 flags. Xu Xiang nodded, yes. Meng Yichen nodded, okay. Yinli, She suspected that the 2 were siblings in their previous life. Let me continue. Yinli said. After entering the venue, our optical brain will turn on the offline mode and automatically display the test page, which includes the Fengyi City map and the points rankings of each team. These are important panels to assist us in combat. You can check them more frequently. Xu Xiang asked, how many layers are there on the map? The competition time is a total of 24 hours. Only the first layer will be open from 0 to 12 hours after entering the venue. And the second layer will be opened after the 12th hour. Entry to the 3rd layer and below is prohibited. And violators will be eliminated. Okay. Any other questions? None for the time being. Yinli said. So, what does the commander want to say? It's not that Xu Xiang said anything inspiring, but she wanted to talk about the plan and arrangement. Xu Xiang said. Nothing. Alric stood up. You are the commander. How can you say that? Juan said disdainfully. Are you stupid? The boss is right. He reacted very quickly this time, and was very proud. The flag mark will be known after entering the venue tomorrow. The boss must make arrangements according to the specific situation. Xu Xiang gave him a thumbs up. This kid has grown up. After receiving the compliment, Juan grew a tail, and stood up to the sky. The 6 people talked about mecha-related content again. This aspect mainly depends on Meng Yichen. He has to complete the mecha inspection and modification as much as possible before the game to ensure that the mecha joins the field in the best condition. There is no major change in the mecha of others. Mainly Xu Xiang Xuanqing. Meng Yichen rushed and finally installed the explosion-proof system on Xuanqing last week. Although it is not mature enough, it is not a problem to cope with short-term competitions. They were lucky. The game time in Wind City was very short. Perhaps considering the special structure of the dungeon, the league set up a simple and short competition system. 1 day. Enough to persist. The tier league will start on time at 10 a.m. on December 4th. The leader of Aurora College is Ji Xia, and the assistants are Naya and Lisa. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the Aurora College team gathered and took the bus chartered by the college to Wind City. Along the way, there were countless onlookers, countless banners, countless screams. Tens of thousands of teams formed a circle around Wind City. The team assembled and prepared to enter. The dungeon is very high, and it is no problem to overlap more than a dozen mechas vertically. The dungeon is also very spacious. Even a steel giant like a mecha can move freely. Wind City is no exception. This old city is like a mysterious and ancient super-large palace. Its thick and steady earth yellow not only expresses the wisdom and diligence of the people of Montiel, but also expresses their respect and loyalty to the land. Good morning, noon and evening everyone. Welcome to the Tier League live broadcast room. I am the commentator Chu Yi. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning on December 4th. And hundreds of teams have entered Fengyi City. So I declare. The commentator's voice was excited. The Tier League has officially begun. Chapter 36 Teams. The name of the Tier League comes from the god of war Tyr. Tyr, the god of war and courage, is also the guarantor of the contract, the guardian of the oath, and the representative of glory. The 6 predecessors chose this name in the hope that the younger generation of the military academy could protect the weak and the human homeland like the god of war Tyr, and regard these as the purest glory. The statue of Tyr's broken arm will stand on every stadium. Starting this year, Montiel will also have its own patron saint. Montiel is decorated with lights and colors, which is more lively than the new year, especially near Fengyi City. The outskirts of Fengyi City are full of residents who watch the excitement. They cannot enter the stadium, but still want to join in the fun and see the style of the military academy students. In order to let the residents see the game inside, the Alliance transported materials and created a one-time live broadcast screen within 20 minutes. At 10 o'clock, the first stadium screen appeared on the large screen. It was the R11 team of Fressetti. Wow! What a cool mecha! I want to join the tier league too. I want to drive a mecha too. Damn it. I'm going to college next year. But I can't join the league until my sophomore year. Look! That's my grandson. Chiang. Grandma is here. A hunchbacked old man with white hair stood up and waved with a big laugh. The old man smiled, his mouth full of teeth. But his expression couldn't hide his happiness and pride. Ha! Grandma. Your grandson can't see you. But your grandson is pretty good. I heard that many good analysts think that his R11 team can win the first place in our Monte Al Stadium. No wonder the first shot was given to them. Ah! Grandma. Look! Your grandson has started to discuss plans with his teammates. On the screen, the 7 members of the R11 team opened the team channel and discussed countermeasures in the cockpit of the mecha. The scouts in the team were responsible for reconnaissance to prevent sneak attacks by the enemy team. Commander Zhong Qiangqiang showed the map and said, I suggest that we go to the central area of Fengyi City at full speed. There are the most flags in this place. And there are 8 red flags alone. The main attacker said. Many teams should have the same idea. It is easy to encounter the enemy team if we go at full speed. I suggest that we fight and move forward at the same time. Zhong Qiangqiang nodded. It is not impossible. I will mark the routes of the small roads for everyone to get as many flags as possible. Zhong Qiangqiang is very familiar with Fengyi City, and his modeling and analysis skills are pretty good. In less than 2 minutes, 6 small roads were checked, and each road can get at least 150 points. The main attacker asked, Do you want us to act separately? Yes. These small roads are very narrow, and not suitable for multiple mechas to act at the same time. So we must separate. And I think this is more efficient. 1 road counts 150 points. And 7 roads counts 1050 points. Although the small roads are tortuous, it is not easy to encounter the enemy team. Not fighting means saving time, which is about the same as the first wave arriving at the central area. There are fewer people in the first wave, so they can take the opportunity to get more points. Zhong Qiangqiang calculated that if nothing unexpected happened, they could get 7,000 to 8,000 points in the Monte Al Stadium. First place, basically secured. Not bad. Old Zhong, the deputy attacker, was eager to try. Then I choose the first route. Friends, see you in the center area. After saying that, he rushed out first. Zhong Qiangqiang and the main attacker didn't call him back, so they had to let him go. Zhong Qiangqiang said, if everyone has no objection, start the action. Pay attention to the small map and time, and try not to conflict with other teams. Understood. Received. Command. After the R11 team divided the routes, they drove the mechas and dispersed. Zhong Qiangqiang didn't need the route. He was familiar enough with Monte Al and Fengyi. He was not a proud and complacent person, but he had studied the situation of other important teams, and few teams had Monte Al people. Their team was special. He could win this game. Damn. It's amazing. Is this the benefit of being familiar with the map? I said our 11 team is stable. Zhong Qiangqiang is like a cheat. He drew 6 routes based on the flag distribution map in 2 minutes. And his own line. A total of 7. Why are you in a hurry? It's just a theory. What if something unexpected happens? Friend, you are not a student of Fressetti. How can you say that? Old Zhong is here. There is no accident. He is an old dog. Very stable. And will not fight with anyone if he is not sure. This league is worth watching. Wow. Friends, I saw the Star Team. Star Team? What the hell are they on? I be there soon. The people of the Star Team acted in pairs. Ren Zizai and Huang Xinshu were in one group. One was responsible for looking for the flag in a swaggering manner, and the other was squatting in the dark. Feng Jie and Mecha Master Maria Suslov were in one group, and Sun Che and Deputy Attacker Konishi Fanyo were in one group. These 2 groups were mainly to balance the combat power to deal with emergencies. Their positions were very clever. On the one hand, they expanded the range of flag searches as much as possible. On the other hand, they avoided obstacles and ensured the speed of combat support. Renzizai had a good memory. In 12 minutes, He memorized a map of 100,000 square kilometers. What he had to do now was to issue position instructions to ensure that the players did not go out of the game and get more points. The drone flew in the air, showing the progress of the star team to the audience. It was not difficult to see that they were like a big round cake, with a regular expansion of diameter, a continuous increase in search range, and of course, a sharp increase in points. Rinz's eye kept an eye on the points rankings, and then found that the star team was only ranked second. The first was the R11 team. Damn it. Damn it. How can they be so fast? Rinz's eye was dissatisfied. He looked at Xuxiang Golden Tower team again. 0 points at the bottom. Huh? What's going on? It's been more than half an hour since the start of the game. What is the junior sister doing? Something is wrong. Observe again. Don't keep looking at the rankings. Pay attention. Feng Jia wanted to scold him. I have to watch it. I have no motivation. Rinz's eye said. There is a Montiel man in the R11 team. He knows Fengyi City better than I do. I guess they all dispersed and took the small road. Points are updated in time. The points of the R11 team always increase exponentially. It is obvious that multiple people have obtained the flag at the same time. And their points increase very quickly, which means that they have hardly fought. Rinz's eye briefly stated his analysis. Xiao Shifanya said, You are worthy of being the captain. You are smart and can figure this out. What should we do next? Sun Che shouted in the channel. Don't worry about them for now. Brother Ren, save me. Rinz's eye looked at the map and saw a green dot beyond the circle range. Who told you to run around? He reset the point and sent it to his teammates. Old phone. Please help. Xiao Shifanya. Go to the mark I gave you, and we will change the destination. Perhaps because the psychological shadow left by the last competition on other teams was too great. The Starry Sky team has been targeted since entering the field and has been changing its route. Xiao Shifanya asked, where to change? Rinz's eyes zoomed in the map and found the team logo of the Starry Sky team. With Zhong Qianqiang's calm personality, he would definitely avoid the crowds and rush hour sections. And in a short period of time, only the team familiar with the Monte Al map could reach the central area. For example, the R11 team with locals in the team. For example, the Starry Sky team with people who quickly familiarize themselves with the map. Here, Rinz's eye marked the team logo in the central area of Fengyi City. After this battle, they will move forward at full speed and ambush in the central area to prepare to grab the points of the R11 team. That is, to conserve their energy and wait for the rabbit. This is Rinz's eye plan. Simple but practical. Star residents often joke that the commander's heart is dirty. And Rinz's eye is definitely the dirtiest one. The two commentators are analyzing the game based on the live broadcast. They were both military academy students, with both professional knowledge reserves and the ability to create an atmosphere. Chui analyzed. Rinz's eye changed the formation. The main and secondary attackers led the way, and he and the sniper stayed behind. It seems that he did not intend to fight with other teams, but rushed to the central area as soon as possible. Rinz's eye is one of the few commanders who is good at fighting. Having him in the team is equivalent to having half an extra main attacker. So no one doubts his ability to stay behind. Another commentator Lingya Lingyin agreed. There are many flags in the central area. The first team to arrive here can not only quickly gain a lot of points, but also ambush and take the points of the team that arrives after being eliminated. Different TV stations have different perspectives. Some people watch their favorite teams, while others watch them on both their computers and tablets to get information from multiple teams at the same time. No matter which channel you are on, there is a small map in the upper left corner. Chui looked at the small map and roughly calculated the time. In 5 hours at the latest, the first wave of teams will arrive at the central area. I think both R11 and Star Team can do it. TV station number 1 cut to the screen of the Dream Team. The Dream Team met a team from Aurora College. It looks like they will fight. Lingya Lingyin saw this team for the first time. She found out the information and said, this team is composed of freshmen. Their main attacker and Captain Yenli and Sniper Auric are both the first in the high school league this year. And the auxiliary Yanosu is the third in the high school league. I don't know how they will perform against the Dream Team. Chui read out the name of the team. Golden Tower Team. In the lounge, the team leaders of the 4 major schools sat on the sofa, looking at the 16 screens on one wall. The head teacher of Shilo University is Yang Sanqian. Seeing that the team he valued most met the Golden Tower Team, he couldn't help but look back at Ji Xia. Ha ha. Sister Xia. I didn't expect that the teams of our two schools would meet at this time. Ji Xia smiled. It's about time we met. Yang Sanqian sighed. You are the freshman team. Right? I apologize first. I told Xiao Di that we should play with momentum in the first game. If these kids become autistic after being beaten, you can comfort them for me. Naya was originally looking at Yinli. And when she heard this, she lowered her head to look at Yang Sanqian. The white light moved on the lens, and finally revealed her cold eyes. Teacher Yang. I also told Xiao Yin. Naya raised her hand and pushed her glasses. No matter who he is, just beat him up. Yang Sanqian was about to retort, but Ji Xia spoke first. Teacher Yang. Do you know who is the commander of the Golden Tower team? Ji Xia spoke to Yang Sanqian, but her eyes were looking at the girl on the screen. It's Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang sat in the cockpit, more calm than anyone else, with no tension on her face. Yang Sanqian recalled the name. Is it the one who ranked first in the main attacker list of the whole mock exam? He didn't care much. I remember she came from the post-war star. Why didn't she play the main attacker, but became the commander? Ji Xia said. You will know after the Mondial game. Yang Sanqian smiled indifferently. On the screen, the two teams fought against each other, and each stood at a point according to the commander's arrangement. Each driver held a joystick and was ready to shoot at any time. 12 steel giants held their weapons, standing on the wide field, staring at the enemy on the opposite side. Tasteless gunpowder diffused in the air, and the battle was about to break out. DCI. Suddenly, Xu Xiang turned on the loudspeaker, called out the name of the captain of the other team, and then told her leisurely, our team has 0 points, so it's useless to knock them all out. Not only is it a waste of time, but it also wastes energy and so on. DCI. The smell of gunpowder seemed to have dissipated all at once. Outside the screen, Yang Sanqian laughed. Ha ha ha. Sister Xia. Your student is a bit humorous. Ji Xia did not explain, and looked at the screen calmly. Humor? Xu Xiang? Stop kidding. Do you think Xu Xiang is a humorous person? Getting no response, Yang Sanqian curled his lips, turned back, and watched the game honestly. Chapter 37 Talking. DCI was a little confused, thinking that he had misheard. So he turned on the speaker and said seriously, sorry. I didn't hear clearly. What did you say just now? Xu Xiang felt that what he said was indeed a little funny, and the other party might not have heard clearly. So he repeated word by word, DCI. Our team has 0 points. DCI, All members of the Dream Team were silent. Ulrich and Juan laughed wildly in the team channel. Juan laughed so hard that he pounded his thigh. I surrender. Ha ha ha. Boss. You just silenced the opponent, ha ha ha. DCI turned off the speaker and said to his teammates, let's retreat. The commander disagreed. Captain, what if the opponent is bluffing us? I heard that the main attacker and sniper of this team are both the first in the high league. I don't believe they didn't find a flag. DCI said, just search for the Jinta team. The commander didn't pay attention to the team behind, and suspiciously entered the word Jinta, and then looked at the ranking. Commander, haha. It's a bit humorous. What's wrong with this team? Why only 0 points? DCI sighed, retreat. To be honest, she didn't want to let the Jinta team go, because the commanders who can come up with such a strategy are often good at fighting with their backs against the wall, or have more unexpected plans, and she just can't deal with such a team. 0 points. The opponent is definitely doing it on purpose. There are more than 15,000 flags in the whole field, and each team has more than 1 flag on average. As long as you want, you can find one casually. Besides, as time goes by, more and more teams are eliminated. The fact that this team can stay until now shows that they have strength, but they just don't collect flags. Let them go. I'm unwilling. Fighting is meaningless. Not only can you not get any points, but it also wastes time, energy and fuel. It's quite uncomfortable. Retreat. DCI controlled the mecha and turned around. Retreat. The captain is insane? Then can I be the captain? The main attacker followed excitedly. Captain, do you want to consider abdicating? Damn Zheng Bainuan. You are so insidious. The secondary attacker chased. Captain, consider me first. The other 3 were still unwilling and stopped where they were. Xu Xiang reminded the other 3, retreat. Commander, She suspected that this person had eavesdropped on their team channel. Retreat. The commander had no choice but to take the remaining 2 people away. The originally tense situation was resolved because of one sentence. Everyone could already imagine the question marks and puzzled faces on the screen of the live broadcast room. Juan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Oh, I can't stand it anymore. Ha ha ha. Boss. So you don't let us find the flag to deal with this situation? This time it was Arik's turn to mock him. Stupid. There is no point in doing this. What's the point except being funny? Xu Xiang. What are you thinking? Yanli and Yanoki also expressed their confusion. Although the Dream Team is the main team of Shiloh University, and the favorite team to win a tier league, they are not completely defeated. It just takes a lot of time. But no matter what, it's better than not getting a single point like now. Want to fight? Xu Xiang asked them. Yes. If he wasn't in the cockpit, Juan would jump up high. The game has been over for more than an hour. Xiang, we can't do nothing. To be honest, Yanoki couldn't hold back. What kind of warrior doesn't fight? Xu Xiang said, then fight. Then she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything again. Arik was a little annoyed. Huh? Where to fight? How to fight? Who to fight? You should tell me clearly. Xu Xiang. I'm serious. If your last name is Mesberg, I will call you Little Ancestor. He is not a good-tempered person. He can't help but feel anxious when he can't get accurate information again and again. Xu Xiang was silent. She was thinking about what to say. I don't know if it's because she doesn't talk too much. She has gradually lost the ability to speak for a long time in recent years. Tiredness is one aspect, and unclearness is another. Xiang? Yanli interrupted Xu Xiang's thoughts. Her voice as gentle and soft as ever. Do we still want to continue to the central area? This is what Xu Xiang said when she entered. She said 3 sentences at that time. First, no flags are needed. Second, avoid fighting. Third, go to the central area at full speed. They did the first 2 very well. But the third one has not been done yet. Xu Xiang said and added a word yes. Yanli then asked, so next, should we fight anyone we see on the road? Or fight a melee after reaching the central area? Melee. Does that mean we still have to go to the central area at full speed? Yanli emphasized the word full speed. Yes. You don't let us collect flags. Do you want to avoid fighting with other teams by scoring 0 points? Yes. You are not worried that we can't win. But you think it's unnecessary. You want us to save energy and mecha fuel during the melee? Yes. So your goal is to fight in a melee? Yes. I see. Then, Yanli asked at last, when can we start collecting flags along the way? Each arena will eliminate a group of teams. Once the game is over, no matter whether they are all alive or not, as long as they don't have enough points, they will be eliminated. Therefore, even if everyone trusts Xu Xiang very much, they can't avoid being anxious in their hearts. Xu Xiang understands. She doesn't want to lose either. It's just, she thought that letting teammates obey her instructions, keeping the process under her control, and making the ending good. But now it seems that this is not the case. Humans need emotions. She can't just give orders like a robot and ignore the emotions of teammates. Moreover, her teammates have opinions about her. If she wants the subsequent plans to proceed normally, she has to take care of her teammates. That's the theory. Okay. Xu Xiang thought for a moment, looked up, and said then, from now on, they don't like 0 points. Then she will change her strategy a little. The logic was clarified by Yanli. And Arik finally stopped being angry. That's right. Isn't it enough to make the words clear? Yanli, you are responsible for talking to Xu Xiang when it's important. Xu joined in the fun. Hey, don't you dislike being commanded? Why do you have to let the boss speak? What do you want? Go away. Arik choked and hurriedly pushed the forward joystick to change the subject. Hurry up and catch up. Don't waste time. Xu chased after him. Don't run. Stop. Xu Xiang controlled Xuanqing, one in each hand, and caught them. What? What's wrong? Boss? Xu Xiang said, take a deeter. She sent the new route to others, and was about to set off when she stopped and explained. Avoid fighting. It will be difficult later. The melee is simple. She wanted more than just a melee. She needed to think about the specifics, and would talk about it after arriving at the destination. Everyone followed the new route. Xu Xiang found the single-player channel, clicked on Yanli avatar, and said to her, thank you. Thank you for helping her out. Thank you for guiding her to speak. Thank you for caring for her from the bottom of your heart. Xu Xiang has emotional awareness, and she can feel Yanli tenderness. Her mother said that to be a polite person, when accepting others' kindness, you must sincerely thank them. Xu Xiang thought her gratitude was quite sincere. Xiang, Yanli responded, and from the sound of her voice, she was still smiling. Whether as a teammate or as a captain, that's what I should do. As a teammate, emotions prompted her to care about her friends. As a captain, she had the responsibility to reconcile the relationship within the team. So, no need to thank, Yanli said. Xu Xiang lowered her eyes, and there was still no smile on the corners of her mouth. But her expression was a little gentler than usual. Yanli said, speed up. I hope everything is still in time. No one wants to be eliminated in the first arena. Besides, their goal is to win the championship. Xu Xiang looked up and said, okay. The new route is more tortuous. But there are few people walking, and they almost never encounter enemy teams. Even if they do, they try to avoid fighting as much as possible. Along the way, they collected a lot of flags, and Juan and Ulrich collected the most. They are like little girls picking mushrooms, and no color can escape their eyes. The dungeon has almost only one color, that is, earth yellow, so it is not difficult to find bright flags with high saturation in it. Mengchen also found a lot. He was very careful, and even found a red flag in a corner. Soon, the Jinta team's points reached 450 points. Although it is still in the middle and lower reaches, at least it is not at the bottom. Juan and Ulrich often look at the rankings, and the two who refuse to admit defeat are more motivated. Xu Xiang watched his teammates looking for flags and paid attention to the surrounding situation from time to time. There was almost no wind in the dungeon, and there was no other big noise except for the sound of talking and the movement of mechas. But Xu Xiang always felt that there were other people nearby. Was it her illusion? The Dream Team met the WM team from the same school. The captain of the WM team, Kong Masheng, proposed cooperation, but was rejected by DCI. Don't refuse so quickly, senior sister, Kong Masheng said. I saw your confrontation with the Golden Tower team. Do you know how many points they have now? 600. Look, how fast they are catching up, Kong Masheng said. I played against Yanli from their team before. The team with her is definitely not simple. And think about it. It's been less than 2 hours, and they have scored so many points. What will happen next? Why have you been following us? DCI asked back. The mecha was very large, so it was easy to find the opponent. Considering that the opponent was an alumnus, DCI didn't care. Teams from the same school usually don't attack each other, unless they compete for a good ranking in the last 2 competitions. Most military school students have faith and want to win glory for the school. Kong Masheng explained, we are here now. I really want to cooperate with you. I have convinced the other 2 teams. If you come, we will definitely win. Gathering 4 teams just to deal with a freshman team. Is this junior crazy? DCI frowned. Do you have a grudge against Yanli? There is no need to be so cruel. I just hope that our school can have one less strong opponent. Kong Masheng changed the concept. We refuse, DCI said. They have already distanced themselves from the Jinta team, and there is no need to return for an uncertain factor. Besides, how many points can 4 teams get when they play against one team? No matter from which angle. The Dream Team has no need to deal with the Golden Tower team. At least not now. Kong Masheng was a little unhappy. Senior DCI, you don't want such a good opportunity? The main attacker of the Dream Team showed his left-handed knife. Brother, isn't our captain's words clear enough? If you continue to bother us, don't blame us for being rude. Kong Masheng frowned. You, Zheng Bainuan, put away the knife, DCI said. Ah. The main attacker pouted and did as he was told. Go if you want to go. What the other party does is their business. DCI will not interfere. Humph. Don't regret it. Kong Masheng was unable to persuade him, so he left with a gloomy face and led the team away. The main attacker scratched his head. Captain, you really don't want to go? Just join in the fun. The secondary attacker scolded him. Are you a pig? We have more than 5,000 points. Do we still need an average of more than 100 points per team? Hee hee. Men, do you understand that little by little makes a lot? You are wasting time. Stop arguing. DCI got a headache when he heard them arguing. Keep going. We must reach the central area within 4 hours. Be fast. Be faster than the R11 team. Otherwise, when the second level map is opened, Zhong Qianqiang's advantage will only grow. Be faster than the Starry Sky team. Ren's eye is good at layout, and he must not be given the opportunity to ambush. Also, be faster than the Golden Tower team. This team left enough blank time, and it was obvious that they were heading for the central area. She knew the strength of the R11 team and the Starry Sky team, but she had never known this new team. Some people would underestimate the enemy, but DCI was cautious enough. The Golden Tower team deserved her attention. Chapter 38 One Touch. The ranking of the Golden Tower team has been rising steadily, and it is currently ranked more than 5,000. Not enough. Not enough. The first competition often eliminates more than half of the teams. According to this year's requirements, only 2,000 teams can advance. Xu Xiang's eyes shifted from the rankings to the small map. Nearly 20 red dots approached this side from different directions, and two groups of red dots were close together but did not stop. And there seemed to be no dispute. A team has set its sights on them. Xu Xiang made a quick judgment. But why? Their points are less than 1,000. What team is so bored to fight them? Prepare to retreat, Xu Xiang said in the team channel. Zhuan and Auric were arguing about who would take down the yellow flag on the top floor. When they heard Xu Xiang's words, the two mecha arms stopped. What? Retreat? Auric took the opportunity to grab the yellow flag and said, Retreat then. Auric, you cunning man. Zhuan missed the opportunity, lost a yellow flag, and cursed loudly. Someone is coming. Xu Xiang is the commander, and can control some of the team members' panels, such as the zoom of the map. Look at the picture. She zoomed in on a certain area of the small map. Yanli frowned. 3 teams? Yeah. Auric was happy. Then don't retreat. Fight. And then take their points. Xu Xiang said, retreat and wait and see. Not completely retreat, but also can't do nothing. They are not sure which 3 teams are coming, and they can't act rashly without knowing the opponent. At the same time, since the opponent dares to provoke them, they should be prepared to be annihilated. The members of the Golden Tower team are not easy to bully. Xu Xiang said, stand in separate teams. There are only red and green dots on the small map. The red dots represent enemy teams from other schools. The dark green dots represent alumni of this school, and the light green dots represent teammates. Those teams rushed here with a clear purpose, obviously treating them as their target. But the map does not show the team name. How did the other party determine their specific location? Wait, could it be? Xu Xiang seemed to understand where the strange feeling along the way came from. Something is watching them. No retreat, Xu Xiang said. Auric, Mengyi-chen, listen to me. As they got closer to the goal, Kong Masheng became more and more excited. He wanted to unite the team, command the team, and defeat Yanli. Prove himself. In the first semester of the first year of high school, he and Yanli were teammates. Under his command, their team won the first place countless times. He thought that the 3 years of high school could be passed so smoothly. Who knew that at the end of the semester, Yanli came to him and said that she wanted to quit the team. Why? Kong Masheng didn't understand. Aren't we working well together? I'm really sorry. I don't think this team is very suitable for me. Yanli stood at the door of his classroom and said so. Kong Masheng sneered immediately. What's not suitable? She just looked down on the current team. Kong Masheng didn't want Yanli to leave, and said, that's right. You are now a big star in the main attacker department, and powerful teams are looking for you. So the rest of our team looks bad. How about this? I will transfer to another team with you. Which team do you want to go to? He is the commander. Without him, how could we have won so many games before? Yanli looked down on other teammates. It doesn't matter. He doesn't look down on them anyway. At worst, he will go with her. But the team I want to join already has a commander. What? Kong Masheng widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Do you mean you want to leave the team alone? He understood. Yanli wanted to get rid of him. Why? Yes. Sorry. No need. Kong Masheng was very angry. Yanli's apology sounded like a mockery to him, because the fact was that she betrayed him. What did he do wrong? Except for his poor personal performance, he had no other shortcomings. But are personal performances important? He is the commander, and it's enough to lead his teammates to win. Yanli felt sorry, but still quit the team. Later, Kong Moshing found another main attacker, but never won the first place in the team competition again. But Yinli team never fell from the first place. Even if the teammates were singled out, their individual scores were all in the top 15. It's all fake. Kong Moshing didn't believe it. Moshing, I'm going to quit the team. Sorry. A team ranked in the top 10 found me yesterday, and I want to win the championship with them. One day, the secondary attacker found him and said to him, "Oh Kong, I'm leaving." The assistant said, "Kong Moshing, we will be opponents in the future." The sniper said, "Haha. A team invited me to join them, and I won't have to be at the bottom anymore. Don't be sad. Oh Kong, if you are lucky in the future and meet strong people like us again, your results will also improve." The Mecha Master said. The original teammates left one by one, leaving only him. It was all Yinli's fault. Kong Moshing was angry. The team was running well together. If it wasn't for her starting, the others wouldn't have left. What do you mean by good luck? Does it mean that he can only get first place with the help of his teammates? A bunch of idiots. He is the commander and the soul of the team. Without his appeal and cohesion, without his instructions and plans, can the team win? Kong Moshing grew up in a crowded environment, and he would never allow anyone to look down on him. He used family resources to let outstanding students join his team, and finally got the team's performance to the upper level before the high league. After the comprehensive points of personal and team performance were released, Kong Moshing stepped into Shilo University, and Yinli was in Aurora College. She became his opponent again. He wanted to defeat her. Listen to my instructions. Kong Moshing came back to his senses and saw the three teams standing in line according to his orders. He smiled with determination. Get ready to start a round-robin battle. He spent money to win over these teams. The cost was not small, but it was worth it to beat Yinli. The Dream Team is a very strong team. As a freshman team in the last term, it won the 11th place in the league. If it weren't for the limited funds, he would have wanted to continue to spend money. Forget it. Just think that the team is blind. Brother Kong, something happened. The Mecha Master in the team hurriedly connected and said, "The monitoring drone separated from my mecha suddenly exploded. Waste. What kind of research was scrapped so quickly?" Kong Moshing really wanted to curse, but he couldn't disturb the morale of the army at this time. He is the commander. He knows. Forget it. It's not a big problem. Anyway, it's very close to the Golden Tower team. Just listen to his command next. Kong Moshing said, Team A will be divided into two groups to go to the east and west. Team B will go to the south, and our team will go to the north with me. Attack from all sides. I don't believe we can't beat the enemy. This is a very good countermeasure. Even the ancient book The Art of War said, 10 people should surround them. Since they have enough people, of course they have to use all of them. Let's go! Kong Moshing gave the order. Alric sniped a surveillance drone, stretched out his thumb and index finger, blew into a gun shape, and then said, "The operator of this drone is a bit stupid. I guess they didn't realize that we sniped it." Juan rarely agreed with him. Ha ha ha. They must have thought that the machine exploded by itself. Meng Yicheng came out of the cockpit silently, picked up the sniped drone, and modified it according to Xu Xiang requirements. Xu Xiang called them just now for this purpose. One sniper. One modification. The 6 people did not separate, but hid at a certain distance, ready to come out to support their teammates at any time. The opponent has 18 people, and they can't just fight hard, so they can only fight guerrilla warfare and protracted war. But they have to rush to the central area, and they don't have so much energy to divide with those people. Xiang, what are your plans? Yanoki said. My light sickle is in good condition, and there is no problem with a big fight. According to the League specifications, it is rare for the mecha to run out of power and energy, and they haven't fought since entering the field. So each mecha is in excellent condition. Xu Xiang is still observing the map. Wait a minute. There are many red dots nearby. In addition to the 3 teams, there are also other schools. Ignoring others, just looking at the red dots of the 3 teams, she can probably judge the opponent's plan. Besieged on all sides. TSK. She is not interested in wasting time with these people. I type. You see. Auric. Follow me. Xu Xiang analyzed the map and headed north. The 2 groups of Team A arrived at the east and west respectively, and reported to Kong Moshing. We found the blown-up drone on the ground. All the people in the Jinta team disappeared. Did they find us? Without the drone, the three teams lost their surveillance vision, which greatly reduced their advantage. Kong Moshing didn't care much. It doesn't matter. They are very close to the Jinta team and have the initiative to take the initiative. Kong Moshing said, impossible. Can they find us? You sneak in carefully and continue to check the environment nearby. We are far away from the northern highlands. We haven't arrived yet. Wait. Okay. Got it. Then you hurry up. We still have to continue looking for the flag after this wave is over. Kong Moshung no longer paid attention to them and accelerated forward. The Khaki Wind City is like a sleeping lion. It seems quiet, but it is actually dangerous. If you are not careful, you will touch the mechanism. According to Kong Moshung observation, many teams have been eliminated by the mechanism. It doesn't matter. The team that can't even avoid the mechanism should be eliminated. Kong Moshung led the team to avoid a mechanism and headed straight to the northern highlands. Bang! Suddenly, very suddenly, a violent gunshot suddenly sounded, shattering the energy center of the team sniper. Kong Moshung was stunned for a moment, then shouted, "The opponent's sniper has discovered us. Hide first." Snipers generally do not shoot continuously. They must take advantage of this gap to hide, and then find an opportunity to counterattack. Counterattack? Why would he use this word? It should be a reattack. Don't worry about so much for now. The most urgent thing is to ensure your own safety. Kong Moshing gritted his teeth and ran first. Bang! Another gunshot. It's only been 5 seconds. How could the opponent's sniper be so fast? Wait. He seems to have forgotten something. The sniper of the Jinta team is the first in the high league. Kong Moshing widened his eyes. The energy center has been damaged. You are out. Please stay where you are and wait for the staff to pick you up. The network is disconnected. The system sent a sound, so that Kong Moshing's body was no longer under his control, and he collapsed in the cockpit. This is impossible. Chapter 39 immediately. In the arena, except for the sniper rifle used against real people, which is a special mark prop, all other weapons are real. So the 2 powerful bullets fired by Alric and Xu Xiang in succession easily destroyed the energy center of the opponent's mecha. There are still 4 mechas left. Xu Xiang controlled Xuanqing and rushed out while those people were still reacting, jumping down from the high ground. The black iron giant reflected colorful phantoms and luster under the artificial light source of the dungeon, which made people unable to look away. Xu Xiang mobilized the arsenal, and 2 big swords slid out of Xuanqing's hands. Big swords are often 2-handed swords. If they are held with one hand, it is easy to be unevenly stressed, making it difficult to exert their original power. But Xuanqing is a modified heavy mecha. These 2 big swords can be said to be Xuanqing's second special weapon, so the above situation does not exist. Retreat quickly. We can't all die here. Seeing this, a person shouted hurriedly. Don't worry. I know that mecha. It's Xuanqing. Xuanqing? It's the one with a 5-star operating difficulty. Few people use it. This person can't play well, and her teammates haven't appeared yet. 4-2. We have a chance to kill them. That makes sense. Let's go together. The WM team lost the commander and sniper, but the main and deputy attackers are still there. They have a great chance to turn the tables. If they retreat at this time, it will be a big loss. For Mecha set off from 4 angles and besieged Xuanqing. Boom boom. Boom boom. The main and deputy attackers fired 2 shells respectively. The 4 shells were like awakened beasts, roaring and rushing toward Xuanqing, bound to tear it apart. Xuanqing did not retreat but advanced, and the 2 big swords were parallel to the fuselage to reduce air resistance as much as possible. Xuanqing was obviously a heavy mecha, but in Xu Xiang's hands, it was as flexible and light as a swift, shuttling around to avoid all shells. The shell continued to move forward, and exploded instantly after encountering an obstacle. The khaki fragments burst out from the mushroom cloud and fell all over the nearby ground. Xuanqing came to a green mecha and raised his left hand. The driver of the green mecha reacted quickly, and actually swung his iron arm first, driving a strong wind, and went to Xuanqing's key joints. The iron arm looked very powerful. Once it hit Xuanqing, Xuanqing would be dented even if he didn't die. This is not over yet. The other 3 mechas quickly supported, and all cold weapons and hot weapons were used to greet Xuanqing. The movement trajectories of the weapons were intertwined, like a net that squeezed Xuanqing tightly. Xuanqing is worthy of being Xuanqing. As long as the driver has a good brain and fast enough hand speed, it will change enough and fast. I saw that the area near Schwanching joints suddenly turned into a small shield, greatly reducing the impact of the iron arm and reducing the damage, and raised his left hand at the same time. The left hand not only moved, but also transformed. The original ordinary arm became a long sword after the transformation. Crack! One of the arms of the green mecha was directly cut off from bottom to top by the long sword. The competition field is like a battlefield. The situation changes rapidly. In just 3 seconds, Schwanching successfully turned from the disadvantaged side to the dominant side. If there is a slow replay at this time, everyone can see that Schwanching movements are not as simple as they seem, but full of details. Schwanching arm first fell from top to bottom. It was vertical for the first half second, and then suddenly turned into an arc. During this period, the arm even dodged 2 bullets. Then, Schwanching hand began to rise, and he even threw the big sword during the period, and changed to holding the sword with his backhand to better exert force. If the slow replay is slower, the audience will see more details. Schwanching has 3 small arcs of left and right deviations. There is no other reason, just because a few bullets are interspersed in it. Small bullets are nothing in front of the mecha, but those bullets are like insidious hidden arrows, hitting Schwanching important joints. And it is easy to get into trouble if you don't dodge. Most people need to rely on several slow replays to see the picture clearly, but Xu Xiang quickly took it in at once. This kind of eyesight and on-the-spot mentality is terrifying. Finally, under Xu Xiang's perfect operation, Schwanching successfully cut off the arm of the green mecha. It was just a dozen seconds, but it was full of operation details. If someone wants to learn from it, they can watch it frame by frame. I give up. The driver in the green mecha turned on the horn and wailed. It has to be admitted that his opponent, the driver of Schwanching, really has a very strong psychological quality and operation skills to complete the counterattack under such high pressure. At least when he was in the opponent's position, it was almost impossible to do that. Xu Xiang ignored the man's wailing. She just took a look at her own data. Her current ADR, or average damage per round, is as high as 90%. She has only attacked once, which means that the attack just now was very powerful and caused great damage to the green mecha. She wants to seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Xu Xiang took the initiative to attack several times again, completely breaking the disadvantage of 1-on-4, and tied with the opponent, and even had the upper hand at some times. However, Xu Xiang did not intend to fight with others here. After all, her target was the central area of Fengyi City. She had to fight quickly and then rush over. Xu Xiang contacted her teammates in the channel and asked them to report the situation in various places. Finally, she told Ulrich, "Prepare for a second sniper. It's ready." Okay. Xu Xiang responded and focused on dealing with the enemy again. Perhaps the people of the WM team rediscussed the countermeasures. The 4 mechas suddenly dispersed and stood in a line, blocking Schwanching under the high ground. 1 mecha was responsible for controlling Schwanching Point, and the other 3 mechas strongly bombarded the earth cliff on the high ground. Xu Xiang adjusted the perspective with her left hand, and after a simple analysis, she guessed the opponent's plan. They wanted to break the earth cliff and bury Schwanching with boulders and earth residue. Naive. How could it succeed? After a round of fighting, Xu Xiang roughly understood the strength of these people, and was sure that no one in the team could beat her in a single fight. Xu Xiang controlled Schwanching, and moved in an S shape to interfere with the opponent's thinking. Then, while Schwanching was still hesitating, she kicked the mecha. It was a light mecha, and it flew out parallel to the ground after being kicked by Schwanching. Bang! Gunshot. Ulrich took action. Hit the energy center of the light mecha. There were 3 left. Xu Xiang changed weapons and started bombarding. Her offensiveness was very strong. The shells she fired were not only powerful, but also regular, like an airtight net, completely wrapping the opponent in it, leaving nowhere to escape. Ulrich couldn't help but remind Xu Xiang, "Hey, take it easy. What if the shells are used up, and there is a big melee later?" Xu Xiang was concentrating on bombarding people. There were only the sound of cannons and collisions in her ears, and she didn't hear what Ulrich was saying. Ulrich, He finally saw what full fire meant. Bombs flew out of the barrel one after another, embracing every enemy regardless of the consequences. And no matter how the enemy ran, the bombs followed closely behind, and would not stop until the goal was achieved. It was a tracking bomb. The more accurate the aim, the stronger the tracking ability. And Xu Xiang almost did it 100%. Yonosu. Xuan. You can come over now, Xu Xiang said to the channel. Xiang? Are you done? Almost. Okay. Then we come right away. Yeah. Xu Xiang had just responded when the bomb she fired caught up with the 3 enemies. It was done. There were 2 factors for elimination. One was the destruction of the energy center, and the other was the damage to the fuselage exceeding 80%. Obviously, the reason for the elimination of these 3 mechas belonged to the latter. Xu Xiang looked at the 3 broken copper and iron in front of her, and she was so calm that she didn't look like someone who won with fewer people. In her opinion, it was nothing, because the opponent's strength was really average, and her target was a first-class main attacker like Feng Jie. But she just couldn't match him in the first few games. What Xu Xiang didn't know was that because of her operation on Xuanqing, the TV station that broadcast the battle jumped to 3rd place in the ratings, and the average barrage volume in the live broadcast room also reached its first peak. Auric, go to support. Xu Xiang didn't care about anything else. Just the game. Here I am. Auric followed. Can you give me one more head next time? You've taken all of them. Okay. Auric, really? You didn't lie to me? Xu Xiang wanted to say. Yeah. But she thought about how this person didn't make things clear when he attacked her before. So she changed her words. Really? I didn't lie to you. Auric was happy. Okay. He hesitated for a moment, and took advantage of the fact that no one was around at this time to speak in the single-line channel. Hey. Xu Xiang. Cough. Sometimes I speak a little fast. Xu Xiang. Question mark. What did he want to express? Auric pouted. I didn't mean to scold you at that time. It's all because you only said a few words each time. I couldn't understand what you meant. If she could explain things clearly at once, he wouldn't be angry. He's not a brainless troll. Xu Xiang understood what Auric meant. He wanted to say that he was stupid and dumb, so that she could understand him more. Got it. She should try to talk to him more in the future. Everyone has the responsibility to care for fools. However, I didn't talk much before, so sometimes I need to buffer and think. Auric was stunned. Yes, she came from the post-war planet, and she must have had many lonely moments. He couldn't help but adjust the screen to see Xu Xiang in Xuanqing cockpit. Don't be distracted. Be careful. Suddenly, Xu Xiang controlled Xuanqing and pushed Yusi away with a palm. A laser cannon passed through the space between the 2 mechas. Here they come. The second wave of enemies. Chapter 41 by 1. Outside the stadium. The commentator just finished excitedly talking about Xu Xiang's detailed operation and started the second wave of commentary. Xuanqing and Yusi are about to face a new wave of enemies. It can be noticed that Xu Xiang's hand speed is still improving. Chewie looked at the screen and said, the WM team was completely wiped out, but Xuanqing arsenal was also half empty. Xu Xiang's high-intensity attack is a heavy load on her fingers. I don't know if she can bear it. Chewie himself didn't notice that he had spent a lot of time explaining the battle process of this team unknowingly, even though it was just a fledgling new team. Xu Xiang's hand speed is very fast, and her operation is also strong. From the perspective of a mecha pilot, she is perfect, with full firepower and detailed operation. Xu Xiang's Xuanqing is temporarily invincible. The shells she fired seemed reckless, but in fact, none of them were off target. The shells were like a chain of tricks, one after another, leaving no escape. Some people in the live broadcast room praised Xu Xiang, saying that she did not insult Xuanqing. Xu Xiang's operation level on Xuanqing is indeed good, but it is just good. As a commentator of several tier leagues, Chewie can see that Xu Xiang's driving proficiency and completion of Xuanqing are far from enough. If the opponent's ability is not average, Xu Xiang would not have won so quickly. The WM team is at the lower level, and Xu Xiang has consumed half of the arsenal capacity to fight them. If she encounters a stronger team, she will be in trouble. Of course, to be honest, Chewie is very optimistic about this student. 2-6. She took 4 heads, and everyone who watched the whole process knew that this was definitely not her easy achievement. In the second wave of battle, the Golden Tower team will face the AA team. Chewie looked at the screen and said, the AA team was lured here by Zhuan and Meng Yichen. It seems that Xu Xiang intends to defeat them one by one. Ling Yilingyin added, everyone can watch the replay on channel 2. A member of the AA team picked up a drone. which had been modified by Mingichin. It took the initiative to stick to the energy center of the A-team's main attacker and blew it up. After being modified, the control of the drone was controlled by Mingichin. When the A-team saw the drone resurrected, they didn't think much about it and thought that the drone recovered by itself. The drone flew to the main attacker, who teased that the drone recovered only after seeing him. As a result, the next second, the drone directly blew up the energy center of his mecha. Then, a member of the Golden Tower team appeared and attacked them. Of course, they had to chase them, and they met up with another group. The other group was also chasing people. So they caught up to the back, and it became a 5-2 chase. Then, this is the situation now. 5 against 4. A-team's secondary attacker, No. Sister. She is under a lot of pressure. The secondary attacker on the other side is in the top 100 of the senior league. You can't play like this. God. The audience was spamming comments in the live broadcast room, saying that they sympathized with the secondary attacker for 3 seconds. But in fact the screen was full of ha ha ha. This feeling was also sent to Yinli and Yanosu next door. According to Xu Xiang plan, Xu Xiang and Auric will defeat the WM team within 3 minutes, while Juan and Mingichin will be responsible for delaying and attracting the A team. 2 minutes after the A team enters the field, Yinli and Yanosu can take the next step. Before that, the two of them have to be responsible for 2 against 6. The teammates started to harvest, and the two of them had to hold back the enemy team. It was impossible for no one to laugh. Fortunately, for the two of them, the strength of this group of opponents was average, so this battle was not very difficult. Xiang, how are you guys doing? Yanosu kept in touch with Xu Xiang to ensure smooth communication. The Golden Tower team's target was the central area of Fengyi City. They couldn't consume too much of their own physical strength and the power of the mecha in this place, so they had to reduce the duration of the battle as much as possible. Wait 1 more minute, Xu Xiang said. Wait 1 more minute. She responded calmly and operated the mecha calmly. But the speed was a little slower than before, perhaps because of too frequent operation. Xu Xiang's fingers were a little sore, and she felt a little overwhelmed. Hold on a little longer. This wave of battle will soon be over. In the 3-second gap, Xu Xiang moved her fingers and pinched her sore wrist. Mingichin and Auric kept communicating. One of them controlled the wind carrier to open the way and temporarily acted as an auxiliary position. The other controlled Yusi to lie on the hillside, aiming at the enemy randomly with a sniper rifle, giving the opponent enough pressure. Xu Xiang moved back and forth between the auxiliary and main attacker positions, sometimes assisting Juan in killing, sometimes changing her tactics to kill directly. Her tactics were wild enough that the opponent could not keep up with her thinking. Xu Xiang's right little finger gradually lost sensation. There were 30 seconds left, and Yinli and Yanosu were about to bring another team into the arena. Quick! Xu Xiang pretended that the little finger on his right hand was gone, and the other fingers moved as usual. Boss, help me stop him! Juan shouted in the channel. Yes! Xuanqing rolled over and came to the fleeing white mecha. He switched his equipment in a second, but did not stand up. Instead, he knelt on one knee and cut off one leg of the white mecha with a big sword. Xuanqing stood up and swung the big sword again, slashing down with the big sword. However, just when everyone thought that the big sword was going to cut off the arm of the white mecha, the big sword suddenly fell from Xuanqing's hand and fell on the body of the white mecha, then bounced and fell to the ground. Xuanqing's hand was still raised, and the whole mecha stopped in place, motionless. Boss! Juan was the first to react, and he chased after him while shouting, "Be careful!" The white mecha was closest to Xuanqing, and it stood up. 3 seconds later, the severed leg grew a new support. Apparently, the operator entered the relevant code to make the mecha transform into a spare leg. His hand speed was not fast, and Xuanqing should have taken the opportunity to retreat. But he didn't. The white mecha picked up the big sword on the ground, raised it, and chopped it down. Crack! With a crisp sound, Xuanqing's black arm, which had not been put down yet, was cut off. The black arm made a free fall, fell to the ground, and lay quietly. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Xuanqing is stuck. Is there something wrong with the explosion-proof system? I heard that Xuanqing's explosion-proof system is extremely difficult to modify, and there are currently few authoritative modification drawings. I feel the same way. If the explosion-proof system is not installed properly, it is easy to cause the machine to overheat and then shut down. The main reason is that Xu Xiang's hand speed is too fast, and Xuanqing has been playing all the time without stopping. It's terrible. Is he actually eliminated in this way? Don't. This is Xuanqing's first show. Just hold on a little longer. Wait. I don't think it's the explosion-proof system's fault. Look at channel 3. Xu Xiang's fingers seem to cramp. Yes. Xu Xiang's fingers cramped. And the whole right hand was cramped. Stiff. Sore. Numb. And uncomfortable fingers, especially the index and middle fingers, are very painful, and even cause the surrounding muscles to hurt. Xu Xiang saw the black arm on the ground through the screen. Ah! Xuanqing. Her baby. Damn the driver. She will never be reconciled with this person. Xu Xiang looked up and looked at the central screen. Her heart was surging, but her expression was the same as always, and she didn't even raise her eyelids. On the screen, the white mecha raised the big sword and waved it again. Boss, what's wrong with you? Xuan didn't dare to use hot weapons at this time. After all, Xuanqing didn't move. He was afraid that he would not hit the opponent and instead cause Xuanqing to be eliminated. Juan and Mingqichen rushed here together, but were stopped by the opponent's 2 mechas. The A team only had 3 mechas left. One was about to kill Xuanqing, and the other 2 were responsible for interception. Xu Xiang's fingers hadn't recovered yet. Forget it. She put down her right hand. Alric. Xu Xiang was not panicked. Still calm. Prepare for sniping. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Alric was not calmer than Juan. Not bad. Get ready. The big sword was only 1 step away from Xuanqing, but Xuanqing hadn't moved yet. Got it. At the critical moment, Alric stopped thinking and calmed down, aiming at the white mecha, and paying attention to data such as wind speed and direction. The big sword finally fell. Dang! A crisp sound. Xuanqing started to work again. At the critical moment, Xuanqing raised his other hand and transformed it in an instant, attacking in the form of a shield, blocking the blow. The driver of the white mecha was horrified and stunned, completely forgetting that he was still on the field and the game was not over yet. This is impossible. In theory, Xuanqing jamming is equivalent to the overheating of the body caused by the failure of the explosion-proof system to be installed properly. This situation cannot be recovered in 2 or 3 minutes. But? Is it his illusion? Bang! A gunshot. The special bullet hit the energy center of the white mecha. It was Ulrich. He hit it again. The energy center has been damaged. You are out. Please stay where you are and wait for the staff to pick you up. Network disconnected. The driver sat in the cockpit in a daze, his figure still straight. Wait. What's going on? Illusions come one after another. He obviously slept well last night. However, before he could think about it, the mecha suddenly fell back. The driver finally woke up and quickly grabbed the handrail above his head to stabilize his body. Boom! The white mecha fell to the ground with a loud noise, raising yellow dust all over the sky, covering most of the vision. It was Xu Xiang who kicked it, who asked this person to cut her Xuanqing arm. Damn it! After kicking, Xu Xiang realized another thing. She cut off the leg of the other mecha. Xu Xiang said sincerely in her heart, "I'm sorry," and then decided to forget this memory. Xuanqing picked up her black iron arm, walked to the opposite side of the wind bearer, and stretched out her hand. The wind bearer was still fighting, confused by Xuanqing's operation, but still stretched out his hands to take it. The whole process was as formal as accepting a medal. The next second, Xuanqing turned around and opened the arsenal, and several shells bombarded the remaining 2 mechas, just like entertaining guests, without any courtesy. Boss, Yanli and Yanosu are coming. Let's hurry up, Juan shouted. Follow me. Here they come. Juan came on the field, ready to harvest. Chapter 41 defeated. Thanks to the average strength of the opponent, Yanosu and Yanli did not spend too much time on this team. The damage to the body reached 20%. Fortunately, they will be able to reunite with their teammates soon. However, at this moment, a new team appeared in their field of vision. Looking at the school badge on the mecha, it is from Forseti College. Oops. Yanli. The other party seems to be going to deal with us. Seeing the Forseti College team stop, Yanosu's heart was inevitably thumped. At most 20 seconds, they will be able to reunite with Xu Xiang and others. And they must not make any mistakes at this time. Yinli frowned. You think we are alone? It's okay. Try to avoid them. Xiang, can you hear us? We met Faceti people. And we need your support as soon as possible. 2 against 6 is already very good. She and Yanosa can't do 2 against 12 for the time being. And the strength of the Faceti team is not bad. It was the Qianshan team that ranked in the top 100 last year. Here we go, Xu Xiang said. We finished the fight. We be here soon. 20 seconds. Zhu En's output was all about shouting. Okay. Yinli stopped controlling Qi Yin, held the power lever tightly, and was ready to fight at any time. I hope we can hold on until then. Xu Xiang operation was a godlike reversal. Awesome. Right-handed operation. This is the first time I've seen it among students. The second type of transformation is not easy to operate. Not to mention Xianxing, who has many operation keys. I won't say any more. I'm going to pay attention to this student. The ability to withstand pressure and reaction speed are also amazing. I would definitely give up. I never thought there would be such a way to deal with it. Doesn't anyone think this team is miserable? First, they were targeted by 3 teams. They finally solved the crisis. And then someone from Faceti College showed up at the last minute. Miserable. Miserable. Very miserable. It depends on whether these 2 can hold on until the team members arrive. It's hard to say. The competition field is like a battlefield. Changing rapidly. 20 seconds. Choke. Look at Xu Xiang operation just now. Didn't it take more than 10 seconds? Under the recommendation of the Interstellar residents, many people flocked to Channel 3 to watch this battle. They also wanted to know how the situation would change next. Can this team completely break through the siege? If Yinli had to answer. Of course she could. She has never been a person who easily gives up. Not to mention that she is in the tier competition field at this moment. The tier competition field she has always dreamed of. When she was a child. Yinli sat in front of the TV, watching the military academy students running freely and fighting freely on the field. From then on, she yearned for the league. For her, this is not only a reflection of her own ability, but also a symbol of honor as a military academy student. In junior high school, Ms. Yen asked Yinli if she wanted to apply for a military academy and participate in the tier league. Yes, of course. Yinli answered without hesitation at that time. Do you know what most of these military academy students will do in the future? Ms. Yen asked. Become a soldier? Yes. Ms. Yen found a video of soldiers fighting Zerg on the battlefield for Yinli. The battle was so tragic that it was unbearable to watch. The Zerg is undoubtedly cruel and evil. Wherever they go, there are more than 1 million mutilated corpses and polluted black blood flowing into rivers. The only one who can fight them is the human army. And the people in the army grow up from military academy students. After entering the army, running is no longer arbitrary. Fighting is no longer cool. And the goal has changed from simply winning and winning the championship to the heavy task of eliminating the Zerg and protecting humans. After reading this, do you still want to sign up for the military academy? Yinli did not answer immediately. Her father died in the clutches of the Zerg. He had merits and glory, but his life was lost. Is it worth it? I don't know. Anyway, except for his close family. No one remembers his father, let alone gather together to discuss whether his behavior is worth it. Seeing her daughter silent, Ms. Yen said, in fact, you don't have to become a soldier after entering the military academy. The Alliance respects the choice of every interstellar resident. Even military academy students can be a craftsman or a cleaner. And students will not be forced. If you just want to compete, it's simple. Ms. Yen finished her words. But Xiaoyan, do you really just want to compete? Yinli only answered this question when she was in the first year of high school. Yinli was already very mature in the first year of high school. And every choice she made was carefully considered. She told Ms. Yen, I want to participate in the tier league. I want to win. I want to become stronger. And I also want to go to the battlefield. Fight the Zerg like my father. And protect my family and others. Yinli thought her mother would be disappointed because she was a little bothered by her father's death. But Ms. Yen smiled. Yinli, who was in the first year of high school, had grown to 1.7 meters tall. Ms. Yen, who was a head shorter than her, raised her hand and rubbed her head, saying, I am very happy that you have found a path that you are determined to take. Just like when she was a child. So Yinli understood that her mother had always been guiding her, not choosing for her. At the end of the first year of high school, Yanli withdrew from her original team with regret and joined a stronger and more suitable team for her. Because she wanted to win. Only by constantly winning can she have a broader future and achieve her original goal. Xiaoqi. Go around to the roof on the left to assist me. Yanli memories ended here. And her first battle on the field had just begun. Okay. Yanochi jumped up with a light sickle and climbed up the earthen building next to him. The construction ability of the people of Montiel is amazing. The behemoth suddenly stepped on the earthen building. And the earthen building did not even shake. That's right. If not for this, the Alliance would not have set the venue here. The light sickle stood firm and bombarded the Qianshan team in front. Yanosu's operation was very detailed. Qing Jian took advantage of every opportunity to fire 3 shots in a row, disrupting the formation of the Qianshan team. This was not over yet. Qing Jian also fired a shot behind Qian to stop the team behind from advancing. Yanli moved at the moment Yanosu attacked. She rushed to the left and fired from the side. In a one-on-many situation, you must not let the opponent get close to you. You must keep a safe distance. Don't worry about the capacity of the arsenal. Xu Xiang's voice suddenly appeared in her ears, reminding Yanli, fight as much as you can. Hearing this, Yanli raised the corner of her mouth. That's easy. Xu Xiang's plan was to fight hard in the central area. Yanli was originally worried about the energy problem. Since the commander said so, she did it. Yanli pulled the power lever and adjusted the roller at the same time. The flaming red flames flew on the khaki ground, as if to ignite the entire earth. The heavy mecha moved slowly. To improve this, Mingqichen specially added this device to her. However, considering the bearing capacity of the roller, this device can only be used for 1 minute at most. That's enough. There are still 13 seconds. The Qianshan team is not easy to mess with. Since Yanli dares to bombard alone, they will naturally not fall behind. The muzzles of the 6 mechas are all aimed at Qi Yin and bombarded. Qi Yin slides quickly, followed by gunpowder smoke and mushroom clouds. Dust and sand are blasted. The air temperature rises rapidly. The advantage in numbers finally prevails. Soon, Qi Yan's body damage climbed to 40%, and all the joints of his left arm were sizzling, flashing with electricity. Yunoki was dragged by the team of Shilo University, and could not spare time to help Yanli. They were forced to fight 6 people each. Yunoki barely held on, but Yanli was beaten back step by step. The Qianshan team is an old team and ranked high in the last session. If Yanli remembered correctly, the main attacker of the team was one of the top 10 in their senior league. After 2 years of training, the main attacker must have made a lot of progress. Not easy to deal with. Yanli frowned, anxious in her heart. But her hands did not stop. She checked the condition of the roller. Perhaps because she ran too fast and did several jumps. The damage of the roller was more than 60%. Several shells flew from 4 directions. Qi Yin tilted her body and slid under the shells with the help of the roller. Boom! Boom! The cooperation of the members of the Qianshan team was very high. They were worthy of being teammates who had been running together for 2 years. As soon as a few shells were fired, 2 light cannons came out immediately. Qi Yin had not yet completed the action of getting up, and he had to face 2 more powerful light cannons. Oops. Yanli barely stood up, and the light cannon was very close to her. Extreme distance. She was forced into a dead end, with a mud wall behind her and blocked on both sides. There was no place to hide. The brightness of the light cannon was getting brighter and brighter, like the natural light in summer reflected by glass, or like a lot of aluminum burning at the same time. Very dazzling. Yanli's screen was all white, and she couldn't see the situation nearby clearly. No, I can't just stand there. I have to hide. Yanli turned up the volume in the cockpit to the maximum and listened carefully to the outside world. There is a mecha approaching on the left. Is it from the Qianshan team? It's so noisy. I can't hear clearly. Yanli, don't move. A familiar voice came from the channel, and the voice was still calm and steady, which made people feel at ease. It was Xu Xiang. Yanli felt a mecha blocking in front of him, relying on the power of the body to resist 2 light cannons. Xianxing was blasted back, and Qi Yin also retreated several steps. Yanli immediately pressed the button, letting Qi Yin support Xianxing's back and give it strength. The wind was blowing sandstorms, and the smoke was rising. This area was like a huge sandstorm. The dust was flying high into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The visibility dropped significantly, and the temperature rose sharply, as if it was in magma. Without the dazzling white light, Yanli could finally see the situation nearby. Qianxing used his double shields to play a role again. But unfortunately, under the bombardment of the light cannon, the double shields were completely smashed and turned into broken copper and iron. The melted iron plate fell off Qianxing's arms and clang to the ground. Yanli was stunned. Qianxing's damage must be 50%. When the damage exceeds half, the combat effectiveness of the mecha will be greatly reduced. Because once it is attacked, the parts are easy to have problems. In a critical battlefield, this is not just a problem of falling apart. There is still 30% to 80%. Xu Xiang is the commander, and she is also a main attacker and sniper. Once she is out, it will be a fatal blow to the Jinta team. Yanli hand holding the power rod is getting tighter and tighter. Just when Yanli was worried about the next battle, Xu Xiang suddenly spoke, and her tone was as calm as always. "Do it," she said. Chapter 42 Go. Just as she said it first. "Do it." Xuanqing's missing part was filled by the spare body. But the spare arm became loose after bearing the light cannon just now. Fortunately, it was not Xuanqing's home court next. The wind carrier retreated to the outermost periphery, and repaired Xuanqing's original arm that was cut off. The light sickle fired 12 shells in a row, like a chessboard, with shells and mechas all becoming flags. And it was the chess player. The opponent's 6 mechas had to change their positions. Yunosa light sickle fired at full power, mainly putting pressure on the main and secondary attackers of the Qianshan team. Qian and Feiyan moved flexibly on the court, like a magic ball of ice and fire, constantly firing shells. The formation of the Qianshan team was disrupted by the light sickle, and the main and secondary attackers were forced to stay away from their teammates, and they had to face the fierce bombardment of the opponent before they could stand firm. Damn! Stop fighting. Retreat! The main attacker realized that something was wrong. This team is poisonous. They had never seen this team before, and guessed that the opponent was a freshman team. So they wanted to win and grab points easily, but they were caught off guard. There is no need. No need. This team is not a big team. It is not worth their time. The opponent's auxiliary is a bit of a thing, leading us only one retreat route. If we don't follow the route she left, we will be bombarded. The deputy attacker was still in shock. He was almost hit. The other team has retreated. Why don't we retreat? The main attacker asked his own commander. The team of Shilo University saw that something was wrong and slipped away long ago, not even daring to pick up the leak. The commander gritted his teeth, prepared to retreat. You two will cover the rear, and the others will follow me to the east. The Qianshan team responded quickly, and completed the formation change in just 3 seconds. Xu Xiang saw it and said, "They are going to retreat. Alric. Sniper their sniper. The orange mech. I know who the sniper is." "Oh," Xu Xiang continued. Yunosa continues to cooperate with Yanli and Zhuan. At least take down the opponent's main attacker, the white one. Excellent students can often see the position of the opponent's mech based on its actions. Alric and others can certainly see it, but Xu Xiang decided to try to make it clear. So he emphasized it. The opponent really retreated, for people rushed to the east, and the remaining 2 mechs were left behind. Alric controlled Yusi to jump onto the high earth building, turned sideways, raised his sniper rifle, and aimed. The 4 mechs kept moving, and Alric didn't understand the pattern and couldn't shoot for a while. As for Yanli and others, 3 to 2 is an advantage in itself, and Xu Xiang let Xuanqing fire a shot from time to time, so they had the upper hand tightly. The main and secondary attackers of the Qianshan team thought they could escape, but their machines were blown to pieces. When the damage to the machine exceeded 80%, both of them were eliminated. Bang! On the other side, Ulrich finally found the command's movement habits and fired a precise shot. 1,700 meters away, the energy center of the orange mecha was destroyed. The battle was over. This battle ended so quickly. I just went to get a bottle of Coke. How come it's over? Wasn't Qianshan team in the top 100 last term? 3 of them were eliminated so quickly? And they were the main and secondary attackers and the commander. So they are basically out of the game. Awesome Jinta team. Jinta team. A dark horse this year. Absolutely. At least they are in the top 300. Why is their mecha division always slacking off? Why do you still want the mecha division to fight? But we can't just not fight at all. At least fire a few small shots. The sniper is pretty good. with a range of more than 1,700 meters. Which means his range in reality is at least that much. That's Ulrich, the #1 sniper in the high league, with a range of 1,800. More than 30 fireworks appeared in the live broadcast room, and at 100,000 star coins each. This person directly spent more than 3 million. Arnabet Mesberg rewarded 36 carnival fireworks and left a message, 66. To my brothers and sisters. Arnabet is a well-known star. His appearance attracted many fans, and the discussion in the live broadcast room was further improved. Nearly 2.5 hours had passed since the game. The league background called up the rankings and put them on the main screen. Sonia Susan was responsible for the commentary. The first place is still the R11 team. Zhong Qianqiang's plan is very suitable for them. The team's points are still growing steadily. The second place is the Starry Sky team. Rin's eye keeps changing strategies, and the points are catching up quickly. The third place is the Dream team. Sonia Susan introduced the top 5 teams in points and explained the current general situation. You can take a look at the data of the Golden Tower team. After many people were eliminated in a row, the Golden Tower team's points reached 2,000 and are currently ranked 1,000. If they continue to maintain this, they can advance steadily. Ling Yao Lingyin continued. Xu Xiang was integrating the team and asking about the situation of his teammates. Meng Yichen hardly participated in the battle and had the highest integrity of the mecha. He listened to his teammates while repairing their mechas. Fortunately, he brought enough materials to restore his teammates' mechas to about 80%. Except Xuanqing. Xuanqing's structure is special and complex. Without original parts and materials, it is impossible to restore it to a high degree. Try to avoid large-scale battles in the future. I will reinstall it for you after returning to Rokalo Star. Meng Yichen said to Xu Xiang. Okay. I try my best. Meng Yichen always felt that these words were very dangerous. Qian had many key parts seriously damaged. Meng Yichen simply dealt with Xuanqing, reinstalled its original arms, and then began to repair Qian. Xuan said excitedly in the channel, Boss, is this a 1-on-4 victory? Great. 1-on-4. The unit is a team. They all survived the siege and round-robin battles, and also grabbed a lot of points. 1,000. Enough to advance. You are worthy of being the boss. And you are worthy of us. Xuan recalled the plan made by Xu Xiang, and sighed. Disperse the teams and defeat them one by one. Boss, you dare to think. We dare to do it. The Jinta team is really amazing. It is not difficult to disperse the enemy team. Just throw out the right bait. It is not difficult to defeat them one by one. Just suppress them with firepower. The premise is that there are enough people. They are the side with a numerical disadvantage. But Xu Xiang still chose this plan. For her, this is not a self-righteous reckless act, but a careful consideration after analysis, and a correct analysis of her own strength. There are losses, but there are also great gains. Xiang. Yinli remembered something and asked, How are your fingers? When Xu Xiang was in trouble, Zhuan and Ulrich asked her what happened. She said her hand was cramped. Controlling the mecha requires flexible fingers, and cramps are a serious problem for fingers. Xu Xiang grabbed her hand and felt it. Not bad. It was more serious at the beginning. The skin and muscles were all twisted into a ball. Tight and painful. But it's much better now. It seems that she needs to take some calcium after she goes back. This kind of battle is not bad. She can still handle it. If the opponent is at the level of Feng Jie, she will be eliminated on the spot, and it is impossible to stay until now. Yinli said, Don't force it. We can catch up in the next game. They are ranked 1,000. If they keep steady and don't wave, they will have no problem advancing. I know. Xu Xiang knew it in his heart. Okay. Keep going forward and go to the central area. Xu Xiang glanced at the time and said what he was thinking. The first wave of people will arrive at the central area in at most 3 hours. We have to be faster than them. Zhuan shouted, Okay. Xu Xiang added, Follow the route I gave you before. If you encounter an enemy, either hide or attack with all your strength and reunite as soon as possible. Meng Yichen, He felt that what he said to Xu Xiang was in vain. Forget it. Whatever. He just needs to take care of his responsibilities. They can do whatever they want. Yanosa nodded, Okay. Ulrich pulled the power lever and was the first to move. Go. Zhuan subconsciously chased. Don't run. You are crazy. Why are you chasing me? We are not on the same route. Go away. Oh. Right. Then I will go to the left. The Jinta team was divided into 6. And the 6 people moved at full speed towards the central area. Teacher's Lounge. Montiel's conditions are limited. In order to save resources, there are 4 or 5 school leaders in a small room. About a dozen people. The teachers of the 4 major schools were arranged together. Ji Xiao looked at the main screen, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Xu Xiang. This child is really growing up very fast. She knows what she wants and what goals she needs to set, and she works hard for them. To be honest, Ji Xiao was worried about Xu Xiang's adaptability, so she often told Ren Zizai to take good care of her. Now it seems that she was worrying too much. Xu Xiang is much stronger than she imagined, both externally and internally. Naya and Lisa exchanged the battle process just now. Teachers from other colleges expressed their praises. Even Yang Sanchen praised him sincerely. Anyway, it was not his beloved disciples who were beaten. Oh, by the way, Sister Xia, Yang Sanchen teased, remember to give your students something good to eat and calcium supplement. Look at how miserable the child is. His hands are cramped. Ji Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I will. Xu Xiang had a physical examination when she came to Rokala Star. Ji Xia looked at the main indicators and found that there was no problem. It seems that Xu Xiang needs to have another in-depth physical examination. They are going to the central area, Naya said. Golden Tower team's current situation makes it difficult to fight. There are many flags in the central area, and many teams are rushing there, including our 11 team, Dream Team and other teams that achieved good results last year. Although the Golden Tower team has made a small breakthrough with its strength. As the saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. They go to the central area to face so many strong teams. Just like a newborn lamb straying into a ferocious wolf pack. The pressure is great, Lisa thought. Since Xu Xiang wants to go so much, she must have her own plans. Let's wait and see. Chapter 43 Arrival. Ren Zizai's search key has been stuck on the word Jinta. I told you. How could the junior sister not do anything? Seeing the Jinta team's rising ranking, Ren Zizai became cheerful. Not bad. At least she can advance. Although she is still a long way from her senior. He leaned on the driver's seat. His posture was leisurely. Fengjie, Sun Che couldn't help but whispered, Brother Feng. Which team is the captain from? Fengjie, don't worry about him. Ren Zizai put his hand in his ear. I can hear it. I am a senior who cares about the junior sister. Okay? You have to learn from me. Fengjie was speechless. Wang Xinshu reminded everyone, our 11 team has gained another 100 points. Ren Zizai sat up straight immediately. No one is allowed to chat. Change formation. Speed up. Wang Xinshu, Who is chatting? Ren Zizai operated on the screen, and sent the new position to his teammates. The members of the star team repositioned themselves according to the commander's requirements and changed the formation again. So far, the star team has completed 10 formation changes, and none of them are repeated. Ren Zizai is very good at modeling and analysis. Each formation after the change is the optimal solution he obtained by observing the surrounding terrain. The closer to the central area, the more complex the surrounding terrain. Thingy City is like a mountain located on the seabed, and there are many trenches nearby. The high and low yellow land rises from the surroundings to the middle to form a highland. This is also the reason why most teams choose to gather here. Occupying high ground is often equivalent to taking the lead. Huh? Sun Che looked at the map. These 6 points are a bit fierce. Unlike Zhong Qiangqiang's steady dog style. Captain, take a look. What's the situation? Those marked points rushed to the front and rushed very fast. When they met the red points, they either slipped or fought, and continued to fly after fighting. The 6 points ran separately, but unlike Zhong Qiangqiang and the others, they kept a certain distance and occasionally supported nearby points. It was obvious that they were from the same team. Dear, I suggest you look at the color of the marked point, Ren Zizai said. Teammate, sick. Oh, I forgot. Sun Che looked at it and was surprised. It's from our college. Something's wrong. How could anyone in our college be faster than us? Freshman team. Otherwise they wouldn't be so reckless. There is a high probability that a melee will break out in the central area. Isn't this team afraid of running out of energy? While rushing on the road, Ren Zizai compared the score rankings and the map marked points, and recalled the Fengi City map he found on the internet. Ha! Ren Zizai suddenly laughed. You are worthy of being a junior. So that's how it is. when the Jinta team arrived at the central area of Fengyi City. 5 hours and 15 minutes had passed. 15 minutes earlier than expected. The high-intensity concentration made many people feel tired, especially the members of the Jinta team, which played fast and advanced at full speed. Are we the first to arrive? Shuan looked around and didn't find any other teams. The central area is very suitable for defense. The tall buildings are like castles in a maze, and the intricate maze roads are the best protectors. Xu Xiang opened the cockpit and looked ahead with his naked eyes. This place is very large, and the residents seem to be giants instead of humans. Is it because of the yearning of the Montiel people for tall people? This seems to be a miracle created by the cooperation between the Montiel people and nature. The earthen high-rise buildings show their unique heavy atmosphere, and history gives them a sense of quaint vicissitudes. The well-arranged buildings are like a chessboard of God. Before the soil deteriorated, this must have been the most prosperous place in Montiel. It's like the ancient country of Lulan in the desert. Xiang, don't expose yourself outside the Mecha. Come in quickly. Yonosu reminded hurriedly. Participants are prohibited from harming their opponents. So Yonoki is not worried about Xu Xiang being sniped, but is worried that Xu Xiang will not be able to react in time if something unexpected happens, such as the appearance of vine grass insects in the midterm forest competition field. This place has been abandoned for too long, and no one knows what is hidden. In fact, after the Alliance learned that there was a swarm of insects in the forest competition field of Aurora College, it strengthened the inspection of the first competition field, and the safety level was basically 100%. As for the subsequent competition fields, the Alliance has its own considerations. Okay. Xu Xiang sat back in his original position, and the cockpit cover closed automatically. Xuan was very excited. This was his happy nest when he was a child. Do you want me to take you to find the flag on the small road? I am very familiar with this place. Xu Xiang organized the language and said, divide into 3 groups. Yanli and Yonoki on the left, Xuan and Auric in the middle, Mingy Chen and I on the right. And meet at the original place in 8 minutes, and prepare for an ambush. Pay attention to the mechanism. They don't have much time, because a group of teams will arrive soon. By then, the melee will begin, and they will become the fishermen of the melee. The premise is to make good use of the hard-earned 15 minutes. No one expected that the Golden Tower team would be the first team to arrive at the central area. Before the Golden Tower team broke through the siege, people were most concerned about the Star team, R11 team and Dream team. It is basically impossible for a new team to win a good ranking in the tier arena, so people tend to pay more attention to the old teams. Of course, since it is basically impossible, there are still 1 or 2 good new teams in each tier league that become dark horses. The last session was a fight between gods. There were more than 20 new teams in the first 100 miles, and the strongest Star team even ranked second. What about this session? Will it be more exciting? Apart from anything else, the Golden Tower team alone has attracted a lot of discussion. This team is very strong, and they are 15 minutes ahead of schedule, and they are still fighting. That's not true. Other teams are also fighting, and they are all mortal enemies. After all, many teams had grudges last year, want to kill the opponent. Jinta team is lucky, except Qianshan team. They didn't encounter a particularly strong team. Agree. They rushed too fast. The second field will definitely be targeted. It's better to wait for the last 2 fields to explode. It's hard to catch up in that way. If you want to get a top ranking, every field is important. Refer to the last Star team. Every field is in the top 3. Not every team is the Star team. Jinta team is only more than 400 now. Hee. You said the same thing about the Star team at the beginning. What's the matter? Don't allow newcomers to show off? The mecha arsenal of Jinta team is basically empty. After all, they have been playing fast break. It's a bit choking. In mecha battles, the most important thing is not only technology, mentality and judgment of the situation, but also the power and energy of the mecha. If the mecha runs out of power during the fight, no matter how big the advantage in the early stage is, there is only one ending: failure. The scale of the tier league is relatively large, and the mechas have sufficient power and energy. As long as they can allocate them reasonably, it is not a problem to finish a game. The members of the Golden Tower team played too aggressively, as if the power and energy were endless. That's fine. Anyway, with their current points, they can definitely advance smoothly if they avoid the limelight. As a result, they insisted on moving to the central area. Many viewers who are optimistic about the Golden Tower team are inevitably anxious. Silly children. You have to hide when you should. Hidden? The people of the Golden Tower team don't know how to write those two words. A bunch of offensive brains. Even Mengichin, who usually has no motivation, was pulled forward by his teammates. 8 minutes later, the 6 people met at the original place. Ulrich controlled Yusi to make a handsome move, and also made a yeah gesture, saying, 2 sides. Shuan jumped up and hit him. Obviously one side was discovered by me, and you insisted on snatching it from me. After Zhuan answered, everyone realized what Ulrich said. 2 red flags. You guys are awesome. Yanosa cheered. Our points have exceeded 3,000, and we are now in the top 200. We will attack a few more teams later. If we try, we should be able to enter the top 100. From the bottom to the top 100. Their speed of catching up is astonishing. Yanosa's words made others subconsciously rethink Xu Xiang's plan. First, rely on 0 points to avoid fighting. Then start catching up in the middle, and win a lot of points by playing routes and fighting hard. And even let the team reach the central area first. Their arsenal was an urgent need, and Xu Xiang provided another idea. So they looked for flags in this place with confidence. There were many flags in the central area, and they took the flags just like fishing with a big net, which saved time and effort and had high returns. Other teams are coming. We have to act quickly, Yenli said. Everyone remember to eat. There is not much time to waste later. Shuan looked for his food in the cockpit. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. I eat it now. Others also took out dry food, and did not forget to do other things while eating. It is 15:25 in Montiel time, and they have up to 5 minutes of free time. Xu Xiang ate while looking at the small map. A group of red dots approached here from all directions, and many red dots disappeared in groups during this period, indicating that those people were out. The red dots are getting closer and closer, and time is passing. The melee in the central area is about to begin. The blue light of the screen is reflected on Xu Xiang's face, and her expression is calmer than the cold light. Get ready, she said in the channel. The people of the Dream Team stayed at the outermost layer of the central area, but did not go in. Captain, why don't you go in? The main attacker Zheng Baiduan complained. We could have been the first to enter the central area, but when you stopped, several teams went in. Come on. Didn't a team arrive earlier? The deputy attacker Fu Shui wanted to confront him. Don't make a fuss, Commander. Please persuade the captain. If we don't go in, all the flags will be taken down, the main attacker said. The captain of the Dream Team, DCI, is a support, but in combat, the commander often has the most say. If the commander of their team insists on leading the team in, DCI can't stop him. Commander Xing Jianhui said, don't worry. Let those people go and explore the way first. Zheng Baiduan scratched his head. What? Why explore the way? There are not many people inside. Even if we meet that team, we can beat them. The combat power of their team is one of the best in Shilo University, and it can also be ranked in the top 5 among the 4 major colleges. As long as they don't meet Rinzai, they can win easily. Zheng Baiduan is confident. Fu Shuixiang was also confident, but he was about to confront them. What if we meet the Starry Sky team? Fighting them will not only waste time, but also make it easy for others to pick us up. DCI was so annoyed with them that he immediately stopped them. Stop arguing. If you have nothing to do, eat quickly. There will be no time for you to rest after you go in. Xing Jianhui analyzed the data and speculated. The first team to go in is probably the Golden Tower team. Zheng Baiduan accidentally squeezed out the biscuit he had just torn when he heard this. Huh? Isn't that the 0-point team we met? After he finished speaking, he picked up the fallen biscuit and started eating. DCI asked, what do you mean? Xing Jianhui said, I have been observing this team. Their points have been increasing since they left us. From 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the fastest period for catching up. And this period happens to coincide with the red dots of some fast attacks. Dare to play the 0-point idea in the tier league. The command of that team is very bold and worthy of her attention. Their team encountered many strong enemies. Xing Jianhui couldn't always stare at the points of other teams. She would take the time to analyze the other team when she was free. The Golden Tower team was the first team to arrive at the central area. When she came to this conclusion, Xing Jianhui's heart beat quickly. It was just a new team, but it was able to break through the siege, stand out among more than 10,000 teams, and arrive at the destination 15 minutes ahead of other teams. So fast. How did they do it? It was right for us not to rush in. Xing Jianwei frowned slightly. With a serious expression, Zheng Baimon was about to speak when a huge noise came from not far away. Boom. Bang. It was the sound of a giant falling to the ground. Xing Jianwei words were verified by these noises. Chapter 44 targeted. What's going on? Sun Che called up the screen and zoomed in. Hey. A team is coming so soon? Wait. It doesn't look like it. On the screen, a team was separated by a maze-like high wall. Sun Che thought they had taken the wrong path. But every time they approached their teammates, the high wall would change. At the critical moment, the high wall shot out a huge crossbow arrow, directly destroying the energy center of the mecha. Sun Che was shocked. Damn. I almost forgot that Fengyi City has many mechanisms. Ren Zizai leaned on the driver's seat, with one hand resting on his head and the other hand raised to give a thumbs up. The hunting time for the school sister has begun. Fengjia, this captain can't be kept. Sun Che was curious. What do you mean? Ren Zizai said, just wait and see. The junior arrived early, and there is a Montiel person in her team. As long as they know the nearby roads, this game is basically stable. Sun Che suddenly realized, is this why you don't let us go in? When he just arrived at the central area, Sun Che wanted to rush in to find the flag, but was stopped by Ren Zizai. Ren Zizai said it would be better to observe from the outside to make sure it was safe inside. So their team hid here for nearly 5 minutes. Was it because of the Jinta team? No, Ren Zizai said. She won't steal my points. I just want other teams to explore the road first. The map in their hands is not comprehensive. Even if they are familiar with the map, they can't compare with the locals. In the face of uncertain factors, Ren Zizai is used to taking a step back and letting others rush forward. That's right. Xu Xiang was picked up by us after all. She shouldn't steal our points. Sun Che agreed with this. Huang Xinshu, Ren Zizai asked. What's the situation inside? Huang Xinshu hid at the highest point. Acting as the eyes of the Starry Sky team, the people in their team dispersed. I only saw Zhuan and Yanoki. Zhuan was operating the mechanism and Yanoki was covering him. Ren Zizai said along, it's true. There are many mechanisms in Fengyi City, which is something that all teams knew before entering the Monial Arena. Unfortunately, there are not many mechanisms outside the central area, causing many people to gradually forget this matter. But Xu Xiang always remembered it. She went to the central area just for the mechanism. The Jinta team used up a lot of electricity and energy while rushing, but they still came here. Xu Xiang was more determined than Ren Zizai imagined. At first, the Jinta team relied on 0 points to avoid fighting, and Ren Zizai guessed Xu Xiang's plan. But later, the Jinta team suddenly started to chase points, so he thought Xu Xiang changed his strategy and planned to play it safe. As a result, not long after, the Jinta team sacrificed the energy of the mecha, relied on fast attack and full speed to become the first team to reach the central area. So Ren Zizai guess returned to the beginning. Xu Xiang wanted to fight in the central area to grab points and chase points. Now, Ren Zizai can draw a conclusion with certainty. Xu Xiang's main idea is very clear. Her plan can be changed, and her progress can go wrong, but it can't affect her determination to achieve her goal. Ren Zizai gradually sat up straight. She is so powerful. Looking at such a listless person. He is so powerful. Ren Zizai. Feng Jia's voice interrupted Ren Zizai's thoughts. If you still have the Jinta team in your mind, then you can submit the transfer information to teacher Ji Xia. Ren Zizai's body and smile froze, and he didn't dare to blink. Feng Jiadao, did you hear what Huang Xinshu said just now? She found the dream team and asked if you need to steal their points. Ren Zizai entered the state in 1 second. What's the situation around them? The dream team is currently ranked 3rd. If they steal their points, the star team will surpass the R11 team and become the first. It is difficult, but worth it. And if the dream team is eliminated here, they will be under much less pressure in the future. Of course, the battle pressure cannot be borne by their team alone. They must unite with several teams to share it. But the risk is greatly reduced. The Sakurazuma team of Mishima University is ambushing around them. Huang Xinshu replied. It seems that he and Ren Zizai are on the same plan. Then wait a little longer. Ren Zizai said. What about the Golden Tower team? Feng Jie controlled the giant elephant and drew his sword. Ren Zizai hurriedly explained. I just want to discuss cooperation with my junior sister. I don't mean anything else. The giant elephant then put away the sword. Renzizai heaved a sigh of relief and said, since we have to give points to other teams anyway, we might as well find a team from our own school. Fengjie sneered. When did you become so kind? Renzizai, wasn't he kind before? Snatching away the allies' points at the last moment of the game. Deliberately setting a trap for the enemy when escaping. Winning but accidentally selling out teammates, It seems a bit kind. What's the matter? He brought the junior sister to Rokalo's star. Is it okay to take care of her more? Ahem. Renzizai coughed lightly and said, Huang Xinshu. Tell me when you see the junior sister. I go find her. Also, we retreat after we beat the Dream Team. Don't waste time here. After defeating the Dream Team, they will be the first in the Mondial field. There is no need to stay in the central area. Don't forget, the second underground layer will be opened at 10 o'clock in the evening. There are also points there. They need to take advantage of the fight in the central area to recuperate. Got it. Huang Xinshu continued to observe the front. Xuan used the mechanism to wipe out a team, and was so excited that he danced with joy, and almost asked Feiyun to dance for everyone. Ah, did you see that? My amazing operation. Feiyun grabbed the nearest light sickle and shook it. Yunosu. Am I awesome? Yunosu in the light sickle was shaken dizzy and raised his hands in surrender. Awesome. Xuan said, I can continue after the boss determines the new target. That wave of mechanical battle lasted only 5 minutes. But the Jinta team harvested 500 points from the opponent to be able to reach the central area so quickly. The strength of that team is certainly not bad. But under the attack of Fengjie Cheng's machinery, they only lasted 5 minutes. This is the wisdom of the Montiel people. With their thin bodies, they designed and created machinery that can rival the insect swarm and destroy mechas. The new target is marked for you. Yinli and Yunosu go together. Xu Xiang came over from next door and said, as time went on, more and more teams came here. In order to ensure the safety of teammates, Xu Xiang had to reduce the number of groups. Great. Let's go now. Yinli Yunosu. Follow me. Xuan slipped away quickly. Auric, who was hiding on the high ground and observing the surrounding environment, was very unconvinced. What about me? I want points too. How is the situation on your side? Xu Xiang asked. She asked Auric to go up the high wall to check the situation nearby so as to arrange the next things. Auric was diverted by Xu Xiang and reported honestly, I found the Dream Team, as well as the Star Team and the Sakurazuma team of Mishima University. The targets of these two teams seem to be the Dream Team, and the snipers of each team are all eyeing them. But the Dream Team knows how to hide. The routes near them are complicated, and there are many obstructions. Xu Xiang nodded thoughtfully. Auric said, are we going to fight the Dream Team? If we kick them out here, we can not only get a lot of points, but also have one less strong opponent. Anyway, if others want to fight, they might as well take advantage of it. There are still more than 10 hours left in the game, but they don't have much energy, so they have to be frugal. No need. Xu Xiang explained. The Dream Team showed up on purpose. They were. She thought of a word. Fishing? In a place with complex terrain and many obstructions. The Dream Team should have ambushed, but they took the initiative to expose their vision. Isn't that a bait? Forget about other teams. Xu Xiang can think that they are not careful. But how could the Dream Team not be careful? Ulrich shook his head in disdain. You commanders are really dirty. Or we snipers are kind. Xu Xiang, come on. Always crawling in the corner secretly sniping people. What kind of kindness is that? Ulrich finished combing his hair and asked, what are your plans next? Xuan has so many points. It's my turn to be elegant. Right? They have already fired the first shot of the melee. And there will be more battles to come. No. Wait until the second floor opens. Xu Xiang said. You two follow me. Xu Xiang found a group of mechanisms while analyzing the map. She went to study it not long ago and basically understood the structure and use of the mechanisms. Mengyi-chen and Ulrich followed her. The three of them came to a high platform and looked up. It was so high. Xuanqing was the tallest of the three mechas, 10.66 m. But this platform was more than 5 meters higher than Xuanqing. Mengyi-chen and Ulrich covered Xu Xiang, and Xu Xiang walked out of Xuanqing, jumped to the middle floor of the platform, and then walked to the highest point. This is the central area of the central area. Mengyi-chen and Ulrich were surprised. How did Xu Xiang find this place? Their sights moved with Xu Xiang movement. The small room was full of mechanisms, and Xu Xiang seemed to have entered another larger cockpit from one cockpit. Xu Xiang walked to the main console and observed the surroundings with a telescope. There were no other teams near the Dream Team. But if you expand your sight a little more, you can find that the team is surrounded by 3 other teams from the same school. No, it's better to say protection rather than surrounding. The Dream Team is really luring fish into the bait. Xu Xiang turned on the headset and opened the team channel. Can you hear me? Yes, Meng Yichen said. Yes, Xiang. On the other side, he also responded. We. Xu Xiang was about to talk about her plan. But a sniper in the telescope looked at her and looked at her. You 3. Come back. Their initiative might be taken away. Xu was playing happily. And when he heard this, he immediately put on a painful mask. No. Boss. We can get 500 points after this wave. Xu Xiang said. The Dream Team is targeting us. Chapter 45 Fighting. Xu Xiang's judgment was not groundless. The Dream Team might still be thinking about the zero-score incident. When they found that the Golden Tower team was not far away from them, they wanted to attack and gradually approach this side. This is easy to explain. Who made the points of the Golden Tower team become a hot commodity? Moreover, their team is composed of freshmen. So the Dream Team has a great chance of winning. The sniper of the Dream Team did not directly deal with Xu Xiang, because it was not meaningful. On the one hand, Xu Xiang would hide, and on the other hand, Auric would snipe them in return. In addition, the 3 teams protecting the Dream Team began to change their formations, change their routes, and sneak over. Xu Xiang did not enter Xuanqing, but still stayed in the control room. Xu Xiang, hurry up and get into the mecha, Auric urged. No need. Meng Yichen, cover me. Auric, go find a sniper spot and listen to me report the enemy's position, Xu Xiang said. I calculated the time. Yanli and the others will arrive earlier. Don't worry about me. I'm safe. Auric gave Yusi a thumbs up. You said a lot of things at once. Xu Xiang, he's so annoying. Meng Yichen was speechless. Why was Auric's first reaction that? He reminded Auric, you can set off. Okay. Don't look for me if it's not important. On the field. If you want to say who has the lowest presence, it must not be the Mecha Master, but the sniper. After all, the Mecha Master is on the field, and the sniper is outside the field. At the same time, the sniper is also the most dangerous, because you don't know when and where they will make a fatal blow. Snipers have a general view of the overall situation. They don't need mixed information. They will calm down and observe. Of course, Auric said that just to make himself look cool. He didn't mean anything else. Meng Yichen didn't bother to pay attention to Auric. Xu Xiang replied, oh. Qingye arrived earlier than Yanli and others. And Ren Zizai sat in Qingye cockpit. Qingye is a light mecha with a difficulty of 5 stars. So there are not many users. And even fewer who are good at it. And you can count them with one hand. Qingye is light blue all over, with 3 bamboo leaves on the side and large acceleration rollers on the soles of its feet. Qingye's speed is super 5 stars. So it is very suitable for traveling. No wonder Ren Zizai appeared first. What's the matter? Xu Xiang asked. The Dream Team is coming soon. And she has no time to chat with Ren Zizai. Ren Zizai invited excitedly. Want to cooperate? Junior sister? Let's play Dream Team together. Xu Xiang refused. No. She was confident that she could win with her team. And there was no need to share points with other teams. Ren Zizai persuaded. There are 3 teams behind the Dream Team. And the Sakurazuma team of Mishima University is also secretly observing. You may not be able to defeat them. We can. Junior. Ren Zizai widened his eyes. Wait. I retreat now. The wind carrier raised 2 shells and pressed them against Qingye joints. Xu Xiang did not stop Meng Yichen. Ren Zizai heard Sun Che laughing at him in the channel. Sun Che laughed loudly and was very arrogant. Afraid that Ren Zizai didn't know. Ha ha ha. Didn't the captain say that the junior wouldn't hit you? Ha ha ha. Ren Zizai shouted, it's not the junior who hit me. And Sun Che clearly agreed with what he said. Sun Che suddenly realized, you have to make up for this. Captain, you are a masochist. Ren Zizai, This man is finished. Xu Xiang's face moved away from the telescope. You should leave. The Dream Team is getting closer and closer. And you can see it clearly without a telescope. Ren's eye was sad. You are no longer the schoolgirl who was patient with me. Xu Xiang, What is he talking about? Meng Yichen, Xu Xiang also said that Ren's eye didn't pursue her. Juan was right. The commanders were all liars. Ren's eye left. Amid the laughter of his teammates. Xu Xiang entered the state in a second. Stand apart. Yanli and Yanoki go to the east to block people. Xuan go to the west. The coordinates are sent to you. Lead the people over. Xu Xiang took out the light board and sent the coordinates. Received. Yeah. We're going. Okay. Boss. Xu Xiang stared at the front. The dream team changed its formation and advanced in a parallelogram, with the distance between the 6 mechas increasing. Obviously, they guessed Xu Xiang's position arrangement, so they gave up the concentrated attack and took the route of breaking one by one. Xu Xiang stretched out his right hand and stopped on the round button in the middle. Start the war. Xing Jianwei gave the order to change the formation, and then said, "This is close to the center of the area. There are many traps. Everyone be careful." DCI felt more and more strange. Why didn't the other commander enter the mecha? Look at the fuselage of her mecha. The damage must be around 50%. Xuanqing in this state is not suitable for fighting. If I guess correctly, she should be in the watchtower, where the view is better than in the mecha. So she chose to command the battle there. The other mecha is the Wind Bearer, which is probably their mecha master. In short, the commander of the Golden Tower team wants to use the watchtower to guide his teammates, and the Wind Bearer is responsible for protecting her. The main force in the battle is often the main and secondary attackers and assistants in the front row, and it is not uncommon for the commander and mecha master to be absent. But DCI always feels very strange. Her sixth sense has always been accurate, but Xing Jianwei theory convinced her, and she did not put forward her own ideas. Q team and Suanio team go to the east. Gamma team go to the west, and attack from both sides to force the Golden Tower team to a position. Xing Jianwei said, "Our team continues to stay dispersed, and is always ready to kill the fish that slip through the net. Audi, find an opportunity to break through the defense of the opponent's mecha master and directly smash the energy center of Xuanqing. Xuanqing has temporarily lost its master, and it is easiest to deal with it in a static state." The sniper responded, "Received." As they spoke, the dream team was getting closer and closer to their destination. So far, everything is under the control of Hashimi Hui. She is very good at playing a favorable game, especially this simple mode that overlooks the entire field. Hashimi Hui calculated that once they defeated the Golden Tower team and took away their points, their team would be able to kick out the Starry Sky team and become the second place. Everyone was on the road and waiting for further instructions from the commander. Hashimi Hui remained calm and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Quiet. Very quiet. They didn't seem to come to the game, but to travel. It's so strange. Why hasn't the Golden Tower team moved yet? Hashimi Hui looked at the watchtower in front of her. What is the other commander thinking? Boom. Swish. 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 Crack. Suddenly, a huge noise came from the east, and the sound of metal collision and breaking was like a long sand dune, rising and falling but without interruption. Something happened. Hashimi Hui was preparing. As soon as they were ready to contact other teams, they heard their screams and cries for help. "We accidentally hit a trap." The captain of the Q team screamed. "Request support. These traps are very powerful. 2 people in my team are out." The captain of the Suanio team was very upset. Before the battle started, he lost his main and deputy attackers. People from the same school can establish an inter-school channel, but the number of times is limited. Each team can only use it once, and it can only be used in one stadium. Their teams have used it. After listening to the 2 captains, Xing Jianwei eyelids jumped, and the tension suddenly climbed to her heart, grabbing her heart and beating violently. What's going on? How could this happen? Xing Jianwei forced herself to stay calm and immediately checked the nearby map. DCI asked, "Should we go to help?" Although she is the captain, she still chooses to ask the commander for his opinion when encountering things related to the battle plan. "No, don't do it yet." Xing Jianwei zoomed in on the map, and the more she analyzed it, the more she felt something was wrong. She frowned tightly, and her hand that touched the screen was shaking a little. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Oh no! Xing Jianwei's pupils suddenly widened. That was not a watchtower, but the control center of the agency. Based on the initial judgment of the contour lines, The view of the platform was very wide, and there was a special telescope inside, which could almost see the entire central area. So Xing Jianwei thought it was a watchtower. But she was wrong. Look carefully at the direction of the buildings near the platform. All of them are facing the platform. There are many special lines inside the building, which converge on the platform like a messy ball of wool. If you don't analyze and calculate carefully, you can't find this at all. She was careless. Xing Jianwei? DCI voice interrupted Xing Jianwei thoughts. Don't worry about it for now. We have to save people. The team was invited by them, and they can't just sell them out. Xing Jianwei held her hand with a complicated expression. It's a bit difficult. She didn't see through the command of the Jinta team. You? DCI was interrupted by the captain of the Q team as soon as he opened his mouth. Xing Jianwei. DCI? We were ambushed. In addition to the trap, there are 2 enemy mechas. Damn. We are ambushed too. This time it was the captain of the Gamma team in the west. I know this guy. Zhuan. A Montiel man. He is very familiar with this place. If he uses the trap to trap us, we can't escape at all. The captain of the Suanio team collapsed again. I am the only one left in our team. Xing Jianwei was completely panicked. She had never played a game against the wind, and she didn't know what to do for a while. It was obviously them who took the initiative to find the Jinta team. And it was obviously the Jinta team was just a new team. Why? Why did it become like this? This is unscientific. How did they get caught? Everything came so suddenly that Xing Jianwei thought she was dreaming. She still couldn't imagine that she was tricked by the commander of a new team. In theory, she couldn't be wrong. Xing Jianwei. Calm down. DCI voice came through the channel, trying to comfort everyone. Audie. Keep trying to find a way to break through. As long as we take down the other party's commander, we have the possibility of a reversal. These mechanisms cannot move for no reason. Someone must be controlling them. DCI looked at the person in the control panel. The man looked at the overall situation expressionlessly, and his hands did not stop moving for a moment. Operator. Who else but her? No wonder she wanted to leave the mecha. So this is it. DCI finally knew where his weird feeling came from. It was the other party's commander. She did it on purpose. Deliberately exposed her position, and then let people take the bait. Just like their original plan. It's a pity that they failed. But the Jinta team succeeded. They underestimated the enemy. How could they be so careless just because the opponent was a freshman team? They were also a freshman team last time. And they should understand the horror of unknown opponents. No. Don't think too much for now. Now is not the time to review. Captain, I found a breakthrough. You give me a command and I can snipe. Audie was very confident and said, the hit rate is 100%. Okay. DCI came back to his senses. Zheng Bainuan and Fu Shui want to go to the east and west to support the allies respectively. And the rest of the people follow me in a line. When Xing Jianwei was studying the map just now, DCI also looked at it. She wanted to lead the team to avoid the traps here as much as possible. Then have a good talk with the commander of the Golden Tower team. Chapter 46-6. The Sakurazuma team has been wandering outside the battlefield, but has never left. Captain, are we not going to fight? The main attacker asked. No. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen crossed his legs, leaned on the chair and shook his keychain. We can't fight this wave of battle. Let's join in the fun for a while, and then retreat. He is a mecha master, and he has modified the original cockpit greatly, with ups and downs and twists. The comfort is far greater than the convenience, and the aesthetics is almost zero. Why not fight? The main attacker was puzzled. It's not necessary. They can't fight. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen scratched his head. Why don't you ask the commander? The commander looked at several teams and the battlefield situation, and finally nodded. The captain is right. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen laughed. Right. Speaking of which, the commander of the Golden Tower team is quite something. I have to study her carefully later. The commander smiled. After the Montiel game, I guess every team wants to study her. Xu Xiang controlled the mechanisms in 2 places by herself, so she had to run around. They are here. Meng Yichen was puzzled. What are you doing? Logically speaking, Xu Xiang should either use the mechanism to stop the Dream Team or enter the mecha to protect herself before the other party approached. Why did she let them come? Xu Xiang said, I can't stop them. It seems that the Dream Team has changed its leader. Not only has the formation and position changed, But the route of advance is also very different from the original. They almost avoided 90% of the mechanisms. What should we do? It's okay, Xu Xiang said. They are not here to fight. Otherwise, the sniper hiding in the dark would have already taken action. The design of the Montiel people is very clever. Standing here to see the overall situation, there is almost no blind spot. Sure enough, DCI came to the control panel 500 meters away, stopped, and then turned on the loudspeaker to explain his purpose. Hello. We are here to negotiate. Xu Xiang subconsciously glanced at other places. The mechanisms on the east and west sides have not stopped, and the sharp metal friction sound makes people panic. The battle in those two places is still going on. What? Xu Xiang asked. Let those three teams go. DCI didn't want the cooperation partner to be wiped out. After all, she was the one who found them. Oh, what if I say no? 6 periods suddenly appeared on Meng Yichen's head. This person really deserves a beating. The key is that she herself doesn't realize it yet. DCI didn't take Xu Xiang's words as a joke, and responded seriously. Our sniper is in place. If you say no, he will destroy your mecha with one shot. Xu Xiang thought. The strength of the Dream Team sniper must be very strong. When the sniper target is stationary, his hit rate can definitely reach 100%. Xu Xiang said, I have a condition. DCI saw her give in and nodded. You say it first. In the next game, if I need your help, you have to help us. Just once. Meng Yichen didn't expect Xu Xiang to make such a request. Who can agree to this? Teams from the same school are still competitive to a certain extent, let alone teams from different schools. In addition, the Dream Team is very strong, and it is impossible for them to succumb to such a thing. Even once. What if Xu Xiang lets the Dream Team out on their own? This request is not reasonable at all. DCI teammates are also persuading her, hoping that she can refuse. DCI thought for a moment and said, Your condition is too wide. It's hard for me to agree. Xu Xiang understood the implication. It's hard. But there's hope. Xu Xiang took out her tablet and found Ulrich's channel. While sending messages, she looked at DCI. Then I narrow the scope. My request will not harm the interests of your team. DCI changed. It can't harm the interests of our school. Xu Xiang said decisively. Okay. DCI, I always feel that we can talk about it again. DCI said. Then can you stop the mechanism? Yeah. Xu Xiang pressed the core button and told Yanli and others. Don't fight anymore. Come to me. DCI asked the captains of the 3 teams. And after confirming that Xu Xiang kept his promise, he breathed a sigh of relief. DCI didn't withdraw, and asked Xu Xiang, How did you find this place? She has worked with Xing Jianhui for 2 years, and knows Xing Jianhui well. Hashimi is good at commanding battles in open areas. But after more than a year of learning, moderately complex terrain is no problem for her now. Thingy City is a bit complicated, but compared with the truly complex terrain, it is really nothing. Hashimi misjudged. If not, the Dream Team would not be so passive. Hashimi has almost never encountered a disadvantageous situation, and a small reversal caught her off guard. On the other hand, the commander of this new team is so calm. Even after leaving Xuanqing and facing 6 tall mechas, we can find it with a simple analysis. Xu Xiang found it after just 2 glances. She couldn't really tell the specific idea. Chuan said that this place was once a restricted area in Fengyi City. The original residents basically didn't know about this place, including him. So when Xu Xiang found this place, Chuan was also surprised. He was not surprised that Xu Xiang could find it. After all, he knew the strength of his boss very well. He was more surprised that the Alliance actually used this place as an examination room. Okay. DCI got the answer and didn't ask any more questions. Then we will go ahead. Yeah. 6 mechas began to move. But the dark blue Whale Fall mecha suddenly launched an attack. Huh? Whale Fall's arm drove a strong wind and whistled toward Xuanqing Energy Center. Fortunately, Meng Yichen had been alert to the other party. When Whale Fall took action, he stretched out his hand to block without hesitation, preventing the other party from attacking Xuanqing. DCI frowned. Zheng Bainuan. What are you doing? Ah. I'm fighting. The commander said so. DCI frowned. Xing Jianhui. Wait. No. There's also Adi. DCI opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang. Oh my god. What is the Dream Team doing? Aren't the two sides planning to stop fighting? DCI only agreed to one condition for Xu Xiang, but didn't say he wouldn't fight her. Don't play word games. DCI is not such a treacherous person. That situation is considered to be a default that the two teams are in a non-enemy state. Unless they fulfill the agreement, they will not fight. It's so miserable for Xuanqing. The energy center was directly collapsed. Isn't that a direct elimination? Oh, she can't participate in the subsequent competitions. Wait 2 years. I still want to see her show off a few more games. Xu Xiang should still enter Xuanqing. No. What are you looking at? Xuanqing is fine. The one who is eliminated is obviously the sniper of the Dream Team. What? Aw? Damn. The Dream Team originally wanted Adi to snipe Xuanqing. So when the gunshot rang out, inertial thinking made people subconsciously think that Xuanqing was sniped. However, in fact, Xuanqing Energy Center was intact. What happened? Chui looked back and forth between several channels. When he saw the details clearly, his originally tense body gradually relaxed, revealing an approving look. This freshman is very powerful. Lingyao Lingyin drank a sip of water to calm down and lowered her voice. Let's take a look at the replay. 16 TV stations replayed the video together and added slow motion at critical moments. When DCI said, "Your condition is too wide, and it is difficult for me to agree." Xu Xiang's fingers moved down without anyone noticing and typed secretly. The message was sent to Ulrich. Keep an eye on everyone on the opposite side. And if they attack, you also move. 155, 59, 67. Opposite sniper. 3 messages. In summary, once the Dream Team attacks her, Ulrich will destroy their sniper and save Xuanqing to the greatest extent. The audience was confused by Zheng Baiwan's actions, so they subconsciously thought that the next gunshot was caused by Adi. But Ulrich was one step faster than Adi. On the screen, the field of view quickly extended from Adi to Ulrich's location 1,800 meters away. Ulrich raised his hand to lift his hair, and his golden hair seemed to be shining. Fuck. So handsome. No wonder he is the #1 sniper in this year's Galleon. Ulrich's hand speed is amazing. I just watched the replay and Adi didn't even have time to pull the trigger. After you said that, I realized a question. If Zheng Baiwan didn't shoot, but Adi shot directly, would Ulrich have been able to do it in time? Of course. Believe me, as a sniper, Ulrich is definitely the one he keeps the closest eye on. How did Xu Xiang find Adi? I'm from Montiel. I've heard of that place. It is said that the view there is very good and you can see the entire central area. It's just that it used to be a restricted area, and ordinary people couldn't get close. Xu Xiang was lucky to be the first to occupy this place. Don't attribute other people's victory to luck. That's right. Didn't you hear her explanation? That was the conclusion she came to by analysis. Yan Lizhu and Yanosu arrived. Can they fight? It can't be a fight. Didn't Xia Dayuan say that? Probably he expected this situation. The barrage cheered for Xu Xiang and Ulrich's counterattack, and the whole screen was full of excitement and shock. Arnabin sent another 12 fireworks. Xu Xiang and Ulrich 6 each. On the screens of major TV stations, Xu Xiang's face was magnified. Her eyes were calm and terrifying. You go. The threat is lifted, Xu Xiang said. The conflict of other teams has nothing to do with her. As for the subsequent cooperation matters, DCI is the captain of their team, and she will solve this problem. They have just reached a cooperation intention, and Xu Xiang does not intend to break it so quickly. So she lets him go easily. Anyway, she also let Ulrich sniper out one of the other team members. Sorry, DCI said sincerely. After the game, I will have a good talk with my teammates. To be honest, she is a little anxious now. Snipers play a big role in key match points, but their sniper was eliminated in the first game, or in this inexplicable way. DCI will not blame any teammate, but she thinks it is necessary to raise and resolve conflicts, even if teammates will have negative emotions. In short, let's talk about it when reviewing. Yeah, Xu Xiang responded. DCI left with his teammates, and the Q team followed. This time they really left, and the match that the audience expected was aborted. The Sakura Wife team and the Starry Sky team also left. The two teams were somewhat depressed. After all, they didn't get any, and they wasted a lot of time. They even watched the Golden Tower team and the Dream Team form an alliance. It was hard to pick up the leak. Xu Xiang walked out of the control panel and entered Xuanqing. Boss, You are my god, Zhuan yelled. Every time I thought something was going to happen to us, you could bring me a surprise reversal. His little heart was almost scared out of his wits by the gunshot. Xuanqing was in a static state at that time. Once Adi made a move, Xu Xiang would definitely be out. Zhuan didn't want his teammates to get into trouble so soon. Fortunately, the bullet was fired by Ulrich. This kid did a rare big thing. Not bad. Basic operation is not 6. This is a new word that Xu Xiang learned some time ago. And it just happened to be used now. Mengyi-chen, who taught her that? Yanli and Yanosa giggled. And Zhu An's laughter could be heard from the mecha without a loudspeaker. Ulrich's voice came faintly in the channel. Have you forgotten me? Come back, Xu Xiang said. We will fight guerrilla warfare next. And find a place to rest after going down to the second floor. The group adjusted their route and headed to the east of the central area. They took a total of 1,000 points from the 3 teams. And with the previous points, they were close to 4,500 points. Ranked 8th for the time being. This place was being observed by many people. And it was meaningless to stay there. Instead, they might be surrounded by dozens of teams, which would not be worth the loss. The Jinta team dispersed the team and left here, and reunited after traveling a few thousand meters. Just like a stream splitting and reuniting again. It is now 1848, and there are less than 4 hours before the second floor opens. Xu Xiang analyzed the small map, the scoreboard and the observed results, and picked teams ranked between 100 and 300 to fight. There is no way. It takes time to fight against high-ranking teams, and it is meaningless to fight against low-ranking teams. In the next few hours, the Golden Tower team made steady progress and improved its ranking to 6th. 2159. There is no natural light in the Montiel underground city. The brightness is the same all day long. If it weren't for the fatigue, everyone would have thought it was noon. 2200 hours. The system prompts the contestants. The second level of the Montiel underground city is officially opened. Chapter 47 Melee. So sleepy. So tired. This is the most real reaction of all the contestants. After 12 hours of high concentration, they especially want to lie down on the bed and have a good sleep. But no. The game is not over yet. Their points are not enough. They have to continue fighting. The students dragged their tired bodies and opened their heavy eyes to the second floor and began to collect flags. There is no need to fight at this time. Even if they encounter enemies, most teams will choose to avoid them. If you can avoid it, avoid it. Who knows if you will be forced to fight a melee later. Xu Xiang is also sleepy. But she can't sleep. She has difficulty falling asleep. It is difficult to fall asleep even if she lies down, let alone sitting in the operating chair. She simply doesn't sleep. This place is very safe. You sleep and I stand guard, Xu Xiang said. With one sentence, everyone woke up directly, and all the sleepiness disappeared. What did you say? Ulrich widened his sore eyes. Sleep? At this time? Are you kidding? The young master usually doesn't stay up late, and he goes to bed at 12 o'clock at the latest. After all, only by ensuring adequate sleep can his handsome face stay moisturized. Now is the critical period of the game, and he didn't close his eyes no matter how sleepy he was. As a result, Xu Xiang woke him up with a word. There is no need to fight now. Xu Xiang thought for a while and added. Other teams are resisting. There is no need. You sleep for a few hours. And when they are most tired, we will fight again. Yanli understood what she meant. But, I have never seen any team sleep in a 24-hour limited game before. On the one hand, everyone wants to work overtime to compete for points. And on the other hand, they are afraid of being caught off guard after falling asleep. After all, even the fastest reaction takes time. And the missing second may be the source of failure. Ulrich said bluntly. Who would sleep at this time in such a stadium? You must have watched too few games. Yanosu said, Xiang. We can still resist. For them, staying up late is not difficult at ordinary times, because they are young and have good physical fitness. And it is harmless to sleep a few hours less. But this situation is different. After more than 10 hours of high-intensity mental concentration, to be honest, they are very tired and sleepy. But they can't sleep. You all don't sleep. Mengyi-chen stood in the corner and suddenly said. Then I sleep. Ulrich. Zhuan, I always feel that I have lost. Zhuan coughed lightly. Well, I think the boss is right. What's wrong with taking a rest? Anyway, there is nothing to do. So it's better to conserve energy. And I believe in the boss's judgment. From the initial acquaintance in the big game, to the clever arrangement of the midterm exam, to the many surprises in the Monte Al Stadium, Xu Xiang has gained Zhu An's unconditional trust. There was no example before. So what? Just break it. Cooperation in the big competition venue. Unconventional ranking of the midterm exam. And the use of the control panel. Which one is not a challenge for Xu Xiang to have never had it before? Go to sleep. Xu Xiang took the initiative to walk to the outermost. The location she chose was very good. The U-shaped space, with a secret passage behind the wall that can be opened, is a good place for attack and defense. Xu Xiang hid in a hidden place, and used a curved telescope to detect the situation nearby. Juan and Mengyichen fell asleep. And Arik also fell asleep. Yunoki and Yanli were worried about Xu Xiang being alone. So they went to a corner to accompany Xu Xiang for a few hours. It may be a little early to say this now, but Yunoki supported his head with curved eyes. To be honest, I'm already looking forward to this second competition venue. She believed that they could advance smoothly. Xu Xiang said, not early. Time passed quickly. And the Monte Al competition venue would end soon. During the conversation, the sound of artillery shells suddenly rose in the distance. One after another. And teams were fighting in all directions. The sound gradually became one, indicating that those teams gradually mixed together and started a melee mode. However, the Jinta team was doing well. And even the topic had nothing to do with fighting. Speaking of which, Xiang, why did you choose Aurora College? Yunosu was curious. With your ranking in the full mock exam, you can go to any school, right? Why don't you choose Mishima University, which is closer to home? Mishima University is located on Jijo Star, which is the most prosperous planet except Rokalo Star. It only takes 1 day to drive from F2077 Star to Jijo Star, which is much closer than Rokalo Star. And considering factors such as humanistic traditions, Jijo Star is also a better choice. What a pity. Xu Xiang said, only Aurora College came to me. Xu Xiang had no money and no reputation. But in order to enter a good school and get better resources, she used Bei Yanba and Feng Yue by accounts to take the full mock exam, hoping to attract more good schools. The result is, haha. There are so many bad schools. Yinli heard this, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really speak the truth. Yunosa teased, ha ha ha. Sincerity is a killer move. She smiled and said, that's good. If Xiang hadn't come to Aurora, we might have been opponents. Everyone in the Golden Tower team was selected by Xu Xiang, no matter how the process was. The result was that they became teammates. Yinli agreed with this. That's true. The three ignored the battle in the distance and chatted casually. Most of the time, it was Yunosu and Yinli who talked. They went to different high schools, but they were at the same level. So they played a lot of games and had a lot of common topics, either talking about high school life or talking about game experiences. Xu Xiang observed the battlefield in the distance and listened to their chat quietly. She had no middle school experience, and she didn't even go to elementary school for a few years. After her hometown was hit by an insect plague, she had been wandering, and all the survival skills were learned in her wandering life. To be honest, sometimes, Xu Xiang can't help but feel that college life is boring and unchallenging. If the college is not rich in resources, she will not take the initiative to find a way to enter the college. She just regards the college as a springboard. If one day she no longer needs this springboard, she will leave without hesitation. Xu Xiang looked up and looked at the khaki ceiling above her head. Sitting in the mecha, she still felt that the ceiling of the dungeon was far away from her, but she could see where the end was. So what about her future? Where is the end? And what is it like? She didn't know, so she had to explore. Xiang, go to sleep for a while. I guard here. Yanli suddenly spoke, interrupting Xu Xiang's thoughts. Xu Xiang couldn't help thinking that Yanli was born to be a captain. She really takes care of people. No. You guys sleep, Xu Xiang said. It's past 3 in the morning. Yanli looked at the time. I guess the other teams are about to reach their limit. A few minutes ago, the sound of fighting reached a climax. And now the noise is gradually getting smaller, which means that this melee is basically over. I have to say that Xu Xiang's choice of this position is really good. Those people have been fighting for so long, and no team has come close to this side. Xu Xiang adjusted the viewing angle of the telescope and enlarged the screen to see the details. Yinli asked, how? Wake them up. Okay. Ulrich and others slept lightly. Yinli just opened the team channel and said 2 words. And the 3 of them woke up. Zhuan reacted the most and rushed out to ask, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is someone coming?" Ulrich yawned. "Can't you listen to the sound? The battlefield is far away from us." Zhuan said "Oh," and lay down again. "Don't sleep. Go harvest," Xu Xiang said. Simply. Harvest. The word. Zhuan completely sobered up. "Where is it?" "I go." Xu Xiang activated Xuanqing. "Let's go." Zhuan immediately followed. Ulrich hurried to chase. Meng Yichen followed Yinli and Yanoki, silently walking at the end. The closest melee battlefield to the Jinta team is the west area of the 2nd level dungeon. The 6 people did not forget to find flags while rushing on the road. And they took away all the flags along the way. In the few hours they rested, they dropped from 6th to 11th. If you open the live broadcast barrage at this time, you will definitely find a screen full of question marks. Isn't this giving away points in vain? The further you go, the greater the gap in points. Even if Zhuan is lucky enough to find a red flag on the road, their ranking will not change. A few shells that were dodged flew over. And by chance, they just blocked the way forward for the Jinta team. Pay attention to avoid. Don't panic. Xu Xiang dodged and said, "Meng Yichen, follow me. The other 4 people will take the encirclement route. And each person will keep a distance of no more than 1,000 meters. Meng Yichen has the most energy. And he is not good at fighting. So it is most appropriate for him to protect Xu Xiang. Being too close will be too conspicuous. And being too far will be inconvenient for support. So teammates need to keep a certain distance. Everyone understands this. And Xu Xiang doesn't need to explain it." Yinli and others attacked a certain team from 4 directions. The team thought they were ambushed by a single mecha. But just as they were about to counterattack, 3 mechas suddenly appeared in the other directions and surrounded them. The Jinta team didn't have much energy. And the same was true for these teams that had experienced several hours of chaos. Excluding the energy factor, the Jinta team's positional advantage and the mental advantage of the team members were immediately reflected. Zhuan and Ulrich were extremely clear-headed, and their moves were more ruthless than the last. "Ulrich, you stole my head?" Even if it was a match point, Zhuan would not stop talking. "Ha! Who told you not to fire that one shot? My arsenal is almost empty. Do you think I'm you and Meng Yichen? I basically don't have any shells." In order to prevent Ulrich from saying that she is biased, Yinli deliberately spoke a step slower. Ulrich retorted, "How can I use my shells whenever I want?" Yinli immediately stopped. "There are still 5 hours left. Stop arguing and fire well." She and Yanosa hadn't slept, and they were very sleepy now. Even their voices were a little hoarse, and they almost relied on their willpower to persevere. Ulrich and Zhuan took a few minutes to calm down, because the captain was in a bad mental state. Several people focused on their own goals and ignored other teams for a while. The Sakurazuma team has been eyeing them for a long time. They reacted so quickly. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen yawned. Tears kept coming out, and the red bloodshot in his eyes spread like leaf stems. "Have you slept?" "Not really." "Who would sleep on the court?" "I." Xiaodayu and Liuzhen lay on the chair, the screen parallel to his face. The main attacker was speechless. In fact, Xiaodayu and Liuzhen didn't sleep for long. At most 3 minutes. But he slept a lot. He felt sleepy all the time. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen looked at the time and immediately put on a mask of pain. How come there are still more than 3 hours? When he was in pain, of course, he had to bring others with him. Xiao Nyoyo. Prepared to snipe someone. Xiao Nyoyo Yunyanhai. The sniper of the Sakuraza team. "Snipe who?" she asked. "The Qian of the Jinta team." Xiaodayu and Liuzhen laughed. He could see that the person controlling the Qian was definitely the main attacker of the Jinta team. That person's reaction was obviously not as fast as Feiyun and Yusi. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen said, "It seems that she is a poor little thing who didn't sleep." "Woohoo! Me too." Xiao Nyaoyo Yunyanhai, He just said he slept. No matter. She will snipe whoever the captain says to snipe. Xiao Nyaoyo Yunyanhai aimed the muzzle of the gun at the energy center of Qian. Qian dodged several shells in a row and almost lost his balance. Taking advantage of his trance, Xiao Nyaoyo Yunyanhai controlled the mecha and delivered a fatal blow. Chapter 48 Battle. As expected of Xiaodayuan, they can actually see that Qian operator is in a bad state. Isn't it enough to have eyes? 6. Why does the Jinta team always go against the normal path? It's their commander who doesn't follow the path. And no one else can persuade him. But fortunately, so far, the commander has not made any mistakes. It's so funny. Juan and Auric are like mad dogs, biting whoever they see. Indeed, it's mainly because they are in good spirits and beat their opponents into a daze. Xiaoyo is also in good shape, and Qian is probably out. Friend, guess where the commander of the Jinta team is? Xu Xiang is of course observing the overall situation in secret to protect her teammates. Her Xuanqing is no longer suitable for large-scale battles, so she can only retreat behind the scenes and be a commander honestly. Xu Xiang had seen the Yingzhu team a long time ago. That team always likes to hide in the dark, like a mosquito, coming out from time to time to bite you. They should be very good at this mode, and they can succeed almost every time. Not this time. Xu Xiang controlled Xuanqing and adjusted the muzzle. Yanli's brain was very chaotic, and she wanted to sleep. People often feel upset when they miss the best choice, and Yanli is no exception. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Xiang and slept for a few hours. Yanli, pay attention to your back. Xu Xiang's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Yanli's thoughts. Yanli switched the screen, and before she could respond, she found a bullet flying towards her. The bullet was larger than a regular bullet, but compared with the size of the mecha, it was too small to be seen. Get out of the way. Cooperate with me. Xu Xiang's voice continued. Understood. There are still 3 hours before the game ends. Hold on a little longer. Yanli opened her sore eyes and forced herself to stay awake. Yanli controlled Qi Yan, and when the bullet was about to smash the energy center, she stood up instantly, performed a backflip of the second type of action, and then rushed to the source of the bullet without stopping. Alas, it was dodged. Xie Da Yuan Liuzhen took a sip of ice cola, tilted his head, and showed a perverse smile. It seems that it is our turn to fight next. As soon as the voice fell, Qi Yan moved to avoid all the shells, came in front of the sniper, raised a big sword, and chopped it down. Xiao Niao Yun Yuhai hurriedly controlled the mecha to dodge to the left, but Qi Yan seemed to have guessed her thoughts and moved to the left one step faster than her. In desperation, Xiao Niao Yun Yuhai had to return to the distance. In just 1 second, the two completed 2 confrontations. Xiao Niao Yu, don't hide. The commander saw that something was wrong and said hurriedly. But it was too late. When Xiao Niao Yun Yuhai finished returning to his position, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a cannonball. Xiao Niao Yun Yuhai immediately activated the emergency mode, and the mecha was instantly transformed and shrunk to half of its original size. The cannonball suddenly came and passed by the edge of the mecha's head. Boom! Boom boom! The cannonball hit the wall behind, and in an instant, the whole wall collapsed. It was close. Xiao Niao Yun Yuhai's heart was beating wildly, and her ears were full of the sound of her heart beating violently, like the excessive heart rate after staying up late for a few days. It was almost a disaster. Fortunately, there was an emergency device designed by the captain. Xie de Yuan Luzhen was the mecha master of the Sakura Wife team, and his best subject was mecha transformation. Every member of the Sakura Wife team had the emergency device just now. After pressing it, the mecha would automatically scan the real-time battle situation and instantly transform according to the specific situation. I heard that Xie de Yuan Luzhen earned trillions of star coins with this technology. Wait, I'm thinking too much. Xiao Niao Yun Yuhai came back to his senses and thought. According to the commander's previous analysis, the Jinta team should be running out of ammunition at this time. How could they still have such powerful shells? Ah, it seems that they have kept a trick up their sleeve. Xie Da Yuan Liuzhen finished drinking coke, threw the can away and sat down. Hee. It's interesting. He aimed the screen at a place behind the battlefield and enlarged the screen. Xuanqing, when her shells were dodged by the opponent in that way. Xu Xiang was not too surprised. She has watched videos of important teams, including the Sakurazuma team, which is famous for its weird and changeable playing style. It is indeed very weird and changeable, and the mecha form can be changed at any time, which catches people off guard. Boss, my arsenal only has 3% of the capacity left. Juan got so excited while playing that he didn't even hear the prompt sound that the capacity was only 5%. What a coincidence. I still have 30% left. Ulrich boasted. Xu Xiang ignored them and stared at the Black Avenger in the distance. Xia Deyuan 6 formations. Yanli approached the enemy alone. It was very dangerous, Xiang. Do I need to retreat? Xu Xiang controlled the mecha. No need. Yanosu and Zhuan followed. Mengichin and Ulrich covered the rear. They have to finish the last battle here. The Sakuraza team launched an attack on Qian, suppressing it with a limited firepower. Fortunately, Qin Jian and Feiyun arrived in time. Qin Jian covered Qian retreat, and Feiyun fired a shot from the side to intercept the pursuit route of the Sakuraza team. Xuanqing was even more crazy, firing 3 shots in a row, all hitting a certain mecha that didn't have time to break. The damage to the fuselage of that mecha rose sharply, but Xuanqing arsenal capacity also dropped to 8%. There are more than 2 hours left. At least kill the opponent's sniper and main attacker. The reason is very simple. After analysis, their team's points should be concentrated on these 2 people. If they take down those 2 people, the Golden Tower team can at least rank 3rd. Xu Xiang marked the 2 mechas and synchronized them to his teammates. The other teams were fighting one by one, and either they had no time to take care of this side, or they came, but were intercepted by Mengichin and Ulrich's firepower. They had fought the least times and had the largest weapon capacity. And there were only 2 hours left, so they could bombard more recklessly, because they wanted to create a safe 4-on-6 environment for their teammates. Yanosu, cover Yinli to go to the high ground. Zhuan, go to my diagonal line and cooperate with me to disrupt the opponent's formation. Xu Xiang said. Received. Okay. Okay. Boss. Xu Xiang braked. Xuanqing stood on the far left of the battlefield. His 2 arms turned into cannons, close together, and aimed the black muzzle at the back row of the Sakurazuma team. This team is a little different. The one who has the most say is not the commander, but the mecha master. It is said that this is because their team does not recognize the strength of the commander. Fact, Xu Xiang has seen their team's games. The commander's on-the-spot ability is poor. At most, he has a little talent in terrain analysis and modeling. It's good to have weaknesses. With weaknesses, Xu Xiang can win faster. Xu had arrived at the destination. Boss, I'm here. Xu Xiang saw the right time and paused for a second. Fight. After that, he took the lead. Zhuan reacted quickly. This is the advantage of sleeping. As soon as Xu Xiang finished speaking, he controlled Feiyun to fire several shells, cooperating with Xuanqing shells, intercepting the back row of the Yingqi team from the left and right. Their team communicated, but the command did not keep up. Instead, the Mecha division and the sniper took the lead and moved sideways, rushing towards Zhuan and Xu Xiang respectively. Helpless, Xuanqing and Feiyun had to evacuate temporarily. Chui opened his eyes, resisted the sleepiness, and said, the Yingqi team's formation is messed up. But the Jinta team is also a little dangerous. The main attacker Junjin followed Xiaodayuan to attack Zhuan. Saria Suzan's voice was a little hoarse. She drank a sip of water and added, Zhuan's arsenal capacity has dropped to 1%. I don't know if he can withstand it. Chui did not speak anymore. He could not help but yawn several times. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the game would end in 1 hour. To put it another way, the 2 commentators stayed up all night with the students. Everyone was very sleepy. The audience could sleep if they were sleepy, and the staff could change shifts. But the students could not stop. Well, except for 3 members of the Jinta team. For the students in the arena, the last hour was the most difficult. They were not only physically exhausted, but also under great mental pressure. Until the last moment, no one knew how the game would end, and they had to make themselves persist to the end. No one wanted to fail at the last minute. They had to hold on. The people of the Sakura wife team felt that they were about to reach their limit. They were like rabbits, all with red eyes and faces reflecting blue light. The condition of the Sakura wife team was not as good as that of the Jinta team. Chui said. The Jinta team's few hours of recuperation were very useful. Lingyao Lingyin said. Perhaps in the future 24-hour competition, more teams will follow this approach. Winning means that the strategy is correct. It depends on what kind of answer the Golden Tower team can hand in the end. The live broadcast room, which had been deserted for several hours, gradually regained its heat. It was probably because the alarm clock rang. Office workers got up to work, and students got up to class and watched the live broadcast. The 2 commentators were not as talkative as they were at the beginning, and only spoke at critical moments. Look! Chui saw the scene on Channel 1 and said, Qian has climbed to the high ground. The light sickle bombarded wildly and successfully covered Qian to the high ground. The red mecha stood at the highest point, overlooking all living beings like a flame god of war. Yunosu and Yanli played well together. If they work together, there may be better results in the future. Ling Yao Lingyin has high expectations for this combination. Yunosu arsenal is empty. But fortunately, her position is very good, and there are no enemies around. What's worse is that Chui saw the background data and said, Juan's arsenal is also empty. On the screen, 2 mechas of the Sakurazuma team came in front of Juan, and the 4 gun barrels were aimed at Feiyun. Boss, save me! Juan panicked. Would he drag his teammates down? Don't do that. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The 2 mechas bombarded the unarmed Feiyun at close range. There was a wall behind Feiyun. Under the attack of the 2 mechas, it could only run straight to the left and right. The positioning skills completely failed at this time. Once Yuan's reaction was a little slower, Feiyun fuselage damage would instantly rise to 80%. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The 2 mechas continued to bombard, as if they were bound to pull one mecha into the water. Yuan didn't stop his hands or mouth. Boss, don't worry. Xu Xiang glanced at the map and remained calm. Yanli. The high ground where Yanli is located has no obstacles along the way. Leave it to me next. Yanli controls the red flame and runs. Chapter 49 End. The 2 mechas of the Sakura wife team intercepted Feiyun from the left and right, leaving Feiyun with nowhere to escape. The mechas of the 6th formation of the Shida Academy suddenly deform, and the barrels split into 2 like cell division. From 2 to 4. Qian was still on the road, and the Sakura wife team sent 2 mechas to bombard it to prevent it from supporting Feiyun. Yanli did not change the direction of advance, nor did he make any defensive moves, but kept speed and rushed towards Feiyun. Boom! Boom boom boom! All the attacks were carried out almost at the same time, making people dazzled. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell which mecha fired the shells, and which shell hit which mecha. Xuanqing came to Qin Jian at some point, and fought against the Sakura wife team together with Qin Jian to escort Qian. While counterattacking, Xuanqing did not forget to move towards Feiyun. Feiyun moved at the limit, and avoided most of the shells in an extremely weird posture. The Sakurazuma team was determined to deal with Feiyun, even if Feiyun dodged quickly. His left arm and leg were still broken. Feiyun knelt on one knee and could not move. Juan was so anxious that he could not speak, and even forgot to say, Boss, save me. Ha! The last blow. The voice of Xiaodayuan Liuzhen came from the loudspeaker, deliberately speaking to Juan. Then came the 4 shells fired by his mecha. It's over. Juan wailed. Bang! It was not a unilateral explosion of the shells, but the shells of both sides collided with each other. Qian began to fight back. A huge sound exploded in the air, as if 2 lightning bolts met in the air, and a thunderous thunder broke out. The temperature around rose sharply. Every inch of air seemed to be burned by fire, and even the driver's cabin with its own constant temperature air conditioning rose to 40 degrees Celsius. The heat waves swept the entire venue, lifting the nearest few light mechas. Visibility dropped rapidly. Juan, start the roller. Xu Xiang's voice suddenly appeared in Juan's ears. Juan was stunned. It seems that he didn't hear the mechanical voice broadcast? He is not out yet. Juan came to his senses and did it immediately. The next second, Juan felt Feiyun being dragged by a huge force. The existence of the roller greatly reduced the friction between the mecha and the ground. Soon, Feiyun was brought out of the smoke and came to a safe area. Boss! Juan almost cried. I will follow you forever. Yeah! Xu Xiang responded, while controlling Xuanqing to drag Feiyun to the back and let Yanoki guard. The light sickle's arsenal has no capacity, but there are still a few cold weapons. It is not useful in fighting, but it is no problem to guard Feiyun. Yanli stood at the highest point, overlooking the entire ground and reporting the real-time situation. The formation of the Sakurazuma team was in chaos. We succeeded, Yanli said. Sakura's main attacker and sniper are far away from the team, and with the smoke blocking them, it is difficult for them to reunite in a short time. Now is the best time to pursue the victory. Xu Xiang said. I turned on the infrared thermal imaging tracker. You attack according to the coordinates I gave. The few shells just now were the most powerful thermal weapons of both teams. After they all exploded, the smoke spread. Without the thermal imaging, you would not know where the opponent is. Xuanqing has many and powerful functions, and it cannot move violently. so it is most suitable to use it as a consumable. There are still 20 minutes before the end of the game. Almost everyone's state has fallen to the lowest point. They are like sponges that have been squeezed dry. Their bodies are soft. Their heads have become paste. Their thinking and movements have become dull. And they rely entirely on willpower to persist. Xu Xiang sends the latest coordinates from time to time. The mechas of the Sakura's team are constantly moving. They also turn on the infrared thermal imaging tracking, defending on the one hand and looking for opportunities to counterattack on the other. Both teams are at the top of the standings, and no one wants to let the other go at this point. The formation of the Sakurazuma team is gradually recovering, and the teammates are getting closer. Xu Xiang carefully observes the thermal imaging. The opponent has a goal, so the action will be regular. In other words, there is a flaw. No one in the team channel urged Xu Xiang. There are still 10 minutes before the end of the game. They know very well that they must not be anxious at this time. Otherwise it is easy to lose all the previous efforts. At this moment, what many people want most is to sleep comfortably in bed for a day and a night. The members of the Jinta team unconsciously slowed down their thinking and just waited quietly for the command of the commander. Xu Xiang felt that the stadium was a very safe place. The opponent would not put her to death, and the alliance would provide timely assistance after the fuselage was damaged. Compared with her previous life, this was simply a game. Her brain could still think. Her body was still very comfortable, and there was no other negative impact except sleepiness and hunger. She stared at the screen, and her calm face was dyed a cool blue by the light. Found it. Flaw. Alric. Xu Xiang fingers, which had been paused for a long time, suddenly began to jump, leaving after images on the keyboard. Yenli. Mengichin. She called out the names of her teammates one by one, reminding them. It was 9:55 on Mondial time, and the sun was shining brightly on the surface of the planet. There were only 5 minutes left before the end of the game. Is the game almost over? It seems so. Thanks for the invitation. I'm on the bus and on my way to work. I should be able to finish watching the game before work. Hee hee. Our company's public screen shows the tier league. It's so fun to work. Your work and my work seem to be different. Go watch the battle between the Sakura Wife team and the Golden Pagoda team. It's probably the most exciting part in the last few minutes. It makes my blood boil. I'm watching it again. The Golden Pagoda team's command is so stable. Just like Zhong Qiangqiang. Not at all. Zhong Qiangqiang's playing style is stable, while Xu Xiang's mentality is stable, but her attack is fierce. I agree. Her playing style is crazier than many main attackers. 4 minutes left. The Golden Pagoda team is moving. More and more viewers squeezed into Channel 1 to watch the battle between the Golden Pagoda team and the Sakura Wife team. This battle evolved from a melee. The two teams deviated further and further from the original battlefield, so that there were almost no people from other teams around. The winner is about to be decided. Who will be the winner? The Dark Horse new Team Jinta, or the old Team Sakurazuma? 3 minutes. Zayadeyuan Liuzhen squatted on the chair, and would stand up when he got excited while typing on the keyboard. Captain, we be there soon, the main attacker said. Zayadeyuan Liuzhen didn't say a word. He was observing the map. Something was wrong. Why was the formation of the Jinta team so scattered? The 3 mechas moved in an irregular and extremely chaotic manner. 2 mechas moved up and down diagonally. Another one was far away from everyone. Wait. Don't move. Junjun and Xianyea. Don't move. Zayadeyuan Liuzhen reacted and said immediately. Return the original way and stop moving forward. When he got excited, he stood up and hit his head on the top of the cockpit, and was dizzy. But it was too late. The 2 mechas came to the main attacker Junjun without anyone noticing, and attacked him from the front and back. Just like the Sakuraza team dealt with Juan, Junjun had no way to escape. There was 1 minute left before the end of the game. Hide. You must hide. The commander also understood. Their target is you too, not our entire team. They fought a protracted battle with the Jinta team for several hours, and thought that the opponent was like them, wanting to swallow the enemy team whole. But why didn't they play by the rules? The commander wanted to support his main attacker, but it was too late. The 2 mechas exhausted all their energy and bombarded all their shells on the main attacker's mecha. 5 seconds before the other members of the Sakuraza team could react. With a bang, a bullet pierced through the air, like the messenger of death as expected. 3 seconds. Hit the auxiliary energy center. 1 second. Little bird swim. A teammate shouted. You called the wrong person. The commander said. It's Delaware. When the main attacker was besieged, the commander knew that their team's main attacker and sniper could only protect one person. The light mecha used by the auxiliary Del could be used to surprise and save one person. However, no. 0 seconds. Time is up. Auric's frantic voice ran wild in the channel. This is wrong. Very wrong. Why did that auxiliary suddenly appear? At that moment, Auric felt that his brain had gone through 1,000 twists and turns. He was originally observing the movement of the opposite sniper, and finally prepared to shoot. But Xu Xiang told him that someone had passed by. The opposite auxiliary wanted to leave with the sniper, and Auric certainly couldn't let them go. Unfortunately, the auxiliary covered well, and he couldn't snipe the sniper. In desperation, he had to give up his original plan and change to sniper auxiliary. At this time, the data needs to be reanalyzed. Fortunately, Auric has a clear mind. After calculating, he shoots the most perfect shot among imperfections. At least the opponent's support was killed and eliminated, although it was very unpleasant. It is now 10 a.m. Montiel time, and the game is over. All candidates have worked hard. Please stay where you are and leave in an orderly manner according to the instructions of the staff. The mechanical sound sounded in the loudspeakers throughout the venue, announcing the end of the Montiel competition. Ah! The reaction of the Sakurazuma team is still very fast. The sniper of the Jinta team is so awesome, and his calculation ability is so fast. Wow! Is this the benefit of sleeping? Quick! Quick! Let me see the result of the game. I heard that the support of the Starry Sky team next door was almost eliminated by the Dream team. I was scared to death. I bet that the Starry Sky team would be the first in the total points. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to bet on the Jinta team. So brave? It's just a new team. They have Montiel people in the team, which has an advantage. The next game may not be the same. Bet on a small wave first, and consider whether to increase the bet after watching the second game. Don't talk about it for now. Friends, the result of the game is out. Go to the official website. All TV stations switched screens to show the final results. Many contestants fell asleep directly until their teammates woke them up to see the results. The Jinta team left the field and handed the damaged mecha to the person in charge of Aurora College. The person in charge praised them, but except Auric and Juin, no one had the energy to respond. The results are out. Juin was the first to find out and was very excited. Look! We are on the first page. There are 10 teams on each page, and they are on the first page, which means they are in the top 10. For a new team, this is a very good result. Xu Xiang opened the light brain, opened the team group, and clicked on the link sent by Juin. 4th place, Jinta team. Points, 5830. Chapter 50 rest. Alas, if someone hadn't sniped the wrong person, our team's points would definitely be higher. Juin put his hand to his mouth and told Auric like he was talking. Auric's fist hardened. How dare you say that to me? You didn't even join the final battlefield. How could Juin be so sarcastic? That's because I ran out of energy. I got as many points as you did. Don't be so proud. You just have the home advantage. If you go to a place you are unfamiliar with, you can't get more points than me. Yenli was too sleepy, so she let the 2 elementary school students make noise. Even if there were many inexplicable looks from the surroundings, she chose to close her eyes and not look. Xu Xiang put her clothes in her pockets and prepared to go back to rest. A tall and thin boy walked over here. Judging from the school uniform, he was from Mishima University. The boy's hair was messy and his pupils were small, making him look like a fierce and energetic young man. The boy walked in front of Xu Xiang and stopped. Xu Xiang looked up. This guy looks like he's been hit. Okay, don't say that. It's rude. Xu Xiang looked at the boy quietly, waiting for him to speak. The boy kept a suitable distance, then bent down, put his hand to his ear, and listened to Xu Xiang's heartbeat. Such a healthy heart rate. Unlike me. He stood up, grabbed Xu Xiang's hand, and put it on his heart. Broken. Auric and Juin looked at each other and stopped arguing when they saw this. What? What's going on? Renzizai, who was passing by, waved excitedly. But before he called Xu Xiang's name, he was shocked by the actions of Xiaodayu and Liuzhen, and his eyes widened. Renzizai was waving his hands, and Feng Jie grabbed him. Oh! Xu Xiang pulled back his hand without changing his expression. Then what? This person is so strange. As strange as his name. Xu Xiang had watched the last league and remembered this person. Xia Deyuan Liujian. We dropped to 5th place. More than 2,000 points. Xia Deyuan Liujian sighed. I'm very sad. Oh! You guys stole it. Oh! Xia Deyuan Liujian gradually put away his smile. Stared at her expressionlessly for a long time. And then smiled again. It's really interesting to talk to you. Praise her? Xu Xiang said, thank you. Xia Deyuan Liujian laughed and took a few steps back. Then, see you in the second arena. Yeah. He left, coming and going quickly, without threats or harsh words. And the content of his words was inexplicable. And most importantly, it was very sudden, as if he was greeting someone familiar. Xuan was confused. Boss, why do you always meet strange people? I don't know. Yinli said at the right time. There will be an online meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't forget to set the alarm. Now go back and rest. If you have anything to say, talk after you have rested enough. It is difficult for anyone to stay awake for 24 hours with high intensity, even if they slept for a few hours. Auric and Xuan were very sleepy. It was okay in the arena, but now they feel like they are going to collapse. The Jinta team took the school bus back to the dormitory, except for Xu Xiang. Everyone else fell asleep in the car. Renzizai wanted to chat with Xu Xiang, but the schoolgirl looked very bad, so he sent her a message and didn't go to find her. Xu Xiang looked out the window. This street in Monial is very lively, with banners and colorful flags everywhere. Looking at those flags, Xu Xiang couldn't help but recall the flag-grabbing process in the arena. Several times her teammates almost got eliminated. Fortunately, they held on. 4th place. Not bad. Although it is a little bit behind the expected top 3. It is not difficult to catch up later. It is good this way. If the game is too easy, Xu Xiang will not be interested. She came to Faxing to become stronger, not to show off her skills. If there are no opponents or resources worth her staying here, she will leave as soon as possible. Xu Xiang's light brain vibrated, prompting someone to send a message. People should be free. Junior sister? Very good. Keep going in the next arena. I promise you first and you second. Catch up. Also, remember to take a good rest. This kind of 24H limited time arena is the most torturous. See you later? Although he was tired all day, Renzizai's words still exuded a kind of vitality. It's amazing. Also, Xu Xiang wanted to give Renzizai a thumbs up this time. He has improved and knows how to send more messages at a time. Xu Xiang didn't reply to the message for the time being. She was afraid that Renzizai would reply immediately. But she was very tired now, and didn't want to keep looking at the laptop. Xu Xiang logged into the Star Network to kill time. As expected, almost all netizens were discussing the tier league. The game had just ended, and the posts were still hot. The top 10 combined almost got 2/3 of the total score, which is awesome. The gap started from the 4th place. I watched the last game, and the Jinta team was eliminated, and 2 members of the Sakuraza team were eliminated. No wonder. The Sakura wife team stumbled. And this is only the first game. Ah. Sister, she doesn't have a personal official account. I followed all the members of the Golden Tower team, but I didn't see her. The Starry Sky team surpassed the R11 team in points. Zhong Qiangqiang must be speechless. Xiangzi's mental state is stable. He will be speechless at most, but he won't die. And the difference between the 2 teams is only 10 points. The advantage of the Starry Sky team is not obvious. I worked hard to make a highlight remix video. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. The link is here. Oh my god. Do you have 2 lives? So fast. Xu Xiang was curious and clicked the link. After the link jumped, a video with more than 2 million views appeared. The video was posted a few minutes ago. In just a few minutes, this remix video reached 2 million views, which shows the popularity of the tier league and the quality of the video. At the beginning of the video, dozens of mechas quickly entered the field from the same angle. The first one was Xuanqing, followed by Qingye, Giant Elephant, Black Avenger. The speed of the mechas coming out was getting faster and faster, from 1 per second to 3 per second. And finally, the mechas changed from walking to running, and the rhythm of the BGM became exciting. Xuanqing bombarded wildly. Qingye slid against the heavy mecha while sliding the light mecha. The giant elephant reversed with high energy, and the red flame ignited the stadium like a flame. Xu Xiang controlled the mechanism in the center area. Ren's eye fingers flashed after images. Zhong Qiangqiang deployed troops. And the 6 formations of Xiaodayuan changed the status of the fuselage several times in a short period of time. Every frame of the picture was a hot spot in the stadium, representing the hottest moments in the Monte Al Stadium. The barrage covered the entire screen, and Xu Xiang had to turn off 2/3 of the barrage. This video was well edited. The BGM, rhythm, font design. Every element was carefully designed by the editor. This editor is very good at selecting from a large amount of materials and producing videos in a short time. What a great editor. So exciting. My blood is boiling. My friends. Mom, I want to play in the tier league too. My treasure blogger has been discovered. Wow. I'm touched. When I followed her, she only had 100,000 fans. But now she has 600,000. Gold always shines. Xu Xiang found a few more videos, although they were not as amazing as that one. They were all good. She had quite a lot of shots. Xu Xiang was very happy. 10 minutes later, the school bus arrived at the Montan Hotel. The driver woke up the students and asked them to go back to the dormitory to have a good rest. Xu Xiang was the first to arrive at the dormitory. She was so sleepy that she fell asleep in a few minutes even in an unfamiliar environment. Ji Xiao walked out of the teacher's lounge. Jones and Lisa behind her were discussing the final battle. It was very thrilling. At that time, both sides were not only running out of energy, but also in a bad mental state. They were basically fighting for willpower. Lisa said, "The best example is Ulrich. If he hadn't slept for a few hours, it would have been difficult for him to shoot accurately." Nia nodded. Yanli bombing was very good. It seemed chaotic, but every shot was just right. Lisa smiled. Indeed, Nia was very serious in front of students. But teachers knew that she was protective and would praise her students whenever she had the chance. However, Nia always spoke the truth, and Yanli's performance was worthy of praise. 3 teams in the top 10 were from our college. In the Monte Al competition, our Aurora performed quite well, Lisa said, especially the Jinta team, which gave her a big surprise. She paid special attention to that team during the midterm exam, but she didn't expect that group of children to have made such great progress in just 1 month. After leaving the building, Ji Xia turned around and said, "You should go back and rest early. We will gather online tomorrow morning." Nia said, "I know. You too." Ji Xia nodded. She also had to organize the information for analysis and review at tomorrow's meeting. By the way, Lisa asked, did the league tell her where the second stadium is? Ji Xia was the head coach, so she should be more informed than them. There was no need to hide this matter. And since Nia and Lisa were tight-lipped, Ji Xia didn't mind telling them 1 or 2 days in advance. It's on the Dia Star. Xu Xiang slept until 6 in the evening. She replied to Ren's message, but he didn't reply, so he was probably sleeping. Xu Xiang went out to eat, and after coming back, she read and studied, and then went back to sleep at 2 in the morning until dawn. She was not the first to wake up. When she sat up, Yanli had just entered the room, holding 3 breakfasts in her hands. Yanli was wearing sportswear, and it was obvious that she had just returned from a workout. Yanli put the breakfast on the table and pointed. Xu Xiang nodded. Yunosu and Amelia were still sleeping, and Xu Xiang and Yanli tried not to make any noise. After breakfast, Xu Xiang picked up the light computer to reply to Ren's message, and then lay on the bed to read her notes. At 9:30 in the morning, Yunosu and Amelia's alarm clocks rang. They got up, washed, and ate breakfast without caring whether it was cold or not. "Thank you for your breakfast." Amelia smiled. "I saw your game results. It's amazing." Yanli chatted with her. Amelia's Sky Eagle team ranked 10th, the 3rd team of Aurora College to enter the top 10. At 10 o'clock, the 4 of them put on headphones, turned on the optical computer to enlarge the screen, and joined the meeting invitation sent by Ji Xia in the league group. "Thank you for your hard work, classmates," Ji Xia said after everyone was together. "Regardless of winning or losing, I believe that the 24 hours in the Monte Al Stadium will become the most impressive day in everyone's memory. At the same time, thank you for your efforts, so that Aurora College can get good results in the first stadium. Next, I will analyze the stadium data for you, and I hope it will be helpful for your subsequent games." Ji Xia called up the PPT. displayed the data, and explained it in detail. If any classmates asked questions, she would also patiently answer them. Aurora College's overall data is pretty good, especially in terms of command and attack, which has a great advantage. Ji Xia specifically praised Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai. Whether it is the ability to withstand pressure or the level of command, these two people are very good at battlefield command. They are better at adapting to changes than Zhong Qiangqiang, more stable than Xing Jianhui in the adverse situation, and understand the mentality of teammates better than the commander of the Sakurazuma team. Not surprisingly, this year's best commander still belongs to Aurora College. However, in some aspects, Aurora College is slightly inferior. Ji Xia explained the data one by one. 2 hours later, Ji Xia finished more than 30 pages of PPT. Gather and return to school at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Before that, the student's consumption in Monty L Star will be reimbursed by the school. For details, please pay attention to the subsequent documents. Teacher Lisa is doing the final check. Ji Xia finally said. Students can leave the meeting. Xu Xiang exited and saw the group full of emoticons, praising the college for its humanity. Xu Xiang looked up and accidentally glanced at Yanli. Yanli's smile gradually faded, as if she had seen some bad news. Chapter 51 Return. I'm going out for a while. Yanli stood up and said, I should be back soon. Do you need me to bring you food? Amelia smiled and said, the college will reimburse me. So of course, I have to go out for a big meal. My teammates and I have agreed to go to the city center together, so I won't bother you. Yanli said. Yes. Yes. Yanli, go do your work first. When you're done, send us a message, and we go out for a good meal together. Yanli nodded. Okay. Yanli and Amelia went out together, leaving only Xu Xiang and Yan Ichi in the dormitory. Xu Xiang glanced at Yanli back, then looked back and looked at his notes. After going downstairs, Amelia reunited with her teammates. Yanli said goodbye to her, and then went to the beverage store at the south gate of the dormitory alone. A few minutes ago, Yanli received a text message from someone who claimed to be Kong Masheng, her high school classmate. Yanli remembered this person. Kong Masheng was the captain of the first team she joined in high school and played the command position. When she first entered high school, Yanli did not have high requirements for the team. Kong Masheng was the first person to invite her to join the team, and Yanli easily agreed. Kong Masheng command level was very average, without any outstanding strategies, but occasionally made common sense mistakes. The deputy attacker of the same team complained to Yanli about Kong Masheng, saying that if Yanli was not strong, it would be almost impossible to complete Kong Masheng's outrageous task. Yanli did not think much about it. Anyway, they won, although the process was a bit difficult. Later, Yanli played with a strong team. She went on the court with a difficult mentality, but won without injury because of the excellent strategy of the commander. At the moment of victory, Yanli did not have any high emotions, but was thinking. It turns out that the main attacker can also fight easily. Yanli made a request, hoping that the commander could take her to challenge Team A, and the other party agreed. Yanli once defeated Team A under the command of Kong Masheng, but it was extremely difficult. However, the commander took her to win the game easily. Since then, Yanli began to understand the importance of teammates. A good commander can really make a team stronger. A team is not a one-person team, but a team of at least 6 people. Yanli organized her words for a whole night, and finally on the second day, she formally asked Kong Masheng to quit the team. The other party was probably angry, but Yanli did not soften her heart, because she wanted to go further. Like her father's sacrifice was not meaningless. At least when Yanli saw the warrior saving the Interstellar residents from the swarm, she would have such an idea. Yanli sat in the beverage shop and looked outside through the earth window. It was called a window, but it was actually an earth wall with a hole in it, without even glass. There were not many types of beverages in the beverage shop. The most common one was earthy potato juice. The others were more expensive and were all shipped from other planets. Yanli ordered a red fruit drink and sat by the earth window waiting. A few minutes later, a figure enveloped Yanli. We're here. Yanli stood up and greeted him. Long time no see. Kong Masheng has not changed much since 2 years ago, except that he is taller. I thought you would not come out. Kong Masheng sat in front of her and said sarcastically, You are the same as before. When you see a stronger team, you will go up to it and ruthlessly leave the original team behind. Yanli teammates in high school went to different schools. Objectively speaking, she could not be on the same team with him. Kong Moshing's words were simply unwarranted sarcasm. Yinli did not want to conflict with others, and did not refute Kong Moshing. She sat down and said nothing. Kong Moshing sneered. You are lucky in this competition. There happened to be a Montiel person in the team. You will not have such good results next time. The name of the Jinta team can be seen at a glance on the first page. But there is no information about the team members on the results page. How did Kong Moshing know that there was a Montiel person in their team? Yinli subconsciously recalled the game, and thought of the first time the Jinta team was besieged for no reason. At that time, she felt familiar. Could it be that? Not long after the game started, 3 teams from Shilo University besieged us. Yinli said. You led the team. Right? Heh. Kong Moshing crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. You just realized it now? Yinli really didn't think much about it, because she couldn't be distracted in the game. After the game, she only cared about resting and training, and completely forgot about it. Now think about it. The combat style of that mecha and the combat habits of that group of teams all have the shadow of Kong Moshing. But why? Yinli didn't understand. We didn't have many points at that time. Why did you join other teams to attack us? Even if they won, they wouldn't get many points. Are you pretending? Kong Moshing frowned, sat up straight, and looked at Yinli angrily. To be honest with you, I just want to defeat you. If it weren't for your good luck, I wouldn't have lost. Yinli was speechless for a moment. Kong Moshing pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Yinli, don't think that you are great just because you are in the top 10 of the submatch. When you are exposed in the second competition, you will only be ridiculed more miserably. Yinli, sorry. I don't quite understand what you want to say. Come to ridicule her? That's fine. Anyway, their Jinta team got 4th place. Come to make harsh remarks? That's fine. Anyway, Kong Moshing team has been eliminated, and he will not appear in the subsequent competitions. Come to lose your temper? That's fine. Anyway, she doesn't care about what happened in the past. Yinli never regretted her previous choices. Even if she was asked to choose again, the answer would be the same. What do you mean? Kong Moshing was angered by Yinli's attitude. He stood up suddenly, and the sound of the stool clattering was sharp and piercing. Yinli looked up at him, with no expression on her face. Oh my! You're so angry. Silly. Keep your voice down, or someone will hear you. Who do you say is stupid? A figure jumped up. Get down. A hand pulled the man down. Hearing the familiar voice, Yinli immediately guessed who the person was. She shook her head and smiled helplessly. Kong Moshing's face was not good. Although he didn't know what happened, he could feel that he was being ridiculed. Kong Moshing gritted his teeth. I will watch you get defeated with my own eyes. Yinli, oh. Kong Moshing kicked the table and turned away. Yinli stood up, put the table back in place, and reached out to knock on the wood on the earthen window. You can get up now. No movement. Yinli was not in a hurry. Sat down again and waited. After a while, there was a rustling sound outside, as if 2 people were pulling each other. And then, there were voices of, You get up. You get up first. 2 minutes later, the 2 finally agreed and stood up at the same time. Before Yinli turned around to look, they squatted down in unison. Okay. Auric. You idiot. You tricked me into standing up, but you squatted down first. My feet are just numb from squatting. But you are? You squat faster than me. Excuse. Yinli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not long after, Xu Xiang came out from the side, one in each hand, and pulled up the 2 elementary school students like a dog and a monkey. Eat. Xu Xiang looked at Yinli and said. Yinli met her eyes. She was really in deep crisis. Winning the game. Being ridiculed. All with this face. No expression at all. Well, from another perspective, Xu Xiang expression management is quite good. This is also good. The commander needs this kind of calmness. Yinli is convinced that Xu Xiang will be a very powerful commander in the future. Just like she believes that she can become an excellent main attacker. Yinli looked at Auric and Juan again. They will also grow into better snipers and secondary attackers. There are also Meng Chen and Yanosu. Yinli likes the current team very much. More than the teams they formed in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. Yinli stood up, picked up the unfinished drink, and walked out. I'm here. The Jinta team strolled around for an afternoon and an evening. with large and small bags of specialties in their hands. In order to help Montiel develop its economy, the Alliance invited many famous designers to travel here at public expense, and asked them to design and make souvenirs based on Montiel's unique scenery. Ulrich bought the most. He said he would give it to his mother and aunts and uncles, so that he could ask for more red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. Yinli suggested going to the noodle shop to eat noodles, which was the noodle shop of the mother and daughter they met at the entrance of the hotel. It tasted very ordinary, but Yinli ate 2 bowls. After returning to the dormitory, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Amelia hadn't come back yet, and Xu Xiang and others inevitably had to discuss things related to the game. Speaking of which, Yanoki was curious. Xiang, what do you plan to ask DCI to do for us? I don't know. We see when the time comes. I heard that the next venue has been confirmed, and the official website of the Alliance will announce it at 8 p.m. on December 12th. Yanoki sat on the bed, with his elbows on the railing, supporting his head. Look forward to it. She stretched out her other hand. Xu Xiang light brain rang, and she opened it and saw that it was sent by Ji Xia. Ji Xia said that the repair work of Xuanqing was a bit difficult. But don't worry. She will solve the problem before the next game starts. In addition, Ji Xia asked Xu Xiang to take the bus with her tomorrow. Xu Xiang quoted and replied one by one. The next morning, the Jinta team went to Zhu En's house again, said goodbye to Ms. Hao and Mr. Zhu, and received the blessings of the 2 elders for the game. In the afternoon, the students of the Olympic Academy gathered at the entrance of the Mountain Hotel and boarded the bus for the return trip. Xu Xiang entered the teacher's car under the resentful and envious eyes of Zhuan and Ulrich. The teacher's car has a large space, a small number of people, and is fully equipped with facilities and food. It is more comfortable than a motorhome. Ji Xia was working, and when she saw Xu Xiang coming up, she asked her to find a seat. After a while, Naya brought Yinli up. So soon, Xu Xiang's light brain was bombarded with messages. When she clicked in, she saw that Zhuan and Ulrich had tagged them in the teen group and sent emojis to the screen. Xu Xiang and Yinli looked at each other and turned on the silent mode tacitly. Xiang. Ji Xia finished the work in her hands and called her. Follow me. Xu Xiang got up and followed. Chapter 52 Review. There is a separate small room in the car, with a simple and elegant style, just like a living room. Sit down. Ji Xia brought 2 bottles of mineral water and put them on the table. You performed very well this time, and many people noticed you. There are a lot of comments about you on the internet. Have you read them? Xu Xiang read them. A lot of trash scolded her. But this was expected. Xu Xiang didn't think it was a big deal. As a new team, Jinta reversed the situation several times, and finally won the 4th place in the division. Who wouldn't envy it? Besides, Jinta's scoring champion Xu Xiang came from the post-war star. There must be many people who have mixed feelings and are unwilling to see the person who was originally behind them suddenly surpass themselves. Why? Why? How did you do it? This is impossible. Many people praised Xu Xiang, but there were more doubts and denials. There were even many posts that proved Xu Xiang results were fake based on false news. Xu Xiang loves to surf the internet when she has nothing to do. In the past 2 days, she has seen a lot of information denying her efforts. So what? She knows her level. What does it have to do with those people? I have reported this to the Alliance's Internet Publicity Department, Ji Xia said. The Alliance values the reputation of every Interstellar resident. They will handle this matter. I watched your game. 4th place in the division. You deserve it. Xiang. Don't care about those people's eyes. You did a good job. Ji Xia especially found the videotape of the Golden Tower team last night, and watched it at 3 times the speed. But the key part was at normal speed. The results of the Golden Tower team are well deserved. Xu Xiang heard that Ji Xia was comforting her. I don't care, Xu Xiang said. That's good. If you are unhappy, you can tell me at any time, Ji Xia said. In addition, there is something I think I need to tell you. What? The Alliance may investigate your background. Investigate? Her? What is there for her to investigate? Birthday. I forgot. Birthplace. Mian Gushing. Family. No. Resume. Has been to many planets. Not for fun. Or forced to wander. Others. Oh. She now has 2 sworn brothers and sisters. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbao. That's all. Okay. Xu Xiang responded. Let's go with the alliance. Ji Xia was a little surprised. You don't seem to care about others investigating you? Most people value their privacy and are extremely disgusted by being investigated. But Xu Xiang is like nothing happened. I don't care. Ji Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry. You haven't done anything wrong. The alliance will ask for your consent before investigating you. In fact, it's good news that they are investigating you. Xu Xiang tilted her head. Question mark. Ji Xia explained. The alliance is the group that attaches the most importance to the tier league. They want to investigate you because they value you. Once they are sure that your background is fine, they will extend an olive branch to you. Xu Xiang understood. In short, she was favored by the alliance. This is normal. The alliance did not organize the tier league for fun. Recruiting talents is just one of its small purposes. The alliance needs people with normal backgrounds. As long as Xu Xiang has not committed any crime, the investigation team will not target her. Of course, Ji Xia said step by step, slowly finishing her words. They just have this intention. Whether they will find you or not, we have to wait at least 2 games. Rigorousness is the usual style of the alliance. They want to make sure that Xu Xiang is qualified to be recruited. Xu Xiang nodded. Okay. Ji Xia, I tell you in advance because I hope you can seize this opportunity. For military school students, the Alliance Army is definitely the best place to go, whether it is development or experience. Ji Xia believes that Xu Xiang must also want to go to a wider world. Okay. During the game, your fingers cramped. Ji Xia changed the topic quickly, and changed to another after one was finished. Are you not used to Xuanqing keyboard? It's calcium deficiency. Xu Xiang guessed herself. Xu Xiang family members are all tall. From a genetic point of view, she can grow to at least 1.8 meters. But now she is only 1.72 meters. There is no way. I didn't get enough nutrition when I was wandering. No matter how good my genes are, it's hard to make up for it. Fortunately, it's enough. Ji Xia, can it be like this? Well, it seems that the entrance physical examination is not comprehensive enough. She has to find time to report to the principal. Ji Xia asked, do you want to do another physical examination? A more comprehensive one. Xu Xiang said, I'm in good health and don't need to go to the hospital. A full physical examination takes a lot of time. If it's not necessary, Xu Xiang doesn't want to go. Okay. Ji Xia didn't make it difficult for her and said, well, I give you a card. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go for a checkup at any time without queuing or paying. After that, she took out a black and gold card from her bag and handed it to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang took it. The card was very textured. Simple but high-end. I send you the specific address later. Hearing this, Xu Xiang suspected that this hospital was a private hospital of Ji Xia or the Ji family. Okay. She put the card in her pocket and said seriously, thank you, teacher. No matter from which angle, Ji Xia is a very good teacher. She has helped Xu Xiang a lot. And Xu Xiang is grateful to her from the bottom of her heart. Ji Xia saw her and gave her the opportunity to enter Aurora College. Ji Xia was afraid that she would not be accustomed to the life on Roca Luo Star. So she asked Ren Zizai to take care of her. Ji Xia answered every question she asked seriously, and further guided her to find better answers. Ji Xia was worried about the installation and transformation of Xuanqing explosion-proof system for her. Ji Xia cared about her health, and even gave her a medical insurance card. So, Xu Xiang had unknowingly accepted a lot of good intentions from Ji Xia. I am your teacher, and this is what I should do. Ji Xia smiled. There is nothing else to do at the moment. Go and have a rest. The car will not stop. You will stay here for the next 3 days. And you can contact me at any time if you need anything. Okay. Xu Xiang put the card in her pocket, took the water, and walked out of the small room. When she left, Naya and Yanli were sitting on the sofa in the living room watching the projection screen, which showed the battle scene of the Monte Al Stadium. Naya was reviewing the game for Yanli. One-on-one. Xu Xiang walked over and took the opportunity to learn from the main attacker. Naya was optimistic about Yanli. On the one hand because Yanli was high level, and on the other hand because Yanli fighting style was similar to hers. And she wanted to train Yanli and bring out a successor. Look here. Naya pressed the pause button, and the screen stayed on Qian sprinting on the high ground, on the way to rescue Feiyun. In fact, you have a better choice. Yanli understood it immediately, and wrote a string of code on the optical computer and handed it to Naya. Improve the code of the second row and adjust the roller. What do you think of this? She was not in a good state at that time, and she considered this when she reviewed the game. Naya took a look and nodded. Preparing weapons in advance while speeding up is a good choice. Reviewing is different from formal competitions. Reviewing pays more attention to thinking, and there are more factors to consider in competitions. For example, given Yenli's state at the time, speeding up again may cause her brain to be physiologically deprived of oxygen, causing her to faint. What about fighting in advance? Xu Xiang suddenly said. Add a new code based on the original code. She took out the optical computer and wrote a string of not complicated codes. Yenli chose to call out weapons in advance, and Xu Xiang chose to start fighting in advance. Naya looked back. Why are you here? Have you finished talking to Jixia? Yes. Let me see. Naya stretched out her hand. She had praised Xu Xiang's main attack level in the preliminaries of Aurora College, and expected him to become a dual-position commander. Now Xu Xiang took the initiative to participate in related topics, and she didn't mind his integration. And after answering questions, she could still treat Xu Xiang as a student. Xu Xiang handed over the optical computer. Xu Xiang method requires the driver to enter an extra code, which will increase the time required. At the critical match point, every second counts. Xu Xiang method may not work. Naya did not rush to deny it, but simulated the code input in midair and timed it to compare with the situation. It's still in time. At least she is completely in time. Naya held back her surprise and said, I time it. You enter these 4 codes and see how long it takes. Xu Xiang and Yenli did as she was told. The two's fingers jumped flexibly on the optical computer, like elves flying in the woods. Then, both hands stopped at the same time. After looking at the stopwatch on the optical computer, Naya expressed her surprise with confidence. It's a good choice. With the hand speed of these 2 students, the time is completely enough. And there is even extra reaction time. Yenli said, but I have a question. Naya understood. Accuracy? Yes. Launching an attack in advance is equivalent to lengthening the distance from the target, and the accuracy of hitting the target will decrease accordingly. Yenli just did a simple calculation in her mind. Given the chaotic scene at that time, the accuracy would at least drop by half. 50%. A very scary data. This means that there is a high probability that she will not be able to rescue Feiyun. Naya thought for a while, and then asked Xu Xiang, what do you say? Xu Xiang, add another piece of code to stabilize the trajectory of the shell. Naya reset the stopwatch. Fire again. Xu Xiang did it again. Ding. The stopwatch stopped. Naya looked up. Sure. Yenli was surprised and said sincerely, great. Xu Xiang always gave her surprises. Whenever this happened, she would be glad that she was chosen as a teammate by Xu Xiang. She will definitely learn a lot from Xu Xiang. Now, in the future. All the way. Yeah. Xu Xiang also felt that he was great. Sit down. Naya returned the laptop to Xu Xiang. Let's watch it together. Okay. Xu Xiang had reviewed the game herself, but she wanted to hear Naya's advice, so she didn't refuse. Ji Xiao was a teacher in the command department, and Naya was a teacher in the attack department. The two had different teaching focuses. Xu Xiang was able to gain new insights after integrating their ideas, which she found very useful. As Ji Xiao said, the flying car did not stop and drove to Rocalo Star in one go. During the league, time was very tight, and Aurora College preferred to let students return to school early and use the remaining time for rest and training. Fortunately, the flying car was stable and smooth, and it had everything you wanted. When you were tired, you could still look at the starry sky by the window, so it basically didn't make people feel bored. However, Soul of Meseberg, so boring. Montiel's first deputy attacker, so boring. Soul of Meseberg, we share the good and the bad. Tell me, who betrayed us? Montreal first deputy attacker at Yenli at SXY. Meng at Yenli at SXY. Yuan Yi at Yenli at SXY. SXY, question mark. Yenli at Soul of Meseberg at Montiel's first deputy attacker. You two should return the light brain. Meng, withdrawn a message. Yuan Yi, withdrawn a message. Yuan Yi, by the way, what were you two doing on the teacher's flying car? Yuan Yi, cat poking its head out. Yenli, review the game with teacher Naya and teacher Ji Xiao. We should be able to return to school tomorrow morning. I will treat everyone to a meal then. just to comfort the wounded hearts of 2 elementary school students and celebrate their 4th place in the division competition. Mesberg Seoul, cool. Montreal first off hit, okay. Montreal first off hit, thank you. Captain. SXY, can Renzi come with us? Mesberg Seoul, question mark. Montreal first off hit, question mark. Yuan Yi, question mark. Yinli looked up at Xu Xiang, question mark. Xu Xiang explained calmly. He said he wanted to treat me to a meal. And I don't want to go out often. So we plan to eat together. 2 trips to 1. Saving time. Yinli, it's okay for me. You asked them? After all, it's a celebration within the team. And it's weird and awkward to let Renzi come. Xu Xiang also realized this problem and said, forget it. I go out twice. She didn't want her teammates to be unaware or embarrassed. Coincidentally, the optical brain sent a new message. Soul of Meseberg, let him come. I want to see how thick his skin is. Montreal first deputy attacker, let him come. I want to see how thick his skin is. Xu Xiang, are these 2 people robots? What's the copy and paste? Forget it. If they are willing. She doesn't need to think too much. Xu Xiang told Renzi's eye. People should be free. Huh? People should be free. I don't know. People should be free. It's about the same as normal people. People should be free. About 0.5 millimeters to 4 millimeters? SXY, She should pull him into her team group and let him be the commander of 2 people. Chapter 53 Transition. The next morning at 9 o'clock. The students of Aurora College arrived at the school. Banners were hung at the school gate. I heard that one of them was customized by the principal himself. It was written in red with white letters. And read, warm congratulations to Aurora College for achieving a good result of 10 out of 13 in the Mondial Arena. Students who failed to participate in the tier league came to the gate to join in the fun and welcome the alumni who returned victoriously. When I watched the live broadcast of the midterm exam for this freshman class, I had a feeling that Xu Xiang would become famous. And it turned out to be true. There are more people slandering her online. I wait for her to slap them in the face later. To be honest, Xu Xiang's performance in the Mondial competition was really good. She commanded well, and her fighting power was off the charts. And Yinli, her extreme rescue inspired me. Hey. I saw Yinli. Her hair color is so beautiful. I also want to dye it that color. She didn't dye it. She was born with it. Yes. She is mixed race. Looking forward to the second game. Me too. Can't wait. The tier league is the tier league. During the competition, the popularity was far ahead of others. Wherever you go, people are discussing this topic. Xu Xiang sat in the school bus and listened to the people around her. Ulrich and Juan, one showing off and the other waving, attracted a lot of attention. Yinli, Yonosu, and Mengyi-chen in the back seat quietly moved away from them. Ji Xia held an online review meeting, but she called all participating students together, which was a relatively large group. So after returning to school, each grade and department also held a short offline review meeting, mainly focusing on their majors. The meeting lasted for a maximum of 40 minutes. At the end, the teacher said some encouraging words and let the students go to eat. The Jinta team plus Renzai wanted to go out of school to eat. The location was the Kalkin Hotel chain in the suburbs at 6:30 in the evening. The military academy students were very strict in entering and leaving the school. They just returned to school today, so they can still be unrestrained for an afternoon and return to school on time in the evening. Arnold Bant was originally going to come in person to congratulate everyone, but he had something to do and couldn't come, so he could only send red envelopes in the group. Juan and Mengyi-chen had the best luck and took turns to be the luckiest. Ulrich had bad luck and always got the least, so he suspected that his brother had poisoned the system. In order to appease his younger brother, Arnold Bant had to send a separate red envelope to Ulrich. Xu Xiang also had a separate red envelope. Xuanqing shined in the arena, and Arnold was more excited than anyone else. He sent Xu Xiang 66 red envelopes in a row and praised her highly. Xu Xiang was embarrassed to accept them, and returned them one by one. Unexpectedly, Arnold sent them again, and added that you are welcome. This is what she deserves. Arnold said that Xuanqing was a beast that had been dormant for a long time, and it was Xu Xiang who gradually awakened Xuanqing and gave it the opportunity to show its value. Arnold likes mechas, so he hopes that every mecha can find a suitable owner. Xu Xiang is the one who suits Xuanqing. She let Xuanqing step onto the stage of the Tier League for the first time and dance a complete dance. The process may not be perfect, but the uncertain result is exciting. Xu Xiang couldn't refuse Arnold. And after saying thank you seriously, she accepted it. As she was accepting, the system prompted that the daily transaction limit had been reached. Xu Xiang, helplessly. She had to handle the upgrade service online and receive the red envelope before arriving at the hotel. The one-way rewards from the live broadcast room were deposited into Xu Xiang's account as early as the end of the game. Counting the current rewards, she has more than 6 million star coins. Ordinary viewers praised her, but the rewards were not much, and most of them were contributed by Arnavut alone. So much money. When Xu Xiang first came to Rocalo Star, she felt that the money was spent quickly, but now she feels that she can't spend it all in this lifetime. If her family were still there, she could give them the money to use, which could reduce family conflicts. However, Xu Xiang sat by the window and looked out the window. It is now mid-December, and the city has not started snowing yet, but there is a vague sense of winter. On a planet with extremely advanced technology, it is rare to still feel the natural atmosphere. "We're here." Yunosa turned around and reminded his teammates in the back seat. Xu Xiang came back to his senses. They drove 2 cars. Yunoki led Xu Xiang, Yanli and Mengyichen, and Renzizai led Xuan and Ulrich. Yunoki and Renzizai went to park the car, and the others went upstairs first. "Boss." Xuan came over. Slyly, "You know what? That Renzizai is pretty good. I just decided that the new AX game console is fun, and he gave me the one he just bought." AX is a game company. Their games are of good quality. Normal purchases are not expensive, but to improve the experience, you have to buy a dedicated game console, which is very expensive. The cheapest one is only a few 7 figures, and the new ones can reach 8 figures. Xu Xiang, oh, she doesn't play games, so she has no idea about these. Moreover, Renzizai gave Juan a game console. Why did Juan tell her so? Ulrich, TSK, snorted. It's just a game console. Was it bought so quickly? The young master had everything he wanted since he was a child, and money couldn't capture his heart. Juan retorted, how could I be bought? I just reported intelligence to the boss. Xu Xiang. I didn't understand his train of thought. A few minutes later, Renzizai and Yunosu entered the box. Everyone was there, and everyone ordered online together. The dishes at Koken are very solid, and it is the easiest place to get a full meal in a first-class hotel. Gaudy decoration? No. The food volume is enough. The price is high, but the quality is good. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the place chosen by Yanli. After choosing the dishes, everyone chatted, and the content was nothing more than related to the Tier League. The location of the next competition will be announced at 8 o'clock tonight. Yunosa suddenly remembered this. Where do you think it will be? Renzizai answered this question. I have asked around, and it is Dia Star as expected. Juan, I see many people on the internet are also speculating that it is Dia Star. Dia Star. To Xu Xiang. This place is not completely unfamiliar. She once stayed on Dia Star for a short time. At that time, the interstellar spacecraft that Xu Xiang was riding was attacked by a swarm of insects, and was forced to land early. And the location was Dia Star. Dia Star is a relatively ordinary planet, very similar to the planet where humans first lived, but with greater gravity. When Xu Xiang first stepped on the ground of Dia Star, her heels felt like they were filled with lead and were too heavy to lift. The distance between the planets is too far, and many places will never be visited again after going there once. Xu Xiang didn't expect to hear the name of Dia Star again, and even had the opportunity to go there. Well, not necessarily. Renzizai also said that it was not unexpected. In the end, there was really no accident. In the evening, when everyone had finished their meal and started playing with their laptops, it was exactly 8 o'clock. The official website of the league released information, officially announcing that the second venue of the Tier League was on the Tia Star. Xuan scratched his head. There is no one from Tia Star in our team. Right? The boss is from F2077 Star. I am Montiel. Team Yin and Auric are from Rocalo Star. Yana Sufu Huixing. Mengyichen and Zhou Star. Senior. Where are you from? Auric wanted to remind Xuan that Renzizai was not on their team, but after thinking about it, he thought it was okay. He is a generous person, and saying that kind of thing makes him look petty. Renzizai, I am from Rocalo Star. Xun said. Oh, then there is really no one from Tia Star in our team. There is no home advantage this time. Ulrich felt it necessary to remind him again. However, Renzizai got there first. There is a player from Tia in my team. Xun was stunned for a moment. Then realized, oh, yes, we are not in the same team. Everyone, Xu Xiang was not surprised. After all, it was not the first time for Xun. In the preliminaries, Xun also treated her as a teammate, who made this guy a bit familiar. As long as he likes him, anyone can become a family with him. When is the game time? Xun asked. December 25th. Yanosa said. Tia is far from Rocalo. I guess the academy will arrange for us to leave a week in advance. Today is December 12th. And we will leave on the 18th or 19th. They have 2 weeks to learn about Tia. Brother Run? Xun immediately changed the address and asked. Have your teammates told you about Tia? What is the environment there? Ulrich really wanted to punch him. Do you understand that you should not bend for a living? What is the Star Network used for? To look up information. This kid, Xu Xiang, was also curious and looked at Renzizai. She had only stayed on Tia for a few hours. During those hours, she and other wanderers were arranged by local staff in a small village and did not go far. Besides knowing that Tia had a strong gravity and the scenery near the village, the planet was also unfamiliar to Xu Xiang. Renzizai did not mind telling them. After all, they were from the same school, and saying these things would not affect his victory. And the schoolgirl was watching him. The schoolgirl must want to know too. Renzizai suddenly became proud and said, he often says it, the Sun Che of their team came from Tia. Sun Che was talkative and always told many stories about his time on Tia, especially when he returned to school after the winter and summer vacations. The appearance of Tia is like a water ball, with 40% land and 60% ocean, which is very similar to the blue planet, the home of mankind. But the average gravity is twice that of the blue planet and 2.3 times that of Rocalo. Before going to Tia, I suggest you find a way to adapt to this aspect, Renzizai said. Tia is divided into 2 hemispheres, the northern and southern hemispheres. At this time, it is winter in the northern hemisphere and summer in the southern hemisphere. The Alliance did not say where the specific venue of the competition is, so you need to further analyze this information, or wait for news from the Alliance. Xu Xiang arrived at Tia in December, which was summer. Now it seems that she landed in the southern hemisphere. As for the specific venue of the game, the league will not reveal this news too early, usually in the afternoon of the day before the game. Thingy City is a special case. After all, the scale of Montiel Underground City is limited. A little analysis can draw a general conclusion. Tia is different. It is a whole planet. Next, Renzizai said a lot more. Basic information, analysis, suggestions. He would look at everyone, but most of the time he stayed on Xu Xiang, as if he was talking to her alone. Xu Xiang listened carefully and didn't notice this. Renzizai himself didn't notice it either. He was so absorbed in his speech that all his actions were subconscious. These are probably the key points. Renzizai spoke for more than an hour, and he was thirsty and drank a lot of water. Xun thought, Senior, if you come to our team, what will the people in your team say? Renzizai almost sprayed the water in his mouth. This is not a good thing to say. When Renzizai thought of Feng Jia's stinky face and Sun Che's stinky mouth, he wanted to surrender. Xun waved his hand. Oh, I'm kidding. Senior, don't be nervous. The boss is so powerful. I can't bear to leave him. Senior, just stay in your team. Renzizai, He really wanted to get the game console back. What's wrong? Isn't he powerful? To avoid embarrassment, Yinli changed the subject and talked about something relaxing. Considering that the curfew time of Aurora College is 12 o'clock in the evening, and it takes more than 40 minutes for them to drive back. They ended the dinner at 11 o'clock and returned to school. The money was paid by Yinli, and Renzizai was going to pay. But Yinli said that this meal was hers, and she had to abide by the agreement no matter what. Back in the dormitory, Xu Xiang felt that the world was better. A familiar place still gave her a sense of security. After coming to Rocalo Star for a few months, she finally got used to this bed. Xu Xiang played a few simulated battles in the holographic cabin, and then went to wash up after she was very sleepy. As a result, she woke up again after washing up, and sat at the desk to review the knowledge of mechas, without missing a single class. Yanosa guessed correctly. Aurora College issued a notice the next day, and the qualified contestants completed the assembly at 10 o'clock in the morning on the 18th of this month and went to the planet of Tia. Like the Montiel Stadium, the specific rules of the competition will be announced the day before the competition. The next is a transition period. But the popularity of the Tier League has not decreased at all, and there are still 80% of the related posts on the internet. The content of the posts is basically the same, reviewing the previous stadium and predicting the next stadium. As a new team, Jinta is undoubtedly one of the most mentioned, and Xuxiang, Yinli and Auric are the most discussed. Of course, only Xuxiang was scolded. Several teammates and Renzizai comforted her a lot, even though she emphasized many times that she didn't care. But they were just afraid that she would be sad. Xuxiang had no choice but to let them go. She just lived her life well. Xuxiang followed Mengyichen to the factory to dismantle the mecha during the day, and trained at night, making full use of every minute and every second. During this period, Diego had troubled Xuxiang, but was solved by Auric and Zhu, and Xuxiang rarely felt that they were really good. On December 18th, the student team gathered at the school gate and took the spaceship to Tia Star. This time, Auric and Zhu kept a close eye on Xuxiang and Yinli, and only followed them after they got on the student spaceship. Xuxiang still sat by the window. She watched the school spaceship take off and headed for Tia Star. Chapter 54 Gravity. On December 23rd, the Aurora Academy team arrived at Tia. Montiel eliminated 4/5 of the original teams, and only 2,000 teams came to Tia, of which 412 teams were from Aurora Academy. The teams of the 4 major military academies almost covered the entire Tier League. Among the 2,000 teams, only more than 200 were from other schools. The later the competition, the fewer the contestants, and the better the treatment of students. Each Aurora student who came to Tia to participate in the competition will receive a bonus of 50,000 star coins. There will be more later. Students, take a good rest these 2 days and adapt to the environment of Tia. Ji Xiao's voice came from the loudspeaker in the school bus. Hearing this, Xuxiang turned his head and looked out the window. It's time to go to the hotel. In addition, I want to emphasize, Ji Xiao said, remember to take medicine on time every day. This has to talk about the uniqueness of Tia. Gravity. The gravity of Montiel is similar to that of Rocalo, and the students can move freely. But it is different on Tia. The gravity of Tia is more than twice that of Rocalo. The selection of genes makes the residents of Tia feel at home on this planet. But newcomers have to suffer. High gravity not only causes the human bones and muscles to bear more pressure, but also easily causes the inner ear balance device to malfunction, and even increases the burden on the heart and respiratory system, causing harm to the human body. Fortunately, the Alliance has long developed relevant drugs for this situation, which can be used to improve the human body's oxygen absorption efficiency, enhance the strength of bones and muscles, and ensure personal safety. There are no side effects. Just take it. It's just that the validity period is short. 1 pill a day. Take it regularly. Xuxiang was obedient, drinking water and taking medicine. She still remembered that she didn't take medicine when she first came to Tia. This medicine is too expensive, even if the Alliance gives a lot of discounts. Most wanderers can't afford it. Many wanderers died in a foreign land because they couldn't adapt to the huge environmental changes. But Xuxiang survived. She collected her thoughts and got off the spaceship. There was a balancer in the spaceship, and the inertia made Xuxiang walk in the original way. But her legs and feet felt heavy, as if they were filled with lead. She stumbled and fell forward. Then someone held her from behind. Xiang, slow down. Yinli let go of her hand. Are you still not used to it? They listened to Renzizai's advice and tried to adapt to gravity before coming to Tia. Physical training, physiological adaptability training, balance and coordination training. They were busy those days. However, the training environment was simulated after all, and everyone was still a little uncomfortable when they really arrived at Tia. Xuxiang raised her feet, tried to walk a few steps, and finally stood firm. Not bad. Yinli stood at the entrance and told everyone to be careful, and to quickly reach out to help anyone who was about to fall. After all the teammates came out, Yinli walked in front to lead the way. The hotel on Tia is much better than Montiel. The wooden buildings look like a resort, but they are more advanced. The hotel is near a large lake and surrounded by mountains. It is a place with beautiful natural environment. It is shaded by green trees, with birds singing and flowers blooming. It is like a pastoral land far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Or a paradise suitable for seclusion. In short, it has a very primitive beauty. But there is a different world inside. The building complex is mainly composed of apartments and villas. The exterior looks wooden, but the interior is very technological. And all the furniture is smart. The Jinta team lives on the second floor of a villa. The Sky Eagle team lives on the first floor. And the Starry Sky team lives on the third floor. There are door locks between each floor. And each team must use their own team card to return to the room. Xu Xiang entered her single room and put down her suitcase. The curtains automatically moved away, revealing the floor-to-ceiling windows. The scenery outside the window is beautiful, with green mountains and green waters. And someone is eating coconuts by the lake. This environment is so good that they really look like they are here for vacation. The temperature outside is 36 degrees C+. According to what Rin's eyes said before, this should be in the southern hemisphere of Tia Star. Xu Xiang was wearing a loose white t-shirt and black sweatpants. She had just come in from outside. She was sweating all over. The back of her clothes was full of sweat. Xu Xiang was about to rest when someone knocked on the door. Xu Xiang, Ulrich shouted outside. Do you want to play cards? Xu Xiang, I thought there was something serious. No, she said. She doesn't know how to play. To be precise, she doesn't know how to play any entertainment. Don't. We are short of one, Ulrich said. Yes, boss. You are the only one missing. No. Xu Xiang opened the door. I'm going to go out for a walk. She wanted to get used to the environment of Tia and visit the old place. If she remembered correctly, this hotel was not far from where she landed that year, and it could be reached in 20 minutes on foot. Zhuan's eyes widened. Boss, you want to take us away? Ulrich turned around immediately. Tell Yinli and the others that I don't want to play cards anymore. I want to go out for a walk. Zhuan immediately chased after him. I want one too. Xu Xiang, I really can't stand them. Playing cards was proposed by Ulrich and Zhuan. Now they don't play anymore. Yinli and others are very happy. Meng Yichen was studying mechas in the room. Yinli and Yanoki were running around the lake. And the two followers insisted on following Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang felt like she was taking care of a child. The ecology of Tia is relatively primitive, and many things are unfamiliar to Ulrich, not to mention Zhuan, who has a pure child mentality. Along the way, they would get close to any new things they saw, and even snatch toys from children. But the children's parents turned around and blamed Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang, they are so annoying. Xu Xiang didn't care whether they could find the way back or not, and directly left them and headed for the destination. The place where she landed was called Ganhong Village, a place dedicated to taking in vagrants, and the vagrants privately called it Rescue Base. Ganhong Village and the resort are both on the outskirts of this area, not far from each other. More than 10 minutes later, Xu Xiang arrived at Ganhong Village. Compared with a few years ago, Ganhong Village is no different in terms of architecture. The stone houses are still low, and the roads are still narrow. In the interstellar era where everything is updated and iterated very quickly, this is a very rare phenomenon. Of course, there are still changes. Weeds are crawling all over the stone houses, and the open ground is no longer crowded with densely packed tents as it was before. It seems that the demand for rescue bases has decreased. The Zerg is evolving rapidly, but the number of wanderers is gradually decreasing. This is the result achieved by humans on their own. Xu Xiang wanted to go into Ganhong Village to take a look, but was stopped by the ant guarding the gate. Hey, you look so familiar. Are you the one? What's your name? The ant slapped her head. Oh, Xu Xiang, the commander of the Jinta team. Xu Xiang thought that the other party knew her a few years ago. Well, it's impossible to think about it. After all, she also doesn't remember this ant. The Tier League is a national event, and the Jinta team has become popular again. It is normal for Xu Xiang to be recognized. Xu Xiang, it's me. Ant praised, amazing girl. You look so shy, but you are so stable in the game. My daughter was so happy to see you win. Thank you. When I learned that the second venue was on Tia Star, my daughter was still wondering if she would meet you. As a result, I really met you. Ha ha ha. Ant's laughter was very magical. Hey, can you give me an autograph? I take it back to make my daughter happy. Okay. Really? Thank you so much. Ant immediately found a pen and paper and handed it to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang has never practiced calligraphy, so her handwriting is average, and it can only be said to be passable. The ant thanked her repeatedly, and after thanking her, she asked curiously, "By the way, how did you get here? Do you know where this is?" "Ganhong Village. The rescue base." "Huh?" The ant was surprised. "How do you know this is the rescue base?" "The rescue base is the name given to such organizations by the Wanderers." How could Xu Xiang know? The ant seldom paid attention to the competition, and the tier league was an exception. So she didn't know that Xu Xiang was from the post-war star, let alone that Xu Xiang had wandered here. "I heard it. It's better to say less than more." Xu Xiang didn't want to say too much, for fear that the ant would pester her and ask questions. She didn't like to lie, and this was not a lie. She did hear other wanderers call it that. The ant said, "Oh, so that's it. I tell you, Ganhong Village used to be very busy, but it has been much easier in recent years. Thanks to the alliance, more people have a stable life." Xu Xiang sat on the steps and listened to the ant's chatter. The ant was actually a bit noisy and her voice was loud, but Xu Xiang inexplicably wanted to listen to her talk. The ant talked about the experience of Ganhong Village and the life of their ancestors on Dia Star. These stories gave Xu Xiang a very calm and peaceful feeling, the feeling she longed for. Xu Xiang and her aunt ate the meal sent by the head of Ganhong Village. Her memory was a bit fuzzy. She only vaguely remembered that the taste was similar to the original, but it seemed to be more delicious. At dusk, Auric and Juan came. Both of them looked distressed. Xu Xiang thought they were going to blame her and say that she abandoned them, but they didn't. "Did I tell you not to run around?" Auric deliberately said to her. "You are unfamiliar with the place. Why are you running around? If we don't find you, are you going to stay here until dark?" Xu Xiang was a little confused. "I didn't say that. I will go back by myself later." Auric. "Okay." He didn't say that. But that's not a reason for her to run around. When they found out that Xu Xiang was missing, they jumped up and down in a hurry, and they didn't even have the mind to play. They looked for her until now. "And she is here chatting with people leisurely?" "Boss, we have been looking for you for a long time." Xuan sat on the ground and said, "I can't walk anymore. Let's take a taxi back later." Xu Xiang looked at them silently. "They look for her? Why? Are they worried that she would get lost?" "Someone is worried about her again. A little happy. A little unhappy. If others care about her, she should also give corresponding feelings. This is nothing. She is just a little scared. What are you thinking about?" Auric threw a fruit bread. "Take it and eat it. There is no supermarket on the way back. Let's go. I still have to go back to play the simulation game. This time I will definitely get the most points." Xuan was the first to be dissatisfied and jumped up. "Don't even think about it." "I am." The two of them started to quarrel again, breaking the calm atmosphere. Auntie laughed and said that their team was really energetic. Xu Xiang wanted to say that it was very noisy, but changed her mouth, and said, "Yes," then said goodbye to the other party, dragged one by one hand, and returned to the resort. Chapter 55 Discussion. At 10 o'clock in the evening, 3 teams in a villa gathered together for supper and got to know their alumni. The Starry Sky team and the Sky Eagle team were in the same class and had played many games in the past few years, so they were relatively familiar with each other. The seniors cared for the juniors and were willing to give everything to the Golden Tower team, including food, drinks, and entertainment, except for the championship. Auric said arrogantly that they could only talk about it, and the championship would definitely belong to the Golden Tower team in the end. Xuan cooperated with Auric in this regard, showing off the pure gold badge he carried with him, and using the skills, Golden Light, and Money Power, to greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of Sun Che and others. After supper, everyone went back to their rooms, and the cleaning robot was responsible for cleaning the living room. The next day, like the Montiel Stadium, the specific details of the Tia Star will be released at 2 p.m. the day before the game, which is this afternoon. Before the details came out, the contestants didn't know the specific test points and requirements, so they couldn't study the map and discuss strategies, and could only wait. The Montiel underground city is large, but the scale is limited after all. The contestants can memorize the map on a large scale and try their luck, but it's not possible on other planets. For a whole planet, whoever wants to memorize this map can do it. After lunch, The members of the Golden Tower team gathered in the living room on the second floor and waited. Xu Xiang and Meng Yichen were reading notes. Yanli and Yanoki were running on the treadmill next to them. And Juan and Ulrich were brushing their light brains. Ulrich scratched his golden hair hard and said annoyed, "Why is it not 2 o'clock yet?" Juan took the opportunity to teach him, "Be calm. Do you understand calmness? Look at the boss and Meng Yichen. Learn more. You are still a sniper. So impatient." Ulrich glared. "Why can't I be impatient? When squatting and aiming at the target, no one is more stable than him. In this regard, he is very confident." "Juan, then you challenge me to not speak for 10 minutes. Ulrich, if I succeed in the challenge, you have to recognize me as the boss." Juan jumped up. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it. You still owe me a boss call. This matter has to be traced back to a few months ago. Ulrich and Xu Xiang played a sniper simulation battle. They bet that if Xu Xiang won, Ulrich would call Xu Xiang and Juan the boss. Ulrich has never called them yet. How could he, the dignified soul of Mesberg, recognize the boss casually?" The smart Ulrich's first reaction was to change the subject. He waved and shouted, "Yanosu, come here." Skill of changing the subject 1. Pull at irrelevant people. Yanosu thought he had something serious to do. Wiped his sweat and came over. "What's the matter?" "Ulrich, if I remember correctly, you and Xiaodayu and Liuzhen of the Sakurazuma team went to the same high school. Right?" Skill of changing the subject 2. Talk about a completely new topic. Yanosu nodded. "Yeah. It was the Sakuraza team and the Xiaodayu and Liuzhen." What Ulrich was going to say seemed to be closely related to the league. Juan's attention was indeed diverted, and he listened carefully. The Sakuraza team was 21st in the overall ranking of the last league. Very strong. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen was the MVP of the Mecha Master of the last league. Very powerful. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen is the Mecha Master of the Sakuraza team. He has designed and built a light mecha, and is one of the few students with practical achievements. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen's style is weird and changeable. It is said that he has developed an emergency transformation device, and made a lot of money with it. Among the students of the last class, the Alliance sent invitations to 4 people. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen is one of them. There is a saying on the Star Network that if Xiaodayu and Liuzhen changed his teammates, his league results would be better. But Xiaodayu and Liuzhen has never done that. Everyone said that he looks crazy and bad. But he actually pays attention to the friendship of his teammates. So he is reluctant to change his teammates. "How much do you know about the emergency transformation device of Xiaodayu and Liuzhen?" Ulrich asked. The third skill of changing the topic is to go deep into the new topic. Of course, this question is very important. Not just to change the topic. The Sakurazuma team is a strong team. And Ulrich has a hunch that they will face this team again in the future. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in all battles. So they need to understand their opponents. Yanosu thought for a while, and said, unlike the emergency devices on the market, their teams is more advanced. Some things on the market are easy to study and crack. And Xiaodayu and Liuzhen naturally has to give his teammates some hard goods. Otherwise they will not be able to maintain their advantage in the arena. Yanosu, everyone should still remember the transformation of that emergency device. Right? On the second floor of Finjiacheng Dungeon, Xu Xiang and Yanli teamed up to deal with Xianyo Yunhai. Yanli was responsible for blurring Xianyo Yunhai's vision, and Xu Xiang was responsible for bombardment. Everything went well in the front. But Xianyo Yunhai's mecha was transformed at the most critical moment. Relying on the reduction in volume to avoid the shells, the emergency device can automatically detect the battle situation and make the best evasion plan. It has to be said that the device of Xiaodayu and Liuzhen is too advanced. So advanced that it is a bit weird. It is hard to imagine that this was researched and manufactured by a student. And he was just a high school student at the time. He is simply a genius. I have played actual combat with the assistant of the Sakurazuma team. Yanosu followed Xu Xiang advice and established connections with assistants from different teams. The function of the emergency device is indeed very powerful. But it is not without flaws. Nothing is perfect. Even the best things have flaws. Several people listened quietly. Even Ulrich and Juan looked serious. Only Meng Yichen silently looked away, looking a little out of place. Yanosu said, the deformation of the emergency device should have a template. That is, the deformed form is limited. Just like AI and intelligent programs. On the surface, they are smarter than humans. But in fact, everything they have is given by humans. The same is true for emergency devices. Computers cannot perform calculations without existing information. No matter how powerful the emergency device is, it is not as strong as the brain of Xiaodaiyuan Liuxian. No matter how many deformations the device has, it is not as many as the styles and forms of existing mechas. As long as they find the pattern, they can deal with the emergency device. The key is how to find it. Xu Xiang, Yanli and Yanoki all looked at Mengichin. Auric and Juan reacted a little slower, but they also understood what Yanoki meant. Mengichin, this difficult task. Auric reached out and patted Mengichin on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Before he finished speaking, Mengichin interrupted him. I can't find it. Auric, ? He hadn't finished speaking yet. Yanoki said, I have a video of the battle with the Sakurazuma team support. I can send it to you. I have currently discovered 3 forms. Such as? Mengichin stood up. Yanoki paused. The 5 people looked up at him, with different expressions. Xu Xiang still had no expression. Yanli and Yanoki were confused and worried, thinking that this matter touched on Mengichin's sad things. Xuan was confused, scratching his hair, and didn't know what to say. Auric didn't understand. That was the job of a mecha master. What did Mengichin mean? Don't always assign tasks to me, Mengichin said. I'm very tired. He wanted to get angry, but he felt it was inappropriate. So his tone was weak and a little aggrieved. In fact, it was normal for his teammates to ask him to do something. He just felt that he couldn't do it and didn't want his teammates to have hope in him. And it was so troublesome. He became a mecha master to avoid trouble. Xu Xiang pulled him down and asked him to sit down. Don't stand up if you are tired. Yanli, Yanoki, Auric, Juan, ? Mengichin, He couldn't stand this person. Send me the video. Xu Xiang ignored Mengichin and said to Yanoki, I want to see it. After several months of intensive study, Xu Xiang had enough understanding of the structure of mechas. Although it was far inferior to the 6 formations of Xiaodaiyuan, it was not completely incomprehensible. Besides, Xu Xiang always thought that Mengichin was just being stubborn. He would not refuse what he should do. The child is worried. Let him be depressed for 2 days. Yanoki saw that Mengichin was in a bad mood, so he did not continue the topic, and did not even ask Xu Xiang why she wanted the video, but sent it to her directly. There were still more than 10 minutes before the official announcement. Xu Xiang went online to find relevant videos and actually found more than a dozen. Juan and Auric kept refreshing the screen. As soon as 2 o'clock arrived, they refreshed the information released by the official website of the Alliance. Details of the examination room on Tia Star. The specific location. Let me see. Auric read out. Maria Mountains. He read out the longitude and latitude range, looked up, and said, It's in the southern hemisphere. Yanli immediately searched the internet for a map of the Maria Mountains. What are the rules of the game? Xu Xiang asked. You can see it yourself. I'm dizzy, Auric said, handing his light brain to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang took it and handed it to Yanli silently. Yanli. Okay. She's the captain. She come and see. Yanli stopped looking for the map and looked at the details of the game. The official announcement of the Alliance was very concise and clear, and you could get a general idea at a glance. But Yanli still read it word by word, not missing any details. The goal of this game is to occupy the stronghold. Yanli first talked about the general rules, and then went into detail. In the competition area of the Maria Mountains, each team will choose a suitable stronghold and place the team flag according to the actual situation, and finally settle the points according to the radiation range of the team flag. The Alliance will formulate different competition systems according to the characteristics of different planets, and try to make the league both challenging and interesting. The terrain of the Tia planet is complex, especially the Maria Mountains. In this case, occupying the stronghold will definitely be very interesting. Yanli, the radiation range here refers to the effective coverage area of the team flag, which can be understood as the area of our occupied stronghold. The harder it is to occupy a stronghold, the larger the range of the flag. That is, the larger the area we occupy, the more points we get. The difficulty is related to the terrain and the battle situation. 2 examples of control variables, A and B, are complex and simple, so planting a flag in A can get higher points. C and CD are similar in difficulty, but there has been a melee in C, so occupying C can get more points than D. There is no limit on the number of flags. But the resources in the arena are limited. In order to pursue cost-effectiveness, team members need to make comprehensive considerations. The rules of this competition are a bit complicated, and it is a test of the commander's ability to adapt to changes. In addition, there is a time limit for occupying a stronghold. Yinli said step by step. Similar to the range and point settlement, the duration of occupation is also related to the difficulty of the stronghold. Juan and Auric were already confused. Mei-chan sat aside, seemingly not paying much attention. But in fact his ears were perked up. Xu Xiang and Yanosa listened carefully, their brains working fast. Yinli saw Juan and Auric's eyes were full of stars, and concluded, the overall goal is to occupy the stronghold and get points. And the points of the stronghold are related to the radiation range of the team flag and the effective time of the team flag. We just need to focus on these 2 points. Juan and Auric felt that the stars had decreased a little. This competition is very random, but everyone just needs to go for the overall goal. Yinli assured everyone. The general rules are easy to understand, but there are a lot of details. Just talking about the theory may be a bit vague, and it will definitely become clearer when everyone enters the arena. Juan raised his hand. Yinli asked, Juan, is there a calculation formula? He meant the functional relationship between various factors and bases. For example, y equals x plus 1. Y is the result they need, and x is the element they want to refer to. The formula of the alliance must be much more complicated than this. Auric was confused, but it did not prevent him from laughing at Xuan. You won't understand even if I tell you. Yinli was afraid that the topic would be diverted by the two, so he cut off Xuan's words in advance and said, the alliance has not announced it. The alliance definitely has a backstage, but it has not been announced. That's why Yinli said that this game was very random. Of course, random does not mean pure luck. On the contrary, this game attaches great importance to the thinking and decision-making ability of team members, especially the command. Everyone looked at Xu Xiang one after another. Chapter 56 Entering the Field. People often say that whether it is a competition field or a battlefield, an excellent commander can often turn a team from decay to magic. If a team is compared to an organism, then the commander must be the brain and heart of the organism. When attackers and assistants are fighting bloody battles in the front row, when snipers are busy looking for key targets, and when mecha divisions are responsible for repairing and adjusting damaged mechas, the commander becomes the chess player who overlooks the overall situation. Which chess pieces should be placed where is determined by the commander. Just looking at the rules of the T-Star competition field, this time the competition is definitely centered on the commander. How long will the game last? Xu Xiang asked. She asked a question that was not very relevant to the previous topic, as if pouring cold water on the boiling water, pulling the atmosphere that was gradually approaching the climax to the average. She didn't mean it, but simply didn't know what to say, so she asked a new question. How long will the game last? The Monte Al Arena lasts for 1 day. What about T-Star? Infinity City. They score by finding team flags, and the team flags are limited, so the time is generally not very long. Occupying a stronghold is different, and this one sounds very time-consuming. Yinli, 15 days. Sure enough, it's very long. Xu Xiang asked, what about supplies and energy? 15 days. The T-Star Arena can't not provide supplies and replenish energy like the Monte Al Arena. Replenish once every night at 10 o'clock. Unlike the Monte Al Arena, you can rob other teams this time. Yinli answered. Okay. Does everyone have any other questions? Yinli asked. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. No. Yinli said, that's it for now. I checked the map of the Maria Mountains, and everyone can do something else first. As she said, she returned the light brain to Ulrich. Yanosa found relevant videos and sent them to Xu Xiang, who received and watched them one by one, and drew pictures and took notes on the key points. Mei-chan glanced at Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang ignored him and just watched by herself. Mei-chan glanced at her again. Xu Xiang forwarded all the videos that Yanosa sent to her to Mei-chan. Mei-chan looked down at the laptop and stopped looking at her. Half an hour later, Yinli found the map and sent it to the team group. She did it very carefully. Elements such as hydrology, terrain and vegetation can be combined or pulled out separately. Familiarity with the map is the first priority. So Xu Xiang had to put down the work in her hands temporarily and look at the map. The competition officially started at 10 o'clock the next day. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Aurora College will complete the assembly and set off together. Xu Xiang returned to her room and spent the whole afternoon memorizing the map, trying to imprint the map in her mind as much as possible. In addition, she also searched the internet for remote places in the Maria Mountains, and most of the information was provided by online hikers. Maria Mountains, also known as Maria Mountain System. Maria Mountain area mainly includes Zukit, Modia, Linga, Oslet and Kula Mountains, with excellent scenery, attracting countless people to visit every summer vacation. There are occasional earthquakes in this mountain area, but they are not serious, mostly below magnitude 5. Among the above 5 major mountain ranges, Oslet and Kula are the most dangerous. Looking at the picture, the 2 mountains stand between heaven and earth, and the mountains are steep, like a sword pointing straight to the sky. After memorizing the map, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Xu Xiang's stomach was protesting, and it started to hurt when she was hungry, reminding her that it was time to eat. Xu Xiang randomly found 2 boxes of pre-prepared dishes in the refrigerator, heated them up and started eating. She likes to do other things while eating, now that she has just memorized the map. Her brain is a little tired, so she just goes online for a while. If the R11 team is the star team of the Monty Al Arena, then the Starry Sky team is the hot team to win the championship of the TIA Star. The star team has always been highly watched since the official announcement of the competition venue by the league. Netizens have been commenting on the official account of the star team and tagging Sun Che, talking about his home court. The star team has strong overall strength. Sun Che is a support player. If he can cooperate well with his teammates in a familiar place, this team will be able to complete a lore on the TIA Star. However, Sun Che wanted to cry, but had no tears. Sisters and brothers, I am from the Northern Hemisphere. I have never been to the Maria Mountains. This is a post he posted on his private account. As expected, netizens began to tease him. I am dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. There is an advantage. But it seems that there is no advantage. Who said it is not a lore from another angle? A lore against the star team itself. Ha ha ha. But you are more adapted to the gravity here than others. Xu Xiang ate while browsing posts, and finished 2 bowls of lunch quickly. She has a big appetite, and often did not have enough to eat when she was on F2077. Since entering Aurora College, her living standard has improved and her daily food intake has increased significantly. Fortunately, Xu Xiang's training volume is large, and the consumption is also large. She eats a lot but doesn't gain weight, but her muscles are stronger. After dinner, Xu Xiang continued to familiarize herself with the map. Yunosa sent a lot of battle videos of the Sakurazuma team, and Xu Xiang forwarded them to Mengichin one by one. Although Mengichin didn't reply, Xu Xiang showed that the other party had received the message. TSK. The little boy's mind is hard to guess. He said he didn't watch it, but he secretly studied it behind the backs of others. Well, anyway, Xu Xiang didn't understand a lot of things, so she had to find Mengichin in the end. Xu Xiang couldn't help but recall the mentality of choosing Mengichin to join the team. She first kept Yunosu and Arik from the original team, and then chose another partner Zhuan and opponent Yinli. Up to this point, no one thought there was a problem, until Xu Xiang read out Mengichin's name. Some people say that Mengichin was chosen by Xu Xiang to be the last one to take the blame. But how could it be possible in fact? Xu Xiang has watched the battle videos of the top 300 in the High League, and her choice was made after careful consideration. She thinks Mengichin's style is closest to her, seemingly silent and harmless, but in fact extremely sharp. Mengichin is the quietest wherever he is. Sometimes he seems to be non-existent and is easily ignored. But Xu Xiang always believes that Mengichin is not as simple as he seems. High League ranking. Note quality. Mecha repair and transformation capabilities. Mengichin achievements. Xu Xiang has seen them all. Mengichin may be the only hidden front in the Golden Tower team. When mentioning the 6 formations of the Shieda Academy today, Mengichin's expression was very complicated. As a mecha master, if he had a little desire to win, he should have felt the pressure brought by the 6 formations of the Shieda Academy. When refusing to analyze the video, was Mengichin angry? Xu Xiang was not sure. She felt that she was still not very good at analyzing people's hearts in depth. Maybe she would know later. Xu Xiang finished thinking and continued to watch the video. The team will gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Xu Xiang didn't stay up too late tonight and went to bed at around 1 a.m. The gravity of Tia is relatively strong. Xu Xiang always felt that her chest was being pulled by a force when she just lay down. She had difficulty breathing and her muscles were tense, making it difficult to relax. Half an hour later, Xu Xiang finally adapted to the supine position and fell into a deep sleep. At 7:20 the next day, the alarm clock woke Xu Xiang up. She hurriedly washed up and went out to meet her teammates. Juan and Arik were in good spirits. Every cell in their body was cheering and excitedly waiting for the game to start. Meng Yichen looked very tired, as if he had not slept all night. Only Yanli and Yanoki looked the most normal. Everyone remembered to eat breakfast and take medicine, Yanli said. Xu Xiang almost forgot. But fortunately the captain reminded her. When it was almost time, everyone put on the Aurora College team uniforms, zipped up, pinned the pure gold badge, and went downstairs to gather. At 8 o'clock, the school bus of Aurora College set off on time and headed for the Tia Star Arena. The Maria Mountains. The Maria Mountains are located in the subtropical region of the southern hemisphere of Tia Star. The highest peak can reach 11,230 m, which is also the highest place on Tia Star. It is now the 12th month of the star calendar, and it is midsummer for the southern hemisphere of Tia Star. At the foot of the mountain, the grass and trees are lush, interweaving into a green kingdom. As the altitude increases, the vegetation changes, and even the air becomes fresh and cool, as if you get up in the morning in late autumn and open the window to breathe the first breath of air. Meadows, peaks, mountains, snow and glaciers. One mountain, all year round. In the live broadcast footage shot by the drone, natural light shines on the Maria Mountains, and the light and shadow flow on the snow on the top of the mountain, drawing light spots and halos, adding vitality to the monotonous white world. It's 9:50 in the morning, and there are still 10 minutes before the game starts. Commentator Chui smiled and said, "This game will last for 15 days, which will test the patience and stress resistance of the participants. I look forward to the wonderful performances of each team. When the Alliance Army is on the move, it often takes several months or even half a year. But most students are not like soldiers, and can't bear it for too long. Considering the overall quality of the students, 15 days is the most suitable duration. In addition, as the first competition venue, the Montiel Stadium is not too difficult. After all, the Alliance has to consider the mentality of the students, and does not want to make it difficult for the military academy students as soon as they arrive. However, the Tia Star Stadium is different. The military academy students, who have stayed until now, have certain strengths. What they need is no longer a house-playing competition, but the real tier league. In other words, the Alliance's screening of military academy students has just begun. Suzuya Suzun, all teams are ready, just waiting to set off on time at 10 o'clock. The barrage began to fill the screen, and the fans of each team were brushing the team names and names. At a glance, the Starry Sky team and the Dream team appeared the most, followed by the Sakura Wife team and the R11 team, and then the others. As for the Golden Tower team, only a few were seen sporadically. The screens of various TV stations stayed on the overall scoreboard. There has only been one match so far, so the overall scoreboard is also the Montiel Stadium scoreboard. No 1, Starry Sky team points, 7410. No 2, R11 team points, 7400. No 3, Dream team points, 6000. No 4, Golden Tower team points, 5830. No 5, Sakura Wife team points, 2800. Chui and Suzuya Suzun introduced them one by one as usual, and briefly reviewed the highlights of these teams in the Montiel Stadium. The two of them are indeed professional commentators. After introducing the basic information of the top 10 teams, it was exactly 10 o'clock. The live video switched to a panoramic view. It is 10 o'clock in the morning in Tia time. We can see that 2,000 teams enter the competition area of Maria Mountain from different entrances. Ling Yao Lingyin said, "The competition in the Tia Star Arena has officially begun." Chapter 57 Cooperation. The Jinta team entered the forest at the foot of the mountain. There is natural light on the Tia Star, and the light passes through the dense forest, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. It should have rained here. The soil is soft and watery, and the humid air exudes the fishy smell of land and vegetation, which is not pleasant. Xuanqing and Qian are both heavy mechas, and they step on the wet soil, and a big pit is left with each step. Mud entering the joints can easily cause the body to malfunction, and they are at a disadvantageous start. There is no way. The entry site cannot be selected. Otherwise they will not enter from here. Yunosu and others provide cover. Mengichin comes out of the wind carrier and transforms the foot device for Xuanqing and Qian to help these two heavy mechas move forward better. It's okay. Mengichin wiped the sweat from his face and stepped back a few steps. Let's walk. The enlarged area of Xuanqing and Qian feet has reduced the pressure of the body on the ground to a certain extent. Xu Xiang and Yanli controlled the mecha and walked a few steps. Xu Xiang, no problem. Yanli, no problem on my side either. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ming. Mengichin said nothing. Put the tools into the toolbox of the wind carrier and entered the mecha. Auric remembered something. Xu Xiang, how is the emergency device of the Sakura wife team being researched? We should meet them again. Forget it. You are not a mecha master. How can you tell? After this game is over, I will ask my mother to help me find a mecha master. Non-league and school staff can help. This is not against the rules. Xu Xiang, why can't she see it? Well, I really didn't see it. Auric said earnestly. Xiao Ming, you still have to work when you need to. Mengichin didn't want to pay attention to him, so he drove the wind carrier away. Hey, how can you be so rude? Auric chased after him. I'm talking to you. Wind bearer accelerated. Yusi also accelerated. Others were speechless and had to quickly adjust and set off to catch up. While on the road, Xu Xiang entered the big channel and found DCI, the assistant of the Dream Team, and initiated a voice request to the other party. The entrance of the Dream Team is also a forest. But they are lucky. The trees in this place are relatively large, which is very conducive to the operation of large mechas. DCI was looking at the nearby map carefully, and suddenly a voice request from another team appeared on the screen. Jinta Team Commander Xu Xiang initiated a voice request to you. Do you accept it? Xu Xiang? What is she going to do? At the Monte Al Arena, DCI promised Xu Xiang to help the other party. But now the game has just started. Xu Xiang is going to use this opportunity so soon? DCI is from Shilo University. If possible, she doesn't want to establish such a complicated relationship with other schools. So she hopes that Xu Xiang will make a request earlier, so as not to delay it for too long and add variables. But DCI was a little surprised that Xu Xiang came to them right after the game started. It always felt weird. Captain, Xing Jianwei's voice came from the channel. Xu Xiang wants to talk to us. I saw it. What is she going to do? Xing Jianwei frowned. Xing Jianwei still remembered her unfavorable game. In the final analysis, it was Xu Xiang who influenced her to misjudge. After the game in Fengyi City, the captain talked to her, and Xing Jianwei was very unhappy. She had never made such a mistake before, but it happened when she met Xu Xiang. She knew that this kind of thing could not be blamed on Xu Xiang, and she also admitted that it was not glorious for her teammates to plot against Xu Xiang. But she was very unwilling. Losing to a newcomer. Very unwilling. Losing to a newcomer who was also a commander. Very unwilling. Losing to a new commander from the post-war star. Very unwilling. She wanted to win. And she had to win back a game on the Tia star. I don't know. DCI words brought Xing Jianwei back to her thoughts. I answered it. Xing Jianwei didn't say anything, but listened carefully to the conversation between the captain and Xu Xiang. I am Xu Xiang, the other side said. Xu Xiang looked like an anemic person with insufficient energy, but her voice was as clear and cool as a mountain spring. If she hadn't met him, Xing Jianwei would think that the owner of this voice was very cold and domineering. I know, DCI said. What's the matter? I said before that you have to do me a favor. DCI didn't forget that she could help Xu Xiang, provided that Xu Xiang did not infringe on the interests of Shilo University. DCI, you say. Xu Xiang said, there is an open area in the east of the woods, which belongs to the hinterland of the valley. We plan to occupy the base there, and you come to help us. DCI immediately looked at the map and quickly found the place. Xu Xiang said, the terrain here is open. Even without us, you can easily occupy it. Right? Montiel Stadium is in Fengyi City, a large but limited place. There were many people at that time, especially in the early stage of the game, and you could encounter the enemy team after walking a few steps. The Maria Mountains on the Tia Star are different. This place is very large, more than twice the area of Fengyi City, but the number of contestants is 1/5 of that of Fengyi City. The place Xu Xiang said is not difficult to occupy, and there should be few teams going there. So why do they need help? DCI intuition tells him that it is not that simple. Xu Xiang does not seem to be someone who will waste a good opportunity casually. What is her purpose? Can I not give a reason? On the other side, Xu Xiang was silent for a moment and said so. DCI was speechless for a moment. It seems that there was no rule that Xu Xiang must make her words clear at the beginning. DCI was about to say okay, but Xu Xiang spoke first. Okay. I say. Xu Xiang did not wait for an answer and explained honestly. That place is easy to enter, but difficult to exit. We plan to ambush there. And you help us lead people in. There is a rule in the competition that the situation of the melee will affect the number of points. Xu Xiang plans to earn points through this method? Or simply to eliminate the enemy team? Not sure. However, DCI suddenly felt that Xu Xiang was a good person to get along with. She really said what she said. This made DCI feel embarrassed. DCI coughed lightly and said, "We agree. Tell me the specific time and coordinates. And what team you need us to lead for you." Xu Xiang was very fast, and sent the time and location in a few seconds. Time: 1550. Map center coordinates: 669, 78. Xu Xiang, any team is fine. I don't mind if you come. DCI, This person can also tell jokes. Haha. Got it. DCI said. Nothing else. I hang up now. Yeah. DCI closed the call and said in the team channel, "You all heard it. Everyone. I'm sorry. Because of my promise, I had to let you accompany me on this trip." Zheng Baiduan excitedly, "Captain, what did you say? You want to abdicate? Then I will recommend myself as captain. I want to change the team name." DCI, I can't stand his brain circuit. Fu Shui wanted to sneer and pretend to be profound. Hee hee. A captain position makes you not hesitate to force Captain D to give up the position. Sima's heart is obvious. "Captain, please consider me first. I will inherit your will, promote the belief of dreams, and let our team move towards glory." DCI, He's sick again. Zheng Boyan protested, "Captain, look at him. A deputy. Talking to us like this? This is the homophonic pun of their team. Fu Sheixiang is a deputy attacker. And his last name is Fu. Zheng Boyan is a main attacker. And his last name is Zheng. So Zheng Boyan often attacks Fu Sheixiang in this aspect. The lethality is not small." Fu Sheixiang cried, tears streaming down his face. "With snot and tears, I'm sad. I'm going to make a scene." DCI had a headache, and suddenly didn't want to apologize to them. So he immediately called a halt. "Okay. Stop arguing," she said. "Xing Jianhui, I trouble you next." Xing Jianhui is the commander. Even though she suffered a Waterloo in the last game, when faced with important decisions, everyone is still willing to follow her decision. This is the trust given to her by her teammates. It is also her chance to prove herself. "I know," Xing Jianhui said. She will not live up to the trust of her teammates. She wants to prove herself. Hashimi Hui found the specific address with the center coordinates, 669, 78, and analyzed the map based on contour lines and other elements. Learning from the last lesson, she started from different angles and got the same result. Then she felt relieved. This time, she would not make the same mistake again. Hashimi Hui temporarily closed the team channel and sent a call request to other teams. The sniper of the Sakura Wife team, Xiao Niaoyu Union High, planted the team flag in a cave. This cave is relatively hidden. If the team flag is hidden here, even if the effective time has passed, other teams may not be able to find it quickly. "I received the message here." Xiao Niaoyu Union High looked at the screen and said, "Draw a circle with the team flag as the center and a radius of 5,000 meters. The circle belongs to our base. We can use all the resources in the base, including but not limited to water resources, trees and prey. The Tia Star competition will last for 15 days. During these 15 days, except for the supply at 10 o'clock every night, the Alliance will not provide any help to those who have not been eliminated. Eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping are all up to the students themselves, just like surviving in the wild. If you want to eat, drink and sleep well, find a way yourself. The points are 250. Xiao Niaoyu Union High said. According to the current points ranking, their team is the first team to find a base. You scolded me. Xie de Yuan Luzhen casually replied. Is your name points? My name is Xie de Yuan Luzhen. You are sick. Xiao Niao Yun Hai rolled his eyes and ignored him, saying to other teammates in the channel, "The effective time is 12 hours. If there is a need later, we can come back and reactivate it. Points can be accumulated. That is, even after 12 hours. The Sakurazuma team will not lose these 250 points. At the same time, if they reactivate the effective time, they can add another 250 points. However, the further the game goes, the farther they go, and they may not return specifically for these 250 points. If other teams want to occupy this stronghold, they must find the place where the flag was first planted and replace it with their own team's flag. This is also one of the reasons why they chose to plant the team flag in a hidden place. Let's go out," Xiaoniao Yunyuhai said to Xiaodayu and Liuzhen, and then controlled Blank to turn around. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen controlled Black Avenger to follow. Blank and Black Avenger are both light mechas, which are relatively light, so the team sent them into the cave. Before the two of them left the cave, the commanding voice came out first. "Wait a minute. Don't come out," the commander said. "I saw the star team. They are heading east, and they seem to be in a hurry. They didn't notice us." Sieda Yuan Liuzhen scratched his head. "Should we attack?" "Commander, no. But I think we can follow them and see." Xiao Niao Union Hai didn't understand. Why? Shouldn't their top priority now be to continue to find a suitable base? It's fine if they don't fight the star team. But why join in the fun? The commander smiled and said, "Maybe we can pick up a leak." Xiao Niao Union Hai, "What do you mean?" The commander said, "Look at the map. More than a dozen red dots are going in the same direction. The star team's goal may be the same as those red dots. There may be a melee in that place." Chapter 58 Encirclement. The Sakuraza team was the first team to occupy the stronghold. When they completed this action, the number of barrages exploded slightly. It turned out that the Sakuraza team scored the first point. Don't underestimate them. After all, they were ranked 21st in the last overall ranking. Two of their team were eliminated by the Golden Tower team. I think it's difficult for them to make it to the finals. It's okay. With Siedayuan here, it's common to turn the tide. The main reason is that his emergency device is too difficult to deal with. So far, except for the Starry Sky team, no team has found a way to deal with it. Didn't the Golden Tower team get tricked before? These two teams, tut, are considered to have a grudge. I saw Xu Xiang touching Xie Dayuan's chest before. Is this one of the grudges? Your problem is the angle. I was at the scene and saw Xie Dayuan holding Xu Xiang's hand from the front. Touching myself, I also saw that all the members of the Jinta team were confused. And the brother Ren next door was showing his teeth and claws, which made me laugh to death. Xie Dayuan is a very evil person. He probably has his eyes on Xu Xiang. Otherwise he would not find her. The Jinta team will definitely target the Ingqi team later. To be honest, many teams are studying Xu Xiang now. After all, she performed well in the Montiel competition. What is there to study? She is just lucky that there is a Montiel person in the team. After coming to Tia Star, Xu Xiang was completely unable to take the initiative. She even asked DCI to cooperate at the beginning, wasting such a good opportunity. Several drones took off, recording and broadcasting scenes from low to high, and projected them to Channel 1. Each station has its own commentator, but none of them are on the scene. Only Chu Yi and Lingya Lingyin are on-site commentators, mainly explaining the picture on the central screen. The current central screen is synchronized with Channel 1. In the picture, 3 teams set out from different places and rushed to the east of the forest. There is a valley to the east of the forest. The valley is surrounded by mountains. The interior is open, but the terrain is undulating. Hills, gullies and plains are interlaced, turning the valley into a simple maze. In addition to the 3 teams, there are other teams rushing there, but the other teams are smarter and go into the dense forest, so the drone didn't capture them. Chui said, that is the Oslet Valley, backed by the Oslet Mountains. The terrain is moderately complex. It seems to be roundabout, but the commander, who has carefully read the map, will not find it difficult. There are flat areas and areas with large undulations in the Oslet Valley. There are large rivers and rugged mountains. It is a test of the contestants' judgment of the terrain. Lingya Lingyin added, with the difficulty of the Oslet Valley, the points should be between 500 and 600. If the battle is fierce, the points will increase further. The Oslet Mountains are above the Oslet Valley, and the Kula Mountains are to the left. The points on the mountains are often higher. If the team can lay a good foundation here, it will be easier to get points later. In short, this will be an important place for the battle for strongholds. In the video, 3 teams are about to arrive at the Oslet Valley. The Wings team arrived at the Oslet Valley first. The captain of the Wings team is the commander, whose surname is Tion and name is Me. This team ranks over 1,000 in the Monte Al competition, and its strength is above average. Tion Me did not let his teammates leave the forest rashly. After all, they were new here and needed to observe a little and not expose their position too quickly. Tion Me contacted the commander of another team and asked, "Senior, we are at the entrance of the Oslet Valley. They are freshmen, under the care of DCI and Xing Jianhui. They have played against many strong teams in the school, so they are very grateful and respectful to the 2 seniors." When Xing Jianhui found Tion Me was very happy. The 2 seniors are very powerful people. With their guidance, Tion Me is relieved. Senior Xinjian hopes that Tion Me will lead the team to the valley in the east of the forest, and join forces with several other teams to eliminate the Jinta team of Aurora College. Tion Me was confused because when she replayed the video after the game, she saw that Senior DCI and the commander of the Jinta team reached a cooperation. Why attack the collaborator? Senior Xinjian quickly explained. We will attack after fulfilling our promise, and it will not be considered as destroying the cooperation. Senior Xinjian said. Is that so? Tion Me believed Senior, and did not ask any more questions, and changed the topic. How many teams do we have in total? Including us? There are 4 teams in total. Oh, I see, Tion Me said. Then we will contact Senior after we arrive at the valley, and Senior will wait for our news. Okay. Now, Tion Me led the team to the destination and informed Xinjian Hui in time. Hashimi Hui didn't know what she was doing. After answering the call, she said after a while, "Sorry for the long wait. Next, we will contact each other through text messages. Try not to send me channel calls." Tion Me didn't understand why, but didn't ask the reason. She just thought that the senior was busy and might not be able to reply to her in time. Okay. Hashimi asked, "Have you seen the Jinta team?" "No." "Then let's ambush first. Be careful, and be careful not to be discovered." "Yes. Yes." The call ended. The main attacker of the Wings team asked in confusion, "Captain, why should we help this? I feel that we can't beat the Jinta team. They are the freshman team. Although they have successfully advanced and are fortunate to come to the Tia Star Arena, they are a little scared to deal with the Jinta team. They know that they can't be a dark horse, but they don't want to be cannon fodder." Tion Me said, "Don't worry. The senior sister has called other teams, and our chances of winning are very high. If the Jinta team is a dark horse, they'd better kill it in the cradle as soon as possible. On the contrary, they will just treat it as defeating an ordinary opponent. Anyway, they have no loss with more people against fewer." The main attacker was convinced and calmed down to follow the command. Not long after, the other 2 teams arrived. The other 2 teams are both freshman teams of West Building University. There are more than 1,000 players in the Monte Al Stadium, and their strength is similar to that of the Wings team. The Golden Tower team has not arrived yet. Hashimi Hui told them not to worry, because the Golden Tower team was far away from here at the beginning, and it would take more time to rush over. So the 3 teams were waiting quietly in 3 different directions. The Dream team faced off against the R11 team of Frasetti. The R11 team currently has 7,400 points, all of which were obtained in the Monte Al Stadium. According to the rules of the Tier League, the points of each stadium are calculated separately. So even if the Dream team eliminates the R11 team, it cannot get the points earned by the opponent in the previous stadium. But the 2 teams still fought. The R11 team and the Dream team were ranked 10th and 11th in the overall ranking of the last session, and are temporarily ranked 2nd and 3rd in this session, with comparable comprehensive strength. The R11 team is the passive party. They were discovered first and then attacked. The reason why Xing Jianwei chose to attack them was very simple. Since Xu Xiang wanted to lead a certain team over, it would be better to choose a stronger one and catch them all in one fell swoop. According to Xing Jianwei's plan, as long as everything goes well, the Dream team can eliminate the 2 strong enemies, Jinta and R11. Today, in this way, they can rank 2nd in the overall ranking and will be much more relaxed in the subsequent competitions. The 2 teams met at the Oslet Hills. The small hills are like waves, layered and stretching out in all directions. This place is located in the subtropical area of Tia Star. Now is summer. There are many kinds of plants. And the whole hills are covered with green. Boom! With a loud bang. The dream team fired the first shot. The attacker was Zheng Binwan, who controlled the whale to attack the butterfly of the R11 team. Then, Fu Shuixiang controlled Tianwei to run in another direction and followed Zheng Binwan to fire a new shot. The dream team has a high degree of coordination. After the two attackers started the attack, the assistant and sniper immediately arrived. One was responsible for blocking the route of the other members of the enemy team, and the other was responsible for squatting and sniping. Zheng Binwan and Fu Shuixiang usually quarreled fiercely, but in the battle, they never minded playing assistants to each other. Whoever is more suitable for taking the head is the best attacker of the team. Butterfly is a light mecha, and Zhong Qiangqiang sits inside it. Zhong Qiangqiang reacted quickly, jumping on the keyboard with both hands, controlling Butterfly to dodge left and right, perfectly avoiding two close shells, and even breaking through the blockade of the Dream Team assistant. Zhong Qiangqiang is famous for his stability. The operation just now was very routine, but in his hands, it became an advanced version. Don't fight too long. Xing Jianwei reminded the two attackers in the team. Remember to lead the people to the valley. I know. I know. Zheng Binwan was excited and spoke louder than usual. Pay attention to your position and movement. Don't pull too far away. Otherwise it will be easy to see our guidance. Xing Jianwei emphasized. Zhong Qiangqiang was too patient, and provocation didn't work on him. They had to drag out the battle. Xing Jianwei was not in a hurry. Anyway, before the R11 team was lured over, Xu Xiang would not take action. So she didn't have to worry about the safety of the juniors and seniors who were ambushing there. Moreover, the game time of the Tia Star Arena was 15 days, and they could slowly catch up. In short, if they could successfully eliminate Jinta and R11, they would definitely not lose. Xing Jianwei calmed down and directed his teammates to carry out the guidance task. Why haven't you come yet? Captain, why don't you urge them? The main attacker of the Wings team couldn't wait any longer. He felt that they were wasting time. Tianmi looked at the ranking list of the Tia Arena and said, Everyone, please look at the list. So far, only more than 20 teams in the Tia Arena have points, and the other teams have 0 points, including many strong teams. So don't worry. Star Team, Dream Team, Golden Tower Team. Many teams that won good rankings in the Monty Al Arena are temporarily at the bottom with 0 points. That being said, everyone was still anxious. They were not as good as them. Captain, someone showed up. Suddenly, the deputy attacker said something, which made the impetuous teammates look forward to it. Tianmi immediately adjusted the screen to find the team. It was so strange. How come it was different from what Senior Xingjian said? That team hid, and did not rush directly into the valley. It was so strange. How come 2 people appeared from that team? And they were so far away. It was so strange. Weren't those 2 mechas Qingye and Giant Elephant? But no one from the Golden Tower team was using them. Wait. Something was wrong. The team emblems on Qingye and Giant Elephant did not represent the Golden Tower team. But the Starry Sky team. They did not wait for the Golden Tower team, but the Starry Sky team. Then, where's the Golden Tower team? Renzizai also wanted to know where the Golden Tower team was. The junior sister found him in the big channel and asked him to go to the Oslet Valley to harvest. So Renzizai came. But where is the schoolgirl? Not to mention the schoolgirl. The entire Golden Tower team has disappeared. Captain, you are not fooled. Are you? Ha ha ha. Sun Che laughed wildly. Not long after the Star team entered the field, they received a call request from Xu Xiang. The other party said that there would be a battle in the Oslight Valley, and hoped that they could come to help and harvest by the way. Feng Jie didn't want to fight as soon as he entered the field. This was very emotional and time-consuming. The most important thing was that he couldn't get points. After all, there were not many teams with high scores at the beginning, and fighting was meaningless except for eliminating opponents. Xu Xiang probably went for the elimination of opponents, but Feng Jie didn't want to use this method. But Renzizai insisted on coming. But Feng Jie couldn't stop him. So everyone came together. It's really crazy. Feng Jie had a cold face and stared at Renzizai Mecha unkindly. Renzizai protested the ridicule of his 2 teammates. How could the junior sister lie to me? He said. I have analyzed that the Sakura wife team and the dream team will come here. Based on the current positions of each team, we can unite the Dream Team to eliminate the Sakura Wife Team. The sooner we eliminate them, the greater our advantage in the subsequent games. He is not a fool. How could he do it just because of a junior sister's words? Ren's eye checked the big channel connection and found that the junior sister had a call with the Dream Team. The two teams have a cooperative relationship, so it can be judged that they plan to have a big fight in the valley. When the Starry Sky Team was on the way, Ren's eye made a small discovery. There was a mecha hiding in a hidden place, but he had sharp eyes and noticed the team logo on the opponent's mecha. Sakura Wife Team. The people of the Sakura Wife Team must have seen Ren's eye, and with the nature of the 6 arrays of Shiada Academy who like to join in the fun, they will definitely come to watch the game. As for the Dream Team, it should be responsible for assisting the junior sister to attract the enemy. I just don't know what kind of enemy the Dream Team will attract. And don't you know about the junior sister? She is an honest person, Ren's eye said. By the way, Huang Xinshu, have you seen any teams nearby? Qingye and Juxiang did not hide deliberately, because Ren's eye wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. See if there is an ambush nearby. 3. Huang Xinshu reported all the points, and finally said, they are all from Shilo University. Oh! Ren's eye scratched his head. The junior sister will not be deceived by Xing Jianhui. How can she bully us honest people? Ren's eye has fought with DCI, and the other party is a trustworthy person and will not harm his allies. It's hard to say about Xing Jianhui. Xing Jianhui had people attack Xu Xiang in the Monte Al Stadium, and it is hard to say that she did not take action again. Does Shilo University want to unite to deal with the Jinta team? Does the junior sister know? Bang! An unexpected gunshot broke the tranquility at the edge of the forest. Birds flew away in shock, and wild animals ran around. Aoba's energy center became the target of a certain team's sniper attack, and the bullet was aimed at it. Chapter 59 Support. In the huge forest, dozens of mechas suddenly appeared. 3 teams from West Building University. Starry Sky Team. Sakura Wife Team. More and more teams came here, hiding themselves, and they obviously found something. But they just didn't fight. However, our 11 team and Dream Team fought hard. The 2 teams slowly approached the forest. Zhong Qiangqiang gradually realized that something was wrong. The Dream Team seemed to be guiding their route forward. And he looked at the connection record of the big channel. And the Golden Tower Team and the Dream Team had contacted once. Zhong Qiangqiang remembered that the 2 teams reached a cooperation intention at the Monte Al Stadium. Could it be? Stop fighting. Zhong Qiangqiang immediately called a halt. Prepare to retreat. Don't enter the forest. Captain, no matter how steady you are, you can't retreat at the critical moment. The main attacker was in a state of excitement and didn't want to give up. And the Dream Team lacks snipers, and is obviously struggling more than us. No. Zhong Qiangqiang frowned. He wanted to say that the opponent might be luring them into a trap, but was interrupted by the secondary attacker. Captain, at least eliminate one of the opponents. Otherwise the previous fight will be in vain. But, Captain, I think we can fight too. I feel super good now, the sniper said excitedly. Give me some more time. Wait until I see through their position pattern. I will definitely snipe the opponent's signalman or secondary attacker. Zhong Qiangqiang couldn't persuade him at all. All teammates like to attack, and it's useless for him to be steady alone. Before, his teammates didn't get excited and could still listen to his advice. But now everyone was red-eyed, wishing to eliminate more enemies to stabilize their team's ranking. Zhong Qiangqiang gritted his teeth. Okay. But we must be more careful after entering the forest. Everyone must stay calm. The teammates verbally agreed. A few minutes ago, Xing Jianhui hurriedly replied to Tianmi's message. The other party told her that the Starry Sky Team came, but the Golden Tower Team was temporarily missing. Xing Jianhui said to fight. She speculated that the Starry Sky Team was the helper called by Xu Xiang. Xing Jianhui had studied Ren's eye. He was a person who valued the interests of the team. If he found that the situation was not favorable to the Starry Sky Team, he would definitely run faster than anyone else. The Dream Team cooperated with the Golden Tower Team on the surface. In fact, as Xing Jianhui told Tianmi, after completing the guidance task, she would command the team to launch a counterattack against the Golden Tower Team. By then, the Starry Sky Team will definitely retreat. The R11 team is already in a state of panic, and Xing Jianhui is confident that she can bring them to the location designated by Xu Xiang. so she doesn't mind letting her juniors launch the attack first. Tianmi just reported that Ren Zizai controlled Qingye to avoid the fatal blow. And Qingye energy center was intact. Xing Jianhui didn't care. How could Ren Zizai be eliminated so easily? Anyway, the more important thing is that they are fighting. Because once a team fights, Zhong Qiangqiang, the steady dog, will definitely be more relieved. After all, in his opinion, a chaotic situation can be used for attack or defense. And when Zhong Qiangqiang relaxes, Xing Jianhui's goal is mostly completed. Xing Jianhui thought while commanding the team to move forward. The Dream Team and the R11 team went deep into the forest. And the battle did not stop. Xu Xiang, we are in the forest, and will soon arrive at the Oslet Valley. Where are you? DCI contacted Xu Xiang. Ah. Xu Xiang sighed long. Without emotion or skill. DCI didn't react and was confused. The result? Bang! A gunshot hit the energy center of a mecha. The mecha had just called out the great sword. But before it could kill anyone, it was unable to move because its energy center was destroyed. DCI? Question mark. Zhong Qiangqiang's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. Question mark. Xu Xiang stood halfway up the mountain, looking at the screen. She turned on the thermal imaging. So even if the forest at the bottom of the mountain was impenetrable, she could roughly judge the situation below. Besides, there were teammates hiding everywhere to give her information. She called the Starry Sky team and the Dream Team. The Starry Sky team passively attracted the Sakura Wife team, and the Dream Team actively attracted the R11 team. Xu Xiang. Auric's voice came from the channel, shaking Xu Xiang's ears. Did you see it? Yes, I saw it. Auric was squatting on the mountainside and sniping, and perfectly hit the sniper of the R11 team. The range was 1800 m. His limit. The current limit. I'm awesome. Auric was so proud. Great. You are so perfunctory. It's not a good answer. And it's not a good answer either. Xu Xiang simply shut up. What should I do next? Auric asked. It's difficult for a sniper to launch a second sniper attack at the same location. Because other teams are not fools. Especially the Dream Team and R11 team are both strong teams. They will definitely find him soon. Xu Xiang pulled up the map, took a look, and said, go find Mei-Chen and prepare to plant the team flag. She found a good place. Very suitable for placing the team flag. Auric, oh. What about you guys? Xu Xiang looked up, supporting the Starry Sky team. She tricked the team into joining. She had to ensure their safety. Otherwise, who would she trick in the future? When the gunshots rang out, the R11 team and the Dream Team paused their fight and froze for a few seconds. It was Auric from the Golden Tower team. Zhong Qiangqiang analyzed the data and came to a conclusion. The sniper of the R11 team originally wanted to snipe the Dream Team, but was sniped out first and missed the next game. The change came too suddenly, and everyone's mood was complicated. The most uncomfortable were the members of the R11 team. When they were angry, they didn't listen to Zhong Qiangqiang's advice. Now that their teammates were eliminated, they were unwilling to leave. Unfortunately, there were enemies all around, and their chances of winning were extremely low. If they didn't leave in time, they would probably be wiped out. Hashimi Hui saw the entanglement of the R11 team members, and took the opportunity to launch an attack. The two teams fought again, and the R11 team was attacked from both sides, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Not only the R11 team was at a disadvantage, but also the Starry Sky team. The Starry Sky team was in another battlefield, located at the edge of the forest, near an open valley. They were besieged by 3 teams. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was average, so they were still able to fight. At first, they even completed a counterkill and eliminated 2 opponents in a row, until the Sakuraza team appeared. The Sakuraza team suddenly appeared like a ghost, one after another, with unexpected moves. The 6th formation of Xiaodayuan opened the loudspeaker and shouted to the other 3 teams, inviting cooperation to eliminate the Starry Sky team together. The 3 teams of Shiloh University were originally targeting the Golden Tower team and the Starry Sky team, so they agreed without hesitation. The Starry Sky team was besieged on all sides and had a hard time. Sun Che was very upset. While hiding, he turned on the loudspeaker and shouted, "Xie de Yuan Luzhen, you are taking advantage of others. Your behavior is immoral." Xie de Yuan Luzhen responded to him, "Strategy. This is my strategy." Ren Zizai also turned on the loudspeaker, "You bullied my junior sister. You are finished." He was referring to the incident when Xie de Yuan Lucian pulled Xu Xiang's hand. He was obviously at a disadvantage. But he had to say harsh words. Xie de Yuan Lucian, who is it? Xu Xiang? I not only bully your junior sister. I will also bully you. Xiao Niao Yu. Don't care about others. Just snipe our brother Roan. Xiao Niao Yu Yun Yun Hai, He started to do whatever he wanted again. Forget it. It doesn't matter. She listens to the captain. Everyone in their team knows their captain. The game is not for winning, but for fighting with teammates. And even more for fun. Coincidentally, they are the same. Therefore, the people in their team would hardly protest against Xie de Yuan Lucian's decision. Even though he was not the commander, but a mecha master. Can assist alone in dealing with Ren Zizai. And the others will disperse, and leave the main battlefield to the people from Shilo University. We will just be mosquitoes. Xie de Yuan Lucian was lying in the cockpit, drinking a drink, and said so in the team channel. Received. Ono-kan and Mochizuki Zalong responded at the same time. Ono-kan was originally the commander, but now, he was forced to join the game, and play a supporting role. She had never played this position before, and her movements were as uncoordinated as her hands and feet. But there was no way. Their team was eliminated from the main attacker and the assistant, and 2 of the 3 front rows were lost. The pressure on everyone increased invisibly. Ono-kan and Mochizuki Zalong drove the mecha. Each of them shape, mixed together like a DNA double helix structure. The 2 mechas successfully approached Aoba. Ren Zizai saw the plan of the Sakurazuma team. Feng Jie. I found the location of Xiao Niao Yu Yun Yun Hai. I send you the coordinates. Go in her direction. But the target is Xie de Yuan 6 formation. Ren Zizai retreated quickly to avoid the enemy's attack, and reminded his teammates. Don't leave the forest. They are outnumbered. Once they leave the forest, they will lose their cover, and be suppressed by the enemy's firepower. No one will use overly powerful thermal weapons in the forest. They should make good use of this. Sun Che stands farther away, and uses a bow and arrow to control the enemy's position. Huang Xinshu finds a way to snipe the snipers of the 3 teams of Shilo University. Ren Zizai turned on the thermal imaging, and sent the location to Huang Xinshu. In addition, Ren Zizai asked the team's deputy attacker and mecha master to blur the line of sight of Xie de Yuan 6 formation and cooperate with Feng Jie to move forward. Both the Starry Sky team and the Sakura Wife team are strong teams. They can judge the other party's intentions based on the other party's small movements. Therefore, the commanders of both sides must always keep a clear mind and issue the latest instructions based on the latest situation. Qingye was chased and beaten by 2 mechas. Ren Zizai asked his teammates to do other things. He was very dangerous, but he was used to it. Teacher Ji Xia had ridiculously high requirements for his combat skills, so Ren Zizai was better at counterattacks than most commanders. The 2 mechas forced Qingye to the edge of the forest, and at the same time, they deployed their guns, ready to bombard at any time. At the same time, several mechas from Shilo University also surrounded Qingye and advanced in a fan shape, as if to drive Qingye out of the forest. Qingye had no way to escape and could only retreat step by step. Ren Zizai looked at the screen. The guns of those mechas were all aimed at Qingye. As long as Qingye stepped into the valley, he would be attacked mercilessly by the enemy. Not having enough manpower is annoying. Ren Zizai complained in his heart. He kept calm and looked for a breakthrough. Teammates have their own things to do, and even if they want to help, they will be blocked by others. So Ren Zizai can't wait for them. He can only rely on himself. Unfortunately, 6 mechas besieged Qingye, and Qingye couldn't bypass them and return to the forest. He could only leave the forest. Ren Zizai reminded his teammates not to leave the forest, but he was the first to leave. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and pierced Qingye's vital joints. Qingye took a step back. Swish! 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 Then, 3 sharp arrows came one after another, attacking Qingye from different directions, and were bound to force Qingye out of the forest. Ren Zizai had no extra time to think, and was forced to retreat, avoiding all the sharp arrows, completely exposed in the valley. Before Qingye could stand firm, the muzzles of the 6 mechas fired the shells that had been prepared long ago, giving Qingye no chance to react. Not good. Ren Zizai chuckled. Chapter 60 just in time. The live broadcast room was in chaos. The star team entered the forest inexplicably, was besieged inexplicably, and was almost eliminated inexplicably. Ha ha ha. It's Brother Rin's turn to be cheated. He used to cheat others, haha. Brother Rin's laughter is wrong. A confident laugh? Is it a helpless laugh? No. It's a frustrated laugh. I think it's a laugh on the verge of collapse. Brother Rin is miserable. He was tricked by his school sister and came here. He didn't get a kill, but was besieged instead. Fortunately, Qingye hit quickly. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated in the forest. Xie Dayuan's arrows are well shot, so Brother Rin could only take the route he designed. Qingye was besieged by the firepower of 6 mechas. It's a bit sad. Brother Rin won't be eliminated so soon. Rin's team has 2 obvious disadvantage in numbers. Mainly because the Sakurazuma team is also present, and the Starry Sky team is difficult to play. Rin's teammates are not around. This wave is really... I'm getting nervous. Hey wait. Sisters. Am I seeing right? That's Xuanqing? Xu Xiang came to save her senior? What an honest person. She came as soon as she said. In the picture of Channel 5. A black mecha was running in the valley. Due to the obstruction of the small hill, the mecha flickered. There is only one mecha in the tier league. Everyone quickly recognized it. Xuanqing. Rin's controlled Qingye to dodge. Qingye activated the pulley device and ran in the valley. Wherever he passed, the shells that missed Qingye exploded into small mushroom clouds. The little girl picked mushrooms, and mushrooms grew behind Qingye. Aoba's operator is the commander, and commanders usually rarely fight. But he is Rin's Rin's adjusted the muzzle, without turning around, and fired 2 shots in the backhand. After a certain distance, he fired another shot at another position. No one in the freshman team expected Rin's to counterattack. The mecha in the front didn't react, and was surrounded and eliminated by 3 shells. Wait! What happened? Something is wrong. Isn't Rin's the commander? Why did he suddenly counterattack? The people in the Sakurazuma team are much calmer. They have fought with Rin's and know that Rin's combat level is above that of ordinary main attackers. The freshman team acted as consumables, and was used by the commander Ono-kin. 5 mechas took turns bombing Aoba to ensure their initiative as much as possible. No matter how strong Rin's is, he can't fight one against many for a long time. What's more, the opponent has Sakurazuma's deputy attacker Mochizuki Zalong. The main attacker of the Sakurazuma team was eliminated in the last game, and the secondary attacker became the main force. Mochizuki Zalong always secretly fired a few shells, and even inserted hidden arrows, catching Rin's off guard. Rin's put away his usual carefree expression and calmly analyzed the battle situation. The main and secondary attackers, and the auxiliary, in the team were intercepted. Although they were not at a disadvantage, they could not get away in a short time. The sniper successfully eliminated the 2 snipers of Shiloh University, and they are currently adjusting their positions to prevent being discovered. The mecha division was besieged, which was also dangerous. It seems that I can only rely on myself this time. Rin's glanced at the damage to the fuselage. 20%. It looks far from 80%. But it is actually very close. The light mecha has low defense, and is easy to be injured. Qingye was only hit by 5 or 6 shells, but the damage has reached 20%. Rin's retracted his gaze, and continued to dodge, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Go! Ono-chan! Go! Mochizuki Zalong. The voice of Xiaodayuan Liuzhen came from the loudspeaker. He was definitely the most relaxed and excited person in the audience. Defeat Rin's. Damn it! Rin's drew circles for Xiaodayuan Liuzhen in his heart when he heard this. He was getting farther and farther away from the forest. Now, even if his teammates could come to support him, they would need a certain amount of time to travel. Trouble. Several mechas surrounded Qingye in a polygonal shape and attacked from all directions. Qingye shuttled through the hail of bullets like a flexible swift, successfully dodging every fatal attack. The roar of the cannon was deafening. The smoke was diffused, and the visibility was getting lower and lower. Suddenly, a mecha broke through the smoke and came in front of Qingye. It was Mochizuki Zalong's Feiyun. Mochizuki Zalong's Feiyun was different from Zhuan's. This Feiyun was greatly modified. It must be the masterpiece of Xiaodayuan Liuzhen. Feiyun summoned a long sword and slashed at Qingye's waist. Squeak! The cold weapon scratched the steel giant with a sharp and piercing sound, giving people goosebumps all over their bodies. And even their brains were like clouds. Rin's hands left after images on the keyboard. Crackling. Entering a series of codes. The letters flowed on the screen, controlling Qingye actions. Fei Yun came too suddenly, and Qingye had no way to hide. Then meet him head-on. How to go up? In that less than a second, Ren's brain went through thousands of twists and turns. Qingye first took a step back to stabilize his center of gravity, then merged his hands together, transformed into a shield, and went in the opposite direction of Fei Yun's long sword. Not just defense. When the shield rushed to Fei Yun's arm, the right arm instantly broke away from its original position and turned into a sword. Holding the sword in his left hand, he stabbed Fei Yun's left arm in the opposite direction. All second-class actions. Mochizuki alone had no time to dodge. He heard that this commander was very good at fighting, but he didn't expect that the other party was so good at it. He underestimated Ren's eye. Mochizuki alone gritted his teeth and pressed the emergency device without hesitation. He had no time to dodge, so he simply left the subsequent actions to the emergency device. Everything that followed happened in an instant. Fei Yun's left arm quickly pulled back to a safe distance. His right arm broke away from the body and flew into the air. His 5 fingers retracted, revealing a small gun muzzle. Ren's eye noticed it and wanted to dodge, but was entangled by Fei Yun. It was entangled in the physical sense. Fei Yun temporarily lost both arms, revealing 2 holes, and 2 iron whips emerged from the holes, holding Qingye tightly. Qingye wanted to jump up, but his feet were also locked. The small gun barrel flew behind Qingye, aiming at his energy center. Xu Xiang actually arrived a long time ago. She hid behind the hill and did not make a move. She was waiting for the Sakuraza team to use the emergency device. That thing usually appears at a critical moment. She waited. Praised Ren's eye. She didn't let her wait in vain. Xu Xiang glanced at the small screen in the lower left corner. Recording. She wanted to collect videos related to the emergency device and send them to Mingyi-chan. Ren's eye had broken through the shackles brought by the emergency device. But this time, is the brain of Xiaodayuan Liujian a bottomless pit? He is doing something new again. The small gun barrel was aimed at Qingye energy center, and with a boom, the shell was fired. As fast as a cheetah, hunting prey with a clear goal. Ren's eye was still struggling, but it was a pity that Qingye was firmly bound by Fei Yun and could not move. No, we have to change our strategy. Ren's eye input the code and moved the front shield behind him, trying to withstand the attack with the shield. The shield was moving, but it was too late. The shells hit the energy center directly, leaving Qingye no room to escape. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The 2 shells collided and exploded. At this moment, dazzling sparks flew everywhere, and the deafening bombardment sounded like rolling thunder, shaking the earth and resounding through the sky. Crack! The sound of metal objects being cut suddenly appeared, and the next moment, the iron chain fell down. Ren's eye didn't see who cut the chain. He didn't have time to think, and immediately distanced himself from Fei Yun and came to the safe zone. When he retreated, another mecha rushed out with a whoosh. He crossed with the other party. Schoolgirl? Ren's eye saw that the mecha was Xuanqing. The schoolgirl came to save him. Xu Xiang came just in time. In fact, she didn't have to come. She knew Qingye was adjusting the position of the shield at that time. It was definitely too late for Qingye to save the entire fuselage. But he could limit it. That is, to ensure that the damage to the fuselage was between 70% and 80%. It was dangerous, but he would not be eliminated. However, Xu Xiang still came. Just as DCI didn't want all his allies to be wiped out. She didn't want Ren's eye to be eliminated too quickly. So far, Ren's eye was her ally. Schoolgirl. His emergency device has been used and cannot be used again for the time being. Ren's eye told Xu Xiang. Okay. Xu Xiang nodded. And Xu Xiang controlled Xuanqing and started a fierce bombardment. Fei Yun's arms had not recovered yet, so he could only dodge. Ren's eye directly destroyed Fei Yun's right arm. Mochizuki alone frowned in Fei Yun's cockpit, but he could do nothing. Xu Xiang did not give the opponent a chance to escape, and raised the big sword to slash at Fei Yun again and again. Fei Yun was a medium-sized mecha after all, and its speed was faster than Xuanqing. It ran at full speed, and Xuanqing lost its advantage in close combat. Boom boom boom. If you can't fight in close combat, you can fight in long-range combat. Xu Xiang conversion is particularly fast. Fei Yun lacked an arm, and its balance was not enough. In addition, it was always running at full speed, and it almost fell several times. Xiaodayuan Liujian supported Mochizuki alone in time, and successfully led his teammates back to the forest. Xu Xiang was still preparing to blast, but was hurriedly stopped by Ren Zizai. Schoolmate, don't. Ren Zizai opened the loudspeaker. It is best not to use medium and large-scale thermal weapons in the forest arena, which is easy to destroy the ecological balance. The Alliance has the technology to repair the venue after the game, but the forest is too fragile, so everyone should try not to fight in such a venue. Xu Xiang had to retract her hands. So there is such a default rule? Before Xu Xiang thought much, Ren Zizai came to her side. He called her, Junior. What? Are you really asking me to harvest? Ren Zizai asked. In the forest, bullets flew, and the sound of cold weapons colliding continued. The battle was still going on, but the people of the Sakurazuma team were ready to run away. Only the Starry Sky team and the R11 team were at a disadvantage, and were besieged by several teams from the West Building University. Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai stood side by side, looking at the forest not far away. The audience looked at them. Then they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ren Zizai finally reacted. Junior sister won't lie to me. She is an honest person. Brother Feng and his men are fighting hard over there, while Brother Ren is learning from his mistakes over here. Ha ha. Whoever can win this melee and occupy the right stronghold will definitely make a fortune. Starry Sky Sakura Wife Dream Golden Tower. All of them are in the top 10 of Monte Al. Not to mention there are other small teams. You reminded me. I remember the last station played the conversation between Xu Xiang and Ulrich. Xu Xiang asked Ulrich to find Mengichin and prepare to plant the flag. The audience got excited. Will she be the biggest winner? Where will she plant the team flag?